"What has you so cheerful?" Thera asked as they met in the morning, Ben taking her in his arms and spinning around out of joy. "Being an apostle has finally paid off because my glorious, wonderful, majestic God pulled some favors, and now my headache isn't as bad. Apparently, I'll be all healed up a month sooner than expected, so just around 3 more to deal with. Oh man, it's so nice to be alive." Despite still being far from 100%, it was the best he'd felt in weeks, and he was happy to take it since it was a weight from his mind as Thera smiled back, just as happy to be hearing that bit of good news. "That's great. Just don't let that get you in the mind frame to be pushing your mind skills though, okay?" "Yes, ma'am, don't worry. I already promised Myriad I was going to get to the 3rd tier of meditation before I let myself go through this again. Forget being a Zen master, I'm going to become some sort of Zen god. I'll reach nirvana and be free of all of my worldly suffering." She had no idea what he was going on about but laughed anyway, his good mood rubbing off on her as she felt better for knowing he was getting better before they went off to breakfast, followed by another day in the library. Well, I guess that's something, Ben thought with a sigh as he put the book down. Even if slightly underwhelming, he'd consider the time he'd spent on the topic to have been worthwhile. He'd got to learn some more enchanting spells, even if they seemed obscure and less valuable than what he could manage by just using his skill rings. And just as interestingly, he'd got to read up on the many subtle differences between different awakened enchanting skills. There were many known and recorded paths to the skill, from the more typical high enchanting that was a more linear growth to the skill, to options where it would combine with a magic, granting the user the ability to enchant with it at a higher level than it could normally be cast, along with options where it combined with different crafting disciplines, getting skills like magic crafting or enchanted smithing, the name depending on specifically what combined with it and how. Along with some influence from the past experience of the skill holder. Of those, his divine enchanting seemed most comparable to the standard high variant, with the main difference that even when it was at the 0th level, it was significantly farther along. He wasn't certain, in fact he felt a lot of doubt in it, but it seemed like when he'd first gained the skill, it would have been the equivalent of the 5th level in high enchanting, potentially even beyond that, with every level since being worth multiple levels of the high skill. I mean, I'd really want to see what someone with high enchanting could do to properly compare, but I have been told that it was pretty much unheard of to get the prefix divine added to a 2nd-tier skill, so maybe there's some truth in it. What else could be making that difference, though? The fact that it's my blessed skill must be doing something, but the only skill it combined with when it awakened was enchanting knowledge. How much difference could that have made for things? It had been proving to be an unusually handy skill, and it wasn't like its effects vanished when it combined. If anything, they'd grown greater. For whatever reason, the skill had let him learn not just information on enchanting with greater ease, but knowledge on magic and skills in general. On that note, Myriad, did you ever end up finding out why my enchanting knowledge was so versatile? Hillary cut in, the answer being clear to her at least. "I'll have an easier time learning anything that involves skills, gotcha. Oh man, I love knowledge skills so much. Definitely hope I get a few more. Wonder what potential jobs might give some. Soul defiling gardener might give me something like soul or god knowledge if I'm lucky. What do you think the odds are?" His god told him. "MMH, I know, but I can't help but be a little curious about it. It's definitely a job that nobody else has had before. How could I not want to take it?" There's plenty of ways out of that. I could go ham during the war to try and gain as much experience from killing demons as I can, or I could just keep completing achievements in your name for the harder bits of job experience. Hell, going that way, I'd just need to do what? 20-ish achievements to complete the job without earning a single bit properly. Myriad grumbled. Actually, speaking of, what are the odds I can do it and use finishing the trial again? MMH, fair, but honestly it's been a while since I've taken one anyway, since no good options have popped up, so I'll take it. Annoyingly, the best perk of being an apostle, having quests he could complete for his god to earn a reward, was starting to seem like a well that was running dry. The last 3 he'd finished, being to write a holy text, earn 100 believers, and establish a holy land hadn't resulted in any further ones since they were completed, meaning he was stuck with only 2. Complete an achievement in Myriad's name for 5 job levels, or to lead at least 3 of his believers in accomplishing a greater goal, getting him a level to a lower skill, and getting the believers who'd helped him 3 job levels each for their trouble. Even if it means I might miss out on a good chance to take the other one by taking this now, probably better to just have it. I've definitely missed out on some free job experience in the past by not having it selected. His god had told him before that he could potentially complete that one by doing things like slaying a powerful monster, helping his believers as a whole, and achieving great acts that could have been directed at Myriad, or doing something as a craftsman, such as presenting an ultra-rare item to a great warrior, and he'd done a few of those things already without even meaning to, meaning that he'd missed out on free levels that could have potentially saved him weeks of work. And I can't keep doing the same achievement again and again for easy experience either. Let's see. Even though I gave Amy a lower ultra-rare item without grabbing those sweet achievement points, I could potentially do the same thing in the future by handing off a middle grade one. What else though? I'm sure there's a few ways I could work the quest to my benefit. I'll just have to do my best. 'Cause I'm a cute little scamp, obviously. Ben thought back, grinning in the empty shelves he was sitting in for nobody else to see. Ben didn't want to get out of bed as the sun rose, the desire to stay within his sheets and hide from what was to come overwhelming him in a way it never would in the past. He tried to sleep properly during the night, but failed to get any real rest as he was assaulted by his dreams, until he eventually gave up to spend the rest of the time with Myriad, giving his body a chance to relax that his mind would lack. After what felt like far too soon though, he got up, splashing some water on his face and trying to put on a positive expression as a single thought swarmed his many minds. One more day. He and Thera were going to be meeting up with Yuzu and the others in the late afternoon, but they had all morning to squeeze a bit more enjoyment from the city itself, and he didn't want to bring down the mood for their bit of peace together before they willingly threw themselves into whatever unknown dangers the trial held. They'd spent so long going through the library that even considering the breaks they'd taken to do other things, there was still plenty in the city left to enjoy. So with that goal firmly in mind, he left his room to face the day, meeting up with Thera as he did before beginning things by going off to get breakfast. They'd been trying a few different restaurants, doing their best to go beyond just eating at the library's canteen, and got to enjoy a collection of exotic dishes for their trouble. The benefits of being in a gate city meaning that it was far easier for food and culture to spread compared to somewhere farther away like Stonewall, and it was yet another chance for Ben to grow as he experienced the different ways food was being prepared, considering how it could be applied to his own cooking when they got home. Maybe I should build a commercial kitchen in Stonewall when I get back, he idly wondered. I can do plenty in a normal kitchen, but if I was to have a building constructed that would be dedicated to it, I could do so much more. I could get a bunch of utensils and other things I don't currently have room for and maybe build a big wood fire oven for it. Oh, and maybe an old-fashioned clay oven too. There's plenty of stuff better suited for that sort of thing. Getting lost in his thought was a great tool to escape the world, one he was putting to use again and again throughout the day as the hours stretched on, checking out different shops and looking at any public statues and monuments to pass the time, with Thera stopping to admire what they were seeing if it caught her eye enough as Ben, in turn, pulled out some paper and a pencil, sketching out anything that snagged his attention, with the potential that he'd continue with a bigger drawing sometime in the future if he got the chance. It was only after hours of it that they finally stopped to take a seat in one of the busier parts of town, watching the people go about their lives as a nearby bard started to sing a song of adventure, Ben half-heartedly listening as he mostly focused on Thera by his side, with her talking animatedly about all she'd enjoyed in her time there before gently cocking her head. What started as a small smile forming on her lips quickly changed to her keeping a hand over her mouth, doing her best to keep herself from collapsing into laughter as Ben just looked at her confused. What, is there something on my face? Instead of answering, she just nodded behind him, making him look back but see nobody, just the small crowd gathered around the singer as he weaved his Herculean tale. Some simple story of a pair facing and overcoming challenges from a god to earn their freedom as they fought to survive everything tossed their way. It wasn't until his name came up in it that he was able to put together that it was a song about what he and Greed went through. You know, it's funny, you can never really tell you're dreaming while it's happening, can you? I mean, not usually, but I'm obviously having a nightmare right now. Not sure if it's worse than my usual trial-based ones or not. At that, Thera finally lost it, leaning into him as she gasped for air while she laughed, wiping tears from her eyes. Sorry, Ben, but this is very real. It's not like Greed didn't warn you he was going to make a song about your time together, right? Yeah, but I didn't know other people would be singing it. He knew that as a person with an awakened music skill, Greed had a high level of fame, but Ben had still expected the crab would be the only one singing whatever he'd made to smaller venues than anything he'd expected from an A-list musician from Earth. He'd never even considered the prospect that other musicians would hear the piece Greed made and spread it around as well, to the point that Ben could just casually run into someone performing it. Ben couldn't help but want to just curl up and hide away as Thera got her laughter under control, dragging him by the arms to get in with the crowd to listen to the performance, while he was unable to escape the lyrics of exaggerated heroism and valor that had supposedly been displayed in their fight for freedom. The song stretching on for an unbearable 15 extra minutes from when he'd figured out what they were listening to, as he was forced to hear the story of him and Greed going through each trial, with the occasional interlude in between of what they did as they waited and ending with their glorious freedom, Ben confessing his love to top it all off. As the crowd applauded, people went up to tap their cards against the performers, tipping the man for the free show as Ben and Thera did as well. "That was excellent," Thera told the musician. "I couldn't be happier to have run into this while we're still in the city." "Ah, no, it was great," he said awkwardly. "Real entertaining, I just have a bit of a headache is all. Mind if I ask though, I don't think this is the first time I've heard this. Is the song popular?" He was praying the answer was going to be a resounding no, that the musician just happened to be taken with it after hearing it, and that running into the one other man performing it was nothing more than a terrible coincidence. But Ben continued to lack luck on that front as the man laughed in his face. That might be an understatement. One of the song's stars has been selling out shows left and right. Honestly, I can't do it proper justice compared to a man that actually suffered through all of that. So if you did enjoy it, you should do your best to get your hands on some tickets for Greed's performance. Well, maybe not anytime soon, but I'm pretty sure he's going to be performing this for the rest of his life, so a time will come eventually. After an explanation like that, Ben tapped his card against the musicians, thanking him again for the show as he all but stumbled away, Thera once again doing her best not to laugh as Ben eventually laid his head on her shoulder. Yeah, enjoy this all you want, but the more this spreads, the more likely it is that your parents find out about us before you tell them yourself." With the thought of what she'd have to hear if her parents found out about their relationship planted firmly in her head with that simple sentence, Thera's face took on a look of horror that matched how Ben was feeling on the inside as they both finally went to meet up with Amy, Jake, and Yuzu. With the many emotions at play from the performance eventually calming down, the two of them went back to the embassy, waiting outside as they saw the five of them in the distance. Yulil and Vasta were walking behind, seeming relaxed despite keeping vigilant of anything that might harm those in their care, while Amy, Jake, and Yuzu waved, Ben and Thera making their way over to them in turn. It was nice to reunite with some familiar faces despite what they intended to walk into, and Ben couldn't help but smile, even if the feeling of his sacrilege snuck up on him as he looked at Yuzu. It wasn't quite the same as looking at a god, but there was no doubt in his mind he was looking at someone destined for godhood as his skills screamed at him, pointing out a target he might have a chance against, at least compared to any true gods he'd seen in their higher realms. All right, not attacking a friend, he told himself, suppressing the effect the best he could. Thera had no eye for the skill effect he was dealing with, only sharing that bit of happiness he felt to see them all again, as Yuzu rushed up ahead despite the calls from the two mages. Her eyes locked as she went to reunite with her friend, only as a small glance to him brought her focus to Ben in full force, first looking in confusion, only for it to turn to naked shock as they finally met, the soul mage switching from going to hug Thera to grabbing Ben by the shoulders. Shaking him with all of her strength as she yelled out, "It hasn't even been a year, how did all of this happen?" Ben couldn't help but flop around as he was shaken in Yuzu's powerful grasp, the attributes of a person who came to the world with a Tier 3 skill even greater than anything his classmates had been lucky enough to arrive with as he ignored both her shock and the confused reactions of those who came with her in favor of asking a question. "Good seeing you too, Yuzu, so you can just talk to me now, huh?" The tool he'd made her to let her project her thoughts was nowhere to be seen, but she'd still been comfortable enough yelling at him that it didn't seem to be an issue, but it had been such a short time since he'd made it that it was a little disappointing if it already wasn't going to see any use anymore. "I got married, and that's not what's important. How did all of this happen?" she asked as she gestured up and down him. "It's only been a few months, a productive few months. Also, it's rude to comment on someone's soul like this. Give me a break. Could we maybe get context?" Amy asked as she and the others caught up, with Thera having already figured out what had provoked such a reaction. "I'd tell you now, but I'd rather not risk getting attacked in the street again," Ben said, casting a small look to Yulil as she brushed it off. "Don't hold a grudge, I apologized, didn't I? To be clear, no, you actually didn't. But moving on, Ben, your outfit just keeps getting wilder and wilder," Jake told him, changing the subject as he looked him up and down. It wasn't an unreasonable statement. When they'd last seen him, he did have his jacket, the first church of Myriad, as well as fingers covered in rings, but to that he'd added the glove he'd made while stuck in the dead god's trial as a medium to help guide his mana, along with arms covered in bracelets, both the Morabisial and Deathstone ones to train his attributes, but also the 3 mithril bands with mana batteries shoved into them as a way to constantly train his enchanting. "Hey, I'll have you know that all of this is super useful for my long-term goal of not dying. Hell, if you're willing to have your attributes drained, I can make you a Morabisial and Deathstone band, or ring depending on what you can handle. They're basically cheat codes for passive growth if you can deal with a bit of discomfort." "Hard pass," Amy told him, answering for Jake before he could agree to something that she was sure would lead to a future where he died in the dumbest way possible. "But how do colored contacts keep you from dying then?" "Colored contacts?" he asked back, taking a moment to figure out what she was even talking about. Oh right, this is just my eyes. Long story short, one of the skills changed the color, so I've got these lovely violets now. He'd grown so used to the change he didn't even think about it most of the time, though it did admittedly still catch his attention whenever he saw his reflection. But hearing that, Jake was enthralled. Wait, there's a skill to change your eye color. Oh man, that's so freaking cool. I mean, it would be even cooler looking if it was just one, but still, I like it. It has impact. How do I pull it off? Another explanation that would get me attacked in the street. Well, we booked a private room for dinner, so let's go already. Yuzu told them all, rushing them along out of a desire to get any sort of answer on just how his status had changed so drastically. Once they were seated around a table, plates of food brought before them away from the prying eyes of other guests. Everyone but Thera was looking at him curiously as they started eating. They all knew it had to be something big to get such a reaction from the young soul mage, and it was hard to deny their curiosity on the topic, as Ben decided to open up with a bombshell. So I'm a contender now. A fork fell from Vasta's hand as Yulil sat with her jaw hanging open, unable to believe what he'd just said as the other three with them sat there confused. Yuzu, is that true? Yulil asked, unable to take her eyes off of Ben. I'm not sure what's a contender. Oh right, I guess the term isn't used too widely outside of certain spheres, and you haven't been brought to any of the meetings yet, Yulil said, still thrown off by the abruptness of the statement, but explaining for the others. A contender is a person who holds a second-tier skill at the 9th level. Oh yeah, that's true, the soul mage confirmed with a nod, Amy and Jake both dealing with their shock off to the side while Vasta picked up on something else. Wait, Yuzu, does the fact that you couldn't get that through context mean there's even more? At that she stayed silent, looking at Ben as she remembered how clear it had been made in the past that she shouldn't reveal his status without his consent as he sighed. Listen, I don't mind telling you all, but that means being cool about a lot of things that might make anyone a little more prone to violence attacking me, so hear out the full story first and do me a favor and don't pass it along. From there, Ben explained what he'd gone through in the deep woods, how his skills had grown and changed, along with the jobs he'd finished and the titles he'd acquired, with only Jake bleeding enthusiasm as the rest were too stunned to speak. Oh man, so you're the reason we got those potions before. My guy, you're the best. I've been bursting with power ever since. It was like the power-up from arriving all over again. He flexed to add to the point, but it reminded Ben of something as he reached into his bag, pulling out bottles for each of them. Right, on a similar note of things that can help you that none of you are allowed to talk about, here, I have one each. He handed them over as again everyone, but Jake viewed the bottles suspiciously considering everything they'd heard, while he alone was content to open it up and start drinking. Oh, that's real nice, what is it? Think of it like the god potions you'd already had, just to a far weaker scale. It's a permanent enhancement potion, but it will only bump your stats by 3 each. In the time since he'd first made it, he'd determined through a bit of experimentation that a person could consume about 1 a month to see its effect, with any other one consumed in the first 2 weeks after doing nothing. While not the most incredible result in the world, it still worked out to around 30 free points to every attribute a year, meaning consuming them was a must. Hearing that, along with some small assurances from Thera that it seemed safe so far, both Amy and Yuzu began to drink, with only the 2 older mages still showing their doubt. That's impossible, the archmage said as Vasta was quick to agree. It's not like something like this hasn't been searched for, Ben. The only way to easily grow stats with a potion is if the ingredients are divine, and that's something that was more legend than anything else till recently. Well, remember, you're talking to a cute little apostle here. I've already had the effects confirmed with the gods. Hell, it will probably only be another couple weeks till large-scale distribution starts, so you'll definitely be hearing about it then. But for now, you can verify by comparing your current stats against whatever you're going to wake up with tomorrow. Still doubtful, but not seeing a reason to refuse, both drank what was provided as Ben moved on to a different topic on his mind. And just out of curiosity on my part, since we're all nice and gathered, wouldn't it be better to have the 5 of you taking the trial instead of switching out your teachers for us? He knew that each tower trial had a maximum party size of 5, that being a hard limit to ensure a certain level of difficulty, but seeing how there were 5 people in front of him, he didn't see why they were joining at all, with Amy being the one to answer. We've actually done the life trial already with them, but they have already done a couple themselves before we arrived on World, so we needed someone else to do this one with us. And since we're talking Earth magic, your guys' names popped up, Jake finished. Just wait, me and Amy are going to be a couple contenders too before you know it, Ben. Ah, yeah, that tracks. He hadn't given much thought as to why they would be doing the trials beyond the blessings they could receive, but since they both had a skill each that matched every affinity of magic, by doing 9 trials they could get to the 9th level for both of them if they succeeded and made it to the top of each tower, bypassing the need to put in who knew how many years of constant training it would take to manage the same thing. But is that really the best way to do it? He couldn't help but question. Like, I get that you guys want to get strong fast for what's coming, but these are your core skills, right? If you just go from one trial to the next, won't you lack a bit in the actual experience of using them? Gaining a couple levels was one thing, but they were talking about gaining 9 to both their archmagic and all affinity augmentation skills. That seemed like the sort of jump that might mean needing time to get used to their skills again, though admittedly not to the extent of when they'd first arrived on the world, but Amy dismissed his concern. We're dividing things up, so we're not doing them back to back like that. We did the Life Tower a month ago and this one now, with all of our time between going to training. It's not exactly ideal, but then nothing we're going to be facing soon is either, and we'll be done most of them by the second wave. Jake could see the question in his eyes, Ben wondering why they'd only be done most of them if they were planning on doing one a month, and answered, "We're leaving 2 towers as long as we can. You're going to be seeing us mostly use our non-affinity skills during this, because we want to get a level or 2 to them before we take on that trial, since it's the only one that we won't be able to level up the other way. And the same thing goes for Warrior's Tower, since we'll be hitting it at the end for Amy's combat skill." Interesting. I guess the fact that they're going for 12 of the Tower Blessings does give them a pretty damn good chance of getting a bunch of levels to pretty much all of their skills. If it wasn't for my intense desire to not die, I might even have been jealous. "So is that why you rushed through the wedding?" Thera asked, curious about how that worked out as Yuzu nodded while Jake laid down against the table. "It was so much fun," Yuzu said with cheer. "Sorry, I know a lot of cultures on this world do public things when people join lives, but mine don't, which is why there were no invites, but I'm so happy to have it out of the way, I'm never going to forget it." "Me neither," Jake muttered, looking traumatized in ways neither Ben nor Thera knew how to interpret as Amy spoke up. "We had to do it fast for them because it would have been too difficult to deal with Yuzu not talking with the war coming, but I think I might do the same sort when it's time too." "Oh, you absolutely should, Amy," Yuzu gushed. "There's nothing more exhilarating than to see someone put their life on the line in the name of their love." "I'm sorry, what?" Ben asked, looking at Jake, who'd only sunk into himself more and more as Amy brought up the prospect of wanting the same style of wedding. "Yuzu's culture is violent and insane, and I'd never get married again if Amy wouldn't make sure to put me in the ground. These are scary women, Ben. If I ever need help, you'll do me a solid, right?" He looked to the man before him, originally just an acquaintance on his home world, but now to the point where he'd be comfortable calling him a friend, and saw the look of hope in his eyes at the thought that Ben would be in his corner, while at the same time, Ben remembered that he'd entirely gotten himself into that mess by agreeing to the proposal of a complete stranger. "Jake," he began solemnly, "I promise I'll make you the best tombstone anyone has ever seen." Since they'd had dinner early, that left plenty of hours left in the evening before they all needed to turn in to be ready for what they were facing the next day, and it seemed Jake had somewhere in town he wanted to show them, all but vibrating with excitement once he got his energy back, while Amy could only look at him in disappointment as they made their way through the streets. Taking roads that neither Ben nor Thera had been down in their time there to get to a small building that was just a little out of the way from the main road with lights and signs of all sorts up to draw people in. The mystery of it couldn't help but prick at Ben's curiosity as Jake kept quiet on what they were going to see as he dramatically threw open the door, the building packed as Ben and Thera stared him blankly. "Well," Jake said, staring at him smugly. "Bet you never expected something like this to be on the world." Yeah, you're right, man, I never would have guessed," Ben said half-heartedly, not sure how serious the other guy was being. I get it, you're shocked. I was too. I'll pay the entry fee, so just take it all in and explain things to Thera when you're ready, cause I'm killing the rest of the night here." With that he ran off, Yuzu and Yulil going with him as Vasta and Amy hung back, Ben looking the latter in the eyes while she seemed to be struggling with a headache of her own. "So," he began, stopping as she held up a hand. I know. I mean, I didn't even end up changing the name. It even has the English word video in it and everything. Listen, every day I try and tell myself I'm not in love with an idiot, and every day he proves me wrong, so can we not focus on this too much?" "But you didn't tell him this was me. Like, I don't own this place and someone definitely made everything off of my designs, but this was obviously me, right? Look, he got real excited about showing you both when we found the place that I missed my timing to point out the obvious," she explained, with Thera looking at her with pity and Vasta picking up what was going on through context. "I mean, don't get me wrong, this actually is exciting to see. I never expected anyone to take all of the designs I made for video games and put together an arcade. It looked like going to the trouble of designing and simplifying the enchantments as much as possible had paid off big, as each wall was filled with crystal screens, bigger than he'd need to make to hold the enchantments, but to the point that it was probably helping the playing experience as children and adults alike were enjoying themselves on what he'd been so carefully designing in the bits of his free time he had, with even an area at the side where whole enchanted slabs could be bought to bring the experience home. Seeing people using the bikes he'd designed in the city had been exciting enough. This would have been on a whole other level if he wasn't stuck wondering how Jake hadn't managed to figure out just who was responsible for introducing that style of game to the world, when there was only one enchanter among the human otherworlders that could have made it possible. Still, he could see Amy was struggling with how oblivious Jake was, so he decided to cut her some slack. I mean, since we're here, do me a favor and tell me if there's anything you think needs improving or any classic game that's missing. In the meantime, I guess I'm going to be seeing how well whoever enchanted all of these managed with my designs. Should be a fun way to kill some time. All thoughts of the coming trial gone from his head, Ben went in to find Jake, wanting to see just how much entertainment the other human would be getting without knowing Ben had made it possible. It's not too late, Ben. Tell them you'll actually be in the library waiting for them all to finish up and pass the time reading some books instead, Myriad futilely begged him, with Nair choosing a different avenue. Or face Craftsman's tower instead, since it would pay off a lot better for you in the long run. Come on, it's been ages since we've had a challenger, and it's comparatively safe. No and no. Guys, I'm not going to stand by while my friends put their lives on the line, and I'm not taking a completely different trial. Seriously, why are you pushing that? Mostly curiosity, Nair said with a shrug, as more and more of Myriad's believers are reaching the point that they can use that connect skill for enchanting, the more the various crafting gods are growing interested in it. As a person who not only has the highest level of the skill on the planet, but also has 2 awakened crafting skills, there are plenty of us who want to see how far you can go with it, he explained, his form glowing slightly brighter as he brought up what he thought would sweeten the deal. That's not mentioning the fact that it's at least partially acting as crafting skill, meaning that if you get to the top we could push it over the edge for you. Nair had been right in saying it, that tempted him. It tempted him so much that he almost gave in, resisting only for the fact that he didn't believe that as things stood he'd make it to the top, meaning he'd be wasting his time and potentially throwing himself into danger for at most the blessing. Maybe if I had some actual colleagues, I could do it with that would be one thing, but as it is, do I even know anyone with any high-level crafting skills who I'm close enough to do a trial with? As he asked himself, though, the obvious name came to mind and his eyes lit up at the thought. If I could talk Falk into joining, he could 100% carry me to the top. There's no way he couldn't, except he can't take the trial again, Nair said, letting a bit of info slip that Ben made sure to file away. Of course, a person with a 9th-leveled awakened skill would have already done the trial. I mean, I guess I don't know for sure his smithing skill is the 9th level one, but still, if he can make legendary items, why wouldn't he have done it already? Well, in that case, I'll continue to pass, Ben sighed. Maybe if I get a couple more levels to my crafting and enchanting I will, but it would be nothing but a waste if I try and can't get the best reward. If I'm going to be doing this, I'm not doing it till I'm certain. You know there's no guarantee you'll raise your skills more, Nair pointed out in a final attempt to talk him into it. Plenty of people never get a level after awakening, you shouldn't just blindly count on it. Trying to grab this chance to awaken your connect skill could even be your best chance to keep raising your other skills as well. Hearing all of that though, Ben could only look at him blankly. Seriously, you're going to tell me I'm not going to gain any more levels when I'm only at 2 and already making ultra rare stuff on the regular? At that, Nair had to give up. Part of his interest lay specifically in how far above what was expected of his level the boy was hitting, to the point the crafting gods who were taking notice were confident that he'd at least get to the 4th level of his awakened skills before coming to a stop, but with the very real chance that Ben could die on the 1st or 2nd wave, he and some of the others simply wanted him to awaken his connect to see what it could do before that could happen. Fine, I give. Just don't go regretting not doing it when the world's burning around you, the god grumbled, with Myriad feeling at least a little relieved with how the conversation had turned out. He knew Ben well enough that he didn't think his apostle would abandon Thera to take a different trial, but there was always the risk that he would give in and do it right after for whatever small chance it would give him of awakening his connect skill. So are you feeling ready? Myriad asked, knowing the answer wouldn't change anything. As I can be, pretty sure the all headache isn't going to be too much of a distraction, and I made most things I could think would be helpful, and hey, I'll be resting up here for hours so I should be in top shape, or as top as I can manage I guess. Both he and his god wished he was going into this with a decent night of true sleep, resting his mind along with his body, but Ben knew without even trying that it would be another day of nightmares if he did. The coming trial was too fixed in his mind when he was already struggling with the memories of the last one, but at the very least his body was getting some peace, so he contented himself to passing the few hours he had with the 2 gods before he had no choice but to get up and start the day. Getting up and dressed, he and Thera made their way to the coast, standing in front of the trial entrance as they waited. They'd been there a few times already in their weeks of study, having gone to admire all 11 that were present in all of their majesty. Each one was huge, with Ben estimating the diameter of each tower being almost 100 meters across as they towered above the city, looking like they had far more than the 5 floors he'd been told about, but beyond that there wasn't too much to be said. The magic laid across each of them was as impressive as any other trial he'd seen, but he didn't think there was anything exceptional in it either, at least not more so than any of the smaller trials, and they were all practically identical, bearing the doors on each one. As for the Earth Tower in front of them, it had a collection of tight lines and dots for the pattern on the front, with a large symbol of a mountain representing the Earth Affinity front and center, with the other 10 magic options having their own symbols around it. The other trials had other designs. The water tower made sure that the wave symbol was at the forefront, with the design behind it seeming to have lines that looked more like rivers than the straight ones and right angles of what they would be walking through, and the fire tower was more empty in its look, having a few pictures of bonfires scattered over it along with the magic symbols. Ben had evaluated each pretty lowly for their artistic value, but they got the point across well enough as he stared at the one in front of him, taking it all in before he would have to step through it. It was only a few minutes longer before their companions joined, all of them decked out in light armors, while both Jake and Yuzu held staffs in their hands, with Amy holding the weapon Ben had made her, along with 2 more noticeable additions to her outfit. "Having some issues with what I made you?" he asked with a cocked eyebrow as he stared at the sword on her waist and the shield hanging from her back. She froze at the question, staring blankly at him for a moment as it looked like she was trying to figure out what to say on it, eventually only shrugging. "It's nothing wrong with what you made, it just doesn't hurt to have some backups. True enough, I guess." Looking at both, it was easy for him to see that both items were in the high grade of rare, and seemed like they had been made specifically with earth magic in mind. Both had exclusively earth enchantments on them to strengthen them, and Ben had to admit that they looked well made, even if it did pick at his pride that she felt the need for backups considering how good the item he'd made her was. Seeming to sense this, Jake jumped in, changing the subject as he looked at the two of them. "Ignore what we're wearing though, Thera. How does your armor look so cool? It's like you're wearing a dragon's skin or something. And Ben, your outfit looks even more bizarre than yesterday. I'm digging it." He reached into his bag, pulling out 5 armbands, each looking nearly identical, with each one having 5 small compasses inscribed with a letter built into them as he handed one to each of them to wear. "Love me some free stuff," Jake said happily as he put it on. "What's it do?" The answer came not from Ben though, but Amy, who managed to understand it after only a moment of looking, her eyes widening in surprise. "Are these tracking devices?" she asked as Ben smiled. "They are indeed. If any one of us gets separated, then you can follow the pointer to their direction. It's just going to send you into a straight line towards the person if you follow it, but hopefully we won't even need them to begin with." They were extensions of him learning to enchant with his bind skill, and clever applications of it too. He vividly remembered the constant worry that he and Greed might get separated in any of the stages of the last trial he went through, and considering he couldn't just shove anyone he was currently with into a pocket or the same armor as him, that meant he wanted a way to find each other if need be. The 3 of them did a quick test, making sure they understood how to use them as their teachers watched from the back, feeling impressed as they did. "Don't suppose that we could get something like that for finding these 3? Vasta asked, thinking of how useful it would be for keeping those in their charge safe. "Assuming we don't die horrible deaths and manage to get out of there, you 2 can just have the ones me and Thera are using at the moment," he told them. After they finished the trial, it wasn't like either of them would be needing them, so he had no issues parting like that to earn some goodwill. "So are we all ready then?" Amy asked them as she looked at her 4 companions, with 3 of them cautiously agreeing while Jake objected. "Hold it, we can't go in like this. Someone needs to say something. We need to set the mood a bit." She couldn't help but rub her temples hearing it, with Jake making the same assertion before they'd done the life trial together, but she gave in since she knew it would be quicker than arguing the point. "Fine, what do you want to say?" "Me, I got nothing," Jake said, not noticing the death look he was getting from his girlfriend as his wife just smiled at his free spirit. "Ben, Thera, one of you say something. Come on and inspire us." Pass," Thera told him, stepping away and leaving only Ben in the other man's view as Amy mouthed him an apology. "Do I seriously have to do this?" He looked at the 4 with him, and with Jake and Yuzu's positive spirits about it while Thera was trying to keep from laughing, he could see it was doing wonders to break the tension at least, so without getting an answer he gave it. Fine. Speaking purely from my own experience, there's only one thing you need to remember when doing a trial. The gods are your enemies. Their goal is to squeeze as much faith from you as humanly possible, and since they don't seem to much care if you die as it happens, your goal should be to ensure that they get basically nothing while taking all you can. Do whatever it takes to survive, no matter how many levels of sacrilege you gain or what you break doing it, and let's get this over with," his god asked as other voices filled his head as well. Hillary told him, paying no mind to the fact that she'd once challenged him and his god to a fight to be petty. Nair asked as the god's laughter rang out in his head, all of which Ben ignored as he focused in on his friends, who all had their own varied reactions to everything he'd said, with Jake being the most positive, letting out a cheer. "Hell yeah, guys, onward," he called out, and before anyone could stop him moved to open the door, letting himself inside. There were 3 conditions to gaining access to a tower trial, with the person attempting it only needing one of them to enter. Either they needed an awakened skill that matched the theme of the particular tower, they needed to have completed the trial of a god before, or they needed to be in a party with someone who'd fulfilled either of those other 2 conditions. Considering that, none of them had any problem as they entered, each following to step through the door, with Ben only hesitating as a notification rang out in his mind. Decline. It wasn't like he was going to spread the information on the tower far and wide just because he wasn't going to be forced to keep it secret. He didn't want the gods to have any more trouble with him than some already did. He just wanted it as an option if he ever needed it. It wasn't even like he was close to anyone else with an earth affinity who might benefit from the knowledge. The only person who came to mind was Sashel, but he doubted she would be doing something like this, even with any heads up she could get. He stopped thinking about that, though, the moment he could see what he'd walked into. When the door opened, it had been like a blur effect had been placed over the entrance, keeping any who might have been watching from the outside from seeing what it contained, but now that he was properly inside it was clear enough, even if seeming to be strangely plain. They were in what he would best describe as a hallway of gigantic proportions. The walls and floor were all solid gray stone, with no ceiling to speak of, as the walls just kept stretching into the sky. It was roomy too, the distance from one wall to another being maybe 50 meters across, with the hall splitting in 2 much farther down. A kilometer maybe, but what's the challenge here? Is it getting to the other end? Is something going to try and stop us once we start to move? What could potentially happen with this setup in an earth magic trial? Despite his previous efforts to leave a few of his minds resting at all times, at the moment all of them were in a blaze, trying to look at every single possibility that they could have to face as only one focused on those he was with, speaking up as he did. So from the looks of it, we're supposed to be going forwards, but since I absolutely hate playing by the rules, do one of you want to try opening a hole in the wall first to see if there's anything on the other side? He suggested it in the hopes that it could be a potential avenue for escape if need be, Thera having more than enough power for something like that. But it was Jake who agreed, eagerly rushing to the wall as the rest followed to test out his magic, his mind filled with discovering some secret area to explore right at the start, with his mood only dropping as nothing happened. Not only can I not get through with my non-affinitied stuff, I can't with my earth magic either. Heck, I can do anything to the wall at all. Can't even pull any stone from it. Oh, that might be bad, Amy muttered. Thera, can you pull any from the floor? Doesn't look like it. So our 2 mages with earth magic have no earth to use, at least right now, she muttered, feeling a small amount of worry as she did until Ben reached into his spatial bag, pulling out 2 large rocks. Well, it's not much, but I have both of these, he said happily, handing one to both Thera and Jake as Amy just looked on in confusion. Why did you pack rocks? Well, when I was planning for this, I just said to myself, if I was a real bastard of a god, what would I do? And one of the answers was not give any earth to use in the trial itself. Not that it will really affect Jake much, I guess, since he's going to be restricting himself, but it could still be handy. Hey, I'll take it, his old classmate said, reshaping the rock into a thick bracelet in case he ended up needing it. But for now, nowhere to go but forwards. With the truth of that plan to see, he prepared for a bit of a walk, staying vigilant as he started, only to stop as Jake showed his immediate value. As a holder of the Archmage skill, he had access to every branch of magic, meaning space as well, which he put to instant use, tearing a hole where they were that reached across to where the area split as he gave them all a smug smile, waving them through to the other end to find both new hallways stretching on just as far. Pretty sure if he's supposed to be ignoring his affinitied magics to train his non-affinitied ones, he should be carrying us through the air instead of using space. But I don't think I'm going to complain if he forgot or is just ignoring it. It was a fact the rest of them picked up on as well, happy to ignore the small breaking of his training in at least that particular instance. Well, that's definitely going to help things, Thera muttered as Yuzu looked around before speaking the obvious next question. So left or right, they lacked the information they needed to know if there was any right or wrong choice, and looking down both ways told them nothing, one path bending at a right angle and the other splitting again. When in doubt, just gotta make the right choice, Jake told them confidently, opening another portal leading to the pathway on the right, the one that bent instead of splitting, and with no clear option, the rest of them followed along, stepping through as every muscle in Ben's body was tense, all but waiting for something to happen. Still, things seemed fine though as they continued on, Jake would open a portal they'd walk through, and then wait for a minute as he regained a bit of the mana he'd spent as they tried to see if any explanation presented itself. The fact that they hadn't dealt with anything was scratching at Ben's minds. If they were just supposed to find a way out, then this wasn't a challenge, it was just tedious. But he knew something had to be coming eventually. Nair wouldn't have described the floors as death traps otherwise, and as they stepped through the next portal, they got their answer. They got to another split in the path, and like the last time they took a moment to assess things, with those seconds nearly getting them killed. There was no sound to accompany it, no warning that something was going to happen, but as if their presence had activated something, a part of the wall on the right path came down close to them and out of it poured liquid stone, lava gushing out as something Ben hadn't been expecting, the earth tower containing a trap that combined both rock and fire. None of them had been prepared for it, and each moved in different ways. Amy and Yuzu reached out to the others to drag them and run, while Jake tried to use his space magic as fast as possible to get them away, but in the end, it was Thera who was the first and most equipped to act. Her sheer quantity of mana that could dwarf even that of the otherworlders showing its immense value as she held forth her staff and blocked the coming flood, lava pilling up like there was an invisible wall stopping it, but not the heat it carried as even from a distance they all felt it sting on their skin before Jake got a portal open, whisking them all back to the safety of the entrance. At least as long as that stops flowing eventually. Really don't want to deal with the trial flooding in a few hours. So that sucked, Amy said once they were safe and regaining their breath, giving what felt like a ridiculous understatement. Definitely not what I would have expected from an earth trial, Ben agreed. Rockfalls or pitfalls, but wasn't expecting lava, so it just means we went the wrong way, Yuzu said more confidently. We'll take a different path from there and figure it out. Thera, for her part, was less sure though. The path continued on past the lava. We might be supposed to get past it and keep going. Well, I don't know about you guys, Jake started, but I don't want to test that unless I have to. Want to try a different path first. Agreement going around, and with few other choices, Jake opened a portal to where the path split again, only this time taking a left as they went to see what it had in store for them all. Dodge, Amy yelled out as Ben jumped to the side, a boulder falling from above landing, where he was standing only seconds ago, with more on their way down as they rushed back the way they'd come. As they kept trying different paths, 5 having been dead ends, with the only 3 exceptions being the lava, the raining boulders coming down around them on the one they'd just tried, and one in the middle having the ground fall away beneath them, Amy jumping back in time and Jake only being saved by the fact that he could use his magic to fly, even if he seemed uncomfortably shaky for having to pull it off in a split second. So we have one direction we haven't gone yet. What do you think the odds are that we just haven't gone down the right one yet? Hey, you can roll a die and keep getting ones, it happens, Jake said optimistically, confident that they were on the right path after exhausting all the others. His companions seemed less sure but went along anyway, not seeing much other choice as Ben did his best to make a mental map of all they'd gone through so far, not wanting to end up lost if anything happened. It was when they arrived at the hall's edge that they felt a change before they saw it, the ground shaking as they stepped through Jake's portal when the walls on each side of them changed, not letting lava pour out of them like they had the last time, but instead stepping out, taking the form of 2 stone giants, reaching out to attack as they did. By this point, Jake was ready with the portal spell on his fingertips, opening it up for them to escape, but before they did it was Yuzu who acted, holding her staff forward and firing a spell Ben didn't have the context to recognize, even if its effects were apparent. As it expanded forward, the raw power of a soul mage behind it, both statues were hit, with the effect being instantaneous. The moment they touched her mana, they collapsed to the ground, enough force behind their fall to almost knock Ben off his feet as Amy pat the blue girl's back while Jake cheered. Woo, looks like we can keep going forward then, let's get going. It was Ben who stopped them, casting a look to the soul mage as he spoke up. How did you do that? I could feel the life mana within them, so I blasted it away. I'm just good like that, she said smugly as Ben focused on a different part of it. Okay, so I guess what me and Thera get to take away from this is that the trial will throw spells that mix attributes at us too. Should I take the fact that neither of you was surprised when Yuzu did that as a sign that you already knew? He asked, watching as their faces went blank and they struggled to speak. Covenants gotcha. You don't need to try and answer, he sighed. I get it, you all face something along these lines in the life trial, right? Since we've seen lava too, it looks like as long as the spell uses earth magic it's fair game, and it seems safe to assume that all of the trials operate this way then. Do they have anything else in common we should be worrying about? Again they fell silent, the effects of the covenant keeping them from answering one way or another as Ben held in a groan. He didn't consider that the 3 of them might have information that he and Thera might need, and the fact that they couldn't tell them was nothing but aggravating. Fine, just don't go letting us die from anything you know and let's keep going. I guess there's no safe path we can take from the looks of it, so we just need to keep getting past these traps when we get to them. Wait, actually, before we do either of you need any stone? He packed a couple rocks to be on the safe side, but the fact that Thera had been able to control the lava earlier was sign enough that they could use what the trial provided as different traps activated. Jake seemed fine going to at least try to stick to his non-affinitied options outside of his space spell, but Thera held her staff out towards the fallen golem, ripping out a boulder and shrugging as the others looked at her questioningly. Better to have it and not need it, right? She said, and it seemed good enough for them as a new portal opened and they stepped through to the next split. So which way this time, gang? Jake asked as they reached it. Also, if we could walk for this next bit, all of this exploring has been brutal on my mana, and I'd rather not need it for the whole not dying thing. Nobody was going to argue. Any party that came through without a space mage was bound to have a terrible time exploring and backtracking, only to discover that no matter what they did, they'd have to keep going through the various traps eventually. Jake had saved them a lot of time and energy on that front, and they'd all be significantly happier if he had as much mana as he could to spare as their main escape route. Though if he needs a break already, he needs more practice with his space magic. Ben noted. Steph could go longer than that with more distance too. Maybe a heads up to mention to Ulil. Sorry, Jake, it's for your long-term survival. Since this was a path on our left, I vote we keep going left, Amy said. That's the easiest way to deal with a maze, right? You keep picking one direction, and if you find a dead end, you backtrack. Better than wandering around mindlessly. A maze. Something about the word resonated with Ben, picking at his subconscious as a few of his minds worked on figuring out what. It was annoying, like he was right on the edge of something, but since he couldn't see it, it was useless. Without other options, they agreed with Amy's plan as they continued on their way, staying vigilant the best they could for anything that could befall them as they did their best to move forward. While walking was better for Jake's mana, it did leave their minds tense as they followed the plan, finding 2 more dead ends and doubling back as they moved to go down a new hall, a scraping sound telling them something was wrong before any of them could pick up on what, the noise filling the area as they all froze, trying to be on guard against whatever was coming for them, with that instinct being a huge mistake. Fuck move, Ben yelled out, being the first to realize what was happening. They were all in the middle of the hallway and the walls were closing in. Going back or forward would take just as long, so they pressed on, running with all of their might as Ben was carried again, giving him the horrifying view that they weren't going to make it in time. He wasn't alone in seeing that, but it was Thera who reacted first. She was still carrying the boulder with her magic, having it just in case it could be put to use, and finding one as she had altered its shape before Jake even began his space spell. Changing the rock into a long, thin bench that scooped up each of the runners before rocketing forward, getting them out of harm's way at breakneck speeds. The problem with any sort of rapid speed, though, was always the stopping. She slowed down the best she could once she'd gotten them out, but still had to stop fast lest they hit the oncoming wall, with the speed being enough to throw them out at it. As the momentum carried them all forward, it was only Ben and Jake who'd paid the cost for it, both hitting the wall and falling to the ground as Amy and Yuzu were more successful in using their high attributes to manage things more gracefully, while Thera had her coordination skill to aid in her landing, rushing over to Ben after she did. Okay, maybe I understand why you were so set on the cart having seatbelts now, are you okay? She asked in worry as she ran her life magic through him, trying to heal everything she saw. Yeah, I'm fine, just renewing my devotion to the idea of introducing road safety to this world, he told her as he laughed, doing his best to ignore the ache in his bones that was already beginning to fade as the spells coursed through him. Amy was less sympathetic to Jake as the other man was being healed by Yuzu. Jake, I don't want to put too much responsibility on you since we're all in this together, but how many times have your teachers told you that you need to work on your response time, not to mention your ability to cast under pressure? What do you think I'm going to be telling them if we get out of this? Ah, but you see on that I'm safe, he said happily. God bless covenants, keeping all of these little embarrassing details a secret. Well, there's 2 things you need to remember, Amy said with a sigh, feeling like she had to act as his brain more often than not. 1, all they have to ask is where I think you need to improve, and the covenant shouldn't keep me from saying. And 2, a covenant doesn't stop 2 people under the same one from talking about it together. Hearing that, Jake's face went blank as he remembered the reason they had invited Thera and Ben instead of bringing their teachers with them, and he rushed to change the subject. Tower trials can take days to finish, Amy sighed. I wouldn't be surprised. Well, your favorite craftsman packed food and sleeping gear, so we'll be fine, Ben said happily as something about what Jake said stuck with him. Who knows when we'll run into the next trap, a maze. What am I missing? Ben wondered. What's picking at me? Ah, I got plenty of gear in my own magic inventory too, Jake told them, not bound to using a tool like Ben was. Fully stocked up, so I'd be happy to share our supplies if someone's cooking. Yeah, I'll do it when we need to. For now, let's just figure out which way is next. He could already see the path was going to split ahead, and he noted it in the mental map he was making, when all at once he felt things click. Which way is next? Who knows when we'll run into the next trap? A maze. Jake, I know you're trying to save mana after that first stretch, but do me a favor and open a portal to that next area. If we do, I think we'll see that the right path angles left, and the left path splits in three, with one continuing on forward. They looked at him funny, not sure what would make him guess that. They hadn't seen a single path that split in three yet. There was no reason to think things would change, but Jake saw the confidence in Ben's eyes and did as he asked, opening the gate for them to step through, with each of them first checking the left path, seeing he was correct. Ben, how did you figure that out? Thera asked him, not having the slightest clue what had pointed to that, as he did his best to suppress a grin. Wait, one more time to be sure. Jake, if you open away to the left again, this time right and left paths will both split, and the right path should have some trap down it, but I don't know what, so maybe leave the portal open so we can run. This time none of them were distrusting. Instead, everyone mentally readied themselves for something to happen, gripping their staves and weapons tight to prepare for anything as Jake opened a portal for them to go through. Again, they could see he had been right about the way the paths split. All they still needed to know was if he was right about the presence of a trap too. Each of them tense with caution, they moved forward, Jake keeping the portal open despite the mana cost as Ben pointed ahead towards the wall. That should be where the trap activates. I'm just not sure how close we need to be to set it off. Some of the ones had activated from afar, while others had needed them right in the middle of it. There didn't seem to be any way to determine that ahead of time, but as they kept going they watched the area Ben pointed collapse into sand and start hovering in the air. But before any of them could see just what was going to happen, they all jumped through Jake's portal to the last safe area and closed it tight behind them. All of them were looking at Ben, waiting for an answer as he was busy grinning like an idiot, muttering under his breath for the gods who were sure to be watching. Nair, if that hint was your idea, then I love you. What hint? Thera asked, all but shaking him to get an answer. How did you know any of that? What have we seen that could be a hint in all of these gray walls and random traps? Everyone else was eager to find out too as Ben gave the reveal, feeling exceptionally proud of himself for figuring out what had been picking at him as they made their way through the corridors. As he'd been mapping it out in his mind the best he could, he had slowly been picking up on a connection to an already finished map of the section. Calling it a hint actually doesn't do it justice. For this floor, it's more of an answer key. The front door of the trial is a map. What he'd thought had been just a random design at first, and a particularly poor one at that, had actually been showing everyone who passed it the layout of the first floor of the trial. Each line represented either a pathway or a wall, with the dots along the pathway marking out the trap locations, even if that didn't tell him what they actually were before they had to deal with them. He couldn't help but be proud as he explained that to everyone. Not only had he figured it out, but it also meant that he knew the way through. There were technically multiple paths. He just could plan the way that would have the least traps to deal with as they got to the exit. As he told them, though, what he was met with was looks of disbelief. I'm sorry, I saw the door. Are you saying you remember every little design on it? Amy asked in shock. It wasn't small by any means, and the design had been rather dense. She couldn't imagine having memorized it for no reason. What can I say? I have a high intelligence attribute, and when you have as many minds as I do kicking around, it's easy enough to remember the finer details. And how many is that? Yuzu wanted to know. They remembered from their meeting in all faith that he had around 10, but even with that many, casually remembering a complex pattern like that seemed like a lot. A very cool, very unpleasant 30. Personally, I wouldn't recommend that many. The headaches are intense, but they do have their uses too. He ignored the looks of surprise and horror, instead taking a seat without much worry. He was confident that the floor they were currently on had just gotten significantly easier. All it came down to was planning. So here's what I'm thinking. We wait for Jake's mana to top up, and then we teleport our way through things. I'm confident we can avoid traps as long as he can use his spells fast enough, and we'll take breaks where we can to recharge. Sound good? He wasn't expecting any argument and got none, all of them happy to take his suggestion, as they took the time to relax just a little in the relative safety of the area they were in before moving once more. From there, progress was swift as Ben guided them. Any trap that could be avoided was, even if that did mean some roundabout pathing, while the ones they had no choice to go through were warned of far in advance, Ben telling Jake exactly where he would need to open portals to let them slip past danger in quick succession, all of them on guard for those split seconds between safe areas, as they all moved as fast as they could until finally they got to the first exit, a door before all of their eyes as Amy stepped forward and pushed. Each of them walking through to the rest area between trials. It was Jake who broke the celebratory mood first, dragging Ben to the next door. Come on, smartapants, tell me you see something helpful here too, he said as if Ben had any other choice than to let him down. Unless those symbols are a hint too, I don't think there's anything to take away from this one man. The door to the next section lacked the pattern of the one on the entrance, the only thing in common being the 11 symbols on its front, with the mountain representing earth magic being the largest at the center. All it told him was that they were in the Earth Tower, but as he watched his friend deflate, he patted his back, giving him the bit of good news he had. Even just getting the clue for the first floor is plenty, and it's honestly good news for you guys, I'd say, he told them as Jake and the others perked up. Each tower had a different design on each door, right? If this one was a clue, then I'd bet money the others are too. Amy looked like she realized something but kept silent, likely having no choice if she'd made a connection between the door of the Life Tower and its first floor like Ben suspected she did, while Jake seemed a mixture of sad and determined. Okay, I'll do it, he groaned. When we deal with whatever trial we're diving into next, I'll spend however many days I need to trying to memorize a stupid door. It sounded terrible and daunting to him, the sort of exercise he'd want to avoid at all costs if it didn't mean he'd be improving his chances of avoiding an untimely death, but Ben could only try and fail to keep from looking at him like he was an idiot. Or just get an artist to draw what the doors look like for you and bring them in when you go. My guy, you really are a smartapants, Jake said happily. There's no way you were this bright in high school. What happened? Okay, first of all, rude. Second, like I told you, I grew a bunch of extra minds and most jobs I've taken have given bonuses to my intelligence. It helps a lot. I'll bet, come on and give me a taste, Jake told him, sticking out a hand to Ben. When they'd spent time together in all faith, he'd insisted on seeing what Ben's connect was like, as well as the structure of his mind at the time, and after seeming to have a bad time of it then, Ben had no idea why he'd want another attempt. I really can't recommend that, Thera said before anything happened. There's no way that's going to feel pleasant. Oh, I know this is going to suck, Jake agreed. But it's not often you get to experience a mind like that, right? So come on, we're in a safe area, it's fine. Ben did his best to ignore the comments about how unpleasant it would be to interact with his mind, instead grabbing the man's hand. Just don't vomit, okay? If I don't hide, a bunch, people always look like they're going to barf, and I have feelings too, you know. But also this will be my first time letting someone experience my very, very cramped head since my mind's split, so maybe we should also get our two lovely healers at the ready just to be safe. Hearing that, both Thera and Yuzu stepped forward, ready to cast whatever they had to as Ben opened the connection. Realistically, he wasn't actually that worried. While he knew connecting to a bug had been enough to kill it since the 0th level of his skill, and connecting to a god or great spirit were supposedly enough to kill him in return, this was a connection between humans. Admittedly, it wasn't going to be pleasant for the other man, but it wouldn't be life-threatening, so without further ado, he activated his skill while watching Jake's face. It took a respectable 1 second for him to pull away, pressing his hands into his eyes as he went to lie down, both Thera and Yuzu working on healing him immediately as Jake complained. Holy crap, man, this hurts so much. Why does this hurt so much? Why do you hurt so much? I feel like I just felt 30 headaches at once. Yeah, I'd say you get used to it, but you really don't, Ben told him. Probably for the best you didn't get to check this last time I leveled one of my more problematic mind skills. You think having a headache with 30 minds is rough? Try a full-blown migraine. He continued to lie down and moan as Yuzu treated him, Thera having left it to her since as a soul mage she was going to be far more competent at it than she would as an awakened mage, while Amy looked to Ben with mild worry. Is any of that actually okay? Like, human brains aren't supposed to do that, or any brains for that matter. It's probably fine, he said with a shrug. I'm told it's just a few more months before my soul is able to take enough of the burden from my mind before my headache disappears, and once that happens, there shouldn't be any real problem with my mind skills as long as I don't level them again. As he brought up his soul, though, he couldn't help but whip to face Yuzu, his eyes glowing with hope and expectations. Of course, if a lovely soul mage happened to be around to help little old me, I wouldn't say no, he said innocently, trying to seem nice and pitiably as she just sadly shook her head. If I had any idea how to help with that, I would have the moment I saw you, she told him with a voice filled with apology and regret. Honestly, there's only a few people I think I could recognize from their soul alone, and you're one for all the worst reasons. Once Jake had recovered from the brief exposure to Ben's mind, Ben cooked a meal for everyone before they all decided to rest. Just because they'd gotten through the first section safely enough didn't mean they'd have the same luck with the next, so they needed to sleep while they could. At least, Ben tried to. As the others were having far more success, he was gripped in his usual nightmares without the option to go to his god's realm to rest. They may have gotten lucky on that first floor, but it wasn't like Ben hadn't gotten lucky in the last trial at all either. It wasn't enough to keep his unconscious minds from dwelling on the hell he'd gone through, forcing visions of earth and fire and death upon him as he thrashed about, waking up after far too short a time to his pounding heart, along with someone holding him close and whispering in his ear. It's okay, you're okay, I'm here, Thera kept telling him over and over as Ben grabbed onto her, holding her tight until he felt himself calm down. "Sorry," he muttered, his face buried in her chest as she gently rubbed his head. "You don't need to be sorry," she whispered back, hesitating for a moment before continuing. "I didn't realize it was this bad." The only time he'd truly slept around her since leaving the trial had been when they'd gone on their way to deliver the statue to the Church of Eneth. Each other time he'd been letting his body rest, just never his mind. When he'd mentioned continuing nightmares, she'd known it was bad, but she hadn't had to see him go through it. "Ah well, you know how it is. Usually I can just zip up to Myriad to keep my subconscious from giving me hell. Here, not so much. I'll be fine." She didn't bother suggesting he could leave. She knew he wouldn't agree, so instead they just laid there together as hours passed until the rest of their companions finally got up. "All right, everyone, the ride goes on," Jake yelled out as he stood at the door to the next section. "If you want to get off, now's the time. If not, make your peace with your fate and let's go." It was far from inspiring, but they'd all rested long enough. Ben could feel Thera's eyes on him, watching with worry, but he ignored the concern. Even if he wanted to be anywhere else, he wasn't going to let her walk into a death trap like that alone, so pushing aside any hesitation, he stepped through the door to the second floor of the Earth Tower. The first thing he noticed as he got in was that nobody was in front of him, making a bit of panic shoot through his as his eyes darted to the tracking band on his arm, making him look to his left and right to see he'd been too hasty in his worry they'd been separated, even if they had a different problem to deal with. Jake, Amy, and Thera were all to his left, with Yuzu on his right. All of them were close by and easy to see, but they were each separated from each other, a translucent barrier dividing them all, giving them each a few meters to roam around in, but otherwise sealed away from the others as they all looked onto where they were, the center of a coliseum. As worried as he was, having no idea what they were about to be forced into, Ben couldn't help but admire the structure. It immediately brought to mind visions of what the one in Rome must have looked like in its heyday, the massive arena around them made to pull in an audience of thousands, if not for the fact that it was entirely empty. Better than the seats being filled, I guess. If I came in here and every seat was taken, I'd be thinking that we'd need to fight through all of them in the worst battle royal in history. Having said that, it still looks like it's going to be a fighting one from how things are set up, so how is it going to work? What he was certain was going to be the exit out was on the opposite side of them, but it looked sealed shut, a thick stone bar across it that he doubted they'd just be allowed to move to get rid of, and he had no choice but to try and understand what the point was of the setup. Is this an escape thing? We're basically being trapped by barrier magic, but that doesn't really feel like something you'd have to deal with in the Earth Tower. Unless, of course, we're supposed to use Earth magic somehow to get out, in which case I get to be a lovely damsel in distress as I wait for the others to save me. Speaking of. He looked to the side where most of them stood trapped, able to see Jake, Amy, and Thera all reacting to the situation in different ways. Jake looked like he was saying something, but the lack of noise would indicate the barrier was soundproofed, while Amy and Thera both looked like they were trying to get out, Amy trying to break through the barrier with her weapons, while Thera used the stone Ben gave her earlier to try and force her way through, neither having any luck. So if part of the goal is escaping on our own, I guess we're screwed. Cool. He cast a look to his other side, finding Yuzu sitting contently, waiting to see what would happen as he decided to do the same, just as the first sign of whatever the floor had in store for them all began. From the ground emerged 3 golems, similar to the last section but smaller, at least relatively. He'd say the ones before them all stood at double his height, each in the standard hominid form looking like hard granite that was ready to pounce, while at the same time only one of the enclosures opened, letting Jake step out. He looked hesitant, casting his eyes at the rest of them as he went forward for whatever was to come as he faced it alone, with a voice ringing from the sky for all to hear. "Fighters, show your valor." That signal was apparently what the 3 golems needed, each of them moving far faster than Ben would have expected from them as Jake stood, briefly caught off guard before he started to run. With the attributes he'd gained by coming to the world, he was able to move at a shocking pace when he wanted to, enough that he was able to get away from the 3 golems, at least briefly. As the 3 watched Jake run, it looked like a decision had been made amongst them and they split up, covering more ground to try and get him cornered as they bared down on him, with Jake holding up his staff to face the closest, firing a spell as he did. Even restricting himself to only his non-affinitied mana, he was far from weak as he put his power to use, using his magic to pick up one as it threw a punch, throwing it in return to the next making its way to him, bringing both to the ground and out of his thoughts before redirecting himself to the final one standing, using his power in the same way Ben used his destruction, disintegrating the entire thing as a pile of sand, and dust took its place. Thinking he was done, he turned back to the rest of them, giving them a confident thumbs up before his look turned to confusion as he watched them all screaming at him, only a second before he was tossed through the air. "Oh shit, don't be dead, don't be dead, don't be dead." Ben prayed, quickly seeing that the worst hadn't come to pass as Jake got up on shaking legs, flooding his body with whatever healing spells he could as he saw what hit him. The three golems he was facing, he'd only actually destroyed one, and while he was distracted by what he'd thought was his victory, the others got back up, catching him while he was unaware and about to go in for the kill as Jake did his best to throw himself out of the way from the next strike, holding out his staff as a different spell was fired off. His aim not quite right, but the size of the golem making up for that as the attack turned half of it to sand. It collapsed to the ground, not finished like the first one had been, clearly able to drag itself around on the single arm and leg it had remaining, but no longer a priority as Jake's focus switched to the final fully intact enemy, throwing its stone fist directly at his face in the same instant that Jake displayed just how versatile non-affinity magic could be, the mana held in his soul exploding forth in the form of the same sort of barrier that trapped the rest of them. Blocking the attack long enough that he had a different one at the ready the second it came down, the golem disintegrating before all of their eyes. Far more humbly than when he'd thought he'd won only minutes prior, Jake destroyed the last golem as it crawled around on its two remaining limbs, standing guard to wait for anything else as the sounds of cheering came up from the empty stand, a voice calling out his victory. With victory comes well-earned pride. Would the competitor return to their area to await the next match? The destroyed golems disappeared into the ground as Jake looked about, the area he'd been kept before still open as he picked up on what was expected of him, going back in to be sealed away to watch as the next fight would begin. Okay, this seems annoying but doable, Ben thought to himself after observing all of that. If we each need to be proving we can fight against three golems like that, then I can definitely handle it with the tools I have on hand. It might suck a little, but I can definitely manage. As if to eliminate that bit of confidence Ben had for what was to come, he and the others watched as new golems rose up from the ground, not 3 like last time, but 6. Okay, this might actually get kind of bad. His worries for whatever the future held were put on hold though as Amy stepped forward, her turn next as the same announcement for Jake went up for all to hear. Fighters, show your valor. Unlike Jake, Amy knew what she was getting into and rushed into the thick of things. The weapon Ben had made her held in her hands taking the form of a spear drenched in her mana, the effects of her augmentation skill clear even without Ben's mana sense as it looked flooded with a bright energy. With what happened next, Ben couldn't tell if she'd been incredibly lucky or had planned it, but as she jumped out of the way of the two golems throwing their fists at her from either side, moving at the very last second, both golems instead collided, one arm cracking from the force of the blow as the other shattered while Amy ignored them, instead continuing on her attack from where she jumped to, her weapon shifting to an axe as she expertly controlled it, leaving a deep gash through the next one. That, while not cutting all the way through, left the bit holding the two halves unable to bear the weight of its own stone body for long, with a loud snap as it broke off shortly after. In all of that, she hadn't actually eliminated one yet. If what Jake's fight had shown was any indication, they had to be left unable to continue, but splitting them wasn't enough if their limbs could still be moved. Still, it hampered them to the point that they were basically harmless, with only 2 of them free from damage, while Amy seemed to decide to change her attack. Still using the axe, she threw herself away from the one she just split towards another as it tried to punch and dodge, neither connecting as she cut off a leg, bringing it to the ground, unable to stand. With that there were 3, 2 with damaged arms and 1 in mint condition, as they all seemed to realize that she'd keep picking them off one at a time if they didn't work together, and with that came a change in the fight. Moving as one they rushed at her, the first launching itself from the ground in sacrifice, attempting to crush her, but understanding it was more likely to be destroyed as the other 2 rushed in, preparing to go for the kill as she was dealing with the first, but they were all locked into their choices as she did something different. It was the one with the shattered arm who threw itself at her, and rather than attacking it, she dodged to the left where the only remaining whole one was preparing to go in with the kill as she switched back to a sword, letting the weapon glide through both the stone fist and torso coming at her as the 2 halves fell on the one that lunged, weighing it down long enough that she could focus her all on the last one standing, switching back to an axe to take off its limbs, leaving every golem in pieces. From there she didn't know what she needed to do to have the fight called to an end, so she did the only thing she could think of, using her weapon to take the limbs off each golem that was still wiggling across the ground, getting rid of any potential to move as it seemed to do the trick, the announcer calling out her victory and letting her go back to rest. So then what's next? Ben couldn't help but wonder. Jake had dealt with 3 golems and Amy 6, meaning he couldn't count on things being consistent for each of them, and he got what felt like the worst answer as the next ones came up. 9 of them, and more interesting was the fact that 2 didn't seem to match the rest. Instead of the hard, granite appearance that the others had, 2 of the new ones seemed like they were made of mud, having a wet look to them as Ben processed what he was seeing. Okay, new types could be bad, but the fact it went up by another 3 is worse. If we all need to fight, then is the last person going to have to take on 15? More importantly, is the order going to keep going like this? He got his answer as the barrier beside him opened, letting Thera step out. With the first being Jake, the second being Amy, and the third her, that left Ben confident he would be fourth, with Yuzu taking the last fight. It wasn't ideal. Of them all, he was confident in saying that Thera was going to be the most suited to handle whatever was to come, but at the very least he wasn't going to be last. Yuzu handled the golems in the first section fine, so I guess that will be quick, but am I really going to have to fight 12 of these things? And if Thera got a new type, then I'll probably be getting them too. Why is my life already flashing before my eyes? He tried to ignore his worry as the announcement for the beginning of the fight went up, Ben focusing the best he could to see whatever Thera was going to have to deal with, as the fight almost ended as soon as it began. She held out her staff as the announcement was called, and before any golem could take their first step, 7 of them were destroyed. The stone they were made of crushed into a single large sphere as he cheered from where he was being held. There was nothing shocking about it. He knew for this section at least she would be fine, but he couldn't help but worry about the 2 remaining, wondering if for some reason she hadn't been able to use her magic on them. It was a worry that quickly vanished. Briefly, she looked back at him, making sure he was watching what would come next. She had figured out as easily as he had that he would be fighting next, and likely a larger group than she was given, with the fact that she was fighting new golems meaning he was sure to as well, and considering that he was far less equipped to deal with such a thing. She wanted him to know ahead of time what they were capable of as she focused on them and whatever they might do. Ben's belief that these golems had been made of mud was verified a second later, the trial showing once again that it was willing to mix affinities so long as it kept Earth as its base when the golems both acted in 2 different ways. The first of them fired bullets of mud forward, Thera easily deflecting them with her magic, while the second fired itself, the totality of the golem blasting towards her in a powerful stream of water and dirt, only to be tossed backwards in the same instant. Neither of the golems had been damaged from Thera holding them back though. She just waited to see what they would do next. From there, attack after attack was thrown, all of them watching as Thera handled them with ease, her overwhelming mana and high level of skill, meaning that the floor they were on wasn't even remotely a challenge for her. Her only concern being to let Ben see what everything he'd have to go against was capable of, only stopping when she was sure they had nothing left to give. Not only had she witnessed anything they could do, but they had shrunk too, with every ball of mud fired being pulled from the golem itself, costing it some size with each attack that didn't use its full body. Seeing there was nothing left to learn, she cast her magic on the dirt that made them, moving both mud golems so fast they separated from their water, leaving 2 puddles and piles of dirt on the ground that were both absorbed into the earth as the winning announcement was called out. With victory comes well-earned pride. Would the competitor return to their area to await the next match? Instead of going back though, she yelled back, "Let me take the next match." She tried to show all she could of what Ben might have to face, but she would rather he not have to face anything at all and waited to see if she would get any response, nothing happening at all until the voice called out again. Would the competitor return to their area to await the next match? Hearing that, she deflated. She had felt hopeful that she'd be able to keep going instead, but the continued call with no change to the stage made it clear that they were going to be stuck there unless she went back to wait, meaning Ben would have no choice but to go. She looked at him in worry, but he tried to give her one of confidence. Admittedly, he wasn't actually feeling it, but he was sure he'd be able to put some of the items and weapons he had to use for his turn, before watching as Thera was sealed back away and gritting his teeth at what had come next. He'd been right on the 12 golems, but there was another change that was plain to see. Thera had helped him immensely by showing off all he might have to deal with going against the mud golems, and like her, he'd been given 2 to fight as well. He'd been expecting more, but what he hadn't been counting on was that instead of having additional mud golems, he'd been given a new type, lava golems. "Nair, should I take these guys to be your self-inserts here?" Ben muttered. They admittedly only kind of resembled the god. Both looked like they were made of lava, but the golems were more barrel-chested like the rest and taller too, and also going to try and kill me, which thankfully Nair hasn't yet. Okay, don't panic. I've got all the weapons on my vest. I think I can handle this without diving into my bag. Maybe. We'll see. God, I really don't want to do this. Visions of his death flashed through his mind, but he did his best to ignore them as he stepped out into the coliseum and hardened his heart. This was nothing compared to any single stage he'd faced in the dead god's trial. He could do it, he just needed to act. He pulled some items hanging from his vest pockets. At the same time, he activated the enchantments on his shoes, bringing the barrier up around him as the announcement of the fight rang out. "Fighters, show your valor." At those words, Ben moved, activating his items and throwing them from the safety of his barrier as he and the others with him watched what they would do. while the small items each hit and stuck to one of the regular golems that were rushing towards him, only for both to collapse in on themselves seconds later, as sounds of stone being crushed rang out amongst the stands. No one watching understood what happened, but Ben as he let himself quietly cheer on the success of his version 1 space bombs. The designs had been simple, though admittedly expensive. The enchantments were made the same way as his sticky pads, using a barrier spell to lock onto the target, but in addition to that he had a space enchantment tied to it as well, enhanced with all sorts of other enchantments, and made to replicate one of the most dangerous effects he'd experienced in the Dead God's trial, spatial collapse. It was an effect that had almost mangled his arm when he'd experienced it firsthand, an effect that shrunk the space of an area itself, making all of the matter in it move to compensate, leaving it all trying to occupy the same space with predictably disastrous consequences. Seeing how well it had worked gave him confidence as he pulled 2 more from his vest as the rest of the golems rushed forward, only momentarily stopped by the surprise attack. Ben's minds worked in a flurry figuring out which to strike at next. With the choice he went for being both of the lava golems rapidly approaching. While fire wouldn't make its way past the barrier he had set up, heat would, and he didn't want to find out what would happen if his barrier ended up covered in the stuff, let alone what else those unknown threats might pull. The first of his throws successfully hit, the liquid stone reacting to trying to be forced together by ripping itself apart, the molten rock splashing on the surrounding golems and eating into them as well, but the second missed as his throw was avoided, making Ben move fast with another. This time as a test he threw 2 more, trying to make it look like they'd miss as expertly as he could as both hit the ground one after another, each right in front of 2 golems that didn't react to them, thinking they were safe before being caught in the collapsing effect, the enchantment's radius being big enough to take in the feet of the 2 his throws had landed by, bringing both to the ground. 5 down, 7 to go, he thought to himself as he looked at all that was left. He'd managed to remove the unknown variable that was the lava golems, leaving only 5 stone and 2 mud to deal with, all of them acting far more cautiously. The 2 mud golems moved back, taking advantage of their properties to shoot at him from a distance as his barrier took the blows, not buckling under the force of the attack as he tried to decide what to do next. He had plenty of space bombs left, and he hadn't even touched some of his other options, but with the golems taking a more cautious stance his options were limited, leaving him no choice but to reach into his pocket, pulling out his revolver. He'd considered bringing the shotgun he'd made when dealing with Ather, but ended up leaving it behind, wanting the convenience that the smaller one he'd made first would give considering he hadn't actually known what they might end up dealing with. Whether that had been the right call or not was something he didn't know for sure, but as things stood all he could do was hold it out and take aim as he ran his mana through it, taking his first shot. His accuracy had always been weak, but with the size of his targets that didn't matter as much. He was already seeing his barrier could stand up to whatever the mud golems threw his way, so instead he focused on the stone ones who seemed to be waiting, trying to understand what to do next, so that was what he fired at first, not getting it where he wanted to, but still hitting its torso as the very next instant the golem exploded, the stone in it shattering as the effect of the magic bullets Ben had made showed their strength. Both his bombs and bullets had challenges in their creation. As for the bombs, they needed specific activation conditions placed on them, since the moment the space spell went off the item holding those powerful enchantments would be destroyed too, breaking the white mana crystal they were placed on, but the bullets had been a whole other issue. With his current skill there had been no problem adding an enchantment to something that small. The problem he'd had to face was ensuring that the bullets wouldn't be damaged when they were fired, giving the potential to break the delicate enchantment on each one. The solution to that had been orichalcum, the magic metal that proved to be all but unworkable unless mana was used in its processing. He'd had to carefully hand-make each one with his material magic, shaping the casing of it while coating it in enchantments, creating an internal filling that was thin layers of morabisial and rainbow mana crystal to power it, and a complex composite material that would sit between the bullet and firing mechanism, not letting the enchantment that acted to shoot it have the chance to act on the orichalcum. Also, he could deliver an effect that was a combination of both earth magic and his own destruction, each heavily enhanced by all he could get from his blending system. He was firing his next bullet before he even processed that the first shot worked, moving from one golem to the next as fast as he could before he could act, only really missing once as the last 5 stone golems went down and his gun was empty, leaving him with only the remaining mud ones, still firing off attacks from a distance, both of them much smaller than they'd started as mud piled up around his barrier. From there, his minds were a flurry of activity, his headache spiking as everyone in his head tried to figure out what to do about the last 2 as fast as possible. He could reload and take them out, but he didn't want to take his eyes off them for a moment. His barrier was holding so far, but there was always the potential that a large enough attack could change that, and he'd already seen in Amy's fight that the golems were willing to self-sacrifice if it would give a different one better odds, and from where he stood, he didn't think he'd be able to hit either of them with his remaining space bombs. At the end of things, he wasn't a warrior. He couldn't count on himself to make the right choice in a split second. All he could do was hope it wasn't the wrong one as he rushed forward toward them, reaching his hand into his pocket to reload just 2 shots as most of his minds were observing the foes before him, both using the rest of their mass to shoot themselves at him as he let himself fall back to the ground, rolling over and holding his gun out. Trying to take aim as time around him felt like it slowed to a crawl while he watched both golems change directions in midair, coming back at him as he fired his shots and ended things. With victory comes well-earned pride. Would the competitor return to their area to await the next match? As the announcement went up, he just kept laying there, feeling his heart pound against his chest in the moment. He'd done it. He'd survived the stage through his own efforts and hadn't even gotten injured in the process. And even if there were points he wasn't sure of himself, there hadn't been a single one he wouldn't have been able to come out of in some way, even if he could have ended up hurt along the way. As the announcement went up again, he finally got to his feet, looking around to see that not only had the golems disappeared, but the shattered remains of his weapons too, as he mumbled for the gods to hear. Even if they were broken, all of the materials were still good and they weren't cheap. I want those back. No matter how much money he had to his name, he wasn't going to just throw out anything worth its weight in gold, but since there was nothing he could do about that in the moment, he walked back to his area, enjoying the looks of his companions. Even though he couldn't hear it, Ben could see Jake cheering, while Amy mostly seemed surprised. Thera looked almost ready to collapse with relief, while Yuzu gave him a smile, even if it seemed tinted with an edge of worry. He just smiled back at all of them, looking exactly as happy as he felt as he stepped back into his area, the barrier making it up closing around him, while the next set of golems showed up to rear their heads as Yuzu's turn was finally about to begin. Bucking the prior trend of adding 3 more each time, this time there was only 2, adding an extra mud and lava golem compared to what he'd fought against, as he had to wonder if the gods were cutting them a break, or maybe had gotten the trial to spare the resource anyway since the result was clear. With how fast she'd handled them in the first section, the outcome seemed obvious, even if she did look nervous as she went out. Her staff was almost shaking in her hands as the match was called to begin, but as Ben waited for it to end with those words, nothing changed. None of the golems collapsed to the ground, instead firing off their attacks or starting to run forward as Yuzu ran, avoiding the mud and lava coming at her at high speeds while she showed off the attributes of a third-tier skill holder, rushing and weaving around all of them without rest. Is she just playing with them? He couldn't help but wonder as he watched. Or she's maybe treating this like practice, a chance to put her attributes to the test against a powerful enemy. I guess if you have the leeway, this could actually be a decent opportunity for things like that. Really need to make sure I keep raising my own stats too. Absolutely want the option of running circles around anything trying to kill me in the future. Whatever it was, she was definitely getting a workout. Ducking and weaving, jumping and dodging, all to go against the horde before her as well as she could, right until her first slip-up. It was comparatively small, but having dealt with plenty of burns himself, he didn't doubt it would hurt. He watched as a ball of lava skimmed across her arm, an inch of flesh and muscle disappearing with it as she screamed, putting her hand over the wound as she rapidly healed it while she kept pushing herself, trying to get all of the speed she could. Okay, that's probably a sign to finish things, Yuzu, he muttered, casting a quick look to Jake and Amy to see how they were reacting, only for it to finally click for him that something was very, very wrong. Jake was screaming, pounding the barrier with each of his strikes being loaded with spells, all ending impotently against the might of the trial, while Amy was slashing at it with her weapons, the force in her blows that had so easily sliced through the stone of the golems she'd fought being useless, but not keeping her from hitting harder and harder till her hands bled. Thera was trying to force it open the only way she could, the scales of her armor being ripped off and condensed into a ball to smash against the barrier as well, all with no luck as things snapped into place for Ben. He'd just been assuming that Yuzu would be able to handle this as easily as she had the first time because he'd assumed that, like the first time, what she was facing were proper golems. Magical constructs given a false life through the combination of earth and life magic. But if he was wrong if they weren't golems but puppets being controlled by earth magic alone, then that would mean there was nothing she could strip from them. Despite all of her strength, without having a different magic herself, she was basically powerless. Shit, if she really had nothing then she was going to die. The very thought brought all of his nightmares to the front of his mind as he dug through his bag to do everything he could, as desperate as everyone to fight against her inevitable fate. He slapped on 2 bracelets, both made to give him the best buffs he could despite how little that would be with his resistances, before slamming, a potion made to enhance his mana recovery rate even more as he smashed his hands against the barrier trapping him, pouring almost every drop he had into his destruction, only to feel it not work. Come on, I can do this. He told himself as he opened a different potion, feeling his mana rise all the faster as he again put everything he had into applying his magic to the wall before him. This is just a construct of mana, I know I can break these, come on. Still it held as Ben gulped down another potion, while before his eyes Yuzu got another injury, the attack of the mud golem getting her other arm, knocking her staff from it as the bone broke. This is just a stupid trial. Aren't I the trial defier? Aren't I the trial breaker, so just break already. Still his effort failed him as Ben slammed another potion, failing again and again like the others as they were forced to watch Yuzu get battered more and more, injuries piling up as fast as she could heal as it took as much of a mental toll as a physical one. It felt like his teeth were going to shatter from how hard he was clenching his jaw. She was being cornered and they all knew it, and in his last bit of desperation, every mind in his head focused on directing his destruction as perfectly as possible to a single point as he forced every bit of mana he'd recovered out of his body. Come on, he yelled, everything he had going into it. I'm the king of sacrilege. I'm not going to let something some stupid god made get the better of me, so just break already. He felt his headache worsen as he nearly bottomed out of his mana again, while at the same time he fell forward, the barrier in front of him shattered under his hands and evaporating into unstructured mana as he kicked off the ground into the trial with all he had. He didn't have time to pick up his bag, nor the leeway to reload his gun as he ran with everything he had, pushing beyond his limits to get to Yuzu, the girl firmly cornered by the false golems surrounding her before it was too late. From the potions he'd already downed, and the bands on his arms he could already feel his mana regenerating as he forced his legs to move faster with each step, pushing past his limits, while reaching to his vest for the only things he could grab as he took advantage of the single benefit he had. The section wasn't meant to be challenged by two people at once. With none of them looking at him, he threw more of his space bombs, aiming to take out what he still viewed as the greatest threat, the lava golems as each one hit, the adrenaline flowing through him as his minds reached a level of absolute clarity, seeing his goal and bring his aim to a laser focus as he ran past, feeling drops of the molten lava explode outwards and burn into the only exposed skin he had while he ignored the fire and pain it brought to his face. He threw two more from there, getting two of the stone golems by the time he'd entered the crowd and risked throwing one more to get the last of the lava ones, immediately feeling the effect as space collapsed too close to him, the edge of his arm being caught by the effect, it being pulled one way as he insisted on continuing another, the act ripping the limb from its socket as he didn't bother to suppress a scream, letting it hang limp from his side as he kept going forwards. It all happened fast, but the other golems started to pick up on the fact that something was wrong by the time Yuzu noticed him, her eyes locking on Ben in shock as he slipped past the closest stone golem, slapping its leg with his good hand and pouring every bit of his destruction into it with the little mana he had, separating it from the limb as it crashed to the ground while Ben kept pushing forward. Finally standing before the soul mage and turning to face the remaining 8 golems as he activated the barriers in his shoes while he took stock of the situation. Even if he had made it, their position was terrible. They were backed against a wall, and even if he was blocking Yuzu the best he couldn't bring her into the enchantment with him, meaning if anything got around him she was screwed again. Worse, he was running low on his collapsing space bombs. Still, better to put them to use now, right? He thought to himself, a manic smile stretched across his face despite the severity of the situation as he reached down and grabbed them, throwing them out one by one as he felt the effect of each enchantment drag him forward, his barrier being too close to the golems to go unaffected by the blasts, but not to the point of dragging his body in like his arm had while he watched 1 mud and 2 stone ones get destroyed, leaving him with no more bombs or any sort on hand. Okay, so my vest is now empty and my bag is basically a distant memory with how far off it is. Great. Definitely should have squeezed a few more pockets onto this. With that particular weapon used up, he needed more options, and just as importantly, he needed 2 functional arms. During the same time he fumbled about, trying to force it back into place, 2 golems came forward and struck, their fists smashing into the barrier that didn't give. Looks like I've got time then. Love it when something actually works in my favor, Ben smiled, only briefly getting to enjoy that moment of confidence before he got to suffer through the pain of forcing a bone back into place. Still, he had a lot of experience ignoring pain by then, as well as what felt like very good news. If his barrier would hold against their fists then, he could reload his gun and he reached into his pocket to do just that, only for his heart to freeze in his chest. Not there. No matter how he fumbled around, he couldn't feel it or the bullets that should have been there. the only option being that it had fallen out in his desperate sprint, leaving him limited choices as the golems in front of him kept pounding on his barrier. It was only a matter of time before something got around him to Yuzu. And I don't even have my bag to help. Oh joy, he thought dryly. In that case, what option can I pull? What do I have in my skills, my person, or... His thoughts drifted off as his teeth clenched, a single option springing to his memories as he considered one more thing he had available to him. His company. Hey Yuzu, on 3 I'm going to bring the barrier down, and in that instant, I need you to give me the most powerful, body-destroying buffs you can. I'll also need you to keep healing whatever damage it's doing to me so I can fight longer. His time with Greed had cemented his memories of what it meant for too much power to flow through a person, but desperate times called for desperate measures. All he could do was hope that whatever a soul mage could pull off wouldn't kill him on the spot. Wait, don't, that's crazy. She yelled at him, having only a partial understanding of what he'd go through if she did that, with it still being enough to make it a horrible idea. Yule. One Ben yelled out as another strike hit his barrier, not intending to put up with any argument given their situation. I'm basically going to be killing you doing this, she yelled, trying to get him to change his mind. 2. Another blow struck. Ben didn't know what buffs Yuzu would actually be able to give him. Greed had been able to do everything, but the crab had blessing magic. Yuzu's was built on the properties of life and death, meaning it should only have been able to buff his body, but the fact that she'd gotten to the point that it would act on souls as well meant that in theory she should have been able to do something for his mana on top of that. Not that it mattered. As long as she could keep up with all the necessary healing, he would make do. Ben, 3. He shouted, bringing the barrier down as Yuzu screamed, her mana flooding him in milliseconds with the level of control only a third-tier skill holder could manage, even if it was still too much. The incredible boost to his power quadrupling his heart rate, only for it to come to a sudden stop a second later. He felt all of it, the power flowing into him, making time drop to a standstill as he watched another blow come from the closest golem, Ben shifting to avoid the attack at the same time Yuzu restarted his heart, before he slammed his hand into the limb, unloading every bit of mana he had to use for his destruction, getting a bigger effect than he could have dreamed. Before whatever Yuzu had done, he'd been able to separate a limb at the cost of most of his mana, but now the entire golem turned to sand under his touch, telling him all he needed to know about whether a soul mage could buff that particular attribute. The pain was nearly unbearable as he felt his heart stop again, only to start a split second later, Yuzu healing all of the damage she'd caused before it could leave him a broken husk. He didn't know how long he could keep going like that, though, so he needed to make every second count, kicking off the ground with more power than his body had ever dealt with, only meaning to get to the next closest golem, but smashing into it instead. He couldn't tell if the bloody face print he left on, it was a result of that, or if his various orifices had already been bleeding, but he didn't stop to think about it, instead forcing his destruction through that new one before it could move to react, and going on to the next one from there. After that it was down to 3 and 2 for what was left, the 3 mud golems throwing caution to the wind as they sent an onslaught of their mud at him, each of Ben's mind paying attention to a different one, moving his body out of the way from the attack by a hair's breadth as his muscles and tendons tore under the force they were under as he got his hands on 2 of them. A small part of him noticed the blood coming out of his fingernails and pores by that point, while the mud golems collapsed into piles on the ground. But as long as he could survive whatever was to come, he knew it could be healed, so he turned to focus on the next one, rushing to the last mud golem and having it almost under his hand before he lost sight of it. It wasn't just it, though. He'd lost sight of everything, his eyes going blind and his other senses all but unusable from Yuzu's power flowing through him. He didn't know for sure if he was even touching the golem, but with no other choice he had to go off hope, using his skill for all it was worth as his vision came back under Yuzu's healing, letting him see the pile of dirt before him. 2 left. As he went to the closest, he stopped being able to breathe, the air he sucked in doing nothing for him as his body screamed for it through all of the agony of his very cells tearing themselves apart from the mana assaulting him, with him turning it to dust under his hand before turning to the final golem, taking a step towards it and collapsing to the ground. His entire fight with them all couldn't have been more than a minute long, but the effect on his body was devastating. Everything ached, everything hurt. He was sure that any part of him that blood could have leaked out of did, and he couldn't even move a finger as he laid there, the golem seeing him limp and powerless and rushing forward to trample him underfoot. So this is it, huh? Death number 2. Or maybe I should be counting it as more than that. Does every time my heart just stopped count, 'cause then I might be up to death 10ish. Myriad, I'm sure you're listening, so time to tell me about whatever secrets the system holds. You promised and everything, so no letting me go off without an answer. He wanted to fight against it, but if Yuzu was still healing him then, it didn't seem to be having any effect. All he could do was watch the golem grow closer, needing 2 more steps to end things, only for someone to pull him away as it got down to 1. With all that there was left being a single stone golem, even if Yuzu couldn't fight it, she could at least run, and her exceptional attributes made doing it while carrying his dead weight a breeze as she sprinted away, getting to the other side of the coliseum as fast as she could, all while she kept working on healing Ben. "I told you this was a terrible idea," she screamed at him while he was unable to respond. "I think you were technically dead for a bit of that. I had to actively keep your soul from leaving your body while I was fixing it. Huh, neat. Hope there aren't any crazy side effects to that." He didn't care one way or another if he'd almost died or technically died or anything along those lines. What mattered was that he wasn't dead then, and as Yuzu kept running with him, buffing herself farther than she'd normally be willing to since Ben had shown his own determination in that regard, they were able to stay away from the golem as he was healed, albeit slowly, all while Yuzu complained along the way. "I barely know how to fix some of the damage that I just did to you. You want to know how fast I can usually treat wounds, Ben? Instantly. I can help regrow limbs in seconds as long as the person missing them has the spare body fat to convert. I basically have to repair cell by cell right now. And you're doing great," he said as encouragingly as he could the moment he could talk. "I'm a real big fan of how you're keeping me from dying right now." The last sentence was accompanied by blood rising up his throat, while Yuzu yelled for him to keep quiet while she kept running, doing everything in her power to keep his body alive to heal and repair, as it all just wanted to shut down until he was finally out of danger, even if he still needed a lot more work to get to top shape again. "All right, that means we just need to take care of the last one now," he mumbled. Yuzu was going to try and tell him off there, to convince him that they could think of another option before he needed to be buffed like that again, or at the very least to wait till he had been healed more. But before she could bring up any of that, she watched as he wiggled around in her arms, facing where the others were helplessly stuck watching. "We need to grab my bag, please." Seeing he had an idea that didn't end with him destroying everything she'd just worked so hard to heal, she rushed over, bending down to scoop up his bag and letting him pull out something he hadn't yet used, his sticky pads. They were similar to the space bombs he'd used, only meant to act as traps to hold something in place instead of destroying it, but Ben had access to all of the rings on his fingers, and he was happy to modify them on the fly, a large part of him wishing he'd had his tools in hand before he'd been forced to resort to such an extreme method as he changed them to more space bombs. It would technically be a bit weaker, the item not made to deal with the space affinity the same way the others were, but it would be enough. He directed Yuzu to run at the golem the moment he was done and watched it collapse into a dense ball before their eyes, with Yuzu falling to the ground with him the moment they were sure it was destroyed. For a second they both laid there, hearts pounding as they caught every bit of breath they could, but it didn't take long for Ben to pick up on something that was very, very wrong. They destroyed every golem there, he knew they did, but no announcement went up to congratulate them like it had for the prior ones, and worse than that, he saw the dust of the destroyed pieces start to move. Right, okay, I get it. If we're following patterns, there really should have been a 15th for Yuzu too, and having another type of golem would fit how the 3rd and 4th rounds went. But come on, even the gods need to admit this is pretty damn fucked up, Ben muttered under his breath as they both stared up at what was forming before them, an outrageously giant golem held together from the sand and stone of the ones he'd already destroyed, as well as swirling vortexes of air, creating what seemed like a living sandstorm before their eyes. Yuzu felt all but defeated by what they were seeing. It was outrageous. The thought that one person would be forced to fight against it ignored any bit of fairness or decency. But before it began to move, Ben reached into the bag. He was grasping so tightly, grabbing 3 of the same item to be on the safe side before tossing them in the wind. "Version 2 space bombs, go," he called out half-heartedly as he and everyone else watched their more niche effect taking place, doing the opposite of the first version as they expanded the space they hit instead of contracting it, pulling the last challenge of that section apart, while everyone watched with an announcement ringing out seconds later. With victory comes well-earned pride. Would all competitors move on to the next section? He let himself fall back while the bar sealing the door fell away as he heaved a deep, painful breath, happy despite everything that they'd both managed to live. "Man, I'm a smith and an artist and an alchemist and a woodworker and a stoneworker and a cook and an enchanter and whatever else I can squeeze out of my crafting skill," Ben muttered to himself. "And you know what all of those things have in common? None of them are runners. There isn't a single thing that any of my main skills need that involves running. So why do I keep getting dragged into situations where I need to run and try not to die?" No answer came though as a different group of runners rushed to him and Yuzu. Their friends, finally free of the barriers trapping them, booked it to their side as Amy and Jake all but tackled Yuzu as she was healing him while Thera took over, holding him tight as she did. She didn't say anything, having no clue what she could say to that. He'd been the only one able to get out, and if he hadn't then Yuzu would have died sooner than later, but she felt the sight of him broken and bleeding seared into her mind, while he was content to lay against her. "Am I good to stand, Doc?" he asked her as positively as he could, having no idea just how ghastly it looked with his face so covered in his own blood. "Cool, then what do you say we finish up treatment in our lovely little rest area, 'cause I don't really want to have to stick around longer than I have to." "Ah, wait, one." His words were cut off as he felt himself heave, what he thought was vomit rising up his throat being even more blood as he avoided Thera's gaze, instead turning to Yuzu. Should I be worried? I already healed the injury that was making your stomach fill with it, so it's not a problem." Even as she said it though, she couldn't stop from staring at the puddle on the ground while Ben just accepted it, going back to what he was trying to say. "I need my gun. It should still be laying around here." "You all go ahead and I'll look for it," Amy told the rest as they started to move, carrying Ben through the door to lay down. As he was being healed by both Thera and Yuzu, everyone was silent as they processed everything that happened. For a moment, both Amy and Jake had thought they'd have to helplessly watch Yuzu die, while it was Ben who needed to destroy himself to keep her safe. Yuzu was dealing with that same fact. Since coming to the world, she'd never once felt powerless. The fact that she just had been had scared her. It was only once they were out that she couldn't help but think of what alternatives she might have been able to manage if she'd only been willing. Ben had been able to put his body and life on the line to ensure they could have lived. Even if she didn't have a magic she could have used to help, couldn't she have buffed herself in the same way? Her attributes were great enough that she could have gotten far more power than Ben would have without a result quite that damaging. Surely there was something she could have done. Thera just kept quietly focusing on healing him, her mind going back to what she just had to witness again and again, as she couldn't escape from understanding in a far realer way what he must have gone through when he'd been trapped in the previous trial, and what he was now risking again because she had decided to challenge this one. By the time both girls were done, he was just a little thinner, the bit of body fat he had being converted to replace the blood he'd lost, as he alone was able to move past what happened relatively easily, it being just another injury to the many he'd had since coming to the world. "All right, I need to eat something so I'll cook in a bit, but for now I'm going to wash up, so mind your eyes." "I'll cook," Thera told him, still grappling with what she'd just seen. "You just relax." He gave a nod, happy enough to be free of any cooking duties as he went to the corner of the room and stripped down, pulling some water from his bag as he washed the blood away. Without a door to block any nearby eyes, he couldn't help but feel a bit awkward about it, but the sticky, flaky feeling that coated him was a bigger priority as a potential distraction from whatever would come next that he wasn't willing to put up with for longer than he had to. By the time he was as clean as he could manage, he tossed aside the clothing he'd been wearing, pulling new ones from his bag as he was content with the fact that he'd be abandoning the old ones before walking to the others, all of them with their backs to him to give him some privacy, all of them still silent as Thera heated up some food from Jake's inventory in a fire the Archmage was producing before handing out plates. "You guys can talk, Ben told them. "Come on, I know the last section was rough, but we lived. Remember that little speech I was made to give, straight up spat in the eye of any god who made that death trap, and in turn got absolutely ripped off. I saved one of the world's 2 soul mages. Why didn't I complete my quest for that?" It was Amy who broke the silence, looking him in the eyes as if trying to understand something. "Ben, you almost died. Yuzu would have if you weren't here. I don't think we can be so casual about this. Why not?" He asked, this time looking at her with confusion instead. "This is a trial. People die in these all of the time, and that's for the standard ones. Sure, I'm going to have another nightmare to add to my collection, but I came here expecting this, didn't you?" His question was met with silence. While Thera had been prepared to an extent, having remembered some of the more life-threatening times in the trial of Analia, the other 3 were a different story. Each of them had incredible skills, the sort that could leave people the world over frothing in jealousy or awe. With their teachers there in the Life Tower, they hadn't seen an issue they couldn't overcome either, but this was the first time since coming to the world that any of them had been left feeling helpless. As the silence stretched on, eventually Jake spoke in a calmer voice than Ben had ever heard from the man. "I think the 3 of us might need a bit to talk about what happened, if that's cool with you two." "Yeah, take your time," Ben said with a shrug. His meal was done, so he got up and went to the other end of the room, putting his bag under his head and laying down as the sounds of whispers could be heard, the noise gone from his thoughts as Thera laid beside him, resting her head on his chest and holding him tight. "I'm sorry," she muttered, face buried in his shirt while he rubbed her head. Hey, it's okay," he told her gently. "You don't have anything to be sorry about. You're only here because I decided to come. You just went through all of that because of me. I'm glad I'm here," he said in no uncertain terms. "If I wasn't, Yuzu would be dead. Aside from the fact that I enjoy having my powerful connections, the world losing a soul mage would be pretty bad. Hell, I'm shocked Yuliel and Vasta even let her do this. Wait, why did they let her do this? He wondered as soon as he said it. I get the argument that it would be good for her to get the blessings, but they had to know what she'd be facing since they'd both challenged this tower before, right? Did they also just make the assumption that those were proper golems she could deal with? In the moment, it didn't really matter. His body was healed, and he had some time it seemed, so he enjoyed the feeling of his girlfriend in his arms, trying to reassure her that things were fine as they waited for the others to work out what they needed to. You mind if I borrow Ben for a moment? Jake asked as he walked over, Thera looking first at him and then to Ben before nodding and getting up to join Yuzu and Amy at the other end of the room. Jake sat down as Ben sat up, both leaning against a wall as they looked at each other. So what's up, man? It took a moment, Jake trying to find the right words but only coming up with two. You don't need to worry about paying it back. I'm not going to just watch someone die, least of all a friend, so don't stress. MMH, he grunted, more silence standing between them before he eventually spoke again, seeming to grapple with it as he did. And I'm sorry. I already told you, man, I did what I always would have. There's nothing to apologize for. I lived, she lived, we're all fine. Not that, he muttered. When you got out of the last trial, I really treated it more like a game then, didn't I? But seeing you do all of that, you'd had to push yourself like that for the months you were trapped, right? If I'd been in your position, I'd never have managed. I took what you went through way too lightly. Ben could see it in his eyes, the deep feelings coursing through the man beside him as he reached out and flicked his head, leaving Jake to blink. You know, I really prefer you as a cheerful idiot, Ben said with a smile. It suits you more than heavy moods and serious talks, so let's not worry about that, all right? He'd never been bothered by that to begin with, a fact Jake could see. Yeah, all right, good, so what did you guys decide on in your little talk? It wasn't hard to guess the contents of it. Yuzu had almost died. There was no way they weren't trying to decide if they should even go through to the next floor, and with the question came a small, determined look to Jake's eyes. We're going to keep going. If you want to dip out here, I more than get it, man, but we have to get to the top. Seeing Ben go through that had put things in perspective for them. If the person who was by all measures the weakest human on the planet, even after awakening a few skills, was able to push themselves so far than they needed to as well. They were the ones who would be fighting at the front of a war. They needed every advantage they could get. Well, I'm not going to be quitting yet either, Ben told him, trying to joke around. You feel like you owe me, right? Make sure you guys carry me the rest of the way so I can get those 2 extra levels. I have big plans for them. You've got it. Thera silently watched Ben from the side as he modified some of his sticky pads to give himself more space bombs as she tried to handle all of the emotions filling her. He'd almost died because she wanted to do the trial just to get a little more power, and while he seemed to be handling what he'd gone through well, she doubted how much of that was really the case. He'd said as much himself. Another nightmare to his collection. Guilt was eating at her. Since she'd met him, she'd seen him struggle with things, be it his perceived lack of value, and the difference between how he and the other humans had been treated when he'd arrived, or the fact that as far as his home was concerned, he was dead, his family being out of his reach for the rest of his life. Even the high likelihood that he'd die again in the next couple years had to be taking some sort of toll, but in the time she'd spent with him, she'd seen him getting better with it. Less distant looks as he remembered the past and more thinking about the future, but as he'd finally gotten comfortable with his place in the world, he'd only been forced into more situations that would leave their mental scars. And this one is my fault. She wanted to talk him into leaving immediately. She'd be more than happy to do it too if it meant not needing to see him in a state like that again, but already knew he would fight her on it. If there was one thing he liked less than putting his life on the line, it was losing out on any benefit that taking such a risk would bring. If they left now, then going through the first 2 stages would have been for nothing when they only needed to do one more to get a reward. As long as we aren't separated, I'll be able to keep him safe for the next one, and then I'll talk him into going. As much as I like the others, if they want to keep pushing on, they can do it themselves. Even if she wanted to be stronger, she wouldn't do it at the cost of him, and the blessing would be plenty. So with her resolve firm in her heart, she waited as everyone got emotionally ready before she took his hand and held it tight, walking into the next floor of the tower. The first thing she noticed was sand whipping into her face as a desert stretched on as far as the eye could see while the wind blew across the dunes, stinging her skin as she turned to look to Ben, wanting to be sure they hadn't been separated as with the last trial, only to find him looking exceedingly smug, the barrier around him blocking out that fine dust as the rest of them dealt with it. Shaking her head, she raised her staff, casting a spell around them and maintaining it as each tiny grain moved out of their way, the flow of it being like it was a wave breaking against a rock. She hadn't done anything like it before, but it wasn't an overly complicated application of her magic, taking only a little mana and will to maintain, at least for her. Ben just looked at his barrier sadly, seeing it wasn't going to get its time to shine, while she and the others wiped sand and dust from their eyes as they looked around. So this is a little non-specific, Jake complained, and she couldn't help but agree. The first section and the last had been clear enough on what they were supposed to be doing, but this one felt so vague in comparison, or at least not immediately intuitive until Ben called out, catching their attention and pointing up to the sky, bringing all of their eyes to the countdown in place of a sun, beaming light around them. So I'm guessing we have either 12 hours to get out or we have to survive here for that long, he said before he looked to the sky and called out to any gods watching. And I want to make a complaint about unintuitive level design. Seriously, you guys are gods, at least make it clear. No answer came and he just shook his head, leaving Amy to speak up as she turned to Jake. Take a bird's eye view and let us know if there's anything that would give it away. Sure, he said, a bit of hesitation in his voice as he started to float. Fingers crossed there's nothing up there that might hurt too much. They watched as he rose higher and higher, Thera trying to be ready in case there was anything up there worth worrying about, but soon enough he came back down and shook his head. Just sand as far as I could see. If there is anything other than that, it's either too small, too far, or too buried. She wasn't sure what to make of that, but the grimace on Ben's face was clear. If that isn't a time limit to escape, then it's one to survive, which means things might get pretty bad. While the weather wasn't desirable, it was manageable, at least for the time being. Even if the floor was built to be a desert, the heat wasn't actually too bad and the light wasn't blinding. As things stood, the only thing they had to deal with was the sand, and she was managing that for all of them easily enough, and with the two options being walk or wait, they elected to wait, standing on guard for whatever would happen. Thera, finding standing on the loose sand to be annoying, as well as unstable in the event anything did end up happening, moved to change it, using her magic to meld and compress all that was under their feet into a solid platform to wait upon, only for her to feel the smallest of changes off in the distance as her earth sense did its job. Twice as big as any of them with a long, sleek body, it stretched out its metallic claws as it shot through the air, only to be taken out that same instant as her magic pulled the sand with all of her force, shooting through its head and leaving a body collapsed on the ground before anyone else could react. So I guess that means a combat one, Jake muttered as Ben pulled everyone's eyes back to the sky. And looks like another clue of what we're dealing with has decided to reveal itself. Beside the countdown was a new number, 100, giving no more context but more to speculate on as they stood on guard. Think we'll need to be fighting 100 of those, Amy wondered as she looked around for anything else that might come their way. If we're lucky, Ben grumbled, alternatives already swarming through his head and none of which he liked. It only took a few minutes as they all pondered just what the floor was going to hold when Thera felt something again. Two somethings, in fact, both burrowing through the sand and approaching from the other side as the first while she prepared to take them out, only stopping as Jake yelled out, "Wait, these ones are ours." He wanted to get better, so he needed the practice, same with Amy, so they both watched where Thera pointed as two more of the creatures jumped out as they tried to attack. Jake held out his staff and Amy altered her weapon to take the form of a club. As both creatures' claws gleamed in the light as they lunged, she didn't know what happened. It looked like Jake hadn't even used a spell. While Amy's weapon passed through the beast, she was trying to take on harmlessly, leaving them both to jump out of the way at the last moment, narrowly avoiding their claws and leaving Thera to act as sand came in from both sides to stab at the creatures, leaving two more bodies with them as they tried to understand what went wrong. "Shit" was the first thing any of them said as Ben looked to them, then back at the sky. "Double shit. Looks like I'm probably going to be useless this round. Sorry guys, and mind sharing with the class why?" Amy asked as she looked at her weapon, wondering just why it had failed her. Based on how things just didn't work out at all there, I'm guessing they have magic nullification, which is just super unfair and means that my enchantments won't work at all. Also, depending on how big the next group might be, I'd say this isn't looking super good either. He pointed up to the sky, alerting them all to the fact that the 100 had gone down to a 99, and given that they just killed two, it meant it wasn't going to be as simple as just killing that many in total. "We'll know in about 7 minutes, Ben shrugged while Thera looked at the two of them. "What are you guys thinking?" "That we'll need to face 100 waves of enemies total, and given how the last section went, as well as how things just went from one enemy to two, things are going to get pretty intense at the end of this." "Isn't this just a game over for us then?" Jake asked. "If our spells are just going to keep getting cancelled, then we're kind of fucked. Even if Amy has another sword and shield on hand, she can't handle everything alone." "Well, if you'll notice Thera's success in keeping us all safe so far, things aren't that bleak," Ben explained, not seeming as worried as it seemed like he should have been. "Magic nullification is definitely annoying, but it's the sort of thing that only works well on purely magic-based attacks. Something like earth or water magic that controls a substance might have the mana put into it cancelled, but it won't kill any momentum that's already there, so when you fire a spell it just needs to be fast and hard. Honestly, it's manageable enough that I can only expect things to get worse. and only a few minutes left, so stay on your guard, everyone. Me and Yuzu should probably keep out of the way while you all keep us safe." It seemed like he was trying to be cute about it, but Thera couldn't help but worry. As they waited to see if he was right, she pushed her earth sense with all she had, trying to feel anything approaching, with something coming at the edge of her awareness at the same time Ben spoke again. Probably around now. Contrary to his expectation, though, nothing emerged from the ground as the others waited with weapons at the ready, only because Thera had dealt with them before they could even try to emerge. "Okay, I'm wrong, this is awkward," Ben muttered while she spoke up. "You weren't. I handled them before they got out. Also, there were 3 of them this time. MMH like that, even less," he grumbled while Amy turned to them. "Okay, if the number is just going to keep going up, then can we count on you for the time being, Thera? We'd probably be better waiting till it becomes more than you can handle." "You got it." By that point, she'd planned on taking on all she could anyway. Her magic was powerful enough that she could put enough force into any attack that canceling it would be meaningless, and the fact that she could sense them burrowing through the ground was enough of a benefit that there was no reason that the others should need to do anything. She understood in principle they needed whatever practice they could get, but Thera wouldn't put that need above their safety. From there, things moved uncomfortably smoothly. For the next 20 rounds, she had been able to keep up with everything she'd felt, even if it did leave her mind a little strained as she pushed her sense to feel everything around her, while the others waited, each feeling a bit of guilt for how little they'd been contributing, even if it was better in the long run. It was a strategy that left them not even seeing the creatures, keeping bodies from piling up around them as the sand blew all the harder outside of the area she was blocking off. But for the 10 after that, she couldn't help but feel the strain of her limits being pressed as she tried to deal with enemies coming in from all sides. "I can do this. Just a bit more and then I'll have to start letting some through." She wanted to handle as many as she could. The more she could take, the less risk there was to everyone else. The less the others had to deal with, the less chance of something getting thorough and digging its claws into Ben, so she kept pushing, handling up to the 40th wave at nearly 5 hours of constant casting before she needed to call out to the others. "Okay, Amy and Jake, I'm going to need to start letting a few of the ones on your side by for you to handle. Got it?" They yelled back, standing on guard as the next battle began, Thera only letting 2 past her for them to deal with so she could focus on the rest, still crushing them before they left the ground as Amy cleaved one with her sword, the 2 halves of the beast falling to the side while Jake attacked with the earth in the same way Thera had at first, stabbing into the creatures while the life bled out of them. As the first of the creatures that had made it through the sands to actually attack, it was their first time since the beginning to see what they were fighting against with their own eyes. Almost twice as large as the ones that started and with longer, thicker claws, the fact that they were changing warned of more dangers to come that they had to wait for as their fight continued. With each round adding one more monster, she had to keep letting more and more through, both Amy and Jake picking up whatever extra they could while things continued on, and despite the exhaustion that was setting in, she couldn't help but feel confident. As things stood, they'd eventually be going against 100. It was going to suck, no doubt about that, but she was sure they would manage. She was killing hers fast enough that she would get a small breather between rounds, giving herself little mental breaks to prepare for what would be thrown at them next, letting her drink some water or eat some food before all of her attention was pulled to feeling the land beneath her for whatever would try to pop out of it next, letting as few through as she could. "I can do this," she told herself as she crushed dozens of creatures in the sand. 40 more rounds, a little less than 5 hours left, it's doable. Even as she told herself that, though, it felt like time was dragging on more and more. Even if it was doable, she couldn't help but look forward to leaving the floor and never thinking about it again. Confidence was a feature the trial was happy to strip from her, though. As she put all of her focus to the ground, a new threat came from the sky. "Watch out." Ben yelled, pulling her back in time to watch the same metallic claws come down from above on a new creature as they went for her face, the one thing stopping them from making contact being Ben's arm, getting in the way to protect her as it dug into his flesh before it swooped away with powerful beats of its wings, carrying him off with it. "Ben," she yelled out, moving before she thought. All of the ones underground had been dealt with, and she pulled away the stone she was standing on from the rest, forcing herself through the skies as she pursued it, ignoring the feeling of sand whipping through the air and stinging her skin as she flew off to keep Ben in her sight, the others far from her thoughts as she rushed to get closer and closer, closing whatever bit of distance she could until she was right behind it and watching him hang in the air. "All right, calm down. I need to be smart about this." "I kill it," then they both crashed to the ground. "As things stand, it already looks like it might cut through his arm as is, so I just need to cut through something else first." An idea in mind, she took the sand in the air and condensed it into a solid disc, putting some spin on it before she took careful aim, and fired it off at the same time she shot herself forward, watching her attack slice through the leg as time she scooped Ben from the sky, holding him tight while she fired off one more spell to finish the beast before she brought them back down. "Oh gods, Ben, are you all right?" "No, of course you aren't all right. Give me a minute," she told him as she tried to flood his body with her life magic, and for the first time after awakening her skill, feeling it not work. Ben, for his part, seemed shockingly upbeat despite what he'd just gone through, having no idea of the trouble she was having. "Well, I can't actually feel my arm, but ignoring that it's shockingly painless. Or maybe that actually is just shock. Either way, I'll take it. Don't just take it." She yelled at him as she looked deeper, using her mana examination and feeling herself freeze from what she was seeing. His arm had turned to stone, and the effect was slowly continuing up it. It was far slower than any time she'd petrified anything, the effect likely being partially blocked by his skills and resistances, but in that particular case it was for the worse as she slowly watched it crawl its way to his shoulder, knowing that soon enough it would get to his heart. If that happened, he was dead. In a normal person where the effect of petrification was quicker, it might not have been as much of a problem, but for him it meant his heart would long stop pumping blood before the effect covered the rest of him, and there would be no coming back from that. She felt herself panic, flashes of what he'd gone through in the last floor so clear in her mind as he squeezed her arm with his good hand, trying to calm her down when he didn't even know what was happening to him. "Thera, whatever it is, it's okay. Just breathe." She took a deep breath. He was right, she could handle this, at least that was what she was telling herself. "After all, I've practiced treating this a few times before on some of the stuff I hunted with a so. If you ignore my success rate, I'm golden." She pushed her 0 successes from her mind as she held his arm. After 2 weeks of reading at the tower's library, she had a better idea of how she needed to bend her magic to make it happen, even if the difficulty spiked turning stone back to flesh, even compared against the already huge challenge that was its opposite. Holding his arm tight, she flooded it with her mana, to the point a part of her worried it would just break like a staff before she could heal it, as she pictured the effect she wanted in her mind. Minutes passed, and it felt like nothing was happening. She tried not to panic, not to think about the fact that time was ticking by till the next wave and that the others were waiting for them, not to focus on the petrification slowly making its way closer and closer to his heart, until she finally felt something click into place as stone reverting to soft skin under her touch, slowly at first, and then all at once as his arm lived once more. Notifications all but ignored, she grabbed Ben and pulled him close as she raised the stone she'd flown off on back into the air at the same time the next wave began, with one difference readily apparent. Burrowing through the earth was half of what she'd expected to have to deal with, and when it was clear it wasn't due to more flying through the air, the answer became readily apparent. They were separated from the others by a fairly vast distance, and as a result, the monsters targeting them all had been split as well, making it far easier for her to deal with them, even if it meant their friends might be in trouble. With a thought, she pushed her mana, crushing each one of them that was burrowed beneath the sand, as she made her way back to the others at top speeds, seeing them fight from a distance with even more of the creatures flying through the air as she fired off rocks where she could, watching their numbers dwindle until there was nothing but bodies around them. "So we have bad news," she started, not wanting to give them a chance to say anything since she felt like she'd technically abandoned them all at the end of the last fight. "If these cut you, it looks like it will have a petrifying effect." "Oh joy," Amy said sarcastically, visions of stone flashing through her thoughts. "I take it since neither of your statues that you can handle it." "Looks like it, but that was my first success, so I really don't want to have to get more practice in this sort of environment if I can help it." "Even better. Yuzu, what are the odds you can help Thera if it comes to that?" "No clue," the soul mage said with a shrug. "Never had the chance to try. Not many people go around petrifying things. At the very least, I should be able to keep it from spreading." Amy pinched the bridge of her nose, already worrying about a future where they had to balance the threat of petrification with how much closer each fight was getting. "Only 39 more rounds. Okay, I'll keep watch on the sky while you and Jake worry about whatever's coming from the ground, at least for the time being. If more and more end up airborne, we may need to re-evaluate later." Thera nodded as their battle continued on, an hour passing as they got down to the 30th round with each of them starting to feel the strain. Each beast was slowly getting bigger, faster, stronger, while they were only getting more and more tired. Yuzu did what she could to help, giving them each minor buffs to ease their burdens, but the mental strain wasn't so easy to deal with. It was by the time there were only 20 rounds remaining that Jake collapsed to the ground, looking both exhausted and defeated as he complained. "I hate this so much. Who thought a floor like this was a good idea? I want to file a complaint. I'll pass it on for you if we get out," Ben told him, the only one among them who was in decent shape due to having nothing to do on that floor. "Also, time to stand up cause the next round begins in 30 seconds. From the way things are going, I'm also pretty sure rounds are going to start blending together if you guys can't speed up." "Don't need the criticism, Ben," Amy told him as she stood on guard, prepared for anything to come from the sky. "It's not a criticism, just an observation. And could you guys do me a favor and keep one alive this time? There's something I want to check. Before any could ask why, the round started. As with any of the prior ones, Thera crushed as many as she could beneath the sand first, leaving Jake to deal with the rest as she turned her attention to the skies where Amy was focusing her attacks, jumping up and slicing at anything that came too close with her sword, while Thera fired off bullets of compressed sand, tearing through the wings of one creature for Ben to do with as he pleased while getting rid of the others till the round was done. All right, so what did you need that for? Amy finally asked once they had the leeway as Ben kept switching between staring at it and the sky. Trying to understand the finer rules we're playing under a bit better, he told them. This feels like it would be hard even with a full team of awakened earth magic users, so I just want to see looks like I'm right. Before any could ask what he was talking about though, they needed to begin another round of fighting, their rest gaps growing smaller and smaller with each one. It was obvious Ben was right that eventually rounds would bleed into each other, but it was a future none of them wanted to deal with. Here's hoping whatever he's thinking is at least a little useful, she thought to herself. They still had over 2 hours to go and she couldn't help but feel tired. Even with all of her mana, she wasn't used to having to fight for so long without any real rest. Just think of it as practice for what's to come. We can do this. As much as she didn't want to, she'd resolved herself for another 2 hours of fighting with all she had, right up until the round ended and Ben offered a different alternative. Okay, looks like the round counter keeps going down even if creatures from previous rounds are still alive, he said happily, seeing some implication that the rest didn't. And, Thera asked, waiting to get any sort of explanation for whatever that implied. And combining that with the fact that we were given a timer before we were given the wave countdown, I think we can assume it's more important that we survive till the end than it is we kill everything. Like, I obviously can't be certain, and you should probably go on as long as you all can, but we might be able to just clear this floor by raising the platform in the sky and waiting it out. You'd all still need to deal with the flyers, but abandoning everything on the ground would get rid of more than half of our potential targets, right? I vote we try it immediately, Jake was quick to say once Ben was done. This sucks, let's fly away from our problems. We don't know if he's right, Amy told them sternly. We can keep it as a maybe, but I think we should keep going for as long as we can. I agree with Amy, Thera said. As much as she wanted to take Ben's suggestion, she didn't want to give in to it until they had to, just in case he was wrong. Still, the idea stuck in her head as the waves continued, one from the next as they all went through it until there were only 10 left, and they reached the point that there was no longer a gap between when one wave started and the next ended, only the constant battle. The ground was riddled with corpses by that point, piles of them all around that were tossed aside with abandon as each beast tore their way through, trying to get to the 5 of them at their center, while Thera focused on her attack, blinking away the sweat dripping into her eyes as she heard a scream go up behind her as one finally made its way through. In a flash she turned, earth moving with her as it lashed out at the beast that had its claws in Jake, knocking it away as the man started seizing up before her eyes. Even if she was handling most of the oncoming threats, he was doing an important job of dealing with what she couldn't handle. If he was going to be out of commission until she could treat him, then that changed things. Guess there's no other choice. Going up, she yelled out for them all before lifting the stone platform high into the air, leaving them free of the growing threat on the ground with only that in the sky to deal with. Juggling the spells to raise the platform, deal with the ever-worsening sandstorm, and fighting on top of that was proving to be a mental strain, but one she had to bear as she helped Amy deal with everything flying towards them before rushing over to Jake, Yuzu pressing her hands against the wound on his stomach. How's he look? I kept it from spreading by pulling the life magic from the attack, but I don't know what to do about what's already turned to stone. Okay, just give me a moment. She saw the pained expression on his face, his breathing strained from his chest, not being able to take in all the air it wanted to, as she held her hand over his wounds and focused. With her level up she just gained, and the previous success at reversing the effects under her belt, it shouldn't have been too hard, but it was still a complicated way of using a spell to be trying while also needing to be sure she didn't drop the lot of them, straining her focus all of the more until things snapped into place and she felt it work. As stone returned to flesh, she left treating the gashes from the creature's claws to Yuzu, devoting herself instead to keeping the platform held up and sand out as she turned to the others. So, sorry about deciding that on my own. As someone happy not to be overrun by monsters, I don't mind, Jake told her as Amy nodded in agreement. With one of our fighters down there was no real choice. Now to just see if Ben was right, I guess. Well, we'll see if we survive the next hour, Ben said, sitting down in the center of the platform with nothing else he could do. I believe in you guys. Jake shot him a jealous look while everyone else focused on the air around them as the 9th remaining round began. Immediately, it couldn't be denied how much easier it was. They were able to kill the flyers that appeared in no time at all, giving them more breathing room than they'd had in the last couple hours as they waited for the next round to come. and then one after that, and so on from there. Each time there were a few more enemies to defeat, but with so many trapped beneath their feet, it was incomparable to what they'd dealt with before as the time slipped by, until before any of them realized the countdown reached 0, the sandstorm coming to an abrupt stop with it. Ben, his head hanging over the ledge to look at the growing horde beneath them, called out as it happened, sharing the good news he could see. All enemies have disappeared and been traded for a way out. Hearing that, Amy slumped to the ground in exhaustion, while Jake looked ready to cry at the thought of being done with that as Thera lowered them all, just as eager to leave that floor as she brought them to the foot of the door that had appeared amidst the sand before they all rushed through, happy to be done with that and back into the rest area. She glanced at the next door, wondering just what it would have in store for them when they went through before shaking her head. She wouldn't be going through. Ben had nearly died on the second and third floors. She wasn't going to make him go through that again because she wanted a little more power. It was when she was about to say as much, telling the others that the two of them would be getting off there, that she had to stop as Ben tossed her his job crystal. What, when you were healing me you got a look that screamed you finished it. Am I wrong? I was completely focused on healing you and getting back, she grumbled. How do you read me like this? I'm just good like that, he said with a grin as he waited, so shaking the question of what gave her away so easily from her mind, she focused on the crystal in her hand. Available JOBS. Queen of Mana. Musician. Professional dancer. Bard. Darkness Mage Charm Specialized. Healer. Dark Mage. Staff User. Master Life Mage. Master Adventurer. So nothing like Earth Queen then. I guess that really would be too much to hope for, she thought to herself with a sigh, unable to hide her disappointment that her mage options were so few. Of the jobs she would consider taking, there was only Queen of Mana, Healer, Master Life Mage, and Master Adventurer. The first and last she knew had no progression beyond those, while she couldn't be certain if she would gain more than one new option after she finished the life magic job. Still, it's probably the only one that's going to be useful for now, so it's what I'm going with. I'll take Master Life Mage. Not bad for only a month, she thought happily, even with so few options to her. As dumb as the last job name she'd gotten was, she couldn't deny that getting experience just by existing made it worth it, and she was content to focus on how she'd grown for just a moment as Ben spoke to her. So what did you take? Ah, Master Life Mage. I'm constantly getting better at putting you back together. Really? He asked, sounding surprised. I would have thought you'd take an advanced Earth job. I would have if I could have. I didn't have any, she said with a shrug, regretting her words as soon as she admitted it while Ben eyed her curiously. What? Not even one. I've never heard of someone completing a master path without gaining at least one advanced option. When we get out I'll talk to Myriad to see if he can get any answers for that. She could see Yuzu eyeing her curiously, the soul mage able to read the information on her soul, and tell that she had in fact taken an advanced Earth job between her master ones while Thera rushed to try and put off having to admit what she'd taken just slightly longer. I took another after Master Earth Mage a while ago. I must have just forgot to bring it up, she told him guiltily, feeling a little bad to have kept it a secret. I'll tell you about it when we get out of here, okay? Oh, sure. He could tell by looking at her that there was more to it, but let the matter drop. If she wasn't in the mood to talk about it, then being in the trial wasn't the time to push the matter. Okay, I've bought myself a couple minutes. That's really not enough time for him to forget about it, is it? Resigning herself to having to give him what was sure to be an uncomfortable explanation for her and a hilarious one for him, she cast one last curious look to the next door before grabbing Ben's arm and turning to face the others, giving an apologetic bow as they worked on getting comfortable. I'm sorry, but this is where the two of us are going to have to quit, she told them, not seeing any surprise on their faces so much as just understanding and acceptance. Ah, no worries, guys, Jake told them, scratching at the back of his head as he did. You've honestly both done more than enough for the first 3 rounds, so no hard feelings. We should honestly talk about if we're going to keep going either, Amy said, seeming more unhappy with themselves than either of them. This has felt harder than what we dealt with in the Life Tower. It was nice that they weren't taking it personally, even if a small bit of guilt was gnawing at her for it, but before anything else could be said she tugged at Ben's arm, intending to drag him along to the exit, only for her to turn back as she felt him resist. Sorry, Thera, he told her, wearing an annoyingly chipper look on his face, but I think we should keep going. What? She asked him, not able to believe he'd fight her on that. What do you mean you think we should keep going? Ben, we beat 3 floors so we can at least get a very good blessing and not have to worry about you almost dying again. You didn't want to do this anyway, and now I'm agreeing, so let's just go. I mean, yeah, you're right, I don't want to do this, but you do. That's reason enough to keep going. Also, the gods only lose out on how much faith they have to spend if we make it to the top, and I'm still feeling just a little spiteful. Infinite hells, you're being impossible. I don't want to keep going, plus I leveled up both of my magics so I got a bit stronger just like I wanted. This is the perfect time to leave. Then why did you keep looking at the door to the next floor like that? He shot back. You said you wanted to be as strong as you could for what's to come, right? Then getting another level immediately after that one is a great shortcut to it. Can't you see I'm worried about you? You got hurt on the last 2 floors. What if it happens again on the next ones? There isn't a break like the first 3 have, so this is our last chance to leave. Yeah, but I was also pretty damn handy on the last few floors too. I figured out the map, saved Yuzu, and figured out we could just avoid the waves to get through the last one, and I'll keep being useful for whatever's next. More important than any of that, though, is that you want to, and I don't want to be the kind of guy that keeps you from achieving your goals. Seeing how serious he looked, she couldn't help but deflate, resting her forehead against his shoulder as she muttered, "Has anyone ever told you you're impossible? Just my lovely girlfriend, my lovely teacher, and my lovely God. That's it. That's the majority of the people you're close to. You should probably work on that. Bah, details, it's fine. Instead, let's rest up for a bit before going through there. I'll cook for everyone, and hope I haven't just given us both a death sentence." He really, really wanted to take her up on that offer of leaving. It felt like it would have been the smart choice too, but even if she didn't think she was giving it away, he could see that Thera wanted to keep going, and he didn't want to stop her. Just going to tell myself it's a difference of dying now or in a few months' time. That's kind of optimistic, right? For a second he longed for the voice of Myriad to speak up, to complain that even if there was the potential for his life to be cut short in the future, it didn't mean he should be willing to walk into danger now. But as with any other time he'd done a trial in the past, his god couldn't respond to him. So he instead cooked a meal while Jake, Amy, and Yuzu had their own discussions on if they even wanted to go on. With the fact that the 2 of them would be remaining with the group, it sounded like the answer was a clear yes. Their confidence in having a larger party giving them what they needed to see things through to the end of their true goal, as his eyes eventually drifted to the last door they would go through. As per what Myriad and Nair had told him before, he knew that once they entered it, they were committed to doing the last 2 floors, no escaping them no matter how much he wanted to. Well, there might be a potential to break things a bit, we'll see. If there's another section like the Coliseum where the door is already there, just blocked, I might be able to do something. Can't exactly count on that though. The extent I've been able to affect trials has been too hit or miss in the past. Plus, it looks like there might be something different here too. Like the last few doors, this one had a symbol of a mountain on it front and center, representing the earth magic that the tower they were in was meant to challenge. But unlike every other one, this only had that symbol. None of the other 10 for each other magic option was present like they had been in the past. So maybe this is the tower's way of saying that it won't be combining affinities anymore, he thought. The last 2 will be facing pure earth magic. Part of me thinks that would be easier, but I feel like if I do any underestimating like that I'm going to be in a world of hurt. Let's see, what can you do with the pure affinity? It's arguably pretty limited with all of it coming down to controlling the element and how skillfully it can be done, but there is one other option that could have some horrifying potential: materialization. The same spell that made the nation of Analia rich actually had a lot of combat applications if one gave it some thought. If a person had the skill and power to cast the spell quickly, he could imagine all sorts of scenarios where lumps of stone or iron were materialized to either trap a person within or to even potentially kill them. If rocks just suddenly appeared within a person's lungs, then that would be the end of it, plain and simple. And other than that, even if a lot of reactions seem different than I'd get on Earth, there's still probably something that would react with the water in my body for explosive results. Or maybe there are elements like enriched uranium that could kill me with radiation poisoning. God, wouldn't that be fucked? Just make another maze with radioactive walls, and if you don't get out fast enough, your body turns to mush. Really going to have to remember to ask Quillith if there's anything in this world that can do that. I'd rather not work with something and not even realize it's killing me. In the end, it was no different from trying to guess what the dead god's trial was going to throw at them. There was no way to know unless they actually made it in, so there was no way to prepare, especially since he'd already made everything he could, so instead he stopped thinking about it, trying to give himself just a bit of peace as he called everyone over to eat. After food and resting a few more hours, letting them all regain as much mana as they could before the next section, they all stood in front of the door. Jake, Amy, and Yuzu each looking like they were grappling with something until one of them finally spoke up. "Hey man, you think we could each carry a couple potions to be safe?" Jake asked Ben. They all knew he had a few, and there was always the risk they could be separated again, so he didn't particularly mind, and he handed over a vitality and mana potion each as he looked in his bag to see just how low his stock had gotten. He'd prepared the best he could, but the second floor had taken a lot out of his supplies, and he had to admit the feeling left him on edge. If I ever do a trial again for some god-forsaken reason, I'm making sure every pocket I have has a spatial effect on it and want to be carrying a store's worth of tools and supplies. Of course, then I'm sure I'll get in and see it's still not enough. As he was thinking that, Jake moved beside him, slipping the 2 potions he'd been given into the pockets of Ben's jacket, not saying a word as Ben stared at him, waiting for an explanation. "I'm missing something," he muttered as he reached into his bag to hand Jake 2 new ones. All of them were being quiet, a clear enough sign they were dealing with the effects of the covenant they were under, as he rushed to try and figure it out. "Is there a reason to suspect I might need to top up my mana or vitality as soon as I get in there? If you guys aren't saying it, then it can't be because of a suspicion. It has to be from the last trial you all did, but then what is it?" He wasn't getting it, and it was annoying him. He didn't like the feeling that he was missing out on an important piece of information when his life was on the line, but the ways he could attempt to rectify it were limited. He could either go through the doorway to whatever they were about to face for one, or for the other. Before Jake could react, Ben's hand shot out, grabbing his in turn as he connected to the man and spoke up. "Jake, what are we about to deal with?" He was waiting for anything, the smallest flash of thought to cross his mind, but the covenant was as firm as when he'd tried to do the same with Will in the past. Even an attempt to think that could be passed along was blocked from him as Ben eventually gave up, gritting his teeth in annoyance until he forcibly unclenched his jaw and sighed. "Okay then, if we aren't finding out any other way then, let's get in and get this over with." As much as he didn't really want to, the only way to find out what they'd be facing was by going through the door, so without any more hesitation, they stepped through to face whatever was to come. The second he stepped foot through the door, he had to stop himself from taking another as he swung his arms out, holding the people by his side back from going over the narrow ledge in front of them, into a hail of oncoming earth bullets before an unending chasm. Wow, I really don't like how this one started. He pressed his back against the wall they'd just come through, barely daring to breathe with the scene in front of them all. Only inches from his face was what seemed like an endless barrage of stones flying by, merging with the walls on the opposite sides only to be shot out again. The rate of fire was so thick and constant that there was no room for them to slip through at all, and even if there was, they had no ground to walk across. Instead, there was just the gorge at their feet, ready to swallow them up if they stepped just a little too far. Can't say I'm particularly fond of bullet hells. "Jake, what are the odds you could open some portals farther and farther ahead to see if this ever stops, or if there's something else we'll have to deal with on the other side?" "None. I mean, maybe you could try though, just for funsies. And out of a desire for us all to not turn into a fine paste. I can't use space magic right now," he told them, disappointment heavy in his voice as only Ben and Thera were left surprised by the statement. What does he mean he can't use space magic? Why can't he? Oh shit. What he'd been missing snapped firmly into focus as everything he'd seen came together. The door itself was one clue, but he'd gotten another big one right at the start in the form of the additional weapons Amy had brought, loaded with nothing but earth enchantments. Immediately he wanted to test to see if he was right, so ever so carefully he reached to his vest to pull away one of his sticky pads, only instead of activating it, he first tried to change the enchantment on it, before failing that and attempting to alter its shape with his material magic, followed by his destruction, with every attempt to do anything failing in the end as the truth of their situation slapped them in the face. So should I take it that anything other than earth mana just doesn't work? It was Amy who answered, sounding extremely frustrated as she did. "That's right, so we only have the one option to get through this. And I don't suppose you can tell us anything else?" Thera asked, her mind instantly flashing to everything that could go wrong if they didn't have access to any healing spells, especially since both Ben and Yuzu would be nothing more than dead weight for the rest of the trial. "Don't think there's anything else to tell," Jake said with an awkward chuckle. "This feels like the last major thing I was being made to hide personally. Just wish it was happening in an environment that didn't feel quite so deadly." All of them could feel the breeze of the stones shooting by their faces, with only 2 potential options for how they were supposed to clear it. Either they were going to have to go down into the chasm below, or across into the unknown. "Well, at least this first bit seems manageable," Thera sighed, her overwhelming level of mana giving her a different perspective from the rest of them, as she used her power to gather the stones shooting by, shaping and condensing them all into a bigger and bigger ball before there was a boulder in front of them all that only continued to grow. By hanging stationarily in the air, it was being hit by more and more rocks that were trying to shoot past it, either being absorbed into the greater hole or else bouncing off with a destructive level of force, as both Jake and Thera used their magics to make sure none of them were hit. It was only once she deemed she had enough that she took the mass floating in front of her and shaped it, creating thick walls she was keeping strengthened with her magic to ensure they stood strong against each attack, as well as a platform to stand on and roof for their heads in the event anything came crashing down from above, and seeing no other option they each stepped onto the makeshift vessel as she started to fly it across the sky. The front and back were kept open to let them see if any changes were coming from ahead or behind them as they went, with Thera projecting just enough of her mana to keep any stray bullet from hitting the inner edge as they moved forward while each of them kept on guard, feeling the hundreds of strikes that hit their enclosure but not being brought down by them, only dealing with the bumpy ride it created. Ben could see with ease that Thera was deep in her concentration, each strike that came being a death sentence if she didn't put enough mana into ensuring the walls held strong, but she just kept pushing forward as they each wondered if there was going to be more to come. Ben looked at the three with them, squinting his eyes as he spoke up. "You guys do remember what I said at the beginning of all of this, right?" "What?" Yuzu asked, pulled from her thoughts and having as little of a clue as to what he was talking about as the others. "As much as your goal is to finish the trial and claim the rewards, it also needs to be to give as little faith as possible, so no praying and just trust in Thera," he said as he waved a finger at them in disapproval, having seen right through what was on their thoughts while Yuzu in particular gave him a tired look. "Ben, you are an apostle, right? Of course, I love Myriad. Great guy, good friend, interesting backstory. If any of you were looking for someone to convert to, I couldn't recommend him enough." "And the other gods?" Amy asked. "At least 30% are bastards, but Myriad won't give me the names. Other than that though, Analia, Helori, and Nair all seem pretty chill once you get to know them. Oh, and Jaggle was nice too when I met her, even if she can say some pretty scary things with a straight face. And then Enith is a huge prick whose believers keep trying to kill me." Amy looked at him through narrowed eyes. "Didn't you almost kill his son?" "In a fair duel," he said innocently. "And then his apostle tried to murder me in cold blood, and they've been cranky ever since they agreed to a deal that kept me and Myriad from pushing the issue. Some even tried to assassinate me recently. Honestly, I'm such a sweet little guiltless thing who keeps being bullied by such a mean old cranky god. It's really not fair. If any of you ever meet his son Ather, make sure you stand up for little Almi." Guys," Thera called back to them and cutting their talk short, not having paid attention to Ben's opinion on the gods and instead sounding extremely confused. "I think we might be done." She couldn't understand it. It had seemed far too easy compared to what else they'd gone through, but another ledge was in sight and they landed safely on it, the door to the next floor there and ready to walk through. The others couldn't help but be a little surprised too, but to Ben it wasn't a shock, even if it was the best case scenario. Instead of saying what made things so easy though, he just walked up and put an arm around her. "You're really the best to have around, you know that." "Of course I am," she said confidently, having a bit of an inkling as to why things had gone so well, even if it still felt too easy in the end. "So then, are we ready to go through?" They could still hear the sounds of movement behind them as Stone continued to rush by, not stopping just because they'd reached the end as all of them stared at the doorway to the last and final section of the tower, each preparing to face whatever was left to come. It was Ben who spoke first, sounding more resigned than anything to whatever the final floor held for them. "Well, let's get this over with already," and with that he opened the door. As they all stepped through they found themselves in a large room, nothing remarkable to say about it. It was circular with a tiled floor, and at its center stood a large slab of stone. What it did have, what set it apart from the other floors, was the only other thing of note it contained. A sign clearly telling them what they needed to do in the area they found themselves in. It was large, easy enough to read from where they entered from, and while the main three who needed to do the trial read it in disbelief, Thera could only look to Ben. "You really shouldn't look so smug, do I?" he asked, touching his cheeks and feeling the grin stretched across his face. He couldn't help it though. If the first section was made to test their problem-solving or reaction speed, the second their combat, third their endurance, and fourth their power, then the final floor was made to test their technical skill, or at least it was supposed to, as Ben once again felt his eyes skim over the sign in front of them all. "Create a vessel to ACT as the avatar for an Earth god. Time limit, 2 hours. So Jake or Thera, which one of you want to handle this?" he asked innocently as the rest stared back at him. Ben Thera began, trying to move him along to how it was inevitably going to end. "I mean, this is the Earth Tower. Someone with an Earth affinity skill really should be handling it. I guess that means Amy can too if she wants to cut away at the stone with her sword. Me and Yuzu can watch from the back while you guys figure it out." "Ben, we're on a pretty tight time limit. Stop joking around and get to work already." "Haha, fine, fine. I'll need one of you guys to alter the consistency of the stone for me though so I can actually do anything with it." "Already started," she told him. "Just let me know if you need me to adjust it or do anything else." "Sounds good, and this is going to be so much fun. And no making a statue of Enith to annoy him," she said as an afterthought before he got to work. "I don't need a god wanting you any more dead than they already do. This is going to be slightly less fun, but fine, Helori it is." With Thera altering the consistency of the stone to be more like a firm clay, Ben got started digging his fingers into it. It was obvious how the gods intended that floor to be completed. They wanted the earth mages in the party to be able to work the stone with a level of skill and detail to match the look of any god or goddess they worshipped to a great enough degree that it could act as a medium through which they could interact with the world. And while that might be a challenge for any person who found themselves tossed into a situation like that without the training, what it became for him was a stage to show off just how skilled he'd grown to be, as every level of focus he had went into the challenge before him. He'd seen Hellori often enough that he needed no time to figure out the design he wanted to go for. One was already clear in his thoughts as he scooped away the softened stone, starting from the top as he focused on her head and face first. Part of him wanted to convey the excitability she could show when something caught her interest, but it wouldn't suit the rest of the statue he had in mind, so he needed to go for a calmer, more respectable look he knew she would wear, even if it wasn't the one that first came to mind thinking about her. Starting with her head also meant finishing up the one thing he would have wanted to put extra effort into if he could have, her horns. Constantly swirling with a rainbow of light and mana, there was no way to replicate the look with the material on hand, so he satisfied himself with just having the shape correct as he moved on to styling her hair, asking Thera to let the parts he was done with return to a more rigid stone, and not hearing if she responded as he was engrossed in his work. From there he went further down, his hands moving in a flash as each finger did exactly as it needed to, pulling away what wasn't necessary and shaping what was, revealing the form of the goddess beneath the stone as he finished up with her torso and arms, elegantly crossed on her lap as he moved onto both her seat, as well as her legs dangling off of it, using his fingernails to create each of the finer details since he lacked the tools while carefully smoothing over other areas, trying to convey the gentle look of her skin that the statue of a goddess deserved. It was only as it was done that he walked it over, doing a circle around it in a final inspection, asking Thera to soften different areas for him to touch up or to add some finer details before he was truly satisfied, turning to his friends with the intention to ask what they thought, only for him to see what had been hidden away by his tunnel vision. Most of the ground around them was simply gone, the tiles on the outer rim of the room falling away into an infinite void, leaving only a few meters of space for them to stand at the center as they each walked the careful balance of not getting too close to the edge, while at the same time not getting close enough to the safety of the center to get in his way, having given him all the space he could need to complete a masterpiece in no time at all. The fact that the ground hadn't fallen from beneath their feet seemed a good enough sign that he hadn't used up his time limit, but seeing that the trial hadn't ended there, yet he had no clue what to do, so failing anything else he focused back on the statue and clasped his hands in prayer. "Hey Hellori, come on down already, cuz if you're going to say this isn't good enough, I'm calling you a liar." He didn't know if that did it, but it was only moments later that a light filled the floor, the endless pit disappearing, letting everyone breathe just a little easier before all but Ben felt a sudden rush of divinity from the statue, while he alone felt his sacrilege spike as it lifted a hand to its cheek, making it clear that they'd done it. They'd finished each challenge the tower contained and survived to the end, with the time to claim their rewards upon them. Instead of congratulating them, though, paying respect to their hard work and fought for victory, Hellori opened with a question. "Did you really need to set up a statue like this? What can I say when I think of you? This is what I see." It was a scene he'd walked in on many a time by now, the goddess before him perched atop a particular cube as the two talked before he would come to invade for the night. Why would he pick anything else to show for a statue? Well, what's done is done, she muttered before holding out a hand in front of her. And this is annoyingly high quality. I think this is going to end up as the nicest statue of me on the world. It's been a long time since I've had an awakened sculptor in my believers. You get to keep it. Waste not, want not. Anyway, though, as the one you made a vessel for, I'm here to congratulate you all on completing the tower and making it to the highest floor. It's a rare accomplishment. You can each stand proud for doing it. And of course, since you've made it to the top, it's time to be rewarded. I don't believe I need to tell any of you what the rewards are, so let's start with what skill you. Wait, Ben called out, cutting her off and not particularly caring. Blessings first. The rest of his companions had no clue why he was saying that, the presence of the goddess before them keeping them from seeing why he would insist on things going down that way, but Hellori just looked at him silently for a minute before she sighed. You really do have to insist on being an annoying mortal, don't you? With the last of that long list of notifications, he felt his mind reel as two more grew in his already very crowded head, but surprisingly to him, that was pretty much the end of it. There was maybe a slight bump to his ever-present headache, but compared to when he'd last leveled mental expansion, it was nothing. It made sense once he put some thought into it, one of the new minds he'd just gained regulated to considering such things. Complex mind was a skill that gave him two more strands of thought. It had been the most disorienting of his mind skills when he'd first gained it, but as it grew and synergized with his other two, they had a bigger and bigger effect due to the fact that they both acted on all of the strands that were already there. It was a real snowballing effect of skills going out of control, but at the very least, it didn't seem like he'd need to worry about it for much longer. Complex mind tipping over the edge to the next level was a result of the large blessing they'd just gained, but given the fact that neither his focus nor his connect was awakening, he doubted he'd need to worry about such things for a skill he'd be intentionally neglecting. Which means that if I end up getting the other two to the ninth level as well, I basically don't need to worry anymore, so that's a plus. As for the blessing, that didn't exactly go how I'd hoped, but hopefully either Amy or Jake got something out of it. The reason he'd insisted on getting the blessing first was specifically because he knew the blessing was going to be large, meaning the chance of it leveling a skill or 6 was pretty darn good. His hope had been that it would push his connect past the barrier it had been stuck at, or failing that it would level the skill he was already planning on asking the second part of the reward go to, so he'd have more room to work with. But in the end, he just had to accept how things had turned out. And with that done, you can all either think or say what skill you'd like to have leveled, whichever you find more comfortable, Hellori told them, pulling their minds away from the notifications going on in their heads before focusing on Ben in particular. Well, all but you, since your thoughts just got even messier. Yeah, in that case, I'll take both my levels to material user. With a total of 4 now and even more getting close, he could only hope he reached a future where the one he actually wanted was pushed over the edge. Even if the blessing hadn't done it, it at least got him one step further to that goal. A small part of him had been tempted to go with destruction instead, since he'd just leveled that skill within the tower, meaning it didn't have all of the practice that Ben had already put into his material user. But in the end, he couldn't make himself look at it in such a way. As entertaining and useful as that skill was, it came nowhere close to his material magic. Anyway, you've all faced the challenge and claimed the rewards, but as with any time someone takes on a tower, I'm sure you all have plenty of people waiting to confirm your safety, so it's best not to keep them waiting. With that, she reached out, gesturing to a door behind them that hadn't been there before as they took their cue and left, leaving the tower and back to the bright light of the sun as Ben particularly soaked it in, along with a feeling of success for how that had just gone. Well, didn't that go great? He asked as he turned to his companions, with Thera seeming to mostly agree while the other 3 were left with complicated expressions painted across their faces. What, did that not go great? While he did have the minor bit of disappointment that despite all he'd done he hadn't completed his quest, and he never actually got the broken bits of his used-up bombs back. As far as he could see, the rest was a complete win, though it didn't appear that was the consensus. It's not that, man, it's just. Jake trailed off while Amy finished the thought on their minds for him, seeming more disappointed in herself than anything. It felt like we were being carried for a lot of that, which isn't great since this was at least partially meant to be training for us as well. They'd done bits at least, with Jake handling a lot of the first floor while Jake and Amy both had helped with the third, but the last 2 had been handled entirely by Thera and Ben, with that not even mentioning just how key they'd been in every other floor too. A situation like that couldn't help but leave them with complicated feelings. Feelings Ben was happy to shrug away. Hey, take it from me, having an easier time is nothing to complain about, he told them. If you're going to be doing 12 towers total, then I'm pretty sure you'll have plenty of moments when you look back on this and think about how much you wish the others could go this well. Besides, even if you didn't get to train your skills as much as you wanted, you got both your levels and your blessings, which was the main goal, right? Yeah, you're right, Jake sighed. I can only imagine how much we're going to be forced to train when we get back home, though. I can already see Vasta working me to death since I didn't get any levels to my non-affinity magic like we'd hoped. I'll remember you fondly, Ben said solemnly before breaking back into a grin. But anyway, since you guys will be hitting, 3 or 4 more towers before things go down, you should put an order in with me before you do, just in case you're all separated again, and I'm not there to risk life and limb to save the day. He meant it in a light, positive way, what he'd gone through on the second floor weighing on his mind, no more than any other violent event he'd needed to deal with on the world, but it had the opposite effect for the 3 of them as they remembered not only how little they'd been able to do, but that one of them would have died if he hadn't been around. We'll do that, Amy told him, giving a small nod. But for now we should probably find Yulil and Vasta. I can only imagine they've been pulling out their hair waiting for us to get out. It was with that they said their goodbyes, exchanging hugs and promises to keep in touch in the months to come as Ben and Thera watched the 3 of them walk off with more weight on their shoulders than they'd carried when they'd first met up to take on the tower, while Ben felt just a bit of his own disappear. They'd done it. They'd made it through the tower in one piece, claimed the rewards that such a feat came with, and he'd only come close to death during it a couple times. As far as he was concerned, that was a win. So are you okay? Thera asked as she took his hand. Better than okay. I'm a lean, mean, surviving machine, he told her brightly. No silly trial is going to take me out. Oh, she asked playfully. Then does that mean you'll do the life tower with me if I want to? Or we could go home instead. Haha, don't worry, I think at least for now, this was more than enough excitement for me. Of course, depending on the next few years, I may change my mind. Thera, for her part, was entirely joking. As much as she was happy from all she'd just got to grow from what they'd gone through, some parts had been too much. Seeing what Ben still carried with him from the trial he'd been trapped in and watching as he nearly died, as far as she was concerned, she would never do another trial since it would mean he'd be joining her, even if she wouldn't go out and say it. Then I'll do my best to emotionally prepare for the future, he told her, doing his best to avoid imagining a time where he'd willingly walk into another death trap like that as a different topic surfaced in his mind as he leaned in close, looking into her eyes as they walked back to the cart. But other than that, isn't there something you want to tell me? I have no clue what you're talking about, she told him, knowing full well where this was going and wanting to avoid it with all she had. You know, a certain change in your status you might want to mention, he went on, continuing to probe. Of course, I leveled my spiritual earth magic. It wasn't like I'd waste that on my earth sense, she told him, more trying to detract him with something else entirely than give in to what he really wanted to know. And the blessing leveled that one up anyway, plus my coordination, mana recovery rate enhancement, calculation, and cleaning. Thera, he began in a sing-song voice. You're hiding a job from me. Can I just not say? You can, but my delicate feelings will shatter like glass. Gods above, fine, it's... She trailed off, muttering the words and leaving them all but indecipherable to his ears. I'm sorry, it's what? It was Earth Princess, okay. A small gasp of air escaped him before he could get himself under control, though it didn't escape her notice. So that was the only one you got after the Earth Master job, huh? Wonder why it worked out like that. It was with that small question that she finally admitted everything. From the title she gained out of nowhere to every spirit on the world seemingly deciding together that she was their princess for reasons she could never get a clear answer on, and how both of those things seemed to have affected the job option she had as Ben listened as carefully as he could until he couldn't take it anymore and burst into laughter, keeping it up all the way back to Stonewall. Nothing like the smell of money in the air. Yuzu thought happily to himself as he made his way through a town that was basically in the middle of nowhere as far as he was concerned. Stonewall, an unremarkable place that was 5 days from its nearest gate, didn't have much to offer, even if that could be appealing in its own way. With only 100 days till the beginning of the end of the world, there were plenty who might want to escape there as if any amount of distance would truly be safe, but those who cared about such things had plenty of different communities to choose from, many of which were even further from any marked invasion point. As for him, well, he was of a similar mind, though for different reasons. Yuzu didn't believe for a second that anywhere in the world would keep him safe from what was to come. All he cared about was ensuring he lived just a little longer, and in as much comfort as he could. It was with that frame of mind he had gone out there, eager to make money from the connections he'd made out of the information he had. Connects that are easy enough to make if you just have the eye for it, he thought smugly. An unaligned awakened craftsman is rare enough, but when you look a bit further it's easy to see the money that's floating around him. I know he's got a connection to Analia, so putting 2 and 2 together it's easy enough to guess he's the one responsible for the braces that all of the passive magic holders are going around with. And considering the rumors of the vampires, it wouldn't be a shock if he was involved with that as well. Add to that all of the patents I was at least able to confirm came out of this general region, and it's not hard to guess that there's plenty of tantalizing ideas going on in his head. That just leaves me to take 1 or 2 for myself and he won't even notice. Yuzu was no craftsman. He lacked a single crafting type skill to his name, but what he did have was infinitely more valuable as far as he was concerned, and more rare than any simple skill like smithing, alchemy, or enchanting. He'd been born as one of the winners in life, coming into the world with one particular blessed skill that was rare enough that there wasn't a certain way to train to acquire it, anyone else who wanted it needing to rely on luck, as they wasted who knew how much effort trying to gain something that might never be in their grasp. Yuzu was a born mind reader. He'd learned from an early age how to put the skill to use, picking out the people who liked him to help him get farther in life, identifying what others didn't like about him so he could act in a more appealing way when he needed to, and other, less savory tasks as well. With a skill that handy, there really wasn't much need to indulge in any crime, but it sure made it significantly easier. Combinations to locks, where spare keys were hidden and getting to know if anyone suspected him. Sure, it wasn't necessary, but it gave existing a certain flair when he could already have anything he wanted with just a little work. The risk that maybe he would be caught adding that touch of excitement to an already excellent existence, though there's not much to worry about in this case, he thought with a grin. Hard to prove you've stolen an idea after all. As much as he enjoyed the life he'd lived, he wanted to spend however little of it remained in relative peace, and this was an easy enough way to do it. All it would take was getting any ideas and plans that existed in the craftsman's head, and selling them to other, richer ones who would be able to put them to use, letting them patent them as they saw fit while he walked away with a lump sum. Of course, doing it once wouldn't be enough. but it would be a good start on his quest to enjoy his remaining few years to their fullest without the risk of being stuck in a jail cell for who knew how long. And it all starts here. He'd gotten directions to the shop easily enough, and now there he stood in front of its door, carefully sculpting his expression for just a moment before he opened it up and went inside. There was only one man in there as far as he could see, and Yuzu could tell in seconds it wasn't the one he was looking for. He may not have had the exact species of the craftsman, but he'd gotten a description, and they sure weren't a yeti, looking for something. The man asked, narrow eyes pointed at him as Yuzu continued to smile while he opened a path between their minds. I heard there was an awakened craftsman here. I was hoping to meet with him, he said, continuing as he felt the Yeti's mind respond. There's an item I'm hoping to have made, and I've traveled far hoping he might take my order. He's in the back. Give me a minute, the Yeti said as he walked off, all as Yuzu did his best to maintain his expression. Scary. Who feels so aggressive just being asking if someone is around? He screamed in his head, life flashing before his eyes at just how prepared the other man had been to act if he'd instead said he was going to try and hire him. How did anyone else trying to hire him act to get a reaction like that? He didn't get an answer as the other came back, a comparatively smaller man with him who matched the description he was given perfectly, and as the Yeti went back to his forge, the new man walked over. Hi there, the craftsman said brightly, holding out a hand. I hear you're interested in commissioning something. I am indeed, he said. Unlike the first, the one before him now seemed far more reasonable in comparison, and significantly less intimidating as well. It was only as he was reaching towards the hand to take it while he opened the path between their minds that the thought was betrayed. As soon as he peeked into the thoughts of the other before him, what he found wasn't the mind of a man, but a monster. Worse than any hydra, Yuzu's thoughts were assaulted by hearing over 20 things at once, some simple streams of thought, others things that could have been words but nothing from allspeak, but worse were the sounds. Broad, terrible noises that combined with primal feelings in a way that he couldn't understand, but left him shaking as his skull felt like it was going to split. It took longer than it normally would to realize that only some of the pain was his own for having to deal with it. The rest was coming from the thing in front of him, each thought filled with it and projecting it out to the world around him. Hey, are you okay? The thing asked him, face looking concerned, but if there was anything like that in its thoughts, they were simply too full to tell. You're kind of bleeding. Give me a minute, I'll grab you a cloth. As the thing took a few steps away, he put a hand up to his nose, feeling the blood run down it, but even that ended as an afterthought compared to the last, most horrifying bit of all in his head, that there was still more to go. Deeper down, past the point he could read where lower levels of consciousness took place, it felt like something moved, taking notice of the doorway in its head, and without any conscious choice on his part, he moved, instinct forcing him to leave the shop he'd gone to for what felt like such a meaningless bit of money compared to his life. As he left his legs ready to break from the force, he'd put them under just to get a little farther away. The path between their minds broken, but the feeling of touching the mind of a monster not leaving him with a hint of peace. As he cooked breakfast, the day ahead of him planned out in his mind, he stopped briefly with the feeling of both arms and tail wrapping around him, a face pressed into his back. Smells fantastic, Thera spoke, sounding only a little groggy after just waking up. This is one nice bit of motivation to get out of bed, and I'm sure keeping your clinic head sane is another, he laughed. What would he do if you didn't show up? Drari would still have Auntie, it would be fine. Let's not talk about that right now anyway. I don't want to have to think about all of the idiots I need to treat today. With the invasion drawing ever closer, people were growing more and more desperate to get whatever levels they could, and with the knowledge that the town had an awakened life mage, it was leaving far too many of them comfortable taking risks they otherwise wouldn't with the knowledge that she could patch them up again after. All of that led to even more stress for the clinic, with its only saving grace being that both Thera and Sonia could handle it without much trouble, giving the other workers enough leeway to relax a little without needing to worry about working themselves to death to accommodate the town, something that many other clinics in the surrounding towns and villages didn't have the advantage of. Sure, instead let's talk about tonight. Sonia's staying out with Cecily, right? Any idea when you'll be getting home? Probably late afternoon, assuming nothing goes wrong at the clinic or with a so after. Why, going to surprise me with something nice? She asked as she spun him around, batting her eyes at him playfully. Probably no more than any other romantic evening, but we'll see, he told her, having an idea in mind, even if the chances of accomplishing it felt slim. Well, consider my hopes raised, she said as she leaned up to kiss him, running many of the spells that had become the standard through him as she did before they heard her aunt get up, and she moved to the table, happy to wait for breakfast. Any advice for me? Ben asked as he moved some tables in the back of the shop around, trying to give himself a bit more space. He thought sarcastically, before standing in the middle of all of the free space he now had, holding up his arms as he began to dance. Saying it was dancing wasn't really right. Beyond the fact that it looked awful, What he was really doing was just practicing one half of one of the few succubus dances that didn't require a tail, trying to move correctly to finally gain the dancing skill in an effort to be slightly less terrible when he was doing it with his girlfriend. He knew that Thera loved to dance. It was one thing she always asked to do whenever they were able to plan a night together, and aside from wanting to make her happy, he wanted to live up to her standard. It felt like she would move so gracefully as all he could do was flail about, barely able to manage any steps without walking on her feet or ending with his timing wrong. So today he was going to set out to fix that, fully intending on using every moment he didn't need to work to squeeze out a little more practice, almost immediately falling over his own feet. "Your timing is terrible," Falk said from behind him, letting Ben know he was there. "You can move slower at first to get the rhythm right if you need to, and then speed up from there once you have the steps." "Wait, you dance, Falk. Not if I can help it, but I needed to get the 0th level for Pelinia's coronation. It does have its uses, leaving me just a little more graceful on my feet, though, so it's not a bad skill to have." "Thera asking you to get it. She hasn't asked, but we dance enough that I want to." "Well, from how it looks, maybe after a week or so of hard practice you'll manage." And if I want to get the skill by tonight." His teacher just looked at him blankly before letting out a drawn-out sigh. "In that case, I guess you're lucky there isn't much to do here today. Practice away and you can hope for the best. I'll at least give you whatever pointers I can." So that didn't work. On to plan B. "What can I say? I feel impatient, and it's the best option I have. If I need a week to do it, then I'll get a week," he thought to his god as he sat down on the edge of his bed, holding the archive in his hand before running his mana through it and finding himself taken somewhere else, into its empty void. He wasn't actually sure if what he was thinking would work. The archive either affected his own mind or else it pulled his mind into the book, but either way, he wouldn't actually be moving with his body. The benefit it did have, however, was the time dilation effect. He had around 2 hours till he could expect Thera to come home, which meant about 8 days within it to practice with all he had. "No time to be negative, I've got this," he told himself confidently as he once more held out his arms and began to move, fully intending on using each of those perceived days to their fullest. "Haha, you really have no talent for this," Thera teased as she moved in his arms, acting more as the lead than he had any hope to be. "Gotta say, with how you level everything else, it's a little refreshing seeing you struggle with your feet." "Ha, yeah," he said back with only half a heart, not letting his failure show on his face. Even 8 straight days of practice hadn't gotten him the skill, with the notification going off in Thera's head just adding salt to the wound. "And it looks like I just leveled up my own dancing," she told him happily, her eyes lighting up as she did. "Looks like trying to handle you is doing something for me." It was as he congratulated her on the level that she looked in his eyes, seeing a touch of frustration and apologizing as she did. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't tease you so much like that. I really do appreciate you dancing with me, Ben. It means the world to me." She leaned up to kiss him, and only after she pulled away did he try to give a brighter smile. "I don't mind the teasing, Thera, don't worry. It's just, well, I've been practicing it a bit on my own and I still haven't gotten the skill. It's a bit disappointing," he admitted, feeling the weight of 8 days of straight practice that only existed in his head, as she couldn't help but feel amused hearing that. "I never thought you'd actually want the skill," she laughed. "I thought you were just doing this for me." "I want it for you," he told her, voice firm in his seriousness. "I see how happy dancing makes you. Of course I want to be a better partner for when we do it. I'm going to keep practicing, so." His words were cut off by her lips as she held him tight, feelings overflowing as she heard it until she eventually pulled away. "I really love you." "Of course you do, I do too." "It shows," she said happily as she moved his hands to his hips before wrapping her arms around his neck and resting her head against his chest, not looking at him as she continued to speak. "You know, Ben, for a while I really hated dancing." "What? I honestly would never have guessed." Well, when I was a kid I first started because I saw a show with my parents and thought it would let me be closer to people. But as time went on I realized that just wasn't true, and then Mom talked me into taking dancing jobs and I performed a bit, but I was still always alone. It wasn't till I got you that I've been able to enjoy it again. I was serious when I said it before. It means the world to me, so even if you never get this skill, just this is good enough." Not only having someone who even could dance with her, but having someone who would try so hard to, was already more than she ever would have hoped only a few short years ago, and regardless of when his practice would pay off and the difference in their skill levels, what he was doing was already more than enough as they moved to the music, enjoying the rest of the night. Ben's eyes shot open as he woke up, not from the notifications or any other stimulus, but more the lack thereof as he gently rubbed his temples, exploring the feelings and experiences of each of his many minds as a grin broke out across his face, headaches finally gone. It had been his constant companion for an unreasonable number of months, but in the last week he'd realized it had been wearing on him less and less, with the time of his torment finally coming to a close, bringing an all but forgotten level of relief with it. Myriad was quick to point out. Quiet you, I just became a 9th level meditation holder. There's no way I'm gaining a level of either before my soul finishes whatever it's doing, and I'm sure that if leveling either skill does happen, I won't be stuck with it for nearly a freaking year again. Honestly, how did I not get pain resistance after all of that? I've been through so much on top of the feeling of my brain trying to explode. The universe owes me it. Bleh, I guess you're right enough about that. If there was, I wouldn't be getting my second chance at life on a doomed world after being crushed to death on my first. After all, only 60 days left. The end of the world was basically at their doorstep, and it was showing any time he went outside. When he'd first returned to Stonewall after the ordeal with Galwax's trial, it had been clear enough in the people around, the anxiety and fear for the future, but it hadn't been long for at least a lot of it to fade. No matter the horror there was to it, there was enough space where the pressures of daily life managed to be the bigger concern, at least for a time. Now, though, as the day kept drawing closer, that same fear had come back in full force to infect the hearts of the people of the world, each of them showing it in their own ways. What do you want from me, man? He sighed before getting dressed, off to start breakfast and the day as a whole. I didn't grow up hearing bedtime stories of otherworldly monsters trying to take my land, and I have different nightmares taking up my dreams. I'm sure I'll be good and traumatized if I survive the first wave, so you can consider that something to look forward to if you want. Myriad grumbled. Ha, I'd say I have plenty of that. You just need to look a little closer at my thoughts to see it. Morning, Thera said as she wrapped her arms around him while he cooked, seeming bright and cheerful in a way that Ben could tell was her way of pushing against the mood of the town. Same with Sonya. Neither women were morning people, needing just that bit of extra time to get up usually, but they were putting on a show that he wasn't going to call them out on, especially since he wasn't sure either of them even realized they were doing it. Like aunt, like niece. And a good morning to you too, he told her, greeting her enthusiasm with his own as he turned to pick her up, spinning her around as he did with the sounds of Sonya's laughter coming from behind them in the hall. Well, don't you seem chipper, Ben? She asked as she admired Thera's golden face, her niece still preferring those little displays of affection not making it to her family's eyes, not even the ones she had made aware of their relationship. I can't help but be in a good mood, he said with a laugh. After months of misery, I can finally know peace. My greatest trial has come to a close. My headache's gone. Really, that's great, Thera told him, sounding as revealed as he felt while she grabbed his face, checking his brain with her mana examination. From the look of it, it does seem like a lot of the strain on your brain is gone. Did your god say anything about your soul? No, he hasn't checked, but I doubt that's done whatever it's doing either. I was told probably 2 more months for that compared to the headache, though, so it should be soon. And you won't be raising your last 2 mind skills, she asked through narrowed eyes as he held his hands up in his defense. Hey, you know I didn't want that last level of complex mind either. I'll be doing my bestest to make sure it doesn't happen. I even just reached my 9th level of meditation too, so just watch as I figure out how to awaken that. Hearing that, Sonya couldn't help but look at him funny as he moved to put out breakfast. And how many is that now? 5 at level 9 with another 4 at 8. An outrageous number of high-level skills for anyone to have. She could only shake her head as she started to eat. You're lucky all of the nations that were hounding you in the past didn't know about that. I can't imagine how much more they would want you if they did. Well then, here's hoping nobody squeals on me. Dealing with the crowd of representatives from all walks of life had been a big enough of a pain that first time. He wasn't looking for a repeat when they seemed content enough to leave him alone after being kicked out of town. With his good news out of the way, they moved on to talking about their coming days, Sonya working at the clinic as always while Thera took a different approach to her life magic that she'd begun after taking her last job. Since Sonya was able to do so much more for the clinic after drinking the god potions, she could be left to it, as Thera instead took the cart, flying around to many of the surrounding communities to offer her assistance in healing, each town and village having similar issues with keeping life and light mages to help when armies and nations were offering them top dollar. To say it was for the good of helping wasn't entirely true. Of course she was going to do what she could, but what had inspired the choice to do it had more to do with necessity than anything else. Thera's mana pool was so large that she basically didn't need to stop casting her magic unless it was to sleep, and for as much as the people of Stonewall got injured, it wasn't to an extent where she could pull in as much job experience as she was able to by spending a few days of each week flying around, letting her get through her current one at a rapid pace. So do you think you're getting close with it? He asked, wondering just how far along she was. A month, maybe 2 left from the looks of it, she said with a shrug. But what about you? I think this is the longest I've ever seen you go without changing yours. It sure feels like it. He didn't have much right to complain. He completed his often enough that it would raise eyebrows with anyone, even if he was constantly working himself to the bone to do it. But connected, Enchanter had been a struggle, even for him. Despite the fact that even as they spoke, he was busy making and breaking enchantments across the 3 mithril bands he would wear on his wrists, and despite just how many ultra-rare items he had created since taking it, he was on a job beyond the master branch of enchanting, and he had one other drawback to go with it. Despite being a job so far along the enchanting path, it was one that was also meant to gain experience from Connect, a skill that refused to awaken. To call it aggravating would be an understatement. He'd understood it would be a challenge when he'd first taken it, but he thought he'd at least have gotten the payoff of seeing how the skill would grow by now. Even if those bonuses would continue to exist, and by all accounts still be excellent once he finished it, to have to feel like his progress was slowed, without getting the result he so dearly wanted could only be annoying. Good news is I'm almost done it, he told them, broaching a topic he knew he'd need to anyway to get his last few job levels done as fast as he could as he focused on his girlfriend. So hey Thera, you know how you deeply love me, how I'm the light of your life, how being with me makes each of your days just that much better. If by that you mean do I know how you're my greatest point of stress, that each day I wake up asking if you're going to get yourself hurt or attacked because that's just how your luck goes. That I'm constantly expecting you to face some divine retribution for your far too casual way of treating the gods. She was mostly teasing, but it was easy enough to tell that she wasn't going to like wherever this was going, a fact Ben himself was quick to confirm. No, I'm pretty sure we're going with the things I said. Anyway, I have a bit of a favor to ask you, and you're not going to enjoy at least half of it. Laha, just tell me already. First things first, need to prepare, Ben told himself as he pulled out his personal job crystal when he got to the shop, before destroying the enchantment on it, leaving him with nothing but a plain rainbow mana crystal in its place. He'd made himself the job crystal what felt like ages ago, and in a way it was. He'd been a level 6 enchanter when he'd first had the idea to make something so small for his personal use, but now he was at the second level of his divine enchanting, letting him work his magic with an incomparable level of skill to what it had been in the past, which means this should work with some to spare. And it was with that thought that he began running his mana through the sphere, letting him pull off a piece no bigger than a marble, round it out, and begin enchanting on it. He was trying to recreate the same complex enchantment that had been on it only moments before, but to do it on something so much smaller took an even greater level of skill, though still a level he had to spare as the delicate points of mana went down easily, condensed far beyond what they'd ever normally be, yet still perfectly functional for what it needed to do until he had it done. The smallest job crystal he'd ever made, possibly the smallest anyone had ever made, and it was finished as he rolled it around between his fingers. With it completed, he repeated the process, making 3 more before he was done, each of them functional and the exact size he needed them, only for him to end up distracted by a single thought in the midst of his admiration for his own work. How much smaller can I go? He had no reason to try. The current size was perfect with the idea he had for them, but then he couldn't help but see how far he could push it as he tried again, pinching off smaller and smaller pieces until he failed at making something just slightly larger than a pea. Ah, too bad, he muttered. If I could have gone smaller, I might have been able to comfortably do rings instead of necklaces. Maybe I'll change it out in the future. Still, it was a fun little attempt as he broke the enchantments on everything he didn't need, recombining the smaller crystals with the original to keep from losing anything as he focused back on the original 4 for what needed to come next as he moved to the storage room, looking for a few different materials that would complement the look of the crystal, as well as who they were going to. To begin, he used a small piece of a black stone, shaping it with his magic to wrap around the tiny job crystal, not coating it as its future owner would need to be able to properly touch it to take advantage of its effects, but still covering enough that there was no threat of it slipping off before he added a nub at the top, using a strong piece of string to slip through it to create something that could be conveniently worn. Meaning the user wouldn't need to go find one to use after completing whatever job they had, and that's Falk down. From there he used the red stone for Sonya, trying to make the casing a little more aesthetic for it compared to the one for his teacher before he had it done, after taking the time to make a real chain to hold it rather than a piece of string and adding some finer details to improve the look of it, working under the assumption that she'd like it more than Falk would, and leading to that little difference in effort. Finally, it came down to the last 2, where he used the last blue stone for both, the one for Thera getting a far more detailed pattern as he tried to create a delicate design of birds and flowers on it, while his own he left plain, caring more about the function than the form, with his task finally done. Shut up, well first I didn't even say anything, and second, that's really no way to be talking to your teacher, boy, Falk said from behind him as Ben turned around. Sorry, not you Falk, I was talking to Myriad. That's not exactly better, but all right. So what exactly were you working on so intently? There was curiosity in the Yeti's eyes as he looked at what Ben had been so focused on, a desire to know what had been made that Ben was happy to fulfill. I'm glad you asked. Personal job crystals. I've got one for you, Sonya, and Thera too. I figured since we'll be near a battle where any kills will give some job experience regardless, all of you should be able to change yours on the fly to reap the benefits. Falk's eyes couldn't help but widen with surprise. He knew the boy had enchanted something on the crystals he'd been working on, but he'd have never guessed it would be something like that. He hadn't even been sure a job crystal could be that small until that very moment. Sorry, I can't actually give it to you till tomorrow. I have to be on the safe side here. His teacher shot him what could only be a questioning look, leading him to continue. I'm trying to complete a quest I've had for a while, and I just don't want to do anything that could jeopardize it. Fair enough, I'll look forward to it then. With that done and no other pressing work, Ben moved on to his next task of the day for his goal of completing his quest and finally bringing an end to the job he'd been stuck on. He was going to make a circlet. He'd made plenty in the past. In fact, the shop housed a few of them that people would come in to occasionally try on as a dare from others and fight off the urge to vomit from the effects of the mind skills he had tied to them. With the few that sold ended up being used for pranks, rather than their incredible practical applications of giving the wearer extra minds at their disposal. But the one he was going to make now would be better than any other as he got to work. Beginning with the materials, its design was going to be heavily made with both mithril and rainbow mana crystals, the gems being front and center to not only let the tool power itself, but to act as decorations as he used his magics to blend and shape everything, both material user and destruction playing a part in bringing the design to fruition as he held it, the size being perfect as it sparkled in the light with the subtle artistic flourishes he added shining through. Even better, but should I remake it then? No, it's just destruction, so the level shouldn't change things too much. This should still be great. From there, it became a matter of enchanting the item to have the common mind effects he'd add to such tools, with almost all of them being found within his own status. He'd thought long and hard about exactly how to design it, wanting it to lack the same sickening feeling that the others seemed to carry, so he was selective in how each skill was used. Mental expansion went down completely, its effects seeming less obviously harmful, while parallel thought was weakened, not being at the point where the wearer would have to feel their minds split like he had, instead providing just a little extra mental power. It was complex mind that was held back most of all. Despite being a skill that provided 2 new strands of thought with each level, he was forcing it to only give one in this case, not getting close to his skill's full potential, but needing to hold back more that he wanted, since it was the skill in particular that seemed to disorient people the post. Finally came the main addition that he didn't have access to, time magic. The effect of the spell was small but simple in its case. It would act to speed up the thoughts of the wearer, and it was with that it was complete, as perfect as it could be. While it wouldn't be as powerful as he knew he could make it, it had something else going for it, the comfort of the one who'd use it. All that's left is handing it over. It was still very early in the day, and with him not meeting up with Thera till the evening he didn't have any other pressing tasks, so instead he focused on training and shop work, squeezing out every bit of experience he could in the meantime. In the second church of Myriad, Ben stood and waited, admiring the structure he'd put so much work into designing as he did. He was in the main hall, the public area that wasn't locked away to hold his spare books and supplies, where anyone with the Connect skill could come to copy the enchantments on the hundreds of metal tiles coating the walls. Not that the church saw much use in that capacity for the simple fact that it didn't get many visitors. Sure, some would stop by occasionally, giving a prayer here or there as they passed or going out of their way since the town held both the church's apostle and oracle, but in the end that was it. While people would pray, there were only those 2 dedicated believers in town, and considering that Ben could give his God just as much, if not more faith by praying in his coat, it was really just left to Sashel. Myriad spoke up. Myriad, I'm not going to lie to you, that sounds so boring. Sashel's back now, right? I'll leave it to her. Excuse me, you're supposed to be showing me blatant favoritism. But fine, yeah, I can make her something like a decent armor. I should probably make Relia something too then, but I don't really know what a shape-shifting snake lady might need. I guess if I just make Sashel a job necklace too, since that's kind of a gift to her whole party. I'll throw another one together tomorrow, so make sure you appreciate the high material cost that's going to be going towards her. Just because I'm rich doesn't mean it's not a ton of money. Just remember that the next time you feel like I don't do enough for the church. He did have to admit he was more than happy to leave most of the church responsibilities to her, and while he didn't feel too bad about it, with the girl having a far better understanding of what she was getting into than he had, it still wouldn't do him any harm to take whatever small measures might keep her alive, lest he start being hounded to do more for it again. Still though, that's a later issue. The main star of the day has finally arrived. Thera opened the church door and walked in, her expression showing misery and exhaustion at the ordeal Ben was about to put her through as a swarm of spirits only she could see flew around her, the air thick with them in a way that left her feeling pressed in, even if they didn't truly take up any space. Ben, for his part, put on the most respectful expression he could, trying to keep from grinning at the little play he was about to put on. She did her best to keep from swearing at him there and then. She wasn't self-conscious of the spirits the way she might be of a typical mortal, but this was pushing the limits of that tolerance to the extreme. Can we get this over with, please? Don't laugh. I'll be safer when this is done if I just take it seriously and don't laugh. Of course, I'm sure you're busy, but as the apostle of the wonderful god Myriad, he and I couldn't help but be touched to learn just how much you're working for your people, along with how much they love you for it. And as such, we wish to give you 2 items to help ensure you could keep doing so much, letting you grow and keeping you safe. Thera could hear the sounds of the spirits swarming around her, asking questions amongst themselves and getting answers from others who were forming their own ideas on what was happening, all while she tried to keep herself from just walking out before things could get any more embarrassing. All right, so what do you have for me then? I'm glad you asked, he said, getting more and more into it as he did. This humble servant has worked hard to make you both a necklace containing a job crystal, removing your need to find one anytime you complete the one you're on, as well as this circlet with a powerful mind enchantment designed specifically to quickly multicast as need be, able to aid you in using your spells to reach even greater levels of power. The spirits around her buzzed at the news. They understood what job crystals were for and knew that an item like that would only let her grow stronger, and the idea of the person they'd all grown to love so dearly being able to be even a little bit safer was tremendously desirable as well. While many of them didn't typically pay too much mind to mortals in their typical lives, they couldn't help but show an interest in the one working so hard for her, even if a couple of them questioned the display, knowing full well how much they were together anyway. That didn't matter, though. Word amongst spirits traveled fast, and with it the knowledge of what the Apostle of Myriad had just done for their princess. In comparison to the elevated mood that came to him with the notification, Thera only looked at him with cold eyes. You made me a tiara, a circlet, it's completely different, minus the insanely expensive materials put into it, plus the artistic flourishes and the way I tried to cut the mana crystals to catch the light. Yep, she's totally right, I accidentally made her a tiara. Oops. She didn't believe it was an accident in the slightest, but the way Ben's eyes lit up told Thera all she needed to know about whether doing all of that had worked. And since it had, it at least managed to clear up just a bit of her annoyance to be helping in such an embarrassing fashion, with the addition that at least one of the things he was giving her did, in fact, sound both incredibly useful and desirable. Even still, she was happier it meant she could bring it to a close. With that, she shot Ben one final look before taking a seat, chatting with the spirits around her as she gave them what mana she could while Ben slipped on his necklace, touching it and feeling each option fill his mind. There were no new ones around to tempt him or pick at his interest, so he went with the choice he'd been planning on ever since he picked his last. I'll take Infernal Craftsman. You are actually the worst. Maybe, but at the same time, you can't deny this is a really, really good one. Oh man, and I bet that Profane Enchanter will have the same bonuses too. My headache is gone, so it's probably fine if I accidentally get a level to Parallel Thought or Mental Expansion, right? Besides, by the time I take it again, my soul will be in tip-top shape. He could hear the doubt in Myriad's voice, his god already sure he'd do something to level them up, and in general, he wasn't exactly wrong about that. There was something Ben wanted to do that he knew would be risking it, but with the end of the world feeling imminent, he couldn't help but want to try. He had 2 months to awaken Connect if it was going to happen at all. He just needed to put them to use, and figure out how to bring it up with Thera, maybe when she's less annoyed with me. After soothing her mood with some dinner and dancing, along with a healthy show of gratitude for her help in getting those last 5 levels he'd needed, Ben slipped off to his room as the night came to a close, finding an expected guest waiting for him as he did. Quillith, always a pleasure. How's it going? Better than you, I'd say. We're expecting a lot of people to tune it to watch your world end. And I'm not exactly feeling crazy about getting to hear that, Ben told him, giving the alien a funny look. A little morbid, don't you think? Blame the fact that you live in such an interesting reality. We've seen a few interstellar wars conducted across different universes, versions of stars and galaxies, or at least anything semi-comparable, but the ones that happen where the rules of a reality seem more malleable are always the most interesting. Still not really into the idea that the doomed planet I'm stuck on gets to be entertainment. One doomed planet watching another, Quillith said with a shrug. You can take comfort in the fact that everyone on my world is rooting for you all to win, given that if all else fails, you're all our last, desperate hope. What I'm hearing, though, is you guys at least have a few other options you can put to the test. 1 or 2, he admitted. We're about to run an attempt to see if we can alter the physical processes that's going to cause our star's death. It's not exactly breaking the physics of our reality, but it bending them for all it's worth. Neat, well, good luck with that. And if it fails, any word on some of the ideas I've floated before. It was the same ones he'd discussed with Hellori months back, the basics of it being that more of the gray could be saved if they could act as guides between universes, as well as open the hole to their own for the gods to go through. I've at least looked into the history of it, Quillith told him with a nod. The higher-ups aren't exactly thrilled at the prospect. It was around 3,000 years ago that all serious tests finally confirmed that there was no way for us to survive interuniversal space to make it to any of the realities. We'd found that physics would allow our bodies to exist as is, at least as far as we can see. But then again, at the time, we didn't have any proof of such things as souls. That bit is still annoying, actually. We're fairly sure the reality we live in essentially hides any way of proving their existence from us, meaning that we can't even do much study on them now that we've had their existence confirmed. So all of our models on the topic need to come from what we hear from your current universe, along with Ray examining a few bits from other realities we'd gathered in the past that we'd previously dismissed. Since opening a hole ourselves means we'd be abandoning our bodies for the trip, there are plenty who want to avoid it at all costs, especially given what's out there. Ben just looked at him curiously, not knowing where the alien was going with it as he waited for him to continue. Aside from the fact that we'd essentially have to die first to get to your reality, many of us just don't want to encounter any of the things between, the alien admitted. One of the few times we observed them didn't go well. Are you talking about outsiders? Ben asked, remembering the word Hellori dropped once when he'd spoken to her about it. I guess it's an appropriate enough term if that's what your gods call them. Admittedly, the threat is low. Creatures that exist between realities typically either avoid them entirely or else groups of them end up strangely hyper-fixated on specific ones, with both the one you're in and all of the ones your gods pulled from being safe. Still, some do wander, and no matter how slim the odds, our history leaves the idea of encountering them, even just as naked souls, far from desirable. Do I even want to know? It's probably not as bad as you're thinking, Quillith casually told him. Back in the infancy of us viewing other realities, there were of course those who wanted to see the space between. As an area without any fixed physics, calling it interesting would be putting it mildly, but the moment a stray outsider came into view for the first time, our technology capturing its image in as perfect detail as possible, given that properly showing such a thing in a universe bound by proper rules is, well, impossible, and around 30% of those who saw it broke down. What? It surprised us too, or at least I'm told, since this is ancient history for my kind, but anything that doesn't require a rigid set of physics to exist is, well, for a lack of a better word, wrong. We can peer into other realities with life that evolved under laws radically different from ours without issue, but there's something about the things adapted to it that's simply incompatible with my kind, at least, since I can't speak for how creatures from other realities would handle it. The reality you live in has plenty of races that exist within the void, but that's nothing compared to a creature that could exist in interuniversal space. All right, you've got me curious. Tell me more about interuniversal space. At that, the alien couldn't help but give a small smile. I believe that would fall under the realm of physics you hate so much. Are you sure? You just told me it's a place without a set physics, and like I said, I'm curious. Teach away, I'm all ears. Very well, it looks like we have a rather unusual topic for your lessons tonight. I think I understand all of the stress Drari is under a bit better now. This really is too much. Thera thought to herself as she was flying back to Stonewall, moving the cart just slightly slower than she usually would out of a need to decompress from the day. It wasn't that it was a hard amount of work. With all the mana at her disposal, anything that could qualify as such could only be a disaster, but it was mentally taxing. There were plenty of towns and villages in the surrounding area, and after going to 10 to help treat anyone she could for that bit of extra skill and job experience, she was seeing more and more of what she'd been seeing at Stonewall. People who hadn't done anything to try and get stronger since the world first got notice from the gods of the invasion, who were now trying to rush to gain any levels to combat and magic skills they could in an effort to keep themselves just a little bit safer, with far too many of them getting hurt for it. It's not like I don't understand, but I'm seeing a few too many people who'd be on death's door if I wasn't here. Gods above, even if combat needs some hands-on experience, magic can be trained plenty safely. All right, enough thinking about that. I'm almost home. I can have a nice relaxing rest of the day. It's a bit late to see if Aso wants to do anything, but Sashel's back. I could always bother her MMH. No, she still seemed pretty exhausted after helping the Demidmans, and I can't exactly blame her for that. Maybe I'll start working on dinner for Auntie and Ben for a change. Yeah, that sounds pretty nice. And after, I think I just might get him to help me practice more of my life magic, since I put up with him using me to finish his job. That seems fair, she thought with a playful smile spread across her face. She wasn't as annoyed about it as she had been the day before. It was important to her that he get stronger as well to match her desire, that he stop getting in situations where his life was on the line, and he'd done plenty to make it up to her immediately after too. But it does feel nice to see him try so hard for me. She couldn't help but think the feeling trailing off as a far more uncomfortable one took its place. Oh gods, I don't like being spoiled, do I? As soon as the notion crossed her mind, she couldn't exactly deny it, so she did the next best thing and ignored it, not in the mood for any level of self-discovery at the moment. Whatever you're thinking isn't happening, she called back, feeling the blood rush to her face as she did. Her aunt wasn't shy about teasing the idea of something happening between her and Ben, and she never knew how she was supposed to react whenever she did. Later Sonia, he said, significantly less bothered about it than she was as he focused on her. So using me as a practice dummy for your life magic then. It's nothing I won't be able to fix if anything goes wrong. Don't worry so much. I think if you're a healer you need to learn to be slightly more reassuring than that. A part-time healer, my bedside manner isn't the most important, especially when I have the skill. Now come on, it will be fine, she told him, leading him to the couch and filling him with her life mana as she used her mana examination to see exactly what was happening within him as she did. She decided to practice buffing, an aspect of her magic she didn't have too much experience with but figured she could use more as she watched how it affected him, his heart rate picking up as the mana flowed into his muscles and bone, each of them flooding with power that seemed like it wanted to be used, all while he sat still, just accepting whatever was going to happen to him. She usually held his face as she cast her magic if she wasn't treating any specific wound, but as she watched the changes the buff did to his body, her touch strayed to his arms and chest as she felt them. He really does look stronger than when we'd first met, doesn't he? Her mother had commented on Ben having nice muscles when she'd first seen him, and while that had been true enough then, he had certainly gained more since that time as he practiced at the forge, his line of work taking plenty of strength. Combining that with the fact that he hadn't regained all of the body fat he'd lost, as she and Yuzu had desperately tried to repair the damage he'd taken in the Earth Tower, and it made the change all the more stark as she touched him, completely lost in her thoughts till he spoke up. Feeling handsy, you wish. It looked like something you ate poked at your stomach lining. Not a big deal, but I fixed it, she lied, not having any desire to own up to how distracted by him she'd just been. I definitely wasn't feeling handsy, probably maybe. MMH. She continued to practice her magic on him, but she couldn't help but feel just a bit distracted as she went, Ben's little joke and her aunt's implications swirling around her head. Things are fine now, I don't need anything to change, she told herself, trying not to let her eyes linger anywhere too long, but maybe he does. I mean, I know from Steph that his kind doesn't seem to have too many inhibitions or social taboos against it, but he hasn't brought anything like that up since we've been together, so it's not something I need to think too hard on, unless he's just taking things slow for my sake. Hey Ben, yeah, do you know actually, it's not important, as if I could just ask. Her own kind weren't exactly shy about that sort of thing on either side of her heritage. Hell, when she was giving her mana to the spirits, she was helping them recover from their racial side effects attached to the act, and Analia wasn't just a goddess of love, but of seduction too. The only reason she was feeling weird about it was because she'd so thoroughly denied the idea of ever falling in love for so many years she hadn't even considered just what that might mean for the future. The two of them had been dating for nearly a year by that point. By succubus standards, it would be surprising that nothing at all happened, but then she wasn't a normal succubus, and in the end of it, just as important as what he might or might not want was what she herself desired. But do I want that? She asked herself, feeling her eyes looking him up and down as she did. You know what, I'm actually feeling pretty tired, so I think I'll end here, she told him abruptly, leaning in to give him a kiss and feeling extra aware of his lips against hers. Have a good night, Ben. Try and get some proper rest, okay? Will do. Sleep well, Thera. She tried to be casual about it as she walked back to her room, but she was sure her thoughts must have been as clear on her face as they ever were. She could feel the blood in her cheeks as she changed and slipped into bed, tightly hugging her pillow as she did. I mean, we could both be dead in a couple months anyway, she told herself as she laid there. And I do love him, and I do want to be close to him, and I'm enjoying being in a relationship more than I ever really expected, and this is just part of a relationship, right? Why did Annie even need to put the idea in my head? I might maybe want to. MMH, I just need to think about it a little more. With the idea firmly lodged in her thoughts, Thera didn't manage to get any sleep that night till the morning sun rose. So anyway, helping with the rest of the setup wasn't too bad, but then we were left trying to get back to gate all by ourselves. Sashel complained. Couldn't you have arranged anything like the trip out there? Your trip out there and mine back meant making an ultra-rare item, he shot back. Besides, Myriad found a different space mage to help you eventually, didn't he? I mean, yes, and I appreciate it, but getting back still ended up taking almost a month altogether. Are you sure we shouldn't have moved their community closer? Do you want to be the one that makes sure nobody makes any rash moves against them, with the invasion kicking off in a few weeks? No, I get what you're saying, she sighed. Even if the Demidmans were just people in the end, and only their limbs and eyes shared the hallmark traits of an invader, that still left it far too possible that someone might see them and attack. By staying where they were already set up, they were in an area they were used to, and it meant that neither they nor the rest of the world's people needed to get used to each other during an already delicate time. Well, I do appreciate you taking over for me, hence all of this, Ben told her as he worked at a rapid pace to create a light chainmail for her, using a blend of materials and enchantments to give it all the strength it could have as he handed it over. Here, try it on and let me know how it feels. Surprisingly good, she was quick to say, not having expected it just from comparing it against some other armor she'd tried in the past. But it's pretty light, are you sure it will give enough defense? It's light because I did a fantastic job making it, he told her, almost offended she even had to ask. And you're wearing a lower ultra-rare item, of course it will have enough defense. Hearing that, she couldn't help but jump as she looked down at herself and what she was wearing. If he was telling the truth, then that had just become the most expensive thing she owned by a large margin, not to mention the highest-ranked thing she could be certain she'd ever handled. Hell, she doubted she'd ever used anything that was even rare before. The idea of bypassing that ranking entirely left her stomach in knots. I don't actually think I can take this, she told him weakly, the idea of using something so valuable filling her with a deep level of fear. I'm pretty sure I could sell this for a house. Not quite at the current rank, and also just take it. It would be more inconvenient for me personally if you died not having it than the bit I'm losing out on the material cost and time. Also, if you haven't noticed the shop, my stuff isn't exactly being sold at market rates either, but don't go spreading that fact around. I don't want to have to deal with scalpers. With that, she started to leave, her head swirling with the absolute scale of the cost of what she had on, only stopping as Ben grabbed her sleeve. Don't be in such a rush, I have 2 more things to give. This is already way too much. She appreciated what she had been given, but it was already the equivalent of being gifted a small fortune. To accept any more would be too much when what she'd been given was already so far beyond the realm of what any normal person might gift another. Ben, seeing just how conflicted the idea left her, did his best to make the point clear. Sashel, you're the Oracle of Myriad, he told her firmly. The one I get to dump my work on, the one responsible for helping to grow the faith and spread his good name. This is not too much. What was that about dumping work on me? It's important to both me and our God that you be safe, he continued, completely ignoring the question. So in the spirit of that, don't try and push away the help we give you just because you feel like you're not worthy of it. It's no more than we think you deserve. Despite how casually he let it slip that he was leaving most of the actual work to her, she couldn't help but be touched to hear how valued she was to both her God and the apostle who brought her to her faith, so doing her best, she pushed aside the feelings that came with gaining more than she thought she should get and gave a nod, ready to accept whatever it was. All right, if you're so sure then I won't decline. Good, so first take this, he told her, handing over a necklace. It's for you, but your entire party can take advantage of it. Just no spreading this around either, okay? Sure, so what is it? She asked, looking at the pendant. It had a beautiful tiny jewel being held in place at the center of a small metallic square, obviously made to represent their god, with whatever purpose it held being far from clear. Personal job crystal, he told her, watching as the shock almost made it drop from her hands as she fumbled to keep it from hitting the ground. It's important to be able to change your jobs quickly, so you don't miss out on any experience for them, so having something like this is a must. If there's ever a time that you have to reveal you have it to anyone outside of your party, just tell them that it's a benefit of being the Oracle of Myriad, since that's technically the truth. I didn't realize they could be so small, she muttered as she stared at it, all but transfixed. The ones she'd used in the past had all been around the size of her head. Having one more similar to a fingered joint was unbelievable. Even as she let herself touch it, briefly feeling as different options flooded her mind, it was still hard to accept as real. Ah well, as good as I am, I could only scale it down that low because I used a bit of rainbow mana crystal for it instead of something like quartz, he said with a shrug, watching as she fumbled with it all over again. Just how much would something like this even be worth? To her knowledge, nobody in the world got personal job crystals. The very idea of such a thing was ridiculous, but again Ben could only shrug. Technically nothing. You can't legally sell job crystals, so it's actually worth more without the enchantment. A shame too, if I could sell these I'd become even more outrageously rich. She heard basically none of what he'd said, too focused on the extreme degree to which her gear had just changed with 2 simple items, and having the knowledge that there was still one more to go. Whatever you have left isn't going to be quite so over the top, is it? I feel like I'm going to be robbed on the street with all of this already. The next is just potions, don't worry, Ben told her as he pulled them out, seeing her relax right up until he described their effects. I'm giving you 6 for now, so that's 2 for each of your party. Have one tonight and the second in a month, and both times you should get a permanent extra 3 points to all of your attributes. I don't think I need to tell you not to talk about this either, right? Ah, I'm sorry, I think I heard wrong. What did you say they do? You didn't. I'm sure you heard the rumors about them since distribution has started worldwide now, and is making me even richer. Really should spend some of this money before I'm too dead to use it. I have, but I thought they were just rumors. How did you even get this? There's no way I can accept anything so precious. Now, I have a pretty constant supply as the guy who figured out how to make them. Sashel, I think I need to lay down, she muttered, nursing her head as she did. I feel like I've just learned way too many things to keep secret. Is this why Myriad says you're insane? Hey, rude, I'm creative and driven. You're using what? Don't worry about it, and moving on. Sashel, while I have you, if I was going to visit your village to try and buy more of the wood from your forests, do you think your grandmother could be convinced? That was the one limiting factor when making his potions, and while he knew there were other materials that could work, he was almost certain that any alternatives were being monopolized for the large-scale potion production happening in Analia. At the question, though, Sashel could only shake her head as she still struggled to suppress the shock of all she'd just received. You've seen how she can be, and she's as devoted to protecting our woods as you would expect. Heck, I was honestly shocked she gave you the 3 branches she did before. Maybe if you pay a fortune or just do something huge she could be talked into it, but I wouldn't hold my breath. How huge? He asked as he eyed her, curious on if she had any ideas that wouldn't leave him parting with all his well-earned cash. I don't know, maybe if you were a powerful plant mage and could help the trees grow, she'd be willing to trade some wood if you put in the work. But other than that, I'm not sure there's anything else she cares enough about to help you out. He waved her off, keeping her from thanking him too much for everything she'd been given as he took a seat at a desk, not having any other pressing work, and instead talking to his god. Happy, I have more than I need, so no harm sharing them a bit. More important than that, I think I can design a few things to stimulate tree growth more than I already have, so I'll need to look into that to see if that can get me into Hentath's good books. Could you do me a favor and ask Jaggle if she thinks using the byproducts of my possessed tree would hurt the plants from her world at all? That's always an option too. He'd been gathering the fallen leaves and fruit skins that hadn't been going into his potions and using them as mulch for Frederick, and seeing it end with his deer plant gaining explosive levels of growth as a result. But there was no guarantee that they wouldn't leave any byproducts in the ground that might harm the Dryad's grove, something he wanted to avoid at all costs if he was not only going to try and ask for a bigger supply of wood, but to stay in the Dryad's good books so they'd let him test out another idea altogether. It will probably maybe be fine. Besides, if I want any chance of being able to use all of the awakened skills the world has to offer, then this is the only real option I can think of. He wasn't going to waste his time on Craftsman's tower when he didn't think he'd be making it to the top, meaning if he wanted a chance after all of his other failures to push his connect skill over the edge, then he needed to be creative. But if he succeeded, then a whole new world of creation would open up to him. The defensive enchantments I can already do are already fantastic for anything anyone could reasonably expect to encounter, but I keep ending up finding things nobody would reasonably expect because reality itself hates me. And the sorts of weapons and tools I might be able to manage too. You saw how good my space bombs were. Imagine if I made them with awakened magics, plus the gates. I would be able to help make more of them, and I have a few ideas on how to modify the standard enchantment with ritual magic that I really want to test out. Admittedly, that too. It was a short week later that Ben and Thera were flying through the skies, one of them tensed in fear as the other only seemed tired. I still say this is insane, Thera told him, how many times she'd brought her concerns up being impossible to remember. The chances of leveling your mind skills are so far above your chances of awakening connect. I can't understand why you'd be willing to risk that after all the pain you've gone through in the past few months, because the potential rewards far outweigh the risks. Besides, even if I do level the skills, my headache's gone and my minds can't split again if they're stuck at the 9th level. Sure, except you'll just get it again for who knows how many months this time. From Hilori's guess, probably just a couple. It was the best estimate the goddess could make when he'd brought up the concern himself, comparing what he'd just gone through against how much his soul had changed to lower some of the burden it was under, and it was a risk he was more than willing to take for just what it could mean. Awakening it might mean I could make legendary items, Thera. You can't deny just how useful that would be to the world as a whole. MMH, the fact that I can't is the only reason I'm taking you out here. Just consider yourself lucky that I'm ignoring your real reason. I have no clue what you're talking about, he said innocently, not fooling his girlfriend in the slightest. Please, your eyes basically glow when you start thinking about what you could do after the skill awakens. I'm not doubting you want to make some legendary items. I'm just doubting it's coming from a place that's looking at the world instead of just yourself. He gave a small laugh as she could only shake her head. As much as she thought things would end terribly, it was unfortunately worth the risk. She just wished he could seem a little hesitant about it. Still, it wasn't long before they landed, arriving at the edge of town and driving through, at first receiving suspicious looks from the locals, right up until they recognized them as the mood changed to the positive, happy smiles going around as they got waves from those they passed before getting to their first destination, the house of Fontesh. It was only the second after he got off the cart, trying to make it to the door to say hello, that something small all but flew from the side of the building, a young dryad seeming to try and tackle him to the ground in her haste, instead just wrapping her arms around him. "Ben," Delaire yelled out, more than thrilled with the surprise visit. "You should have visited sooner." Sorry you'd be shocked at how crazy things had been, but it's great to see you," he told her happily, picking her up and sitting her on his shoulders. "It's only been, what, a couple years? How did you grow so much?" "A lot can happen in a couple years," Fontesh said, walking out from the same area Delaire had run. "Thera, it's nice to see you again, and Ben, welcome back from the dead." "I wish you'd visited sooner. Delaire was a mess when we got the news." "I was not," she yelled out before taking a far glummer tone. "But you should have done more than just sending a letter, you know." Sorry, you're right. But hopefully we'll be here for a couple weeks if Hentath is feeling agreeable." Fontesh gave him a funny look. "What do you need her agreeing to?" A fair bit honestly might be easier if you come while we talk to her. And assuming she says yes, is there any chance we could rent a room while we're here? After all you've done for the village, of course you can stay." Honestly, everyone was pleased to find out you lived after what Sashel told us, so seeing you might just put her in a good enough mood to be agreeable. "So you really did live," Hentath said as soon as she opened the door, trying to look as firm as usual, but not able to completely keep the smile from touching her lips. "Should have known anyone who's as much of a pain as you seem to want to be wouldn't go out so easily. And it's great to see you too, Hentath. Glad I'm alive to keep being a pain to everyone around me. I feel like I need to point out that if you didn't insist on being so blatantly antagonistic at times, then you'd probably get in a lot less trouble," Thera muttered. Ignoring both of them, Ben instead focused on the village elder, bowing his head as he did. "So anyway, there's something I'm hoping you'd be willing to agree to. Two somethings really, and before you say no, at least hear me out." "All right then." Hentath, Delaire, and Fontesh were all admittedly curious about what brought him out there with the invasion so close on their heels. They could have imagined him wanting to hide away there since they were blissfully far from any of the invasion points, but they would have agreed to that readily, and it wasn't the impression he was giving off. "Okay, so the first thing I was hoping for was to get more wood from you all, and the second was that I was hoping you'd let me talk to your trees." "Absolutely not." "At least let me finish, and I'm not asking you to," he told her, holding up his hands in a show of innocence. "I will take literally anything that's come down on its own, and I'm more than willing to pay well for everything. Plus trade too if you'll join me at my cart. I guarantee that you'll be more than satisfied with what I'm offering." Despite herself, Hentath couldn't help but be curious. She'd seen the sort of work he could do when he had literally nothing and couldn't help but acknowledge his past skill. Even without knowing how much he'd grown, she couldn't help but wonder just what he'd made to trade. The five of them walked over as Ben started unloading boxes from the back, straining under the weight of some as he did before opening them one by one. The first thing they saw was toys, and lots of them. Their condition was far better than what a lot of the village's children currently got to enjoy, even considering that Ben had taken the time to mail some on occasion after he'd last left. Delaire's eyes lit up seeing them, though Hentath was far from impressed. "You're going to have to do better than that. Hey, these are what I'm giving regardless of if you agree or not because I'm the absolute sweetest. Delaire, make sure you distribute them all equally with your friends, okay? Okay." She yelled out, already rummaging through the box of them as he laughed and opened the next, revealing a pile of quartz sheets that all but Thera looked at curiously. "And this is another type of game. Delaire, I think you'll get a kick out of this, so why don't you and your mom both grab an end and start running your mana through it?" It was obvious how instantly less impressed she was from looking at it, seeing nothing but a sheet of stone, but did as she was asked, as not only she, but Fontesh as well became at first interested, and then enthralled by the simple game of Pong he'd put on it to be played, easily figuring out the goal as they went. By the end, even Hentath seemed interested as Ben couldn't keep himself from grinning. "So I made about 30 different games and 3 copies of each for you all to enjoy. Obviously, you'll all need to decide for yourselves how the village is going to split or share them, but I guarantee hours of entertainment out of them. They're getting pretty rave reviews, and making me even richer." He didn't know if it was just the one arcade Jake had found that was helping to popularize them, or if other places had done similar things. All he could say for sure was that people were making and selling them for a decent price, letting him rake in profit atop all of his other agreements and patents. Still, it seemed Hentath was going to stand firm. "I'll admit it's interesting, but still no," she told him, ignoring the instant disappointment of both Delaire and Fontesh. "The safety of our forest isn't worth some games when it's directly tied to our species' survival." And I still have more, so let me finish, he said as he opened the next couple crates, coming out with something far more underwhelming compared to the last two, with Fontesh and Delaire unable to hide their disappointment. Dirt, technically mulch, he corrected, but that's not the important part. What is important is this is special mulch that can massively speed up a plant's growth while improving its overall health, and is Jaggle approved. That caught her attention, and in a big way too. She didn't doubt his words given he represented a god himself, and caring for their forest was a huge necessity for them as they slowly worked to expand their grove. If that could help then, at the very least, it actually would be worth the trade for any fallen wood they could gather, though she still wasn't sure about letting him talk to the trees, and was about to say as much right up until he opened the next crate. And in a similar vein, we have these, he said, holding up what looked like metallic collars of various sizes, some small, while others were big enough that none of them wanted to see the sorts of creatures that could wear them. I still need to set up the enchantments on them, but this is another thing I've already proven works. What we have here are 100 items that once finished will be able to supply a constant source of plant magic, aimed at making whatever trees they're on grow. Really hoping you like these because they're all made with some mithril and white mana crystal, and assuming you take them, you probably shouldn't let anyone outside of your village know they exist. Hentath couldn't stop her jaw from hanging open as she understood what he was offering. Aside from the fact that it represented a fortune in materials, that meant 100 trees they wouldn't need to work on growing themselves, at most only needing to do a bit of guiding as they instead focused on other ones. It was enough to make her almost instantly agree to what he wanted, but much like Ben, she was the sort who wanted to get all she could out of someone, so instead she turned, focusing on the remaining crates. And the last two, okay, so this one is also unfinished, and is another thing you really can't tell outsiders about because it would be a pain for me. I'm assuming you've heard about the enhancement potions going around. I have no idea what you're talking about. Right, isolated village, only talks to a couple trusted merchants, I guess that tracks. Okay, so someone, well me, discovered a way to make potions that can permanently increase all of a person's attributes by 3. I'll make a potion for every member of the village, but the final ingredient I need is the wood. Admittedly, it didn't take much, but it was the limiting factor by a significant margin. Still, sharing the potions with about 100 people wouldn't be bad. His tree was growing more fruit than he and the ones he was already sharing with could ever possibly need, and he'd saved up a healthy stock of them as he wondered just what to put them towards. He thought it was a good deal, and right up until then he thought he had her, but the look in the elder's eyes changed from temptation to fear as she processed what he said. If a potion like that existed, then people would want them, plain and simple. She could only envision a future where people got their hands on the recipe and stormed their woods to take what they could. I feel like I've just been told my species is doomed, she muttered, rubbing her temples as she did as Ben caught on to the problem. I mean, from the sounds of it, every species is doomed, but yours isn't going to be particularly impacted by this discovery, I promise. Outside of myself, the recipe is being monopolized by the gods, and it just so happens that they have a stranglehold on all of the alternative ingredients that could be used instead of the wood. Either way, nobody but me is going to try and get it from you, and if after all of this you're still against it, then I'll just leave, I promise. He tried to show all of the sincerity he could, and Hentath couldn't help but believe him. Even if he had been a bit much, in his last visit to the village he'd been nothing but helpful. As it was, she found herself completely willing to accommodate his need for the wood, but all of that left one thing unexplained. All right, as things are, I guess I can't refuse the idea of the trade if it just means gathering our fallen branches for you, but no part of this explains why you need to talk to the trees. Ah, fair, I guess I really do need to elaborate on that. When I did last time, I felt the skill I'd been using being pressed from the nature of your grove, and even then I hadn't been able to interact with it to my full potential, but this time I think I might be able to. The reason I want to spend a couple weeks on it, if you'll let me, is to see if it's enough to awaken my skill. It was only Delaire in her youth who couldn't fully appreciate what he was talking about trying, but Fontesh and Hentath couldn't help but be shocked as the elder ended up agreeing to both things he was looking for. She was fully capable of understanding the value of an awakened skill holder, and if he genuinely thought it might get him, then given the state of the world, she didn't have it in her to deny him, not when every bit of strength that could be gained needed to be taken. With agreement received, Ben wasted no time getting to the nitty-gritty of what he needed to have to finish up the plant collars, while he waited for the wood to be collected. So who in the village would you say has the highest level of plant magic? Me and one other have the skill at the 8th level. Why? Just going to need your hand for a moment, he told her, taking it and opening the connection, unable to keep himself from peeking to see if she had any other interesting skills before copying the soul magic she possessed to a ring. Looking at it with his limited analysis, he couldn't help but smile to see he was able to copy the totality of the skill, unlike in the past where his attempt had left him getting only the 3rd level when the 5th was available. It was clear proof that his connect and enchanting had grown, even if he still wanted to go farther. Definitely going to need to update the enchantments on my possessed tree and Frederick's pot now that I've got this, but for the time being, let's get started. Along with his new and improved plant magic ring, he also slipped on a 7th level minor soul magic one he'd made while he was with the Demidmans, and picked up one of the tree collars he needed to finish. Blending the 2 enchantments along with the highest level of earth, water, and life magic he had access to in an effort to ensure it would have the most powerful effect it could as he quickly finished it, putting it to the side and starting the next as he waited. Seeing he would be working on it for a while, Hentath went to rally more people to gather wood for him, while Fontesh patted her daughter's head before leaving with a few words, off to finish some chores. It was only Delaire who stayed with him and Thera, staring intently at what he was doing with her weak mana sense as he did his best to speed through everything, the toys he'd brought with him forgetting in favor of seeing what he could do. Curious. He asked with a grin, happy the child seemed interested in his work, and getting a surprising response in return. Nobody here was able to teach me how to, so I gotta learn now that you're here, she told him with a bright smile, eager to figure out the secret of it to try herself but still managing to catch him off guard. You want to learn how to enchant? Yeah, even though I haven't gotten the skill yet, I've still been working really hard, see. As she said that, she pulled out her card, her chest puffed out with pride as she held it out to him to take a look as his eyes skimmed over it, a second surprise coming to him as he did. You have the 0th level of crafting. Yep, she told him confidently, before taking a change to the bashful. I need it if I'm going to be your apprentice one day. I did put out that offer when I left last time, didn't I? Thera was looking at him curiously, wondering just how he would respond as he focused on the girl, wanting to probe her interest. He wasn't just going to dismiss her desire. If she not only remembered that casual offer but had been working hard enough to get the crafting skill, then she must have felt serious about it, but it seemed far outside what he would have expected her future to hold. Well, I can help you try to get enchanting while I'm here, but first, would you mind telling me why you want to be a craftsman? 'Cause it makes people happy, she said brightly. I want to do that too, and it was really fun helping you while you were here before too. Well, I'm not sure about that first bit, but if she enjoys it, then that's the most important part since she's looking to her future. If she's planning on staying in her village as she grows up too, then having someone with the crafting skill would be ideal. Even if it wasn't as specialized as something like smithing or enchanting, that only really mattered in bigger towns and cities, where people had a larger variety of choice that gave them the liberty to get the best they could. In a remote place like the Dryad village, though, it would be helpful for everyone to have a jack of all trades, even if that meant a bit of a drop in quality. Plus, as long as she gets her level high enough, then that difference won't really matter, will it? All right, in that case, do you have any paper around? I'll teach you a bit while I'm here, but I'll also make you some notes you can read over and practice with after I leave again. I'll check, she yelled as she ran off, Thera taking a seat beside him as she did. Are you really going to take her as an apprentice? She asked, filled with curiosity at the exchange she watched. It was a question that got her a shrug. I did offer, even if I didn't really expect her to want to take me up on it, and it looks like she's been working hard, so why not? It's not like I'll be doing it now, but maybe in 3 or 4 years if she's still interested, and we aren't all dead, it could be fun. Besides, it's not like it's going to be hard to put a single mind on giving her some lessons while I'm here, right? I just thought you'd take after my uncle on the matter of training others, she teased. I'll have you know Falk loves me no matter how much he doesn't want to show it. Besides, it would probably be different if it was some random off the street, but she's a good kid. Plus, I can now say no to anyone else who asks on the grounds that I already have one. He hadn't got any requests to take on apprentices yet, only able to assume that some of the nations who wanted him probably wanted him to train their people as well, but he had no intention of taking on anyone like that. Delaire was different, though. He liked the reasons she gave for wanting to be a craftsman, and he thought she was a good kid. Sure, she was young enough that her dreams and entire personality could change by the time she'd be old enough to start training, but then that was a problem for the future. Let's see, he muttered to himself as he kept going through his enchantments. It looks like she's an apprentice mage right now, so I can work on writing up a few potential training plans for her depending on what she takes next, be it apprentice craftsman or true mage, and I think with just a bit of work, I can help her learn the enchanting skill before I leave. Oh, and I should also ask how long she's had the crafting skill for. If it's been over a year and she's been practicing, I'm sure I can get her to the first level of it while I'm here. Yeah, let's do that. It would let her see what sort of effort has to go into training too, so it might be better for her to learn early on. Ben, if you work her anywhere near as hard as you work yourself, you're going to scare the poor girl off. I'm not planning on doing anything extreme, don't worry, he said in his defense, not getting an ounce of belief back. I got to see and hear about how hard you train the Demidmans, Ben only adults. Delaire's what, 9 now? I'm not going to give her a level of work that would scare her off. I just want to let her see the breadth that crafting has to offer, with alchemy at the top of the menu. There were a couple things about making the god potions that he could leave to her so long as he kept an eye on things, and from there more plans came together in his head, as she eventually came back with papers in hand before Hentath returned with the wood, and from there they could finally get started. After another hour of enchanting, he finally finished all of the tree collars and let himself get set up for potion making, pulling out everything he'd brought for the act as he pulled out a mortar and pestle to show to Delaire. All right, are you ready to attempt some alchemy? Yeah, great. Now since these potions are important, I'm going to just have you do some of the simpler stuff, with one of the main things involving using the wood everyone just brought back. He now had a pile of far more than the 3 branches he'd first been gifted ready to go, and with a sharp knife he began cutting off a chunk of one, tossing it in a pot with some water before placing it over a fire, the goal being to have it absorb what it could and soften up, letting them move on to the next stage of grinding it into a paste. As they waited, he spoke with the girl about the process, trying to explain what they'd be doing as simply as he could for her sake, along with telling her about the potential that alchemic knowledge contained, not just the potions it could be used for but also its applications in smithing, and how it could be used to let items get even more out of certain affinities of enchantments. If she's going to be my apprentice one day, I'm going to need her to get connect. What do you say, Myriad, feeling generous? No, but if I can make up the faith you'd lose on it, would you do it? Maybe it would be easier to just hire Xandil. It was something to worry about in the future, but not a priority. She had her low plant magic she could enchant with after all, and even if it wouldn't be as handy as other branches, there were still plenty of enchantments he could think of that he could get her to practice with once she got the skill. I guess that means I'm writing down all of the enchantments I can think of too, so I might need to ask Thera to pick up some paper while she's in the city. Combining that with training details for each crafting discipline I'm competent in, I'd probably be using the town's entire supply. It's an issue of consent. I put out the offer to train her, so I do need to take responsibility for that. You made the request of taking me as a believer without explaining that would leave me as your apostle, meaning you need to deal with my casual attitude about it. He heard a HMPH from his god, but he ignored it. The wood was done, so he carefully moved it from the pot to his mortar, showing Delaire what he was doing to break it down before giving her a chance to try, only taking over again at the end as she got tired, and to ensure it would be perfect for their needs. From there, he didn't actually have much more for her to do. All of the other ingredients had been prepared before he'd arrived, the thought he might be teaching someone any alchemy not even a glimmer in his eye at the time. So instead he explained why he was combining them as he went, what purpose each ingredient served, and why it needed to be added at different stages of the process, while he stirred it all until it was finally complete, the only thing remaining being to use it. All right, I guess we're going to have to gather everyone in the village first, but for the time being, since you helped with making it, why don't you be the first to give it a try? He told her as he divvied out the portion she'd need to see the full effects of what they made and watched as she hesitantly took it, trying to contain her excitement as she took a sip. Wow, it's tasty. Yeah, it is. Always nice when things work out that way, isn't it? When you finish up, do you want to ask Hentath to gather everyone and we can get to sharing it? All right. Eager to get the rest of the town to try what she'd helped with, she quickly finished the potion and ran off to spread the word, leaving just him and Thera as Myriad spoke in his head. What? Interesting. I'm already growing more fruit than I can use, and that's before I'm updating the enchantment with my new plant magic ring. I should be able to keep sending more potions to the village with the extras in exchange for a constant supply of wood to go along with it. I'll bring up the idea with Hentath later. Sure, but it was interesting musing. Consider it an investment for the future anyway. If the world survives, then it wouldn't be a bad thing to have some powerful plant mages, right? Heck, even in the next year or two, it could be valuable to help them grow as powerful as possible in case there's any food insecurities. I'd say that would make preparing for the invasion more than worth it. As the potions were distributed throughout town, a subtlety that Ben had at first missed began to rear its ugly head, an edge of fear, not clear on each villager at all times, but always around a few of them. The same fear that had gripped the world as the days kept on counting down, only 51 days left. It was on everyone's minds to one extent or another, the inescapable fact that odds were good that in a few short years they'd all be dead, with the strain that came with that knowledge not so easy to hide. Still, it seemed that the adults around were trying not to show it, with no desire to scare the children with something that couldn't be changed, and neither Ben nor Thera had any intention of talking about it either. Both Falk and Sonia would be at Craftsman's tower by the time there'd be only 30 days left, with Ben and Thera joining them no matter how things turned out with his attempt in the woods, all of them needing to be ready for whatever part they could play. And then I get to worry about losing my second life by idiotically standing at an invasion point when I don't even have to. Yay. I guess on the plus side, I'll get to see whatever sort of magic super weapon Falk helped to build. Maybe if I ask real nicely, they'll let me look at the designs a little. That could happen, right? He got no answer. All of the gods who would spend time in his head busy with other things with the end of the world, so close as he held in a sigh, mingling with the dryads he hadn't seen in so long as they all tried to pretend that things were okay. All right, since I'm here, let me handle dinner, he told Fontesh as they got back to her home. Since Delaire was showing off that she got the crafting skill, does she have any practice with it? A little, Fontesh said with a smile, rubbing her daughter's head as she did. When you left, she was so insistent on trying to get it, so we got her to balance out learning a bit of cooking, sewing, and art with a few of the villagers that could help her with that. Awesome, well, while I'm around, why don't I try and help her brush up a bit on that aspect too, if that sounds good. The young girl was nodding enthusiastically while her mother only laughed. If she wants to learn, then I'm not going to stop her. Teach her well enough that she can cover the meals, and that will leave me some time for some other things too. Ha, sounds good. And you don't mind her using a knife, do you? I'll teach her the basic bits of safety while I'm here, but if you're cool with it, that would mean I could also teach her a bit of wood carving too. It's another aspect of crafting, so it would be good practice, especially since you have so many trees around to take advantage of. Plus, if we can get her enchanting before I leave, it would give her something to practice making enchantments on too. That's fine, she agreed easily enough before focusing on her daughter. But Delaire, if Ben is going to take some of the time he's here to teach you, then you need to put your all into learning, understood? He's already trying something plenty hard on his own, so you can't be distracting him when he needs to put as much effort into his goal as he can. Yes, Mom. Fontesh gave her a smile. She appreciated just how extremely difficult it was to awaken a skill, and she didn't want to get in the way of Ben's original goal going out there, but since he seemed happy enough to indulge her daughter, then she was happy to let him. All right, he said confidently, rustling the girl's hair. Let's get started. First things first is proper knife safety. I'll show you how to cut the vegetables for dinner, and while we're cooking, I'll try and guide you. Maybe we can talk about how flavors can be chosen to complement each other too. Hope you're ready for this, kiddo, 'cause now that I've decided to, I'll be making you learn as much as you can in the weeks I'm here. He said it with a smile, and in response, Delaire's eyes lit up with excitement, ready to use the time to learn all she could. After the meal, Ben spent a couple hours talking to the girl as Fontesh and Thera stood by, near enough to listen, but less enthralled by the finer points of crafting and enchanting to want to get involved in the talk, instead chatting about what had gone on in the time since they'd seen one another, right up until it was time to head to bed. They said their good nights as Ben and Thera moved to the same room they'd stayed in during their last visit as they looked at the shared bed before Ben focused on his girlfriend's face. You're blushing. I am not, she firmly told him, slapping his arm as she looked away. Just step outside and let me change. He did exactly as he was asked, giving her a few minutes before coming back and finding her already tucked in, a golden glow still spread across her cheeks. It was a sight that had shown up more and more recently as they would part for the night, and he could only wonder what was going on through her head, paying her the courtesy of not just checking without her permission, no matter how curious it might have left him. Want me to sleep on the ground? Just get in here already, you idiot. It was all the invitation he needed as he went to lie down, wrapping an arm around her as he did. PFFF, if I didn't, then who knows what would happen to you. Just don't get yourself attacked while I'm out visiting the surrounding towns. Thera still wanted to offer her services as a healer after all. The month he planned on being there to train was no short stretch of time by any means, and she fully intended on doing her best to get as many levels to her job as she could before things went downhill. I'll do my best. Also, would you mind picking up a few things for me while you're going around? I'm going to need a lot more paper for notes, and getting a few tools for Delaire to use would be handy for her to practice with after I leave. It was as he was saying it that a small laugh couldn't help but escape Thera as she leaned in closer. You're like a father who wants to spoil his daughter. Hey, I'm not that old. At least say a brother spoiling his little sister. MMH, no. The feeling you're giving is definitely that of a dad who's excited his daughter is showing an interest in what he does. You seem more interested in helping her right now than you are trying to push your connect over the edge. Thinking of how to train someone is just more stimulating, he said in his defense. For connect, I just need to link up with the forest and hope it doesn't make my brain explode. For training, I need to consider the best way to help her grow based on my own experiences, while also taking the resources she has available into account. It is a perfectly normal level of interest. Ha, sure, if you say so, she told him, not believing him for a second. It didn't take knowing him personally to see how much he'd enjoyed the bit of time he'd already spent on teaching her, and Delaire seemed like she was determined to live up to her promise with her mother to be an attentive student. If they survived up to the third wave, and that really managed to be the end of things like so many people desperately wanted to hope, there was a very possible chance that Ben would be ending up with an apprentice of his own. She couldn't help but imagine that future. If Dallaire was going to become Ben's apprentice, then that would mean the girl would have to move to Stonewall, but that seemed like it could be hard on her in its own way. Sure, she'd have family in the form of Sashel present, but Thera knew that she would take more distant quests, as well as have to go out to preach as the Oracle of Myriad. Given that, it really would make more sense for Dallaire to be staying with her and Ben instead as she let herself imagine it. There wouldn't be enough room in her aunt's home to take someone in, but Ben did own an entire other house in town, its only issue being the number of death traps he'd built into it. If he took them out, then it would be the perfect place for a family. What am I even thinking? She muttered, shaking her head of the thought as Ben looked at her curiously. Thera, don't worry about it, she told him, leaning in to kiss and looking in his eyes as she did. Hey Ben, yeah, do you want to actually don't worry about it? I'm going to sleep. She was close enough that he knew that wasn't true, feeling her heart pound against his chest, but as she laid there quietly, insisting on pretending she'd done as she said, he gave her a soft kiss before closing his eyes and forcing his mind up to his god's realm. When he arrived, the first thing he noticed was that it was a full house that night, with each god present intent on yelling at him. Oh no, you bastard, Myriad said first. You go back down there and you ask her to finish what she was going to say. It was just getting good too, Helori said from atop his god, a snack in her hand and the first example he'd seen of a god eating as Analia was coiled around them both, laughing as she was. It's good to be respectful of those you love, but sometimes it pays off more to push an issue, you know. Now, let them figure things out themselves, Nair told them. Better a bit too respectful than not respectful enough. Besides, it seems like the girl is going to force the matter herself sooner than later. Is there a reason you're all here? Ben asked after it seemed everyone had given their say. Am I interrupting something? Oh no, Analia told him. Helori let me know it looked like something interesting might happen, so I came to watch. And it sounded fun, so I joined, Nair chimed in. It's important to get breaks every now and then after all, but since it ended on a flat note, I'll be on my way. With those words he vanished, Analia going with him and leaving only the more typical three in the realm. I wonder if I could get some privacy if I enchant my entire room with King of Sacrilege, Ben muttered. If I just try and keep you all from seeing me, then you could probably just focus on Thera, but if I cover a room that might give me that bit of privacy I've been lacking these last few years. Well, except from the gray, but I'm just going to tell myself they don't watch me too much. It's fine, Myriad said cheerfully. Just act like there's no eyes on you and let whatever's going to happen happen. Why do you seem so happy about the idea of something happening? Oh, I'm just excited for the future is all. The future where we're all going to be dead. No, a completely different part of the future, though admittedly one that will be cancelled out by everyone dying. I wouldn't worry about it. Definitely need to consider enchanting all of Sonia's place with sacrilege. Or maybe I can extend the effects of it to Thera while I'm with her. Another thing to test, I guess. Oh, don't be boring, Helori told him, tossing some unknowable snack into her mouth. Watching mortals just happens to be fun. Plenty of people have our eyes on them in what little spare time we currently have. If you don't like it, just try to live a less interesting life. Excuse you, I'm trying to live the most boring life I can. It's this reality as a whole that seems to be going against that desire. Then blame the universe for any attention you get, she said with a shrug. Anyway, what are we working on with you tonight? At the peak of his headache, he'd put a rest to training both his language studies, as well as working on examining the summoning spell, but with his minds free of their past pain, he had been getting back into it again at full force, trying to make up for the time he'd missed. Both, but let's emphasize the summoning. Also, we're skipping any language from Myriad. It made me gain one level of mental expansion in the past just getting the hang of one of them. I feel like if I start learning a new one on top of it, it'll just make my mind rip itself apart again. Hey, that's fair, Helori said, both of them ignoring the cube's complaint. In that case, Myriad, would you bring up the summoning spell again? We'll discuss its aspects through the lens of my people's tongues to work on both. Sounds good. There was always so much to do. He needed to awaken Connect, build Anux a new body, learn all he could about the mysterious summoning spell that had brought him to the world, and try to get a better grasp of how language worked as a whole to take all he could get from the archive, along with so many other smaller tasks. Each felt like enough to take up years of his life on their own, but together it couldn't help but feel overwhelming if he let himself think on it for too long. And now I'm adding a month's worth of training Dallaire onto the list. There really aren't enough hours in the day, but this is all stuff I've chosen for myself. In the end, I just need to do it. As morning came, Ben woke up, only to find Dallaire already at the ready to help him put together breakfast for everyone, eager to practice what she'd been shown only the night before as he watched from the side, prepared to step in at a moment's notice, but not needing to in the end as the meal came together, and the other two joined. It was only after they ate that everyone parted, each of them off to prepare for their own tasks for the day. Thera going off to Hentath's home, wanting to check if any of the dryads had any medical issues that they weren't able to take care of themselves, as Ben went into the woods with Dallaire, ready to start his main goal that had brought them there as he stared at the closest tree of the grove. This is it, my last idea. If practicing with these trees for weeks isn't enough to push me over the edge, then I'm out of options. So what are you going to do anyway? Delaire asked as she watched him lean down against it. I'm afraid it's not going to be the most visual thing, but I can probably help teach you while I'm doing it too. Want to do me a favor and find me a couple large stones? He only really needed one mind to go to helping Delaire, and she ran off to fulfill his request as he worked on how he would organize the others. Even if he was taking a risk, he really didn't want to gain a level of parallel thought or mental expansion, and with 31 left, he decided on 28 going to the trees as the remaining 3 focused on meditating, hoping that would be enough as he connected to them. As with the last time he did, he felt his mind being assaulted by the sheer force of the woods, all of the trees in the grove linked in their own way, and each of them far more powerful than that standard mind of a plant as he took it all in, feeling them pull back as they noticed not only him, but the strain he was immediately placed under by the power of their massive collective mind. Wait, don't pull away, he thought to the woods, filling the words with feelings to be understood. I've been through worse. I connected to you in the past if you remember me. Give me all you've got, I can take it. He felt hesitation from the plants, but he wasn't willing to give up. Please, the harder it is for me, the better the odds I can grow from this. He tried to attach all of the feelings he could to the thought, his desire to improve himself, the knowledge of all the good it might do, the time limit they were all on, and more than anything, his desire. He didn't care if it hurt a bit, he wanted to push beyond his limits, and that feeling made it through. All at once he felt the trees change, no longer pulling back, instead pushing forward as all of the minds he had on the task went to face it head-on, the strain he was feeling from it being close to the pain of the migraines he'd had to deal with for so long, but that was a pain he had practiced dealing with. He wouldn't back down, no matter how many days of it he was going to have to put up with till he reached his goal. Ben, Delaire yelled as she came back with rocks in hand, seeing his face not hiding all of the pain, along with the sweat dripping down his brow. What happened? Don't worry, he told her, trying to seem reassuring but failing completely in the end. I'm not actually doing as bad as I look. Are you sure? 'Cause you look really, really bad. Ouch. I am. This is just the sort of thing you might have to do if you're feeling desperate to push a skill beyond its limits, he told her. Comparatively, some people have been through a lot worse. Heck, I know a guy who had half of his body eaten while trying to awaken his unarmed combat skill. Worked out for him since he got to meet his wife after, but still, if this works, I'm getting off easy. Though admittedly not as easy as I did for my crafting and enchanting, he thought to himself. Unless you count Galwax's trial as being a necessity for awakening enchanting, then dealing with this is still a lot easier. She still seemed unsure, but as most of his other minds were focused on the woods behind him, the one he was dedicating to training her was focused on the stones in her hands as he held out his own. Here, hand one over and we'll get started trying to teach you how to enchant. It was going to be an interesting experience trying to help her learn it. Since it was his blessed skill, he'd never had to go to the trouble of gaining it himself, but he'd read more than enough books on the topic to know how it was done. The fact they were getting started also proved to be more than interesting enough to her to distract from the look on his face as she handed over the rocks, watching intently as he used his magic to blend them into one, before dividing them again into 2 equal pieces and shaping them into stone knives. They wouldn't be as useful as a properly made metal one, but they would do as a medium for enchanting as he handed one over as Delaire looked on, gripped with excitement. All right, so the simplest thing an enchanter can do is place the effects of a spell onto an item. Given that you have plant magic, the goal would be to place something that would give this knife an easier time cutting wood when a bit of mana is running through it. Have you ever used your magic to do something like that before? No, but I think I can. There's no rush. Grab a branch and practice it a bit first. If you get a feel for the spell you're trying to apply, then it should give you an easier time to do it. I'll explain what you're trying to do, but unfortunately on this part, I won't be able to give you a decent example. The basics of it was using mana to weaken the connection between wood fibers where they'd meet, while at the same time weakening them elsewhere to cut through them. It wasn't the most common application of plant magic, especially for the dryads whose main goal was to preserve their woods, but it wasn't unheard of either. Anytime they wanted to expand their grove, they needed to knock down some of the trees that were native to the world they currently lived on instead of their old one, and doing that still took work. It was only after an hour of practice, Delaire taking a few breaks as needed to restore her mana, that she was finally confident that she'd gotten it, smiling broadly as the twig in her hand almost fell apart as the connection between fibers broke down. Excellent work, he told her. Now this is where it gets a little harder. You need to prepare the spell, feeling the mana it would use, but instead of activating it, you need to drape it across the knife, attaching the mana to the blade to essentially create a path for other mana to follow when people want to use the item you've made in the future, understand? Aha. With that, she put on an intense look of focus, directing it at the blade itself as she worked her magic, grabbing onto the stone knife tightly as she tried to do what he'd asked, only to fail immediately. He could see the look of discouragement in her eyes as he reached out to ruffle her hair. "Don't worry about a few failures," he told her, wanting to seem reassuring as he did. "It takes most people weeks or even months to get the hang of enchanting, but you have one benefit that others don't." "I do. Of course you have me as your teacher," he told her confidently. "As long as I'm working with you, we'll get you the skill before I leave, so don't you worry." Despite her first failure, she'd been fully motivated to continue, but as the hours stretched on, she couldn't help but feel defeat after defeat, even as she kept trying while Ben gently guided her. "I know it can be disappointing, but I can already see you getting closer, don't worry. I'm sure in just a week or two you'll have it. But that's time I can't use to learn other things," she said with a pout. "Can't you stay longer?" I wish I could, kiddo, but I unfortunately have some other work I need to help with, so then I need to get this soon." He could see how hard she was trying, eager to get it as fast as she could, and it did leave him smiling. It was nice to see someone try so hard to learn. There were just always going to be limits to how fast something could be done, and not many ways to beat them. Although, haven't I helped someone learn a skill before? He asked himself in a flash of inspiration, remembering what Thera had tried when she'd first gained her life magic. "Here, take my hand for a second and we're going to try something. Just focus on the feeling, okay?" She didn't know what he was thinking, but did as he'd said while he opened up the connection, blocking out almost all of his minds and the entire forest behind him to keep from harming her, leaving just a part of one to be felt as he used the 8th level plant magic ring on his finger, ever so slowly gathering his mana and placing it on the knife. He didn't work anywhere near as fast as he could, nor did he use any of the more advanced techniques at his disposal. All he did was lay the spell down, making sure he felt every bit of the process as deeply as he could so the feeling could be passed along to his prospective student until he was done and broke the connection. And there's another 9th level skill. Sure would be nice if that was the sound of my dreams coming true instead. He'd understood why it had leveled up, the need to not only hide the mess that was his head, but also the force of an entire forest being a pressing concern to ensure Delaire wasn't hurt. But he couldn't help but feel just a touch of disappointment it wasn't the notification he'd been longing for. Still, that wasn't a priority as he instead focused back on the child with him. "All right, try and remember the feeling I just showed you and apply it yourself. I believe in you, and if need be I can show you again." She didn't even respond. She was too focused on her knife, trying to replicate what Ben had just taught her, and as he watched he could already see a large amount of improvement. Not to the point that she got it, but enough that it looked like she would have it in a couple days instead of weeks, as her following attempts got closer to what she just felt. It was only as another 3 hours passed, connecting with Ben to be shown again a few more times in that span, that she succeeded in getting the skill. "All right, are you feeling better now?" Thera asked, trying to gently smile at the child before her as he beamed back brightly. Hearing that, her smile became less forced as her hands started to reach out, only to pull back in the end. With Ben's last 2 levels he'd gotten for his divine enchanting, he'd been able to bring her charm on contact down to 3, so low that the chances of anyone coming under her effects were slim, but still not impossible. Still, it looks like it might not be long now. She thought happily as she finished up with her last patient. "Just try to take a bit more care when you're playing, okay? You don't want another broken arm anytime soon." After going around all of the villages near the Dryads after her first 2 weeks there, and treating all she could, it left her without much else to do. So to keep getting the practice she wanted, she ventured out further, going back to the gate city they'd had to travel through and approach their hospital, asking if she might help after showing her card to prove her value, ending with them all but tripping over themselves to accept. They were having the same issue that could be found in Stonewall or anywhere else after all, the shortage of qualified healers making her arrival a godsend. "And if you're looking for experience, we'd be happy to hire you on," he said hopefully, eager for the chance to recruit an awakened life mage. "I assure you, we could offer a level of pay and benefits that could meet any standard you might have, and there's always more to treat. Heck, if you're just looking for more experience, then we could import patients through the gate as well." It wasn't an unexpected offer. Many of the towns and villages she'd gone to had put out whatever offers they could as well, each of them wanting to take her in for the scope of her magic in the face of what was to come, but like the rest, she turned him down. "I'm sorry, but I already have a home and plans for the invasion, so I can't join you. If you'd like, however, I can be here again next week for another day. I assume you'll get some more patients by then, so I don't mind the work." "Well, if you'd be willing to do that, then we'd be more than happy to accept," he told her, getting a smile in return. She'd had to interact with enough people who weren't so willing to accept her rejection. The fact that he had meant he'd gotten a good evaluation in her eyes as a place she'd be willing to go to help again if she was ever passing through. Since it only took me a couple days to finish up at this one, maybe tomorrow I'll go through a different gate to offer my services. She thought happily, right up until something that seemed like it was going to be a pain made its way into her view in the form of two people blocking her path. "Excuse me, would you be Miss Thera?" one asked, already knowing the answer. Nope. She could guess what this was about and didn't want any part of it, but as she tried to walk around them, the other one stepped in her way. "We're here to act as representatives of Nethal. We were just hoping to have a minute of your time to discuss an opportunity with you if you'd let us." Not interested. It was the nation she was currently in, and the opportunity was obvious enough. Like any other, they of course had an army to use, and like every other one, they wanted all of the healers they could get. With word about her activities in the city spreading like wildfire, they of course wanted to bring her in, assuming she wasn't aligned with anyone since she was going around doing random work, and she wanted no part in whatever deal they were offering. She had no intention of working for a different nation, enjoying the level of freedom she had along with the fact that she'd already made her plans for how she'd handle the coming invasion, and she had no interest in wasting her time on listening to them drone on about whatever offer she wouldn't take. She walked past them, immediately feeling the mistake in that as one grabbed her hand to stop her. In an instant she turned back, swinging the staff held in her other hand and striking the one who'd grabbed her, the metal rod smashing his face as she activated her magic to bring up the stone beneath them, encasing the two before the one she'd hit could fall to the ground or the other could react. "What are you? What the fuck are you doing?" she yelled back, cutting him off before he could complain. "What makes you think you have any right to touch me? It was your hand, there's no way that excuses this level of violence," he said back, trying to be composed despite his partner seeming to be unconscious beside him. "Sure, except I don't know that idiot's dark resistance, so I don't know if he was just charmed," she told him, fire in her eyes as he understood what happened. "You say you idiots are working for Nethal. So would you rather I put in a complaint about your behavior through the Adventurers Guild for how you're approaching one of their rank 1 adventures? Or maybe I'll go to Analia to complain about the treatment of the Queen's daughter. I suppose I really should do both just to make things clear." She wouldn't normally throw her connections around like that, but they'd just done the one thing that was certain to ruin her mood, as the conscious man's eyes changed from a look of understanding to fear. From how she'd wielded earth magic as well as life, it wasn't impossible that she had it as an awakened skill, meaning if she really was associated with the Adventurers Guild, there was the potential for it to be a huge issue. As a global organization, they considered their awakened skill holders as valuable as any nation would, meaning that if Thera wanted to force the issue, she'd have their weight behind them, but worse was what she'd said about Analia. When the two had been sent to approach her, they hadn't had time to look into her background, but if she did have charm, she was certainly a succubus, and given her appearance, it wasn't hard to guess what the other half of her heritage might be, adding all the more weight to what she just said. Both facts immediately left things far above his pay grade, with the added problem that he and his partner may have just caused an international incident clear on his mind. Analia was the world's foremost supplier of magic materials, and rumors about the current queen's whimful personality weren't uncommon. It was entirely possible that Pelinia would stop selling to them if her daughter made a complaint, which had the potential to devastate the land in a time when the metals needed to go to all of the weapons and armor they could. Before he could get a word out, though, as he desperately tried to figure out what to say to calm things down, she held up her staff again, aiming it at the exposed head of his unconscious partner. "Wait, Don T. I'm just healing him enough that he doesn't die from that," she told him firmly, still looking furious. "He can find another healer to deal with the non-fatal damage when he wakes up. Anyway, you both can wait here and figure out if you want to make any sort of complaint about what happened. I'd love to see the outcome of it if you do." "We won't," he was quick to say. "We take full responsibility for this. We apologize for offending you and have no wish to press the issue. I guess that means I can still come back here in a week like I said I would. Stupid. I should have just said I was affiliated with Analia to begin with to brush them off. I should probably just say that when I go anywhere from now on to save me the trouble." "All right," she told him as she turned around to leave. "Make sure you let the guy with you know what not to do when he wakes up, and I sincerely hope I never meet either of you again. Before you go. I'm sure someone will come to help you before you know it," she said, not looking back. She didn't actually intend to make a big deal of it from either group like she'd threatened, but they'd managed to ruin what had felt like a very nice day for her, so they could wait for some other earth mage to free them of the stone she'd encased them in as she made her way back to the Dryad village. The sun was still up as she made her way back to the village, her flying speed being higher than normal in the face of her emotions that wouldn't go away as she tried to force on a happier look before entering Fontesh's home, finding her sitting down as still as she could while Delaire stared at her mother in as much concentration as a child could manage, holding a pen tight in her hand as she tried her best to draw her with Ben by her side, giving pointers and encouragement. "It looks great." Now for the shading, just try and give it a lighter touch. Pen and ink isn't the best for this sort of thing, but it can be done. It just takes a bit more care and can be a little harder to fix. Try and look at how the shadows are falling on her face as you do. Cute. Coming into the scene, her mood managed to actually improve a bit beyond the fake smile she was hiding behind as she watched it all, trying not to be a distraction. They'd come specifically to let Ben train, but it seemed more and more his efforts were going to helping Delaire with her own goals, and Thera could help but find the bits she would see endearing. No matter how he argued it, she couldn't help but think it matched the image in her head of a father trying to make his daughter happy perfectly as she felt her smile become a little more real. All the more so as Delaire spoke up as she finished her drawing. My crafting leveled up. Hey, that's fantastic. Ben told her, picking the girl up and spinning her around as she laughed. Looks like we'll be making an excellent one of you before you know it. He doesn't need a break, Delaire told her, looking to Ben in the hopes he would take her side as Thera went to make her presence known. He's much happier when he's working himself to death, so I'm sure this much is fine for him. I've never worked myself to death. I always do exactly what I can, he told her, giving her a warm look just from having her back. And this really is fine, don't worry. The fact that my skill didn't awaken after the first day is sign enough it's probably not happening, but there's always the chance it can be pushed to the high form of it if I just keep at it, so training her while I'm working on that isn't a problem. Delaire gave silent cheer as Thera walked over to her, comfortably rubbing the girl's head as she enjoyed the moment, with a good atmosphere making all of the difference in the world to her. So you want to talk about it? Ben asked later as they were laying in bed, seeing through her as he so often did. Just had a not-so-great encounter at the hospital, but I'm fine now, she told him as she rested her head against his chest. Seeing you act like a happy father with Delaire manages to be cute enough to fix any mood. Again, I'm not that much older than her. The vibe is definitely happy older brother. Sure, keep telling yourself that, she told him, feeling her lips curl as she laid there, her thoughts drifting as she let herself begin to nod off. It was a nice feeling to love someone, nicer than she would have ever expected, and it did sort out the topic that had been on her thoughts for weeks. She intended to fully enjoy however much time they had together and whatever new experiences that might entail, which means I might need to ask Mom for help. Already dreading that conversation. I guess I'll stop by when we're at Craftsman's tower, so I have a couple weeks to figure out how to broach the topic with her. And Ben too, I guess. There was already enough to worry about for the future, so she did her best to ignore what was sure to be a couple awkward bits, as she instead focused on things to look forward to instead. As the 2 notifications went off in his head, Ben let out a slow, drawn-out breath as he felt the change to his mind. The entire forest he was connected to reacting to the feeling as well. There was pain, of course, but not nearly as much as there had been when his minds had last split, or when he'd gained a level to mental expansion so shortly after. What he currently felt wasn't a full-blown migraine, instead just being a headache, with the pain he was experiencing being comparable to what he'd dealt with a little over a month before his last one had disappeared. It was going to be annoying to deal with, but he would live as it eventually went away. Other than that, though, was the feeling of the shape of his mind changing with the 2 levels. Like the last time he'd gotten a level of mental expansion, he felt the strands of thought in his head fray, but now even more so with the effects of parallel thought added to it. It was to the point where they'd gone from just a little short of a typical human mind to perhaps the peak of what one would normally achieve, everything in his head being strengthened with the skills, as the very way he would think changed to accommodate the new level of mental power. But that's fine because this is just my mind now and I should be safe from any more level ups. I couldn't even begin to guess how any of those skills would awaken. Hey, don't go wishing that evil on me. No need to rub it in, he grumbled back. The fact his connect hadn't awakened after a solid month of training with the woods was nothing but a disappointment. Since the forest's interconnected mind just felt so big he'd thought he'd had a chance by going at it, but as each day passed the odds of success had felt worse and worse. Adding to the fact that he'd leveled the 2 skills he didn't want to on his very last day of trying, and it all combined to reflect his level of luck in the world. Who knows though, maybe this will be the blessing in disguise that lets me finally get a level of pain resistance. You okay, Ben? Delaire asked him, pulling him from his thoughts and back to her as she finished up carving a branch, only to see the pained look on his face. I'm fine, so don't worry, he told her, ruffling her hair as he did. Just had a small headache come over me is all. It looks good, by the way. You've been an excellent student to teach over the last month, so make sure you keep practicing everything, okay? She knew he was leaving that day as well as anyone, but as much as she wanted to ignore it, she couldn't keep it from her head. Do you really have to go? I do. Sorry, kiddo, but I've got some responsibilities to take care of. But everyone's been a lot happier with you here, she muttered, resting her head on his arm as they sat. All the adults keep worrying, but while you've been here, they've been too focused on getting your help than to worry. Well, I've also helped about as much as I can. He'd redone plenty of enchantments in the town again while he was around. having a whole new level of skill to do what he could since the last time he'd been there, and more than a few of them had been happy to take advantage of that, meaning plenty of his time not in the woods had gone towards that as well. Not that he minded, it let him show Thera a bit more about Enchanting as a result, but it had been one of many things that kept his visit busy. Still, he understood what she was saying. Same as anywhere, people were worried, and despite how they might try to keep their concerns to themselves, to not stress out their children over something that couldn't be changed, kids were perceptive too. He didn't know how much Thera and the other children in the village really understood what was happening, but he was sure she wasn't clueless as he tried to figure out if there was any conceivable way to give her any sort of peace. It wasn't an easy topic. There really wasn't much that could be said to make things okay. How were you supposed to encourage someone when in a period of years, they and everyone they knew could be dead? How was anyone supposed to discuss that with a child? The most he could really do was just try and be encouraging as he stood up, lifting her up to sit on his shoulders as he walked them both back to the village. Myriad, how do you reassure a kid about the end of the world? Anything he could think to say felt like it would be a lie, and given that he wasn't sure how much Thera was aware of about the world's fate, saying too much could only make things worse, leaving him little in the way of options to reassure her, so instead he didn't, opting for a different branch of conversation in the hopes of distracting her. You know, when I'm worried about something, I personally like to take my mind off things. What do you think might help ease yours a bit, if you stay? I'm sorry, Thera, but I can't. I need to go off and play my little part in helping your village get back their peace of mind. I'd honestly be much happier staying too, but I know too many people off to help with things to be able to do that. MMH. Tell you what, have you decided on what job you'll take after apprentice mage? I don't know, everyone else in the village is going to be taking plant mage, but I don't want to focus on that, so it's going to be true mage or apprentice craftsman, I guess. Well then, my young apprentice-to-be, I'll make sure to send you some supplies that you can use to train for both jobs, okay? I'll send off enough tools and materials and books that if you change your mind, your mom is going to go insane about how cluttered I've made your home. And anything else you want to. Come on, there must be something you'd like. It was bribery, plain and simple, but it was working. Thera was quiet as she thought, her mind poring over everything and coming to a single option. You need to send more games for everyone, even grandma's liking them. Ha, sure, will do. And they need to be even better than the ones you've already brought, she went on. The best you can make. I'll have you know that I only do my best with everything I make, but sure, I have some ideas for more, so make sure you watch your mail. I'll have them out in a few weeks for you. Okay, good. Even if it wasn't as good as it would have been to just have him stay, it was an option that the village as a whole could use to distract themselves, so she would take it, even if it wasn't what she really wanted. Resting her head atop his own as he carried her back, she couldn't help but mutter one final thing. And you need to promise to come back. You got it, I promise. Opening his eyes after leaving the archive, Ben couldn't help but let out a disappointed groan before letting his mind out of it. So it looks like that also failed. In the hours spent flying from the Dryad's village back to the gate, he'd been in there, experiencing almost 10 days subjectively because of the time dilation effect acting on his mind, only to fail in the goal he'd gone in with, awakening meditation. When he'd asked himself how he'd ever conceivably do it, that had been the most obvious option. His entire time in there, he'd been using the skill with all of his minds, hoping against hope that would be enough to push the skill past its limits, all to grab hold of the rewards for such an act. While getting the skill to the second tier had no obvious value in and of itself, the purpose of that bit of work hadn't been to let him meditate even better. No, what he had been after was the other benefit there was to be had, the bonuses to his attributes. Even if it would have just been a 6% increase, that still would have been really, really nice to get, he thought with a sigh. Looks like my efforts just aren't paying off. That's actually a pretty interesting point. Obviously, I can't waste all of that time, but I'm sure I'll be getting a few sleepless nights while I'm here. If I find myself exhausted enough, I could enter the archive for an hour a day to squeeze out a day's worth of training and see if that gets me the results. It at least has to be getting me closer, right? Just you wait, I'm on my way to Zen mastery. After I awaken that skill, then I'll be reaching levels of reality you gods don't even know exist. So no luck then? Thera asked him, noticing his eyes open up as they rushed through the clouds. Not this time. Why does this sort of thing have to be so hard? Of course it's hard. The fact that you have 3 is abnormal enough. Trying to get 2 more is insane. So you don't think I'll manage? I didn't say that. It's just that if you do and word gets out, then you'll have to deal with even more people trying to recruit you. Okay, note to self. Make sure if I awaken any more skills, it's done in private. He let a couple of his minds be consumed by the thought, while the rest focused on other things as they finally made it to the gate, traveling through it and the space beyond to finally end up at their ultimate destination, Craftsman's Tower. Much like the Magic Towers, it was a city on a coast, being an important site for all races regardless of where they lived, with each of them needing access to it for the chance to test themselves and grow further by taking advantage of the massive trial the gods had left them, along with the resources that had gathered in the land as a result of craftsmen coming from the world over to face it. Despite that similarity, though, the city itself was far more vast. They could see the tower that made the city what it was stretching into the sky, waiting to be challenged. But at the opposite end, off in the distance, there was the beam of light jutting up, waiting for the 30 short days until the battle for the planet began. If it was Earth, he would have expected the land to have already been evacuated, but the world he was on had the key difference of the gate network, ready to ease the evacuation as people moved to different cities, without the threat so close by for the months that the demons poured out of them. And I still seriously don't get the logistics behind how the demons invade. With hundreds of worlds having been conquered, the way it occurred was well known. The invasion points would be marked, and after a period of nearly a year, gates would open at their locations, only for them to close again after 30 days of a constant outpour from the demons, followed by them opening again almost a year from when they first did. It seemed horribly inefficient from the perspective of a conquest, even if theories about why they did so abounded. And I get that, but if that is the case, what are they going to do once they have every planet in the galaxy? If the point of this is really to help them reach the sapient stage of their development and let the intelligent invaders grow to greater heights, then eventually they'll run out of worlds to conquer. So we're just the next stepping stone to all of reality falling to their might. It was hard not to. The situation they were in just felt too outrageous to take seriously. No matter how well off they may have been, they were the next in a long line of dominoes about to fall, and the more he learned about what was happening, the more inevitable it felt. It was late enough when they arrived that meeting up with Falk and Sonya, along with any exploring, was left for the next day, as they instead found their way to Analia's embassy, getting the free rooms they were provided and preparing for the night. Ben, for his part, flopped into bed, staying awake only because of the guest he was expecting as Quillith appeared before his eyes. It was such a simple arrival. One moment there was nobody in the room with him, and the next second the alien appeared, no lights or fanfare that one might imagine for something that seemed as grand as projecting oneself across realities, leaving Ben to look at the man who he'd grown acquainted with in the last few years. "What's wrong?" was the first thing he asked. Even without having a firm grasp on his body language, Quillith gave off a distinct impression of something being off that Ben wasn't used to seeing. "You know, you seem shockingly good at understanding moods at times. It's honestly astounding when I'm forced to consider the fact that your system can't be helping you at all with reading me. Is it just a talent, or do you have a sixth sense for it? I just look at the people I talk to, and that's not an answer. Out with it 'cause you look bad." For just a moment the Gray stood in silence, looking like he might just disappear instead of giving any sort of proper answer. It was only after a deep breath and pulling his eyes from Ben that he gave voice to what weighed on his mind. "Our star died." 3 words that carried the weight of a world. The little alien said them so easily, but Ben couldn't begin to imagine the feelings going on beneath the surface. "I thought you said you guys should have a decade." You know, it's funny, we actually would have if we hadn't been so set on trying to change our fates." His voice was filled with derision entirely directed at his kind. "But our desire to keep the light of our world just brought its end about all the faster." "Your experiment caused it?" he asked, remembering what Quillith had told him in their last meeting, only to get a shake of his head in return. "No, well, not entirely. For a few thousand years, we've been trying everything we could. In that time, information was shuffled and misplaced, failed experiments lost to time. It seems an ancient one that we'd all but forgotten about interacted with our last and caused a runaway effect nobody expected. It is disappointing." Ben knew the words were an understatement. He could see how tightly Quillith clenched his fists before him, the feelings of it all trapped and simmering beneath the surface in a way that would never really leave. "And your people? Oh, for the most part, it's what you'd expect. It's not like we didn't already have the infrastructure set up to deal with it when it came, but there were a few accidents as the light vanished, and a few more who decided they didn't want to live under an artificial sky. Ultimately, it's fine. My people will be able to go on for thousands of years given how far we've prepared for all of this. Thousands of years trapped on a dying planet. Another one as doomed as the one he was trapped on, each one ticking by with their own different countdowns as he sighed. "Go home today, Quillith. I'm sure there's a lot you'd rather be doing right now than spending time with me." With that, the alien vanished, letting Ben lay back and close his eyes, forcing his mind into his god's realm. "Ben, there's nothing you can do. There's no reason to let this bother you so much," Myriad told him as soon as he arrived, all concern being waved off the second after. "I'm not bothered, and I know there's nothing I can do. Since I have the time, I just want to look at the summoning spell again is all, so if you would." Myriad just sighed as he brought up the spell in all of its majesty, Ben craning his neck as he tried to take it in with all of his minds despite the headache as Helori got off his god to stand beside him. "I understand that what he said was upsetting, but you've already looked at this for months without any real progress," she told him, looking at it as well. "A couple decent theories on how to lower the cost doesn't mean much without the knowledge on how to put them into practice. I'm just having a look, he said again as his eyes focused on different parts, trying to make sense of how it would all work together, as he once again faced the simple truth that no matter how powerful his thoughts were, they couldn't handle all he was seeing. There was simply too much going on, but if the problem was too big, it just needed to be split into smaller, more manageable pieces. Myriad, do me a favor and slice off the top meter of this and bring it down for me to look at. He at least understood where magic was going in and out of it, as well as the direction where both mana and faith were moving for it. All he needed to do was find a place to start. If looking at the full picture hadn't worked after months, then he just needed to cut it into smaller sections. As his god did as he asked, cutting off the top layer of the spell and bringing it down for Ben to look at, it was still too much, so he did it again and again, removing entire swaths of the spell and leaving him with a 1 by 1 meter cube of it, the frontmost right corner. As just a piece of a greater whole, it was useless, like trying to infer the workings of a rocket from a single screw, but it was at a scale where he could finally have something to begin to examine, as he put the full force of his thoughts to memorizing even the most minute detail, and feeling for the first time that he just might be on the right track. Okay, this could be the start of something, he muttered. Myriad, do me a favor and cut up the entire spell into sections like this. It might take some time, but I think this could be the beginning of me actually making some progress so long as I can keep going from here. Cutting it up had been such a small change, but one that instantly made his wheels turn as he thought of where he'd go next, trying to decipher the less obvious components of the spell, seeing how their structure worked together, and how the mana moved as it traveled through each section, and how that all built up into a final product. It was going to be long, tedious work, but that was exactly what he excelled at, as the gods with him mentally prepared for a long night of theory crafting and study. You look terrible, I'm serious. Did you sleep even a little bit last night? Thera asked, looking at Ben's exhausted form with blatant worry. Technically, so you were up all night talking with your god, of course you were, but you don't usually look so bad after it. It was a slightly more involved conversation than usual, don't pay it too much mind, he explained, not wanting to go into too much detail. There was no need to make her think about what another world was going through with their own end so close at hand. Anyway, should we head off? Don't want to leave them waiting. She gave him a suspicious look, feeling like there was more being left unsaid, but agreed nonetheless as they left the embassy and made their way through the streets, getting to the head of the Craftsman's Guild. The building itself was impressive, as were the ones around it. They all stood high, the walls being made of enchanted glass to keep a constant level of light coming through them for the people working within to enjoy, and making the total of it an architectural marvel. The ones surrounding it were much the same too, only serving a purpose beyond administrative work. In a similar vein to the magic towers, the land they found themselves in also had a place that hoarded the knowledge of its focus, with 6 large buildings each devoted to differing crafting-related topics and filled to the brim with books. It was a place he fully intended to make use of while he was there amongst everything else he'd planned on doing, but it wasn't the focus for the time being, as they instead saw Falk waiting for them out front as they both rushed over. So how'd it go, boy? It was the first thing he wanted to know, with Ben's defeated look being enough of an answer for anyone. Ah well, don't let it get you down, these things are far from easy. I know, but they could stand to be a little easier, he grumbled as Thera spoke up. And is Auntie not with you? Well, I'll go through to see them both in a day or two then. I need to talk to Mom anyway. In that case, let me know when you want to head over, Ben told her. I need to order a bunch of diamond sheets from your dad. I promised Delaire some games, and I have something I need to test out too. I'm going to be having a bit of a personal talk with her, so if you just tell me what you need, I'll make sure to bring them back, she said, not looking at him as she did. Even turned away though, it didn't keep either Ben nor Falk from noticing her face twinkle in the light as they each wondered just what sort of talk they were going to have, but ultimately left the matter alone as they focused on their own goal for the day. So are we heading out soon? Just waiting on one more, Falk told them. When I told him you'd be joining us, he wanted to meet up with you, but since he's busy and already late, it might be a bit. Before either of them could ask just who it was he was talking about, though, a voice called out to them as the door of the guild opened, with the head of it all, Ibaru, walking out. Sorry for the holdup. It's lovely to see you both again, the troll hybrid told them, smiling at them all despite the atmosphere filling the city as Ben and Thera returned the greeting. It's no worries, but don't you have more important things to do than to go around with us? Ben asked. He couldn't imagine the head of the guild having the sort of free time that would allow such a break, especially not with an invasion point on his doorstep, but the man just waved away the question. You're coming out to see my pet project, and since you'll be on the reserve team to help if anything goes wrong, how could I not? Besides, I could use a bit of a break from time to time, so let's head out. Bah, you just want to leave things to your underlings, Falk said, not believing him as he laughed. If I don't give them any practice with my work, then they'll never be able to handle it when I'm gone. Besides, this is important. I'm leading around someone who's both an awakened craftsman and enchanter if the rumors are to be believed. Speaking of, lovely to see you survived, Ben. I was thrilled when I got the news. And I was thrilled to live. It's nice to see you again too, Ibaru. From there they walked through town, the topic sticking closely to their main focus and leaving Thera bored from the technical talk as they discussed the art of crafting as a whole, along with the finer points where their work was put into practice. Ben was thrilled to learn that, like himself, Ibaru had the crafting skill and at the 9th level on top of it. Even more interesting was what other skill he had with it, magic smithing. It seemed that the guild leader had taken advantage of the system in the early days of his training, and that fact let him reach his current heights. Crafting was essentially a combined skill, meaning that once a person had it, they couldn't gain the individual skills that made it up. However, there was a workaround to that. If a person already had a crafting type skill and then trained in multiple ones they didn't, they could still get the crafting skill normally. By having both, it let his smithing reach beyond its expected limits, as well as gave a certain level of ease in raising crafting too, but it still wasn't as easy as it sounded. Even though it could be done, already having smithing did increase the difficulty in getting the other. It spoke to the level of work Ibaru put in to get where he was in life. But the skill synergy made it worth the effort, Ibaru told them with a smile, and getting to the 9th level of crafting on top of it gave me that convenient bit of analysis to go with it. Plus, it makes things easier for understanding the goings-on in the rest of the guild. And I take it one of the skills it awakened with was enchanting, right? You did show off that bit during the contest. Ha, that it did. That and my fire magic went into it, and it's been paying off ever since, even if I don't get to enjoy it as much as I once did. Guild work does keep me a bit distant from my forge, but I still enjoy putting the time in where I can. From there, the conversation took a turn to the projects Ben had been working on since he'd regained his freedom until they finally reached their destination, the edge of the city and the beginning of the coming battlefield. It was the closest he'd been to any of the invasion points, and saw it was far bigger than he'd initially thought, the beam of light leaving a roughly 200-meter circle on the ground, waiting for the day it would pour out its death and destruction, but there was plenty of other things to see too. The land had been not only cleared, but raised around the coming gate to prepare for the expected battle, giving them the advantage of a high ground as armies were already getting set up, different groups covering the areas they were responsible for as thousands of people were out just to set up their traps, defenses, and various fortifications, with untold tens or hundreds of thousands more all ready to come when the day would finally arrive. Farther from the center were some medical areas for on-site treatment, but the majority of cases would be going to the opposite side of the city, a sturdy defense set up and waiting for anyone they would need to take, or else through the world's own gate network. Nations that didn't have the threat on their doorsteps, not only taking in those who would be displaced, but taking care of what wounded they could. Seeing it up close, Ben couldn't help but think of the scale of what was coming through, and the level of logistics needed to have any hope of dealing with it. For a month straight, there would be constant bodies coming out in a wave, as each army wouldn't even have time to deal with their dead. Any fighter that managed to survive long enough would need to do their best to get out of the fray for whatever bit of rest they could, while new ones would need to go in to replace them. It all just seemed like chaos, and right at the back of it was exactly where he would be. At the edge of town was the weapon it seemed the Craftsman's Guild was placing their hopes into. A behemoth that looked more like a building. It had a barrel square at its front with an opening as wide as he was tall with a clear line of fire to the invasion point. The only thing that seemed ready for whatever was to come, even as he had trouble keeping his eyes on it. So that's the weapon that will end the war, huh? It feels hard to look at. Was it enchanted to make people want to keep their eyes off it? He muttered, mostly to himself but still getting a response. Quick on the uptake, aren't you? Ibaru said. It can be fought past, of course, but we're hoping that anything rushing from the gates won't have the presence of mind if they happen to get too close somehow and just rush by it. I've put all of my resources into making this, and some of the best minds the guild had to offer spent the last 20 years working on and refining the idea. We admittedly wish we had more time on it, but then who doesn't? If this shows its value here, then, we can have each nation and faith devote the resources needed to making more for as many gates as we can with the time we have. It won't be easy, but then ensuring the future was never going to be. And I don't suppose I'll be able to get my hands on the blueprints at all, could I? Ben asked, already salivating as he looked at it with any fear for the future forgotten. You know, since I'm here to help in case anything goes wrong and all, you'll ideally be a backline worker with your teacher in the event that an emergency crops up. We do have a number of people who have the hands-on experience putting it together after all. But yes, of course I'll supply you with the blueprints when we get back. Very cool. All he wanted to do was crack it open to see what made it tick, but he'd settle for what he could get. Even his mana sense alone made him want to see more of it, the dense weave of enchantments throughout it being enough to captivate him, with his mind only pulling away from it as he felt something squeeze his hand. Even still, it took a second to take his eyes off of it to see Thera, her eyes just as glued to it as his were, only with a deep look of discomfort instead of his curiosity. "What's up? Doesn't something feel a little weird to you?" she asked, an edge in her voice he wasn't used to hearing. "Weird? I mean, it just feels, I don't know, bad." She couldn't put it into words, but as soon as she'd seen the weapon, she hadn't liked it. Just being close was prickling at her skin as she tried to put a finger on what was bothering her about it, only for the reason to elude her entirely. It was a worry she'd only meant to share with Ben, but her uncle and Ibaru were close enough to hear as well, with the latter giving her a comforting smile. It is a tool meant to deal untold death and destruction in an area with everyone exuding their dread. It's not shocking being here might leave you a little uncomfortable. I think that's enough for a look anyway. Why don't we start heading back and we can get you those blueprints? Ah, maybe that's for the best right now. Ben only wanted to look into it deeper, but he understood the discomfort well enough. If the mood of every town and city in the world was bad as people counted down the days, it was at its absolute worst at the invasion points. Everyone who was there was working knowing that they'd be closer to the front lines than anyone would want to be, facing something that nobody could be asked to take on if the stakes weren't so high. When he thought about it in those terms then, he couldn't help but feel prickly too, but as they started walking back, Ibaru came in to distract him from his thoughts. "Oh sure, I don't mind. I was just planning on spending my free time at the library, so where should I meet them? If you don't mind an interruption, if you just leave your name at the front desk, then the librarian can point them to you when they get here." "Sounds good, and in that case, do you mind if I make a little request myself?" "Depends, but I'll at least hear it. I don't think it's anything objectionable. We're still waiting for the main forces that are covering this point to arrive, right? When they get here, I was thinking of setting up a stand to do some pro bono work. Just wanted to make sure that was cool first." I'm not going to turn down anyone who's going to do some free work to help my home. I think most people are showing up a week before things kick off, so if you want to then be my guest, I'll write up a permit for you so nobody will give you any trouble." It wasn't much, but since he figured he'd do some free enchanting for armors and weapons. All it cost him was his mana after all, and it had the potential to save some lives. No matter how little it was in comparison to what any soldier might do, it was a way to put some effort toward the good of the world. He might as well do what he could. "And that's everyone done," Thera sighed as she leaned her head on Sonia's arm. "How long do you think till this place starts to fill up again? I'm sure it won't be truly full until the wounded start being rushed in. Since you brought the patients down to 0, Lux can stop in easily enough before going to do the rest of her work." The Hospital of Analia was going to be one of the main treatment grounds for any patients whose injuries walked the fine line between needing to be treated on site and those that weren't so severe as to require immediate healing. In a time like that, after all, it didn't matter if anyone ended up charmed. The effects would wear off no matter how undesirable the person under them might find it after, and being charmed was better than being dead. But with that done, I think I'll be going to see Falk. "Care to join me?" Sonia asked, getting a shake of her head in reply. "Not this time. I need to talk to Mom, and I think I need to see Lux too. Since I have the time, I'm hoping she'll let me help her with her work." The Great Light Spirit was doing her part by doing the same thing Thera had been, only on a larger scale. Her aunt had been going to the hospitals reachable through each gate, providing all of the healing she could to ease their burdens for what was to come, and Thera fully intended to join her if she could. It would make things faster for both of them, and by being with her aunt, when it happened she wouldn't need to worry about anyone trying to recruit her. Thera would get the experience she desired, as well as the peace of being able to focus on her work, both options desirable considering what was to come. She'd known the day was coming and knew that she, like so many others, would be fighting, but as it got closer it felt more and more real. She didn't want to have to play any part in it. She wanted to hide away with Ben and her family and act like the world wasn't going to fall down around them. She wanted to treat staying at Craftsman's tower like any other trip, seeing the sights and exploring the city instead of being buried under the feeling of its oppressive aura when just being near the battlefield felt like it was pricking at her skin. She just wanted the long life she could expect to be filled with peace. "And I can keep wanting things that just won't happen," she told herself. "I can want them all I want as long as I deal with the reality of it all. I think I can finish up my job soon, so I just need to focus on that, and I can just distract myself the rest of the time. It's fine. Well, as fine as it can be." She wished she shared Ben's unnatural level of focus on days like that. Being able to wholly put her mind to her tasks at hand would be a blessing, but failing that she could do the next best thing as she went to find her mother to have a conversation she was sure would haunt her thoughts for the rest of her life. "Ah, Thera, I'm so glad you stopped by," Pelinia said, wrapping her daughter in a tight hug as she did. "It's nice you remember little old me at times like this. I already visit you more than I'd ever planned on when I moved to Stonewall, you know." "True, but that doesn't mean I can't want to see my lovely daughter even more." "Well, I guess it's nice to see you too," she said, giving in to her mother's love. "How are things here?" "Calmer than you might think." We've prepared all we can by now. All that's left is seeing where something will go wrong and putting out any fires that pop up. Funa, Carly, and Glob are off to the gate they'll cover, so it should be an easy way for them to gain plenty of experience and hopefully complete a couple jobs. And other than that, your father is off talking to the spirits to try and figure out where each kind can be sent to do the most good. And you, are you sure you don't want to stay here instead? For just a moment, her mother's mask slipped, letting her see the deep worry brewing beneath. So many people were planning to fight, but Thera was her only child. No matter how Pelenia could act, she wanted her to be safe. I'll be with Auntie and Uncle Falk. It will be fine, Mom. Besides, I'll be acting pretty far back. I'm basically security for Uncle's work. HMPH, I'd rather my sister and that stubborn old ape were here too, you know. Honestly, why must the people I love be such a handful? I can only imagine the two of them having aneurysms if they heard you of all people calling them a handful. Everyone just wants to do what they can, Mom. But anyway, that's not really what I came here to talk about. She could feel herself starting to blush, a fact her mother could see clear enough as Pelenia's eyes took a look of deep interest, always ready to enjoy whatever conversation could leave such a look on her daughter's face. Of course, sweetheart, I'm always happy to talk. That's what makes doing it with you so hard, Thera muttered. You already look way too into this, and you don't even know what I'm going to say. Ah, but those shiny cheeks tell me it will be something entertaining, she told her with a laugh, reaching out to cup her daughter's face as Thera pulled back. So out with it before my curiosity gets the better of me. What's on your mind? There's something I was hoping you'd get from me. Yes. Anti-life rings. For the second time that day, the typically playful face her mother wore slipped away, revealing a look she'd never seen on her in all of the years she'd been raised. Her mother was not only blushing, but clearly at a loss. Oh, I see. You know, Thera, I have no issue with that sort of thing, but going from very clearly saying that you have no desire for romance to jumping into the far end, it's obviously Ben you're thinking about, right? And he really is a lovely boy and your father, and I completely approve of him, and we're hoping for this sort of development eventually. But you don't need to rush into things just because you're worried about the future, and give some proper thought to what you want. If you do, that's great, but you need to plan for the future, not just act because you're worried about not being around for it. So I think first you should properly tell him how you're feeling and go from there. It would have been amusing to hear her mother ramble like that if the topic didn't feel so embarrassing, so for her own sake she was quick to put a stop to it before her mother could go on. Actually, my relationship with Ben has been, well, romantic for about a year now, and yeah, I'm thinking about advancing it, but this isn't out of the blue and it's not a reaction to the world ending. I love him. What? Her mother yelled after the seconds it took to process what she'd just heard, all embarrassment forgotten in an instant. You've been dating him for a year, and this is my first time hearing about this. Do you have any idea how long I've been waiting to hear these words from my horribly stubborn daughter? Wait, does this mean Sonia knows too, and you've both been hiding it from me? Why? Because you've wanted this way too much, and I knew it was going to be an uncomfortable conversation. Not to mention you literally forced us into an engagement. Honestly, I'm a little surprised you haven't heard about it already. Greed ended his show with Ben confessing, and the song spread enough that even I've heard it a couple times now. Sounds like it. So are you going to help or not? HMPH, why don't you just ask Ben to make them then? She said as she pouted. He could probably do a better job than anything I could get my hands on. Well, I haven't exactly spoken to him about it yet. Really now? Her mother asked, eyes lighting up again as the queen continued through the broad range of emotions she hadn't expected to experience that day. In that case, you'll really have to let me know how it goes. Absolutely not. So are you going to help me? I wouldn't even be asking if I wouldn't just break any enchantment I had to power myself. I'm sure. All right then, come with me. She quickly led Thera to her room before opening the closet, digging around a bit before tossing a box to her, which once opened revealed a collection of mithril bands with white mana crystals set within, over 20 of them with each at a different size. Why do you just have these ready to go? Because my lovely daughter destroys any enchantment she touches, and I figured it would be better to have them and not need them than need them and not have them. They all have 9th level enchantments on them, so they should work fine. And the sizes? She asked, picking up one just slightly smaller than her wrist. Please, your aunt is in love with a yeti and I married a great spirit. I wasn't going to just assume that if you ever met someone they'd be an incubus. And look at me, I was right for thinking that, though I guess Ben's body type is similar enough that I didn't need to prepare anything quite that extreme. Thera hadn't actually expected to get them quite so easily. A part of her had even thought that with everything going on she wouldn't get her hands on them till after the first wave. As convenient as it was for things to go so smoothly, it meant one completely different thing for her, as she was now faced with the reality of bringing the topic up with Ben. So this is the tower, huh? Ben thought as he stood before the giant trial, taking it all in. It was just as large as any of the magic towers, though it had a few key differences to go along with it. Instead of there being a single door for the terrestrial races to enter, there were 5, each of which had a different symbol at the front. A hammer and tongs for smithing, wood and a knife for woodworking and construction, beakers for alchemy, pencils and brushes for the arts, and the final one which had them all. There weren't doors for every potential crafting type skill, with cooking, stoneworking, and sewing being notable exceptions, but there were enough considering that those who wanted to take on the trial would get that single tower compared to the magic ones, and they'd have options to choose from beyond being proficient in everything. Which does make it a little interesting that they have a door specifically for doing a bit of everything. He thought to himself as the god Nair spoke out in his mind. He explained, "Interesting, and no clues to go with these ones I see. Unlike the magic doors, which all had a little something extra that anyone with a sharp eye could take advantage of, the doors of Craftsman's tower just let the challenger know what sort of path they might face, no hints to warn them of whatever lay within." Well, isn't that demotivating? He thought back as he placed his hand on the front, running his fingers over the grooves of each symbol on the door that held them all. The door he would personally challenge if he was going to, as the question of if he should step beyond filled his mind. He didn't think he could do it. His items were still square in the middle of ultra rare, meaning that he still had plenty of room to grow, but on the other hand, he felt himself running out of time with each passing day. If he could somehow get his connect awakened in the next week, that would give him time to rush through the gates, collecting all of the high-leveled skills he could, and start trying to put them to use, definitely making things that would be high ultra rare and maybe even legendary. It was the sort of thing that could potentially turn the tide of battle. Wasn't it worth the risk? But on the other hand, if I try and fail then, I'll lose the opportunity to do it in the future. What if I only make it to the 3rd floor? Worse, what if I don't get past the 1st? I'll have lost out on the chance to awaken my skill when if I just put off challenging it till before the 2nd or 3rd wave I could have much better odds. Is it worth it to ignore it for now to have a better chance later? There's literally lives on the line, but then doing it when I'm not certain could cost even more in the end. Nair broke in, interrupting his train of thought. What's with you? You were so gung-ho about it before I dealt with the Earth Tower. Now that I'm seriously considering it, you think I should wait. Myriad filled in place of Nair's silence. Wait, what, really? His god went on. Oh, cool, sweet. Nair yelled, oh please, maybe if the blessing you guys would give wasn't so weak I'd feel a little bad, but I'm sure when you compare losing out to me against all the faith you've earned in the past from these trials you guys are still coming out ahead. The god grumbled. It was just a little reassuring to hear, so after only another moment Ben took his hand away from the door. He knew he could still raise his skills more. He would get to the point where he could no longer grow on his own before taking the challenge to squeeze whatever bit of potential he could from himself and the gods when the time came. Okay, this is insane. This is too insane. It really is a super weapon. Despite being in the great library of Craftsman's Tower, Ben had yet to put his eyes on any of the books. Unlike the one found at the Magic Towers, the floors weren't divided or restricted, so there were piles of things to get his hands on. But in that moment, he was sure that he was already holding the most interesting documents by far. The schematics for Ibaru's superweapon were in his hands, and he couldn't help but go over them again and again. Not just out of a desire to have them memorized in the event something went wrong, but for the pure beauty of them. It was a tool he could understand Falk and other craftsmen wanting to put their hopes into, and he could see his teacher's touches on it as well. In fact, he was fairly sure it couldn't exist without his teacher. Ben may not have been certain what the Yeti's death magic level was, but he was positive it was awakened given that Falk could use it to make legendary items, and that feeling was all but confirmed by just what the weapon was supposed to do. It gathered mana from the many expensive materials that made it up, condensing it to a single point after passing through all of the enchantments on the machine, and fired it off to the invasion point, creating an area that would not only drain the life force of anything unfortunate enough to come through, but kill the very cells that made them up, rotting their muscles and weakening them drastically in the instant they were hit by the effects, making it so they couldn't rush to escape the area of effect. It was savage, brutal, and based on what he was reading, seemed to be impossible by all accounts. Even if it's the size of a house, the amount of power it would need to get this effect seems like it's way too much unless the enchantments were 3rd tier, and as much as Falk may want to hide his skills, there's no way I wouldn't be able to see that. So where's all the power coming from? He did the math for what he was seeing again and again in his head, making sure he wasn't missing something obvious, something that would answer exactly where this supply of power was coming from, only to keep coming up blank. Yep, that seals it. All of this is helping, but it's not enough, meaning that at least part of it is coming from one of these. Not everything was revealed in the blueprint. While it was fairly generous with the information it provided on how the structure was made and worked, a couple parts were left annoyingly blank, presumably information that needed to be kept secret, perhaps even one of those secrets his god kept warning him about that mortals shouldn't know. It was all sorts of aggravating too. He didn't like the feeling of knowledge being kept from him, least of all when it came to such interesting topics, and he had no way of unraveling the mystery with the information on hand. Let's see, if I had to guess, I'd say this sphere at its core is what's doing the heavy lifting here, but it's only the size of a basketball. That seems way too small, but with how the enchantments are set up, it's the only thing that makes sense. So in that case, how would I fit all of that extra power in there? I guess if an awakened space mage enchanted it, they could expand the interior with a positively insane level of depth, and then just fill it to the brim with rainbow mana crystals. That would have the benefit of not having to leave them all outside and exposed to danger, but there's some issues that would make that difficult too. So what else could it be? I guess if I look at one of my own interests, souls are shockingly good at storing mana, aren't they? Hell, Thera alone has 500,000 and the great spirits each have 1,000,000. Hypothetically, if something like an animal's soul could be captured and somehow forcefully expanded to hold more power, if it could be extracted after, couldn't something like this be done? I doubt that's what it is, but I should maybe look into that idea a bit myself. It's not bad. His god would be screaming if he'd heard the thought Ben had just decided had some interesting potential, but all of the ones he interacted with were busy with their own work, leaving him no one to talk to as he kept fiddling with other potential options that might allow for the level of power he was seeing, only to fail to find anything that seemed too viable. He would have spent far more time on that very question too, if it weren't for the sounds of someone coming to the desk he sat at, knocking on it politely to get his attention as he tore his eyes away from what he was reading to find the man standing before him. At first, he took the man smiling down at him to be an elf, though on closer inspection that wasn't quite right. He'd seen a few before, his previous caretaker Lehi being the main one to come to mind, and while the similarities were close, there were some distinct differences too. The person before him had sharper features and shorter ears, though still long by human standards, long enough that if he'd seen them on Lehi when he'd arrived on the world, then he would have reacted in the same way. Beyond that, there was a feeling of power that pricked at his mana sense, with all of the clues pointing to one species he was aware of. High Elf, one of the elven offshoots brought about by the meddling of a long-dead evil god. The biggest differences beyond the superficial changes to their appearance was their higher capacity for mana and a couple centuries extra to the standard elves' already long lifespans. All that left was what he wanted with him. "Ah, pardon me, I hope I'm not bothering you," he said, still wearing a pleasant smile. "Would you happen to be Ben? Ibaru told me you'd be expecting me." "Oh, yes, of course. It's nice to meet you." "Naloth," he said, shaking Ben's hand in greeting. "And it's a pleasure to meet you as well, especially since you wrote this." What he pulled out was a copy of the book Ben had written on ritual magic, properly bound beyond the loose sheets that he'd submitted when he sent them off with Falk, yet looking well-read despite how recently he must have gotten his hands on it. Speaking to the volume, he valued the subject. "Right, I was told you had an interest in it, so I'd be happy to chat if you want, but I should probably let you know up front that it's not my area of expertise. I apply it to my enchanting, but I've only been a part of a single ritual." I'd say you have more experience with it than nearly every other mage on the planet," he said warmly. "It's considered something of a lost art as a result of the power gained from the system, but I can't help but look at that as pure foolishness. To let such a powerful tool fade away simply because a different source of power showed up, all of our ancestors should have been working to continue to refine it together with the system, not abandoning one for the other." His impassioned speech drew looks around him that he was quick to apologize for as soon as he noticed, before switching to a quieter tone more becoming of a library. Pardon me. But anyway, it's been my area of study for a while, so I'm sure you can imagine my surprise when Ibaru mentioned he'd met someone who seemed to casually apply the principles of it to enchanting of all things. That's not to mention the book you wrote up for his request. I don't think surprise could begin to cover how I felt reading something that blew everything I already knew of rituals out of the water. Good resources are wonderful, but don't sell yourself short. And you said you actually participated in a ritual. If I may ask, what was it you did? So my own part in it was actually pretty small. Don't let me talk myself up. I have a skill that lets me link minds with people. I used it to link up 2 awakened life mages and a very powerful earth mage to create a shell for a ruby crab who was born without one. Because of the nature of how they developed theirs, they couldn't just get a standard life mage to help, so we needed to convert Ruby into a living form first before it could be done. Fascinating, Naloth said, his eyes alight with the talk, and it just goes to show the potential of the magic. I would never have guessed it could be used in such a way. It can be convenient if you work to figure out how to apply it, Ben agreed. It's that figuring out bit that's the hardest. Should I assume you were seeking me out because you have a particular ritual in mind? I suppose it's obvious, isn't it? He said with a laugh. Yes, I do in fact have a goal. Tell me, since you're also an enchanter, are you at all knowledgeable about gate structure? Knowledgeable was putting it mildly. Ben had read up on the subject enough that he was even sure he could reduce the mana cost of any gate so long as he could enchant with awakened skills. He was just waiting for the day it was possible. Instead of saying all of that, though, he simply nodded as Naloth's grin widened. A well-studied man, I respect that deeply. If you already have some knowledge on the matter, then that should make things easier. You understand that reality is layered. There's where we find ourselves, the one the gate network connects to, the infinite hells and the realm of gods to name a few, but there are certainly more to go along with it. I'm simply interested in understanding what other layers there might be, as well as what use they might have, and to achieve that I plan on using ritual magic as my main tool. If you have the time, I'd love to shoot ideas back and forth for a bit. Even if nothing comes of it, a bit of brainstorming can lead to paths one might never expect. I have the time, so brainstorm away, Ben told him, wearing a wide smile of his own. The topic was not only interesting, it was one he typically didn't indulge too deeply in, along with having potential towards his goal of understanding the summoning spell, given that at least a part of it meant reaching past the boundary of reality itself. If he had someone who seemed just as passionate on the topic, he'd be a fool to turn them away. So what did you think of him? He's brilliant, Naloth sighed. I'd do anything to bring him into my fold if I could. The things we could accomplish. Who cares if he can only use some obscure non-affinity branches? I feel like just letting him plan how different rituals could work and getting others to carry them out could revolutionize the world if given the chance. My project just went from something I wasn't sure I could finish to a goal that has the potential to pay off before the second wave with just a bit more refining. Well, don't covet the boy too much. Even your meeting today was a risk and you know it. I know. I'm not such a fool as to put my hands on the apostle of a god, but you know as well as I that this was the safest time to try. Well, that's true enough, I suppose, Ibaru admitted. With all of the gods' focus directed at the things to come, it was probably the least risky time to be near an apostle. Otherwise, the odds of their thoughts being peered into was simply too great. Of course, there was always the chance for the gods to miss things, but neither one of them trusted themselves to control the things going on within their heads to such an extent. It should have been the most private area any mortal had, so almost none had the talent needed to keep things from rising to their conscious minds. For anyone with secrets such as theirs, spending too much time with an apostle of all people was nothing but a risk, even if they needed to do it at least a little, either for information like Naloth or to keep up appearances like Ibaru. Try not to worry, Naloth told him. I'm sure things are fine on my end. I'm more concerned about yours. You do have that one additional variable. Was there any reaction from her? Abruz's child seemed put off, but nothing that she could put into words, so we should be fine. The fact that she felt anything really was a surprise, but she shouldn't be anywhere near the battlefield till it starts, and by then she'll be far too busy to focus on that. Blood runs deep, I suppose. Just try and take care. I've invested too much into this to fail at the end, don't you worry. And is there anything else I can do for you while you're in town? Ibaru asked him, watching as the other stretched his neck. No, I've gotten all I can from here. I'll talk to my people, see if we can start putting some of these ideas into practice. Who knows, we may just have the world saved before your invention shows its worth. If that's the case, then I won't complain. You keep all eyes on what you're doing in the end, and then maybe I'll be able to escape the wrath of the gods. One can hope, he laughed back. Stay well, Ibaru. Try not to get caught when you're going to be the first of us with any success. Same to you, don't get yourself killed when you're so close to achieving your goals. It was like that they parted, Naloth departing to the gate as Ibaru went through the city he called home, taking in all that Craftsman's tower had to offer. He didn't just love his home, he loved the world as a whole. It was rich in so many ways, the diversity of life, culture, arts, and more. The very idea that there was a species out there bent on destroying all they had was like a knife twisting in his stomach, a feeling many people were left dealing with as they each had to handle what was to come in their own way. A city like that was just as good for observing the mood of the world as a whole as it was for all of the people and culture there was to offer. All around him was an oppressive atmosphere of gloom and defeat, and yet, if one only looked, they could still see the better bits of life abounding. Each day there were people who gave each other their aid, helping friends or family or even complete strangers. He could still see children out playing and couples walking arm in arm, friends with friends, and even the odd person who was just strolling with a smile on their face despite it all. And yet I can't help but wonder what people see when they look at me. Just because he was the head of the Craftsman's Guild didn't mean his face was well known. They wouldn't see him for his position, only how he presented himself, and he hoped he was coming off as determined. Everything he did was for the world as a whole. There was no cost so great that he wouldn't pay it if he could, and with that last thought, he went off to look at the price. Each day he tried to spend at least a bit of time in front of the weapon he'd worked so hard to design. It didn't have a name, it didn't need a name. All that mattered was that it would serve its purpose as he turned to the many workers scurrying around it. How's it look? By all standards, we believe it should go off without a hitch, but it really would be best to test it, sir. No testing. I understand your frustration, but the power source is going to be temperamental. I don't want to use it once only for it to immediately break down. We'll just activate it and pray when the time comes. So long as it stays on, we shouldn't need to worry about it shutting down for the span the gates open, and if the world wills it, we won't even need to replace it for the next one. All we need to do is ensure everything is in peak condition until then. The technician gave a nod, not happy with the order, but agreeing to it nonetheless. It wasn't like Ibaru couldn't understand the man's frustration, but in the end, he and everyone else would just have to wait and hope. There was always a chance that if they activated it too soon, a watching god might understand exactly what had been built and try to put a stop to it. So long as nothing caught on to what he'd created till it had shown its worth, then they'd have no choice but to leave it be for what it could do. I don't care if I'm tossed into the infinite hells for it. If it works like it should, then every person on the planet can villainize me for it, after as they all enjoy the long lives they'll get to have. Pages were fluttering through his fingers as Ben went from one book to the next, learning all he could in the time he had. With only 2 weeks left, he wanted to make the most of it while he could before all of the books were moved away. Information was valuable after all, and with so much of it existing near one of the invasion points, it couldn't simply be left there. Boxes were already being packed away as Ben stood among the librarians, picking out books before they could be stowed, flipping through them to gain all he could, and handing them off as they could only watch in awe at the speed he'd read at. He felt himself pushing his mind skills but couldn't help it. They were safely at the 9th level, and there was no way reading would awaken them if all he'd done to try and push both connect and meditation hadn't tipped either over the edge. So he ignored his headache and kept going, picking up a book and finishing it only minutes later before moving on to the next. It helped that he didn't have much else to do. Thera had been spending almost all of her time going through different gates to help Lux, while Falk was busy practicing his magic in the event that things got bad enough that he'd have to use it. Sonia, meanwhile, was spending time with Polinia, leaving him as the only one without any way to use his time, at least in that week. Even Myriad had been too busy to chat. He knew the other gods he was acquainted with were going to be, but he really hadn't been expecting his own to have much to deal with. It had been keeping the inside of his head unusually silent, minus the unending sounds of his own thoughts filling the space as they endlessly turned over ideas, examined the things he was learning, and trying to fit them together in different ways to see what fun potential existed with what he'd read. It would have been nice if Naloth had been able to stick around a bit too. I feel like there may be a way to create an item to reduce the difficulty of using ritual magic with larger groups. I wouldn't mind someone to bounce the idea off of. He'd liked the guy enough when they'd talked, finding a bright mind that was good for brainstorming with, but it seemed he only had the one day free when they'd met and had to leave for his own war preparations. And the only other person I remotely know here is Ibaru, and I can't bother him either. Okay, this is fine, I'll stick to the books. Even if he'd already spent days reading, he could do it for days more. He did still have monumental challenges to take on after all. He needed to refine his idea for making a body for a Nux, and the summoning spell was constantly on his mind as well, even if being in the Craftsman's Guild was probably far less valuable for that line of thinking, that it would be compared to going through the gate to the magic towers. But all knowledge is valuable, and I am going to actually test out the bits I can for summoning later. Who knows, maybe I'll find a gem in all of these rocks. Just gotta keep digging. Whoa, are you okay? Ben asked as Thera made her way to the room he was using, flopping onto his bed as he was busy cooking dinner for the two of them. Bad day at the hospitals. The system is stupid and its naming sense sucks. Well, come have some stew and tell me about it. A new skill, I wish. I finished my job, she admitted as she got up, taking a bowl and beginning to eat as she did. I had 3 new options this time, Ben. I'm literally half-Earth spirit. How did I get more options for completing my life magic branch? Well, you are a fantastic healer, aren't you? Obviously, the system is just acknowledging that. So what are they? I got Homunculus Creator and Chimera Maker. Both things I only practiced with Vividus, and both I was exceptionally bad at. The chimeras she had me try to put together were lucky if they survived the process, and the homunculus was basically a puddle of goop. I absolutely should have gotten more earth magic jobs before I got something like that. Ben couldn't help but laugh as he moved beside her, rubbing her back as he did. Well, when you consider the purpose of a job is to give you an easier time raising your skills, and that your earth magic affinity is over 100, maybe the system just decided you'd be better off getting bonuses elsewhere. That is if it does any deciding, I guess. Not really clear on that, and Myriad won't tell me. More importantly, since you very subtly didn't mention what the third one was, do you mind if I take a guess? I'd rather you didn't. The request only made his smile stretch out even wider as he leaned over and whispered in her ear, confident he was going to be correct. My beautiful life princess. I don't want to think about it, she complained, his guess being spot on. Analia doesn't pass on succession through blood and my father isn't a king of spirits. Why did they all have to decide that I'm their princess? To this day, not one will give me a straight answer no matter how nicely I ask. If they've gone and decided they're my subjects, then shouldn't they be telling me these things? Her complaints were lost in the sounds of Ben's laughter, him only stopping to wipe a tear from his eye after a quick elbow to the ribs. Sorry, but if it's anything like the last job, it's not bad, right? HMPH, that's why I took it, she grumbled. And since it went and leveled my spirit empowering, mana examination, and mana region, I can't complain as much as I want to. And if it gives you passive experience like the last one, then you'll be done in no time. Besides, I believe I remember a certain someone being shocked when I used to complain about the things the system gave me. Don't bring up my foolish younger self. She didn't know what she was talking about. If I ever exhaust all of my magic jobs, I'm going to start needing to train to get the 0th and 1st level in as many skills as I can to get their associated jobs to bury the options I've taken. Maybe if I get 20 more, then if anyone sees my card, there's a chance they won't immediately lock onto those two. Those two so far. If you ever awaken your dark magic, I'd bet there's going to be one for that too. And what about your telekinesis? Do you think telekinetic princess or non-affinity princess sounds better? He teased. There's no non-affinity spirits, so I should be safe from that last one, she muttered. The fact that she couldn't argue against the potential for the dark magic job was annoying in its own way, though. Even if she didn't actively practice the magic too much, eventually it was likely she'd awaken the skill, even if it could end up taking a decade or two as she neglected it. Well, I'm sure you'll be happy about them eventually. Easy jobs are literally the best after all. Yeah, you're right, she said, looking to change the topic from something so embarrassing as they finished up eating, wanting to broach what had been in her thoughts for so long. So do you have anything planned for the rest of the night? She felt a blush tinge her cheeks as she fingered at the rings that had been sitting in her pockets for days, waiting for her to gather her courage to bring up the prospect. But what she saw on his face brought the mood crashing down. Ben, what's wrong? She had asked as a simple segue to forcing herself to actually talk to him about what she wanted, but it was obvious looking at him that he did in fact have something planned, something that was weighing on his mind in a very real way as he failed to hide the emotions it brought forth in him. Nothing's really wrong, I just have a few enchanting experiments to run. Yeah, well, your face is saying something different, so talk to me, she told him, cupping his cheeks and bringing his eyes to hers. What sort of experiment could have you looking like that? I didn't really want to bother you about it, he sighed. I mean, it's not like there's anything I can actually do about it either. I'm really just scratching at my own curiosity here is all. Ben, talk to me. The Gray's star died early. I've just got some ideas on how to progress my study on the summoning spell that I want to put into practice. The look on his face suddenly made a whole lot more sense. She'd known since they'd first learned about the fate that was going to befall that foreign world that Ben had started to look into the spell that had brought him there, just as much as she knew that, while he insisted that he was doing it to indulge his own curiosity, he just didn't want to admit how instantly devoted he'd become to helping with what had seemed like an impossible goal. It was yet another thing weighing on his mind as she let her original goal slip from her own, instead resting her head on his shoulder. All right, well, you do your work then. I'll hang out and keep you company. You sure? It's honestly going to be extremely boring. I have some books I can read. Give me a minute to grab them and let me know if you need any help. She leaned in to kiss him before rushing off to get her stuff as Ben let himself lay back for a second before getting to work. You know, despite how much it can feel like the universe wants me dead, I absolutely feel like a lucky guy. What? Literally no clue what I've done to deserve that, but whatever. Don't know how long you've been watching Myriad, but you're just in time. Get Hellori so both of you can bear witness to me discovering more about the summoning spell than the gods ever have in their millennia of having it. As Thera returned, Ben gathered the main items he would need to begin to see if what he was doing was even going to be possible. Diamond sheets Thera had brought him back from Analia days prior, 100 of them each a centimeter thick and a square meter in size, all to serve one purpose: to act as a medium for the spell. Normally, magic was simply cast through the air or water depending on where the species doing it lived, but that wasn't an option for Ben. He couldn't simply fire off the spells. He needed to examine them through the lens of enchanting, yet at the same time have them structured like a regular spell, instead of through any one of the enchanting systems he was aware of. To combat those limitations, what he'd come up with was the idea of creating slices of the spell at a time on a sheet before holding them all together and letting mana pass through it all to see what the outcome would be, essentially holding the spell within a solid. It was an excellent workaround to the issue and the difficulty of testing it, though it had some flaws, one of which was that the summoning spell didn't just incorporate mana, but faith as well, though he was sure that he and the gods could calculate the difference at the end of things. The far bigger issue was just how much time it was going to take to test every section. The summoning spell was big, unreasonably big. When he'd first looked at it, he thought it was roughly the size of a large house, and that opinion still stood. He'd thought it had been such a good idea when he'd got Myriad to cut it into pieces for him, but that forced him to consider an aspect he hadn't had to before: volume. By dividing the entire thing into cubic meters, he'd been left with an altogether ridiculous number of 8,100 to have to look through, with many more to go. His only saving grace was that there didn't seem to be any of the same sort of detail work he'd seen on Galwax's trial after his mana examination had improved. Everything that was there was within his current ability to replicate with his enchanting, meaning he wasn't going to need to further subdivide it all just for his tests. But I'm still looking at what? Months or years of work if I focus exclusively on that. I'll at least in theory be able to cut down on time a bit if I can confirm any of the numerous effects, but there's still testing how everything works together, and after I finish testing the bits I'll need to go and combine them into their 2 by 2 meter sections to be sure nothing changes too much as they interact with each other, and from there make 4 by 4 meter sections, and by that point, the mana cost is going to be ridiculous. Especially when you consider the fact that I'm already going to need to be using a bunch of rainbow mana crystal for the smaller sections to power it and see how it turns out, and this is really going to be so much work, isn't it? Helori scoffed in his head. There are no unsolvable questions, especially if it's possible to get an answer through brute force. Anyway, Helori, since your wonderful, talented, hardworking student is going to have his hands full enough with just this, can you watch from your end and try to estimate where and how faith would affect the bits I'm testing based on the results I get? You'll accept me one day, maybe today after you see just how well this goes. And with that last back and forth, he finally got started. With all of his magic rings on his fingers, Ben began what he needed to, grabbing his first sheet and placing his hands on it, using his connect to create dots and patches of magic throughout it with his enchanting. Some sections being pure mana of whatever affinity it represented, others having the mana mixed and blended in ways reminiscent of ritual magic and his blending system, only in precise quantities that were meant to achieve goals he couldn't begin to imagine. It was comparatively simple work, even if it did require a bit of care to ensure the placement of it all was correct, and as he finished the first one, he moved on to the next, and the one after it and so on, with all 100 taking just over an hour to complete between ensuring everything went down correctly and letting his mana regenerate as need be. From there he lined each sheet up, making sure all of the edges were flush before he used his material skill, gently blending the sides to keep everything in place without damaging what he'd already done as he looked at the way the mana would move through what he had set up, constructing yet more enchantments to activate at the endpoints. He would need to test all of the affinities to be sure they wouldn't react in different ways, but to start, he used what he was sure would be safe. Barrier magic, specifically an enchantment built onto each endpoint of the mana's flow, with the barrier not being enchanted in any of the ways he normally would in order to let him see how it would be affected in its purest form. With that set up, he moved to attach bits of rainbow mana crystal to each starting point, letting the bound spell take in the mana each crystal stored as it moved through the strange and unusual paths created in the enchantments till it reached the barriers, as each of them exhibited a different effect. Perhaps it wasn't correct to say each of them considering that some simply didn't activate, but that was still a result in itself, as Ben took different notes of what had happened in each area, making down the changes he could see. It was early enough in his research that he couldn't begin to determine why some of the enchantments were stronger or weaker as he poked at them or hammered his finger against them, let alone any of the stranger effects. In at least 3 areas, the enchantment had taken on properties he hadn't built it to have, being either warm to the touch, the color changing from a translucent grayish-white to a souled blue, and one where it had taken a property that he'd never been able to achieve through his own efforts, the barrier bending under his finger, the rigidity of the spell completely lost as it felt more like cling wrap, yet not breaking as he tried to push through. Okay, I extra want to figure out why that one happened, he muttered to himself, imagining a future of impenetrable barrier outfits before getting back on track. There was a lot more to test after all, and once he'd finished recording everything he'd seen to the greatest level of detail, he removed the mana crystals and destroyed the barrier enchantments, replacing them with dark for as the very visual dark spell activated with its effects as he continued through each affinity. Well, that's a decent start, he told himself as he flipped through his notes for the first block. Even if he didn't know what was happening yet, he'd gotten some interesting results. While a few of the sections that hadn't worked the first time had for later ones, many of them continued to do nothing, telling him that they must have needed some of the following bits to show their worth, but the more interesting ones were the 3 that had altered the barrier. For each other section, those areas had shown equally unusual changes for the spells of other affinities, telling him that there was something going in the areas mana passed through as he took detailed notes of the particular flow for each, wanting to go back and study the results in detail to see if the changes would still exist if he mimicked those particular parts, or if they were dependent on the greater whole. Beyond that, whether areas would be strengthened, weakened, or display how he'd expected would vary, while a few of each affinity didn't seem to activate at all in sections that had been fine for the others. There were also a couple that were consistently stronger or weaker, no matter the spell attached, so that could be worth looking into deeper as well. Is it a way to enhance the effects, or is it a coincidence? Maybe some mana is moving from weaker sections to stronger ones to give the spell a little more oomph. This is only block 1, so hopefully after a few more, I'll have a better idea. Hellori told him dryly. What other choice do I have? Hopefully, after testing a dozen or so, I'll be able to start making predictions on how sections should act, and if I get good enough at making predictions, then just maybe I won't need to test them all and can just figure it out with the information I have. Besides, Miss Magic Goddess, there's no way you can say you aren't interested. Okay, well, no need to be a defeatist about it. I have Myriad to watch too, so you both can split your time, and it's not like you need to watch the setup, just the results. Myriad cut in, leaving Ben to shrug. Then bring in some other magic gods. Nair too, he's a god of crafting and challenge, right? The spell is basically a piece of magic craftsmanship, and I can't imagine anything much more challenging than figuring it out. Plus, let me remind you that you're all just estimating the effects of faith on the bits you're seeing. I'm the sucker putting the rest of it together. Now come on, complaining never gets anything done, and I want to do one more tonight. He ignored the grumbling in his head as he turned to his girlfriend, seeing Thera passed out in his bed with a book in her hands, as a tiny bit of guilt gnawed at him. He couldn't let this project consume him when either of them could be dead in a couple weeks. After the night was up, he'd be sure to exclusively work on it when he knew she would be going to sleep. 7 days, he'd squeezed in as much time at the library as he could, but he'd reached the point where their packing up was done, leaving his time there finished. It had been plenty valuable, but he couldn't help but wish he'd gotten more as he made his way through the crowded streets. They'd finally reached the day that various foreign armies were pouring in, each getting ready to set up at the section of the invasion points they were meant to cover, while many of the remaining citizens began their departure, going through the gate to safer areas in cities that had spent the last year rapidly expanding to host the refugees if they had no other place they could join up with. Of course, not all of them were leaving, at least not immediately. With war came opportunity, and there were more than a few merchants and businesses that were staying set up for as long as they could, hoping to make whatever bit of cash was available from the soldiers and other groups that had come to fight in the last bit of downtime they'd have. Ben, for his part, had something different in mind, as he and his teacher carried planks to the edge of the city's limits, the area everyone would need to pass as they made their way to the invasion point or else where they'd be resting. "You're okay, boy? Yeah, it should be good. Sure you don't want to stick around? I respect the bit of charity you're looking to do, and maybe it would be better if I helped, but I've got a selfish streak to me. Gonna meet up with some old friends before it's too late. Of course, I can help you finish setting up if you want. No, I've got this. Go have your fun. Make sure you tell them about your precious apprentice who you absolutely adore." Yeah, don't be surprised if a bit more work ends up your way since you're doing this. It's basically what I'm here for, so whatever. Later, Falk. As his teacher left, he got to work, pulling out a hammer saw and some nails to quickly throw together a simple stand for him to work at, before pulling out some black paint to make 2 signs to display exactly what he was doing there. Free enchantments, 4 armor and weapons from the Church of Myriad. The apostle is in. Well, yeah, that's looking good. Hey, I'm just trying to do the good I can, and since I have the time, why not? Besides, I doubt I'll be getting too many people. And why's that? Wait, what? Before his god could say any more, though, his thoughts were pulled away by the sound of pounding feet coming his way as he saw a massive crowd of people making a beeline at him, making what he expected to be a pretty slow time look like it would end up infinitely fuller than he imagined as he yelled out the moment they all reached him. "I'll get to all of you, so form a proper line." He didn't know how many hours it had been of constant enchanting, with the sheer mass of people making him have to reevaluate how he'd planned on doing it. Originally, he'd been expecting to talk potential enchantments over with each person, trying to collectively decide what would help them the most, but with it stretching into the distance with no end in sight, he had to modify it for the sake of having the slightest hope of getting everything done. Instead, he mentally planned general enchantments that would be useful for the people coming his way, with all armors getting a collection of his resistances attached to them, as well as various defensive skills mixed in as well, some of them found within his own status. Aside from that, he made sure to shake hands or equivalent appendages with all who'd come to him, not just to see if they had any skills worth making rings from, but also to get a feel for what they had before he enchanted their weapons, not wanting to add anything that could weaken their growth rates in such a pressing time, meaning that those were the areas he needed to get at least a little creative as he mentally prepared a general set and adjusted it before laying it down to match what the user would need. Since everything was going to the tools of common soldiers, that also meant almost none of them were built with mana crystals or mithril, leaving everything just a little weaker than it could have been to match the user's need to supply it themselves, yet not taking so much mana as to put them in a precarious spot if an emergency came up. It felt like he was walking a tightrope trying to make everything perfect, knowing that there'd be cases where how he chose to balance things would be the difference between life and death, but despite all of that he still worked quickly. The 32 minds in his head were devoted to the task, all of them working simultaneously to put the enchantments down so he could move on to the next person, and then the one after and so on in an unending stream. And for all of his work, he only asked for a single thing, a prayer for Myriad, just one, both to make his god happy and because there was nothing else he wanted to take. Even that request was really an afterthought too. He was doing this because he could. It was his little bit of charity to the world that had given him a second chance at life, regardless of how things had turned out after. It was only as he started what felt like his untold 100th enchantment that he stopped, the feeling of something cold pressed against his cheek breaking his focus as he jumped back, finding Ibaru holding out a bottle with a smile on his face. "I have to say, when I agreed to let you do this, I wasn't expecting it to turn out like this," he laughed. "Not that I'm complaining. I appreciate the work, so drink up. Mana regeneration potion, the best I could get my hands on. If you're going to be doing all of this, then I don't want you falling into mana exhaustion. Oh sweet, in that case down the hatch." He chugged it back, finding the flavor was at best medical but put up with it. If his mana could regenerate faster for a few hours after drinking it, then he could work faster, meaning he could get even more done. And since it seems like this might keep up if nobody puts an end to it, I've sent someone to the far back of the line to keep more from joining today. Do you think you'll be doing more tomorrow, or has all of this scared you off? I'll be doing it for another 5 or 6 days, don't worry. I'm going to get everything I can done. Falk really does have an excellent apprentice. All right, in that case, I'll make sure to send somebody a couple hours earlier than this each day to put an end to the line though. As things stand, I don't think you'll be finishing till the middle of the night. Yeah, that's what I get for not actually planning things through. It's fine, it will be fine. I'll have more potions sent as well. Having said that, do you mind if I ask one more favor of you when you're already doing so much? Well, you can at least ask. I'm not going to pretend it's not a lot, but I was hoping that when you finish up these enchantments you might make some job crystals. Given the amount of experience we can expect to be going around in the next month, we're going to want people to be able to change theirs as fast as possible, but there was never going to be enough considering they need to be made by people with connections to gods. And since you're conveniently here, I got you, I'll do it. How many are you thinking? I have 100 crystals ready to be enchanted. Ooh boy, okay. That combined with all of my enchanting, combined with summoning spell research, combined with still making time for Thera when she's done helping Lux each day, and also going into the archive for an hour each night to see if meditating for days in my exhausted state will push me over the edge. Definitely going to be burning the candle at both ends. I'm pretty sure I can manage about 3 hours a night. I will need some wake-up calls though. As his god droned on about how he needed to take care of himself, he focused back on Ibaru. All right, I'm your enchanter. If you keep me supplied with potions, then I can multitask and work on the crystals while I'm doing all of these enchantments too, so if you can get your hands on even more, I'll make as many as I can. Worst to worst, you can send any extras off to other invasion points, right? I'm just doing the bit I can. Don't worry about it. That's the 800th job crystal, and with that, I'm finally done. Not only had he made an outrageous number of job crystals in the days since he'd been asked, he completed an uncountable number of enchantments for armors and weapons, to the point that he wouldn't be shocked if he was close to leveling his skill again. It had certainly had an effect on his job level. The sheer volume of enchanting he'd been forcing himself to do each day giving him a mountain of experience, even if he wasn't enjoying the many other aspects of crafting, nor indulging in anything that would go towards the sacrilege part of his job. Hey now, don't act like it didn't work out for you at all. You've gotten a lot of prayers. That's fair enough. I'm pretty sure I'm too exhausted for any of the usual nightmares anyway, so some proper sleep feels like it would do me some good. But for now, time to enjoy the good bits of mortal life. He left the job crystals he'd made with the employee Ibaru had stationed with him as he made his way back to the embassy. It was late afternoon, not quite yet evening, as well as the earliest he'd been done in days, but there was a reason for that as he went to wash up and change before heading to the gate, making his way to Analia. Unlike Craftsman's tower, the homeland of the succubi was mostly the same. No armies were there to help considering that Abruz was able to deal with the first wave by himself, meaning that there was no need for anyone to evacuate. There was of course the same feeling of gloom and doom that engulfed the world as a whole, but there were still people out living their lives, instead of streets filled with people prepared to lay their own down, giving the place a marginally better feeling, as he made his way to the queen's home, off to enjoy what had the potential to be his last meal with Thera and her family. He was let through the front entrance, the guards recognizing him from his previous visits as he stood briefly at the front door, slapping his face to try and get rid of some of the exhaustion that clung to him before putting on the best smile he could as if it was a mask to wear as he made his way to the dining room, finding everyone else already there and in their own conversations. "Ah, took you long enough, boy," his teacher called out. "I was telling you you should have stopped with that yesterday. You've done more than enough as is. Probably, but I still have plenty more in me, you know," he said back confidently, feeling tired enough to collapse as he took a seat beside Thera as she leaned over, giving him a kiss on the cheek and drawing a few cheers from the others there while he could only look back in surprise. "I already told my parents about us," she said shyly, just trying to let them get used to knowing. "And I'm still hurt to be the last to know," Pelinia pouted. "I want compensation. Name my first grandchild after me, I deserve it." Thera shot her mother a dirty look as Pelinia returned it with a confused one, quickly changing to understanding as a grin formed on her face from the silent exchange. "Of course, who knows when I'll need to worry about that," the queen laughed. "So many steps one can take to put that sort of thing off after all." So I see we're missing a couple," Ben said, trying to change the topic to keep Pelinia from antagonizing her daughter too much. "Where are Carly and Glob off to?" The table was filled with Lux and her family, along with Thera, Pelinia, Abruz, Sonia, and Falk, but he'd been expecting the others summoned to be there as well, along with the great spirit Funa. It wasn't like the table felt empty without them, but he had been hoping to see them, just in case it was going to be the last time. "Oh, they're both meeting with old friends right now," Abruz explained, "and Funa's standing by her gate." "Ah, fair enough. They all had people to see, it made sense they'd want to one more time." It wasn't like he didn't either really, but both Will and Steph were kept busy by their nations and Amy, Jake, and Yuzu were likely indulging in their time together on the final day. But we aren't thinking about it. All of them tried to avoid touching on what was so clearly at the front of their minds as the meal eventually came out, instead talking about nothing. None of them wanted to focus on the unavoidable, so instead they simply spoke about life. Ben told them all about a few of his more interesting projects that didn't weigh so heavily on his mind, as Thera talked about the friendships she'd been growing and developing in the past year, giving her parents no end of joy to hear about their daughter connecting with other people. Helenia teased her sister, ever so gently implying that something should happen with Falk as Sonia in return mercilessly silenced her, and both Lux and Rit were happy to gush about Saren's growth, the toddler joining the conversation to the small extent he could, and managing to be the only one who didn't have to fake things, genuinely enjoying the attention he received without having to consider what the future held. For just a moment, Ben was able to enjoy it all, just indulging in the company of people he loved without the thought of their demise filling his head as the hours passed in peace until they eventually had to bring things to an end. "Are you sure you don't want to stay?" Pelinia asked as he and Thera prepared to head back. "It's not like we don't have the space. Your room is always going to be open, Thera." "Oh well, if you're sure." Reaching out, Pelinia pulled her daughter into a tight hug, her face slipping when Thera couldn't see it, but eventually making herself let go before moving to hug Ben as well. "Now, you make sure you take extra good care of my daughter, understood?" "Yes, ma'am, don't worry. I'm pretty sure I act like a bad luck magnet, so as long as I'm close by, anything that would be going to her should end up hitting me instead." "No, that's not actually reassuring. Thera, take care of Ben. I like the boy that broke down your walls too much to want to have to talk to Carly about human funeral customs. Don't worry, I've been working so hard on my life magic specifically to get better at putting him back together." Also not reassuring. "All right, both of you have a good night. Maybe even a very good night," Pelinia told them, giving a final wink before going back in and leaving the two of them to walk back to the gate. He could see Thera blushing, both of them having picked up on the implication as they went back and tried to ignore it, instead wanting to squeeze just a little more joy out of the night that they could. There wasn't much to say that hadn't already been said, so they simply enjoyed the company one another provided as they went, Thera eventually shaking off her mother's comment enough to wrap her arms around his own, holding him tight like he might vanish otherwise as they enjoyed the stars coming down, first in Analia, and then later Craftsman's tower as they passed through the gate, the time change not being too severe as they ended up gaining an hour comparatively. "Hey, does this world have any constellations?" Ben asked out of the blue, wanting to talk about anything and taking the first question that came to mind. Maybe. I need to know what those are. Patterns in the stars with stories attached. I didn't use the English word, so since Allspeak has an equivalent there must be some. Maybe it's just not a succubus thing. There are enough places to have their own customs here," she agreed, feeling curious with the subject brought up. "So is that a human thing then? Tell me about them." I wish there was more I could tell. I don't really know the history of them or even what cultures they originate from on Earth, and there's only two I would actually be able to find in the sky when I think there's a few dozen. Well, those two must be pretty important then. Important probably isn't the right word for it. They were easy to see in my part of the world. One was called the Big Dipper and the other was Orion's Belt. Still, there was something comforting about being able to look into a clear night sky and point them out. He felt himself start to reminisce, only for the feeling to immediately be broken by the sounds of giggling coming from beside him. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be laughing. Are those exactly what they sound like? A belt and a scoop. I mean, yes. Her laughter only grew with the answer. Sorry, I don't know why that's so funny to me. Did this Orion person do anything significant with either of them to make them worth remembering in the stars? Well, only the belt is Orion's. I think he actually has an entire constellation with it, but I only know what the belt looks like. The Dipper also represents an animal from my world as well, I think, maybe a bear, though I have no clue why it's two things. Still, it's fun. He wasn't sure if she'd even heard that last bit. She was laughing too hard by the end before she got herself under control and leaned up to kiss him. You know, it's funny. After meeting a bunch of other humans, I thought they all seemed pretty normal, but when you tell me things like that, I can't help but think your world is filled with weirdos like you. You'll need to tell me even more in the future, okay? Absolutely, I'm basically an encyclopedia of half-remembered Earth lore. I'll tell you all sorts of things that probably won't make sense without context that I simply can't provide. Good, I'll look forward to it. It hadn't been his intent, but such a small question did wonders for their moods as they took a break from walking back to look up at the night sky. Getting back to his room, he had to force himself to change before flopping into bed, the thin thread of consciousness he'd been holding onto for the night desperately trying to slip away from his grasp after so many days of constant work, only for him to have to squeeze it tight as he heard a knock on his door and forced himself to get up, finding Thera on the other side. Hey, she said, seeming far more awake than he was before focusing on his face. Sorry, I didn't think you were so tired. You look rough. I don't look that bad, he said in his defense as he did his best to rub the sleep from his eyes. You look like you might pass out where you're standing. Well, I always have the energy for you, so what's up? Or could you just not resist this handsome face? She trailed off, knowing how he'd been pushing himself and not wanting him to die for it if she kept him up any longer. To make sure you're going to actually go to sleep. Tomorrow's a big day, so I'm staying with you. Not going to take any complaints on the matter either. When have I ever complained about being with you? Come on in, I'd love the company. She was already entering before he'd said it and made her way to his bed, getting comfortable as he slipped in beside her, wrapping his arms around her as she rested her head on his chest. Ben, yeah, you aren't allowed to do anything crazy tomorrow, okay? I'd really prefer you didn't get yourself killed. Don't worry, when have I ever done anything crazy? And you're definitely not allowed to say stuff like that. Most of what you do is crazy. Well, you don't need to worry. It looks like I might not even be able to get my hands on Ibaru's weapon with all of the other enchanters he has around, so I'm basically just a spectator. I should be able to comfortably stick by your side as you're taking your potshots. Okay, good, she sighed, sounding just a little more at ease as she leaned up, placing her lips against his own. I really love you. I know I really love you too. Through the combination of his exhaustion and having Thera there in his arms, he was able to drift off to a very comfortable sleep, no thoughts of the future there to trouble his mind. His rest was blissfully peaceful, his mind and body both too exhausted to have time for dreams or nightmares as he opened his eyes, still feeling Thera in his arms as the first rays of dawn were beginning to make their way through his window. I guess I've just gotten used to not sleeping very long, he thought with a small yawn as he faced the reality of the day. In a matter of hours, the gates would open and all hell would pour out. In the smallest bit of personal luck, he at least had the benefit that there would be sunlight in the area he was when it happened, even if there'd only be a couple hours of it left. With invasion points all around the world, there'd be plenty of people having to start their battles in the dark, and even if they all would have to eventually, as what was sure to be a long month rolled on, he didn't want to have to begin things in such a manner. Even awake, though, he didn't want to get up to face the day. He wanted to lounge in bed with Thera, as if that would put off what the future held, but he suppressed that impulse to do something else as he let her rest, instead closing his eyes again to force his mind to his god's realm, arriving to find both Myriad and Helori deep in their work when he got there. Neither god noticed his arrival as images and characters kept popping up in front of them in a flurry before disappearing again, information spreading and being shared out as they all prepared for whatever they could while Ben was content to sit and watch in silence, waiting to be noticed instead of bringing attention to himself as Myriad finally picked up on him as the minutes passed. Ben, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be preparing for the day? What's there for me to prepare? Besides, is it really so surprising I might want to see you? He asked with a wry smile as the cube seemed momentarily surprised. No, of course not. Sorry, I'm glad you came. I can spare a 10-minute break. And so can I, Helori joined in. So many hours of constant work, I think we deserve a small break. The work of the two gods vanished in a flash, leaving the three of them to each other's company, though none really knew what to say. They were about to enter the easiest wave, the one that no one doubted they'd overcome, and yet it was undeniable that people would still die in it. Lots of people, maybe ones Ben cared about, maybe even himself depending on how things turned out. It was Hellori who broke the silence, hopping from her usual place atop his god to stomp her foot. Enough of the doom and gloom. Even if we'll be busy, Myriad and I will have our eyes on you when we can, and this is the most powerful any people have ever been before this, so stop thinking about it when nothing's even happened yet. Just try to be positive, Myriad agreed. As nice as it is to see you taking things seriously, you can only do the best you can. Ha, don't worry, I haven't gone and given up on life. It's just hard to keep the mood from setting in, he told them, before letting himself get a little more serious. Still, just in case I get hit by a stray spell on the first day and die embarrassingly fast, I should probably say this now. Ben, you don't. Both gods were quiet, neither of them expecting the sincere display of emotions from him. They were used to the feeling of mortals giving them their love, but what Ben was conveying wasn't the feelings of someone talking to a higher power, but instead words to what he really saw them as friends. It was a far rarer feeling for them to receive, and for that all the more touching as he stopped to clear his throat. Well, anyway, I just wanted to pop up to say that, just to be on the safe side, but I don't want to distract you, so enjoy suffering through your work. I need to get started on the day. And like that, before either god could stop to convey their own feelings, he vanished from the realm, forcing his mind back into his resting body to get up and begin all he had to. After preparing the best breakfast he could with the ingredients on hand, both he and Thera walked through the city, trying to reach their destination. The average citizen was gone now, while in their place the town was filled with adventurers, ready to take on any beast that got too close to the gate network or the many rest areas people would be staying in, the embassy included. He and Thera were going to be the only ones using it in that time, receiving the keys as the regular staff evacuated and having the entire place to themselves for the month to come. But there were other buildings that would host who they could, as well as a shelter for healers that was close enough to the battlefield for any major cases, yet far enough that they wouldn't be trapped in the thick of things, both of them seeing all of this as they passed the city's edge to get their eyes on everything else that had changed. The biggest one being just how busy each nation's earth mages must have been, along with any extra help that had finally come through after working to get other cities defended. A wall had gone up on the side of the city that faced the invasion point, maybe 12 feet high, to act as a simple deterrent from any demons set on making their way in. During the first wave, it would only be the non-sapient stage of them in the end after all. The chances of that being enough to put off many of them wasn't slim. In a similar vein were the heavily defended areas that each nation had prepared, small fortresses that individuals could retreat to if the need arose, as soldiers would be on a constant rotation, with hours of fighting making way for lighter bits of treatment, and whatever small rest they could receive through it all as the two of them pushed through the crowd to get where they needed to be, at the weapon of Ibaru. Originally, it had been on a similar ground level as any of the forts, but it looked like that had been changed last minute. The area it sat on raised up into a small hill, giving them a perfect view of the ground around them, letting them see the soldiers adding the finishing touches to their designated area before they all would stand ready for whatever was to come. It wasn't like the weapon was all they had to rely on after all. Each nation had filled their own designation areas with whatever traps they could to take off whatever brute they could from the warriors beneath them, even if it would never be enough. Ben could see pitfalls with illusions being placed over them to claim all they could, an area laced with spikes he had to assume were either poisoned or enchanted, and more that he wouldn't be able to identify until it was all activated, each one ready and snare any careless demons that entered their range, as he couldn't help but think aloud. Makes you wonder if they know what they're coming into, doesn't it? Are they aware that this world has been waiting so long for their arrival, or do they think it's going to be like any other conquest in the past? Doesn't matter, his teacher said, walking up beside them without either noticing, both being too lost in the sight before their eyes. It's not going to be enough. If records and the gods are right, then they'll just keep pushing through. Any trap will be buried under a mountain of bodies as the rest just keep climbing over, and it wouldn't be shocking if by the end of this first day armies retreat to their forts and take shots from there, letting most demons run by to kill the ones they can. Cheery, Ben said dryly, not able to take his eyes off things. So how long to go? A couple hours. Mages will fire a signal off into the sky at an hour, 10 minutes, and 1 minute. The only positive of having so many worlds being invaded in the past is that we know to the second when that thing will open up. How are you two feeling? Like I was really lucky to be asleep for my first violent death, Ben told him, the tone coming off far darker than he meant it to. A little scared, honestly, Thera admitted. Is Auntie around? Here, Sonia called out, jogging up beside them with her hands full as she handed a bar of something wrapped in paper out to each of them. Sorry, had to wait in line for this. Make sure not to eat it till we're past the 10-minute mark. Sure, but why? What is it? He asked as he looked it over, since she'd said that it was obviously food, but he didn't know anything beyond that, nor why they were getting it at all. Food from the divine chef, Falk explained, giving it a smell. I hear she's been working on making as much as she could since before the invasion points were marked. You could almost consider yourself lucky to get to try this. If it wasn't for the war, then you'd probably go your full life without getting a bite from her. And she is a person with a third-tier cooking skill. I don't know about everything that went into it when it got there, but one thing that merged into it was a tier 2 light magic. That little bar of food will likely leave you buffed for a couple days after eating it, and a powerful buff too. I'm honestly surprised they're being distributed for the first wave. She must have made an absolute mountain of things if it's not all being saved for the second and third. Interesting. It was the fourth of the tier 3 skill holders he was now aware of, along with the 2 soul mages and the true shifter, and he would have wanted to know significantly more if it weren't for the present circumstances. When he'd been told about them, he'd assumed that most would fighters. The fact that someone held a tier 3 cooking skill left him infinitely more curious on the matter, but it was a curiosity that could wait. He didn't want to be distracted by stray thoughts, so he put every level of his focus to use, many minds examining the situation around them as a few locked onto the people he was with. All right, so are we just standing off to the side while things go down then? Not exactly off to the side, just don't get in the way of the folks who actually built the weapon unless something's gone very wrong. Sonya and Thera, are you both feeling ready for some long days of healing/guard duty? Of course, Sonya told him, giving the Yeti a smile. Just like old times, right? Maybe even smoother than old times without Pell around to cause any unnecessary chaos. And I should be able to fight fine from here, Thera said confidently. You'll both get to see the earth magic I've worked so hard on put into action. Well, just keep an eye on flyers, Falk told her. Those will be the biggest threat to deal with where we are. Otherwise, all we can do is wait, which is the worst part. There really was uncomfortably little for them to do in the time they had, so they made the small bits of chit-chat they could, each of them feeling as every single minute ticked by. Everyone watched as balls of fire flew into the sky, almost like fireworks, only to signal the coming deaths of untold thousands. 10 minutes to go. One of his minds switched to doing a countdown, while the rest just focused on the world around them as he pulled out the bar of food he was given, taking off the paper to give it a look. If he didn't know better, he would have thought it was chocolate, with its dark color and glossy appearance, only to see how wrong he was as he took his first bite, and despite the situation they were in, felt his eyes light up. It was rich, but not sweet, with flavors coating his mouth and constantly shifting as a feeling of power came over him, the buffs from it permeating his body to fill it with strength. He couldn't even begin to guess how it had been made, but desperately wanted to know if he ever got the chance. Even if he couldn't fill his food with power, he at least wanted to recreate the flavor, as every feast or holiday meal he'd ever got to enjoy in the past flashed through his mind, all while parts of him watched those in the surrounding area go through the same thing, as the reason they must have been distributed in the first wave became clear. It wasn't just for the extra power each person would receive, it was a way to break the tension. He didn't think he was wrong to say that some good food could make any situation a little easier, and what he was experiencing wasn't just good, it was incredible. He'd been letting himself feel smug occasionally, with how good his own cooking had been ever since he'd awoken his crafting, but between seeing what his teacher could forge and now trying the food of a tier 3 cook when it was clearly a mass-produced ration, he couldn't help but feel humbled in how far he could still grow if given the chance. He continued to nibble on it, savoring each bite as minutes passed, while everyone around did the same, happy to indulge in that brief respite from their thoughts as much as they could before they all finished, going back to focusing on the point with weapons in hand, even if the general atmosphere felt just a little calmer than it had. 4 minutes left. Without any real thought going to the act, Ben reached out, taking Thera's free hand in his own, watching her as her eyes were glued to the point before turning to look at the others with him, many of them looking the same. It was only those who were in charge of the weapon who seemed to have pushed away the world, fully devoted to doing their final checks as they prepared to activate it, each of them desperate for it to go off without a hitch, all of them wanting to see their work paying off and saving the world if they could prove its viability, with the resources to make a dozen more already prepared, while what they truly wanted was one for every gate, with how it turned out for the first wave being the deciding factor in that. He could see Ibaru among them, the head of the whole project, looking like every muscle in his large body was tense, with him having more invested in the weapon than anyone else. It was the culmination of his life's work, and he was about to have to see if all of those years had been wasted in the end. 2 minutes. His minds felt more attentive than they ever had before, even with the 32 at his disposal, entirely focused on the world around him as time continued to tick down. It felt like each moment was slowing to a crawl from it, and he had to force himself to ensure he was still counting properly. Even if keeping track of the seconds himself didn't truly do any good, he wanted to know, wanted to be aware of every single one before the world changed forever, as he felt Thera's grip on his hand tighten. Despite the thousands upon thousands of people present, the area was shockingly quiet, nobody able to say a word as they were forced to confront themselves before they'd have to confront the wave, those moments leaving everyone's minds filled with words left unsaid, things left undone, and actions never taken. Aside from the summoned, every person on that world had spent their lives hearing about the monsters that would be making their way to their home, coming for nothing but a mindless slaughter and conquest, with hundreds of known victories under their belts, and likely thousands of unknown ones. It wasn't like every world was going to have survivors after all. It could be said that the one they were currently on was filled with the lucky ones whose races at least had the smallest bit of hope. They knew what was coming compared to their ancestors, who'd had to face it blindly. They and their gods had been planning for the day for centuries, with their civilization far advanced compared to where most of the worlds had been invaded at, even if a few had declined, and even if every demon in the universe would get access to the system the moment the gates opened, they hadn't had their whole lives to take advantage of it. They would benefit, but the people of the world had thrived under it to reach heights in strength and power unimaginable to their ancestors. And with their growth in strength, and the union of both gods and men that never would have met if not for the disaster that had befallen their old homes, they'd grown in knowledge as well. Weapons technology incomparable to the sticks and stones many had to wield in the past, with systems of enchantments refined to the point that items were enhanced far beyond their base potential, letting them deal unseen amounts of damage compared to what one could do in the past, and that was only beginning to touch on the growth of magic. There were more mages than ever before, most people even having one branch as their blessed skill, as the people who pursued the craft had refined the primitive ways mana was previously used into an art form, creating spells that no individual before could have achieved in their quest for growth, as all of them learned what they could and passed it on to future generations, letting knowledge pile up and continue to be built upon until it reached its current state as people held their staves at the ready. Already grasping the mana within themselves to let loose at a moment's notice. 1 minute. The balls of fire shooting up into the sky told him that his counting had remained true, as the tension that had fallen came back in full force while he felt his heart pound. The entire reason he was even in that universe was before his eyes as untold gods were watching down, and an entire other world looked on from across the primordial chaos that separated realities, just as invested in their success. Every gray was watching what was about to take place, letting them temporarily forget their own troubles, as most of them were locked on to the representatives of their own kind who'd been brought to the world, the only members of their race who had a chance of surviving their world's eventual cold end, though a few looked elsewhere. There were many interesting individuals after all, and as a universe that had received more attention than any other for how it had reached out across the gap into so many others, people couldn't help but get invested in what they saw. As each second passed, Ben could feel his pulse rising, getting to the point where he thought his heart might just burst altogether as he took one last look at Thera beside him before putting his eyes squarely on the light beaming into the sky, acting as a call signal for what was to come. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. By the end, the countdown slipped out of him, and with the final word came a change to what they were seeing, the invasion point no longer being a beam of light, nor a tear in space like he'd usually see with that branch of magic. Instead, it looked like a fractal tube stretching into the sky, still as large as it had been only moments before, but now showing snippets of 1,000 different worlds as it finally began. The gate opened up and pandemonium poured out. That very first second made it clear why the event was described as a wave. There was no lead up to it. The moment the gate was opened, a flood of demons poured out, crushing each other in their haste to get through to spread chaos and destruction wherever they could, as all the traps that had been set up showed their futility. It wasn't that they hadn't worked. The second the demons came through, they couldn't escape them, the rush of oncoming bodies pushing the ones at the front into them, keeping them from avoiding even if they wanted to, as the beasts were burned, crushed, ripped to shreds, and otherwise killed. No, the problem was that his teacher had been correct. With everything going off, more and more were simply piled on top until the effects of them vanished, with thousands being killed in that mad dash, but serving as a barrier against each one for the later monsters that came through. And monsters they were. Ben had known in theory that the bodies of demons were diverse, only sharing their scales and eyes, but he hadn't expected just how diverse as creatures that were mostly claws and mouths came through. A giant larger than an elephant from his homeworld, things with what looked like misshapen or uneven limbs came out, even if they were sure to have some yet unseen benefit and many more. If it wasn't for their unifying factors, then anyone would have doubted they came from the same race, as they even killed each other to get just a little bit further, pushing to the front lines as each soldier stood at the ready while mages cast their spells from the distance, delivering whatever extra bit of death they could. Seeing it all conveyed a single emotion: hopelessness. In seconds, the otherworldly beasts already sacrificed enough of their kind to mark a mass tragedy, without a hint of slowing down. Ben could clearly imagine how every person at each of the invasion points must have been feeling. It was only the one he was stationed at that got to trade it for a bit of hope, as Ibaru got to prove the worth of what he'd spent so much time and energy on. With the enchanters rushing to finish whatever final bits of setup there was, the weapon went online, firing out a solid beam of black mana and hitting the ground right before where the strange gate had opened, showing an instantaneous effect as it did. It all but polluted the area with its violent spell and displayed all of the power it was outputting on the unwitting creatures rushing out as they stepped into it. It was the immediate loss of momentum, the crashing to the ground as they lost all strength in their muscles, being crushed and buried under the ones that came after they went through those same effects, only for it to keep going. Their very bodies were breaking down, rotting before his eyes as a time effect mixed into the spell sped up the process as they died and merged into the dirt beneath them, with it continuing for each following member of their horde. Someone in the crowd began to cheer, and it wasn't long before it turned into a loud roar as thousands of voices joined, his own mixed among them. No matter how bad things looked, there was a future, and there was hope. Warriors made quick work of killing the few that had either got too far to feel the weapon's effects or else had been some combination of strong and fast enough to get out of the area before it could kill them, yet still leaving them all but crippled from the brief exposure to the effects. It was only the few flyers that came through that were immune to the damage taking place, but that's what the mages were for, as spells were shot off as fast as they could be, tearing through flesh and bringing them crashing to the ground, either within the weapon's range where they perished shortly after, or else to be killed while they were down by whoever was closest on hand and wanted the experience. Through it all, Ben did see brief moments of hesitation from people, moments that had cost some lives as they struggled with the sorrow, the system effect that made the demons equal to any person in their mind, but the feeling of war trumped it for many more as they pushed the feeling away, or simply didn't notice it with all the battle would cost if it was lost. The psychological effects waiting for when they'd have their moment to truly reflect on what they'd been through and all they'd done. It was as the weapon's beam stopped that he couldn't help but admire its use in that regard too. He didn't know if Ibaru had accounted for it back when he'd been in the planning phase, but it put a healthy amount of distance between those using it and the deaths they'd caused, likely easing the mental strain they'd be under from the overwhelmingly violent act. Seeing it in action only made him want to examine it in even greater detail as his eyes pulled away just a second to look back at it, having to process what he was seeing. Panic. Ibaru and those working under him were rushing around the device with frantic faces. For what reason, Ben couldn't say. He was about to grab Falk to rush over, wanting to see if their time had come when a different sound pulled his eyes back to the battle. Screams not in triumph as they had been only moments before, but instead filled with fear and pain as the ring of mana that had penetrated the earth slowly faded, letting demons through as people were forced to fight them in earnest, all while it finally snapped into place for Ben. The weapon wasn't meant to deactivate at all. When it had, he'd simply assumed the effect carried for a while, the same way Thera's earth healing spell would, but it clearly needed constant output, meaning something had gone horribly wrong. He understood that in the same moment as his teacher, and without a word he pulled his hand from Thera's grasp as he and the Yeti rushed over to the device, needing to know if there was anything they could do. Ibaru, Falk roared, "Where do you need us?" Ben didn't need to ask. The moment he was close enough he could see what had happened. As the one primarily responsible for Thera's equipment, it was something he'd probably seen more than any other person on the planet. The enchantments that made the device what it was were breaking one by one under whatever was giving it its power. It didn't make any sense. The amount the weapon required was already insane by all accounts. The idea that the power coursing through it wasn't just enough to get the job done, but so far above it that it could even cause that sort of damage meant it was astronomical, more power than he could imagine getting into a single tool, especially if the sphere he'd identified in its schematics really was what contained it all. He didn't understand what could possibly make the thing before him run without just destroying it, but he understood what he could do as he ran amongst the various enchanters, who were rushing to fix everything they saw break, and ran his hands along it, not fixing anything, instead putting his minds to making dozens of sacrificial enchantments at once, feeling his mana dip dangerously low as he put each one where he could to take the strain off of the tool. Enchanters yelled at him, but he didn't listen, simply doing what he had to while they kept working away, as they slowly realized one by one that whatever he was doing was keeping things from getting worse, giving them the leeway to fix what they needed to as his teacher joined him to do the same. Quick thinking boy, I knew it would be a good idea to have you here. Ha, well it looks like you absolutely needed me as an extra body. I'm willing to bet that you and I are the only ones here who know how to make these, meaning that we're entirely responsible for putting them together until anyone else can get the practice. This is going to be a long month. He felt like his fate was sealed for the foreseeable future as he watched ones he'd already made begin to break down. Even buffed, he could only regain his mana so fast, but Ibaru slipped in beside him, watching what Ben did with his mana sense as he began replicating it, showing the skill that left him as not only the head of the Craftsman's Guild, but let him break through to be a magic smith. Like this, the troll asked as he laid them down, Ben looking over to judge the work. That will definitely work. I'd say you just need practice, but it looks like we'll all be getting plenty on that front. He laughed as he worked to replace everything he'd built up as they crumbled. Just what the hell do you have running this thing? Did you squeeze a star into here or something? Ha, should we live past the third wave, then maybe I'll tell you. For now, can one of you two train the other enchanters on how to make these the moment you're free? I'll do it, Falk said, focusing on Ben as he did. You have more experience with these than I do, so you're more valuable here. Just call me if you need to switch out, all right. Better to get a 15-minute break than for you to fall into mana exhaustion for who knows how long. You got it, Falk. It was with those words the machine came back online, firing off its deadly ray to end everything that was in its path, but he didn't have time to appreciate whatever was happening. Everything he had was focused on enchanting, applying them again and again, as some unseen person handed him a mana potion, watching as he downed it and threw away the bottle to let himself keep working. What was left of his headache was coming back in full force as he couldn't help but wish he had just a little more mana at his disposal, the only thing keeping them afloat being that he had Ibaru beside him. So just out of curiosity, how many other awakened enchanters do we have here? He wanted to know, with that detail being key in how they deal with things for the next month. Falk yourself, and I, the rest of my team, is 7th to 9th in level. Who knows though, maybe we'll get lucky, and this will be the push needed to get a few of them over the edge. God, we can hope. Okay, what that sounds like to me is that we're all on 18-hour shifts for the entire month. One of us will have to be on it at all times, while your people are split to help us unless you have a better idea. Please have a better idea. Ha, unfortunately, it seems that our particular futures are sealed, and speaks volumes to the potential of expanding the use of this to every invasion point. If you modify the enchanting system you use, it should still be possible. The ring system I submitted a report on is incredibly stable, and it still shows most of its benefits when combined with other systems. Not that it helps now, but assuming we have a future, it's something to look into. Ah, I do remember seriously considering if I should have all of the enchantments we'd already worked on redone after reading your report. Unfortunately, it's a little too late for me to regret not doing so. The entire conversation was done through gritted teeth as they both worked, having no choice but to ignore the world around them in favor of devoting all they had to their work. Ben was the faster of the two, having multiple minds that could be used to create many enchantments at once, but Ibaru had a far greater mana pool, the man having built it up for years before his skill awakened and then continued to develop it further after. It meant that while Ben could act on the fly, he was constantly on the edge of mana exhaustion, while Ibaru was more consistent in placing them. And this is just going to get worse. They were both buffed at the moment by the food they'd received, and Ben had downed a potion on top of it, but both would wear off sooner or later. It was enough to make him regret not taking a single one of the god potions he'd given Sonya, but it was too late for that now. All he could do was keep putting his all into it, spending every bit of mana as it regenerated if it meant keeping the world around him safe. Boy, take a break, I can keep going. Like hell you can, it's been hours and you're the only one who keeps refusing them, because I don't need them. I'm excellent at regulating my mana output, so I'm not going to fall into mana exhaustion. Sure, but I'm not thinking of that, I'm looking at the mental strain you're going to be under. Which is also nothing, Falk. Don't you know how many minds your lovely apprentice has at his disposal? Not to mention how high my stamina is, I could do this for days. It was a lie, of course. Even with every mind in his head splitting the load, he still felt the strain of all of that work. Each skill he had that could help was being pushed to the limits, as he refined his enchantments as much as he could in all of that time, shaving off fractions of a point of mana with everything he put down, all to get just a little more out of himself as he worked. All while he got everything there was to get out of the skills at his disposal. If he didn't give all he could, then people would die, plain and simple. He didn't want to stop no matter what sort of strain it put him under, and he was happy to deal with it. It was only as both his teacher and Ibaru both put powerful hands on his shoulders and pulled him away that he had no choice. Hey. Ben, Ibaru said firmly, cutting him off. I cannot begin to express how I value the level of work and commitment you're showing, however. you need to be aware that you are a limited resource right now. It's only the three of us that have any sort of awakened enchanting, and you're better than I am at it. We can't have anything happen to you. I've already sent a runner to each army. We'll be shutting the machine down in 5 minutes for a 30-minute break. In that time, they'll all need to fight whatever comes through on their own, but it will allow us to place as many of your enchantments as we can on it to lighten the load, and it will allow you to rest. If I'm better at this than you, then I shouldn't be resting. I should be enchanting in that time too, he shot back. You can't just depend on your workers when their skills aren't as good, and you can't act like more hands aren't better here, right? We already said it, we're going to have to do some crazy shifts for the next month. This is just the first day of that for me. He wasn't going to back down. They could see it in his eyes, so instead they opted to compromise. 15 minutes, his teacher told him firmly. You'll enchant for 15 more minutes, then you'll have a 20-minute break, or else I'm getting my niece to put you under a sleep spell for me. Pretty sure that won't actually work. Didn't last time, and I've only got more minds. But fine, I'll take the break. Even if he didn't want to, he couldn't actually deny his need for it. His head was pounding more and more, approaching the full-blown migraine he'd been feeling after his minds had split, while he pushed himself to do everything he could as the machine powered down, only stopping after another 5 minutes of applying the enchantment and getting the small bit of satisfaction that came with them not immediately breaking. A part of him wanted to go to Thera, but with the weapon down, she had her own role to play as bits of earth floated around her, being charged with mana before shooting off at speeds that left them invisible to the naked eye as they tore through swaths of demons, making their way through to the warriors on the ground. Even if she wasn't busy, though, he didn't think he could move. He hadn't realized just what sort of burden he'd been putting himself under with how much he'd been trying to do, and it was only after taking a few steps away that he had to keep himself from crashing to the ground, moving to get out of the way the best he could, just to let himself get a little rest as he stared out into the death and destruction going on around them. Each army was being pushed back in that short amount of time, that much was clear, yet the demons still hadn't broken through, even if it was an eventuality they were all aware of. The point of fighting them at the moment wasn't even truly to stop them. They knew that it would be impossible to keep everything from getting through, but to stop as many as they could so that the months after wouldn't be filled with cities, towns, and villages falling to attacks from roaming groups of them as they slowly got stronger before the next wave. His distance had plenty of benefits to go with it aside from the little bit of safety he got to enjoy, at least comparatively when he looked at everyone who was fighting. He didn't need to see anyone die, not up close and personal, only grasping the fact that it was happening at all as he watched far-off figures fall to the ground, while spells flew through the air in a constant barrage. He took his eyes away from it, not wanting what was happening to invade his thoughts when he needed to work as he focused on his body, massaging his muscles to get some of the stiffness out of them in the time he had. Hope all of you up there are doing your part, myriad, cuz if we're having this much trouble, I can only imagine what every other point is going through. He got no answer, not that he expected one, as he did his best to ignore the circumstances around him to give his mind and body what little rest he could. As much as he would have liked to, he didn't sleep. He couldn't afford to with everything happening, but he felt his mana return to full for the first time in hours as he let himself not think in that time, meditating and letting the world disappear the best he could, right up until he saw that same black beam shoot out, giving the warriors on the ground the leeway to get their injuries treated and move their dead, while at the same time it signaled his need to get back to work, standing up on shaky legs and rushing back over as Falk grumbled. We were hoping you'd have a nap or something. In this racket, no way. Anyway, how are things looking? Nothing broke through in that time, Ibru told him positively. The soldiers are holding the line well enough for now. We've also got the others who haven't gotten the knack for the enchantment, yet at least working to keep the ones we're making from breaking. It shows. He immediately felt more leeway than he had before, not needing to push quite as hard to ensure everything that was there was maintained. He was even confident that he could add more enchantments with the extra energy they had, giving them that tiny bit of wiggle room if things went wrong, and got to work doing exactly that, with neither Falk nor Ibaru stopping him as the latter spoke up. I believe we need to discuss how we'll be doing this, the guild head began, talking being slightly easier for everyone as they felt their workload decrease. Ben is right, of course. It looks like we'll all need to split the load. If we do 18-hour shifts each, then that will keep 2 of us on at any given time, which should be enough to ensure nothing goes wrong, and as my people get more skilled at the enchantment, then it should lessen the load just a little. 18 hours a day of constant enchanting. It wasn't like he'd never worked himself to the bone like that in the past, but doing it for a straight month was asking a lot. All of them were going to burn out in that time, and the buffs they were under would vanish in a matter of days, making things even harder for them. Still, what choice did they have? Ibaru was able to pick up on the sheer unreasonableness of the suggestion himself as he continued. I'm sorry I asked you both to be here to act as a reserve in case of an emergency, yet now it seems I'll be working the two of you to the edge of death. Falk could only laugh. Infinite hells, what else can we do? Who knows, maybe this will be the push I need anyway. He said it with a forced smile, Ben putting on his own in return. But maybe see if there's a free awakened light mage anywhere to give us some buffs, yeah. And pay us well for our work after, 'cause I'm not cheap. Ha, I believe you're already both quite well off, but after this, I'll make sure you get a sum that would leave an average citizen never needing to work again if that was their desire. Not much point in hoarding wealth if everything comes to an end, is there? In that case, we better do our money's worth, Ben laughed. Anyway, that means one of us needs to stop to rest. Ibaru, I vote you since I just got a break and Falk basically had one as he was teaching your people earlier. I couldn't possibly, he argued. I see how hard you're both working and your break was already insufficient for what you've done, Ben. You need a real one. The boy isn't going to give in, Ibaru, and I don't entirely disagree with him. Even if you don't sleep, relax and handle other matters. When it's time for you to come back, I'll send him off next whether he likes it or not. Hey, after another 9 hours of this, I can say with certainty I'm going to like it. He was fairly sure he'd already done 10, but it was hard to be positive since he had no way of keeping track of the time, and his minds were too devoted to other tasks to count out the seconds like he had for the gate opening. Ibaru wanted to argue it more, but seeing both teacher and apprentice standing firm, he eventually relented. All right, I'll go see about finding an awakened light mage like you suggested. The odds of one being among any of the armies present are slim, but not impossible, and I believe we're showing enough value that they'd be fools not to accept. Worst to worst, though, I'll definitely get us a couple 9th level ones. Be safe till I return, and Falk, if anything goes wrong, I leave you in charge. You got it. With that, he ran off, leaving Ben alone with his teacher and all of the other enchanters as they worked. You know, Ben tried to joke through it all. I was expecting this month to be hell, but it looks like hell is worse than I thought. If you need to take 10 at all, boy, I can hold up in that time. I'd say the same for you. Don't think just because I have less mana doesn't mean you can't take a breather. I do get nearly a point of it back every second now. Ha, you don't have to tell me how ridiculous your region is. I just don't want my niece complaining when you look like a wrung-out rag by the end of this. Hey, just you wait, I'm going to use this experience to get another level or 2 of enchanting in the month. I can only imagine all of the job experience flooding in too. Just watch Falk. If I need to put up with this for the 2nd and 3rd wave as well, then I'm hitting the 3rd tier and becoming a god of enchanting. Actually, what do you think divine enchanting would turn into if it gets to the 3rd tier? It already has the word divine in it. Super divine enchanting, mega super divine enchanting. The possibilities are endless. They were both bantering as a distraction, nothing more. Ben had the leeway for it with his minds, while his teacher had the decades of experience behind him to put together his enchantments without much thought, and they both only wanted to keep from thinking just what they'd have to do. Forget just a light mage. If they really were going to do 18-hour days for a month, then they were going to need a life mage on them as well, along with a constant supply of potions, and maybe even a good dark mage to help with some of the mental strain. I mean, worst to worst, we have Thera standing by for 2 of those things, but then mine-type dark spells don't seem to really affect me. Looks like I'll be doing a lot of gritting my teeth and bearing it for the foreseeable future. As the next few hours passed, the 2 of them were still working in full force, even as the sky grew dark. Everything that had gotten through during their 30-minute break earlier had since been slaughtered, leaving the armies around to handle the comparatively smaller number that had been able to push through the effects in a far less dangerous battle, while Ben focused on his own fight against himself. They were keeping up, ensuring everything that broke could be replaced, but it was a mental battle against how much he could take. The headache he'd felt growing the entire time had changed to a full-blown migraine, being experienced with all 32 minds he had, but he pushed through the pain for the few more hours he would need to wait. The moment it was time for his break, he had no intention of making it back to the city. He was finding a comparatively quiet spot on the ground to sleep like a corpse. He cast the smallest look beside him, finding Falk holding up a bit better than he was since the Yeti had got to spend a couple hours earlier training the other enchanters on just what to do to keep everything running, and that was enough to make a decision as he spoke up. Falk, I'll take 10 if you take 10 right after. I don't need it, boy, you go and have a break. Get a drink or something. If you don't need it, then I don't either. Ah, you damnable fine, I'll take a small break after you do. In that case, bring me some water back with you so I can enjoy my time and not need to grab it myself. You got it, he said with a weary smile, as for the first time in ages he took his hand from the weapon and stepped away, rubbing some life back into his stiff arms as he did. The first thing he did was what his teacher asked of him, going to a supply of food and drinks for them to take as he scarfed down a piece of fruit and grabbed 2 cups of water, drinking his immediately and holding onto the other for Falk as he walked over to where Thera and Sonya were standing, looking into the battlefield. How's it look right now? Ha, consider that a good thing. Having things to do is super overrated. And are you holding up okay, Ben? Thera asked him as she took his face in her hands, seeing the strain his brain was under and running all of the life spells she could through him to help. You've all been at that for hours. How much longer do you need to go? 2/3 of each day for the rest of the first wave, he told them, seeing the shock and horror in their eyes. All they knew was that he was helping to keep the weapon running. They hadn't known what an investment it would end up being. Looks like it's a good thing I came, right, Ben? It has to be done, he told them. Better to suffer for a month than live, right? I'll be fine. It looked like they both wanted to say more but couldn't. He was right. The weapon was saving so many lives by being active and slaughtering an uncountable number of demons trying to make their way through. Even if it pushed him to the edge, he could be healed. By keeping it running, he was doing too much good to stop, no matter how hard it was. So with nothing to say, they stood in silence for the last bit of his break, Thera slipping her free hand into Ben's own, as she worked to shoot down any of the winged demons that came out, as he just watched all of the senseless deaths as the demons rushed through to meet their end, with him about to turn away to go back until something small caught his eye. Another demon, bipedal and vaguely in the shape of a human, standing within the zone of the weapon's attack, not dying, not breaking down, simply looking around as Ben felt a shiver go down his spine. He wasn't the only one to notice it either. Even if warriors on the ground couldn't reach it to attack without falling victim to the same weapon that had been keeping them safe as the hours rolled by, the mages could, and many of them fired off spells as beams of fire and raw mana, along with plenty of earthen bullets were shot its way, only for all of them to vanish or collapse to the ground with a wave of the creature's arm as it looked around, eventually focusing on where the zone of death it stood within was coming from. The very weapon he and the others stood so close to as it reached out a hand to act. The moment it did, the very earth around it reacted, ripping from the ground and shooting at them, Thera trying to stop it with all of the power at her disposal, while Ben screamed out for Falk and the other enchanters to run, knowing that despite her power, Thera's attempt would fail. If she'd gone for a barrier of stone, it would have been one thing, but in the split second there was to act, he was one of the few that instantly grasped what the way the creature had defended itself signified magic nullification. The stones, loaded with the creature's power, ripped through the mana she'd reached out with as Falk, and the other enchanters were slow to move, too invested in their work to pay attention to the world around them as the boulders rained down, smashing the weapon that had acted as a source of hope and throwing all who stood around it to the side as the ground under them exploded from the force. Ben didn't notice the creature who'd made such a thing possible go back through the gate where it had come, nor did he pay attention to the unimpeded flood of demons that were no longer being held back. His eyes were only on the Yeti lying broken on the ground as he, Thera, and Sonya rushed to his side. There was nothing he could personally do to help, so he stood out of the way and let the two women work, their healing magics being pushed to their limits for the person they cared so dearly about as Thera let out a relieved sigh despite the chaos around them. He won't die, but this isn't going to be quick and it looks like there's a lot of people to treat now. Auntie, keep looking after him and I'll gather the others, and with that plan formed she rushed off, going up to the many other enchanters laying on the ground to give whatever emergency medical treatment she could before raising the very earth beneath them all to move together to continue, as Ben alone was left useless. With the weapon destroyed, there was nothing he could do. His part to play was finished, replaced with the screams of dying soldiers that filled the air from the onslaught coming for them as he clenched his fist in impotent rage. Even if it would have been a miserable experience, a month of burning himself out would have been infinitely better than the nothing there was for him now, as all he could do was stand by and hope that those he loved who'd have to fight wouldn't die. No, there was one option. As Thera and Sonya had their hands full while armies had to fight in earnest, he instead turned his head to look at the pile of wreckage so close by. Powerless, he still had all of his skills at his disposal along with all of the information in his head. Resources, there was a pile of them there waiting for the taking, with his material magic primed to shape them into whatever form he could. He may have been lacking in rings for options, but he had the 11 that were ever present on his fingers, along with everything in his status. All he had to do was figure out how to combine them all into something that could be put to use. And with that resolve firmly in place, he ran to it, digging through what he could see as fast as he could, gathering the bits that were clearly magic materials like mana crystals and mithril as he examined the parts that had made it through relatively unscathed. Pushing his minds for any way they could be put to use as he found himself with one single piece of hope. A metallic sphere, no bigger than a soccer ball that had survived the attack undamaged, its construction built to ensure it could handle such things for whatever it contained. The mysterious power source that managed to not only let such a weapon exist, but to even start to break it in its might. Okay, this is actually something, he muttered to himself. This is options. If I can just put it to use then, I should be able to build something that could do an insane amount of damage. Let's see, if I can build something that would collapse space like my space bombs would, only using all of the power this thing has, and drop it in the front of the gate, then even if it doesn't kill as many as it did before, I could probably get tens of thousands of them, since nothing would be able to get close to stop it. Unless that one comes back. Or it breaks under the pressure it would exert like my bombs did. And then if it does, I don't even know what will happen because I don't even know what this stupid thing is. Fuck, he rolled it around in his hands, trying to understand it in all of the detail he could. The thing was positively coated in non-affinity enchantments, many that were clearly to keep it from breaking, but even more he couldn't begin to guess the purpose of. Other than that, there was the only noticeable feature to it as well. The entire thing was a smooth, metallic surface except for a circle on it the size of his palm. What he had to assume was its output. So if I link everything to that, then it should work, but I still don't know what this is or what could go wrong. With all of the power it has in it, if I break it, then for all I know I'm going to blow up everyone here. I need more information. He desperately wished Ibaru was there. Even if the man wanted to keep the power source a secret, he would have beaten the information out of him if need be, but as he looked around, the troll was nowhere to be seen. All there was the sight of armies being pushed back under the tide, and in one area collapsing altogether, letting the demons break through, into the world beyond where they'd be able to cause unending harm even after the gate closed, a scene that was sure to be taking place across all of the invasion points by that time. He didn't have the time to find Ibaru or hope that he'd show up, so he did the only thing he could, connecting to it, feeling each and every enchantment it had to try and understand them beyond just the list he could see in his head, trying to process everything that was there to get even a clue of just what was in his hands, only to feel something else, something deeper scratching at the edge of his consciousness as he dove in further. Feeling his mana burn in a way it never would when he practiced the skill as he used it to power it, needing to know the mystery the tool held if he wanted any chance of putting it to use. All of his minds were on the task, each one pushing farther until there was nowhere else to go. Everything snapped into place as Ben's mind didn't strengthen or split, but was instead torn to shreds, everything he was breaking down and being destroyed with it, as the sounds of notifications and screeches of pain filled his last bit of consciousness before nothing on the surface layer of who he was remained. She did her best to ignore the sounds of combat going on around her as she worked to treat the injured enchanters as fast as she could, only keeping a side eye out for anything flying through the skies towards them as she pushed herself to heal broken bones, stitch together skin, and stop any internal bleeding she could find to ensure everyone that was meant to be in her care survived through what had occurred. When the demon's attack got through, she had failed, plain and simple. While she and many others had been placed there specifically to ensure the safety and the weapon, she was the only one who had been equipped to stop the strike, and her lapse in judgment had kept her from doing anything that could have potentially helped. Only as it lay as rubble on the ground that she realized the rare skill the creature had deployed against them, magic nullification. The skill had to have been imbued in the very rocks that were thrown to let them bypass any potential barrier, and leaving her powerless to stop them as they came since she'd only reached out to them, trusting her supply would be enough when what she should have done was throw something in their path to physically block it instead of just believing in herself. But it's too late now. There was no point in regret. Now all she could do was fight the wave that was sure to break through sooner than later, doing whatever she could to keep even one more demon from spreading out into the world. And once she was sure the woman she was working on wasn't going to die, she moved to ensure she got the necessary help in that, rushing back to her aunt's side to treat her uncle. She didn't need to ask how he was, she could see it plain enough. While she'd worked to treat the major damage when she got to him before helping the others, there was still more. Shards of metal and stone buried under his flesh that she ripped out with her magic before closing the wounds with other spells, trying to increase his vitality as much as she could while helping to reduce the less obvious signs of damage going on beneath the surface, needing him to be back in top shape as he eventually stirred, bring a large hand to his face. Gods above, what happened? He grumbled the moment he could talk, her aunt throwing her arms around him as Thera went to explain. I couldn't stop an attack on the weapon and it's been destroyed. Guilt was thick in her voice as the feeling of failure threatened to crush her, but Falk only waved it away. If you couldn't stop it, then nobody here could have. Now what's the situation in the battle? She didn't know, her thoughts had been too focused on healing until then, but helped him up to check as they all looked towards the invasion point, seeing the chaos and carnage that was spreading. To Falk and Sonya, they could see the fights going on, different groups trying not to collapse against the weight of the horde as they tried to hold their lines as long as they could to keep anything from breaking through, and they had the strength to keep it up. These were people who had trained and honed themselves under the effects of the system creatures that had been brought into it only seconds after coming for war didn't have the chance to grow under it and were being slaughtered. But a difference in skill was nothing against numbers. Even if a single person only died for every 100 demons, they still knew they wouldn't keep up. Thera was able to see even more than that though as she looked out, seeing the same thing that had been there since they'd arrived. The air was filled with spirits, each of them doing whatever they could, causing random spikes of earth to rise from the ground to impale some demons as others were burned or had their vitality drained. And that wasn't even looking at the acts of the light and life spirits, each putting all they had into healing what wounds they could, saving those who may otherwise have fallen without their intervention, letting them fight all of the longer. And even that wouldn't be enough. No amount of stories could have prepared them for the real thing, but with nothing else to be done, she held out her staff and began casting her spells. The first of which being earth healing, flooding the land with her mana to help those standing around her before ripping out giant chunks of ground to throw at the gate and watching as they came down, crushing everything unfortunate enough to be in their path. With her mana, even from afar she could sow a level of destruction unimaginable to most people, but it still wasn't enough to make a dent as her uncle fired his own attacks, though in a more controlled way, as his death mana shot out, bullets fired and aimed at wherever he could confidently strike as all of those fighting tried to hold out the best they could, all of them waiting for the eventual call to be made for them to return to their fortified bases. Letting the beasts by while the launched more distant attacks from safer positions. Her heart was pounding at the futility of it all, feeling like the world was already lost, only for her uncle to raise a question that made it all worse. What happened to the boy? The instant the words left his lips, her head whipped around, trying to find him and coming up blank. The moment she let herself get distracted with her healing, she just assumed he was staying close by. But in all of the chaos around them, he was nowhere to be seen as she felt her panic grow. If he was in danger, then the skills he could use were limited, and she didn't even know if he had brought a weapon with him, his entire point in joining having been to work on maintaining a machine that was no longer in a state where it could be saved. It was as she desperately looked around that his location was given away by a flash of light, pulling all eyes to not only the wreckage of the weapon, but Ben, standing there with a metal sphere in one hand as the other reached out towards the fray, as a torrent of mana drew into him. One of his skills had awakened. She didn't know which one. She didn't care enough to guess with everything going on. The only thing she cared about was getting to him to drag him to whatever safety their group could provide, only to stop before her first step as she witnessed what began to happen around him. Everywhere in front of him, pebbles began rising in the air, not 1 or 2 or even 10, but thousands, until that next second they vanished in the blink of an eye, making her question what she'd even seen. Space magic. No, don't be stupid, Ben can't use space magic. But the ones he can use aren't geared for controlling things from a distance either. He can only kind of cheat it with a couple things. So what did he just do? The question was answered by turning her head slightly to the fight beyond them, where thousands of demon corpses that had been attacking only seconds later now laid, bullets of earth firing out with his will at a fast enough speed to tear through anything that got in their way and to keep going from there. But his magic also can't do anything like that, at least normally, so did he just awaken it? If not, what the hell is happening to him? She felt her eyes pulled to the ball in his hand, the same unnatural feeling she'd gotten any time she'd looked at the weapon exuding from it, only for her attention to switch back to Ben with what he did next. In the seconds they all watched him after his skill awakened, trying to understand just what was happening, more and more earth was pulled from the ground, a constant volley that tore through the demons below faster than the eye could follow, with each shot expertly missing allies despite the sheer volume of attacks he was sending, but that wasn't all. Along with those shots was another cloud of dirt floating behind him, breaking into the finest dust and reforming into bigger masses again, and again at a speed that made it look like the air was vibrating, with the change before that stopped with the cloud of it taking shape into a dozen long poles, the bullets he was shooting still going, as the first of his new weapons floated to his hand, lightly touching it as it did. The moment it happened, it turned to dust again like he'd been doing before, but it wasn't just the pole. With a blank, empty expression, he looked at the hand that had destroyed it as one of his magic rings crumbled to dust, before trying again with another and another, the same thing happening each time before he seemed to give up, letting the rest of them collapse to the ground as drips of blood began to fall from his eyelashes. Ben, Thera yelled, broken from her daze at what she was seeing as she tried to run to him, only stopped by the powerful arm that grabbed her. "Uncle, what are you doing?" In the face of her urgency, though, Falk spoke calmly. "Sonya, you go heal the boy. Thera, we've just got to trust he knows what he's doing. We have bigger problems." She looked to where he gestured, taking her eyes off Ben to see the battlefield, along with the army that had been between them and the invasion point falling under the assault. They weren't all dead and many were still fighting, but like many other locations, they'd been broken through, meaning the tide was coming for them. As much as she hated it, she understood what her uncle was saying as her aunt ran to do what he said, leaving the two of them to fight as Thera made a choice. With an onslaught of world-killing beasts coming their way, she didn't want a single one of them getting to Ben or her aunt. She wanted their entire focus, so she cast a dark spell. One that came more naturally to her than any other magic she could wield, yet one she hated with everything she had charm. Since the dark mana she possessed within her was naturally so, she didn't even have to go to the trouble of applying the effect of it to cast it as a spell instead of the passive effect she normally dealt with. All she had to do was direct it, putting the force of her mana into drawing in each beast to bring them her way, not giving them the chance to think of going anywhere else while, as one the Horde's eyes locked onto her. Every instinct they had making her their target, as she pressed her staff to the ground, the second they got close, and activated her earth magic. With how fully she had their focus, each of them consumed by her near maddening effect, even the ones behind her victims couldn't see what she was doing to the ones ahead, so extreme was their tunnel vision as the structure of the earth beneath them changed. The ground's density became thinner than water, making each of the monsters before her sink into its depths, unable to swim up in the strange situation as they drowned in the dirt. Of the few who escaped the powerful spells at play, her uncle handled with his magic, tearing the vitality from them and giving her the leeway to look at Ben. From the panic on her aunt's face to the growing amount of blood pouring from his own, she could only feel a grip on her heart from the fact that whatever Sonya was doing, it wasn't enough to make up for whatever he was putting his body through, but all fear turned to shock a second later. He was still standing there, hand outstretched as he fired off thousands of bullets of earth, as another change took place. For the second time that day, Ben's body exploded in light, dimmer than any other to the point that it could have been missed if she wasn't looking at him as it happened, yet still definitely there. And along with it came fist-sized spheres of stone, over a dozen of them, with no two looking the same before they broke up and were fired off, only to be replaced with more. Not just stone this time, but metals and ice, something she'd have sworn was bone, and materials she couldn't begin to guess the identity of, as what he had to be doing snapped into place. The absolute impossibility of it almost making her deny her very eyes. Ben was materializing his mana. Forget the sheer difficulty of doing such a thing. Forget the fact that along with the power he was already showing, the volume he was creating was simply not something that could be done with his mana pool. What made it unbelievable was what he had to be using to do such a thing. Ben had no affinity magics, the type that the few people in the world who could manage that same insane spell had. What he did have was his material user skill, or whatever it had clearly just awakened to, meaning that everything he had just done had been accomplished with plain mana. If there was anything that was going to awaken a skill, it was going to be that, but it seemed that wasn't the end goal of him doing it, but the start as he kept making more and more balls of materials, firing them off the instant after they came into creation before he finally stopped, having achieved whatever he needed to as he created what had to be 20 head-sized metal spheres before expanding them all to an outrageous size, each as big as a carriage, and focusing on them once again. His face still unreadably empty before he shot them off in rapid succession, each of them having a single target. As they traveled through the gate, all of the demons were flooding through. She didn't understand the point, but it seemed he'd gotten all he needed to from that as he repeated the process, making more and more as hundreds of them appeared, and followed that same path, traveling through the gap between worlds until something that had never before occurred during any known invasion across hundreds of worlds took place. The gate vanished. For just a moment the battlefield stood still. Every soldier struggled to comprehend what they were seeing, as even the demons seemed to instinctually grasp that something had gone wrong, but whatever that may have meant didn't stop the fact that everyone there was still locked in a battle for their lives. They could look for answers after. Thera's own slaughter kept on going, but however Ben had managed to achieve what he did, he was clearly reaching beyond his limits. His body was beginning to break down on a scale similar to when Yuzu had filled him with her unrestrained power, and as a final act, he made the last few large metal containers vanish, as if they'd never existed to begin with before collapsing into her aunt's arms. All she wanted to do was run to him, to flood his body with her life-saving magic, but if she stopped what she was doing then more people would die, so she had no choice but to grit her teeth and trust in her aunt as Thera handled the rest she'd drawn in with her charm, hundreds more being killed before she could move to her real desire of doing whatever she needed to ensure he'd be fine. When he felt himself coming to consciousness, Ben thought he was going insane. He couldn't move, but that was a passing concern compared to the main problem, the noise. The constant thundering noise that seemed designed to keep him from understanding anything, as he was assaulted by the power of his own thoughts. It's so loud. It hurts. Is Thera okay? Myriad. Is everyone okay? Quiet. I was in a battle, then what? What was all that screaming? Sonya, why is it so fucking loud? Myriad, are you there? Am I really dead this time? I couldn't do anything. I couldn't help. Shut you p, shut you p, shut you p. AIUGH, where's FALK, where's Thera? What's happening to me? Ben, if you can hear me, try to relax, a familiar voice said soothingly, setting off a brand new wave of noise. Myriad, where are you? What happened? The battle. My friends, Myriad, why's it so loud? Why does it hurt so much? What's going on? Ben, I'm not positive if you can hear me, but I need you to listen carefully if you can. You're alive and everyone is fine. Thera, Sonya, and Falk are safe. It's you we need to worry about right now, his god explained gently. I don't know if you're even aware of this, but you managed to awaken your connect and some other mind skills into 2 new ones. I need to keep my distance because it looks like the way Connect changed lets you do it from a distance now. If you're not careful, you'll hurt yourself getting exposed to me. More important is the second one. I can't say for sure which one awakened and what combined with it when it did, but all of it is what you're currently experiencing. That noise is just your thoughts. Ben, I did what? Cool, sweet, how thought. This sucks so much. Aw, really not liking this. Any chance you could cut the skill off my soul? Could be useful. Feels like I'm in hell. How am I supposed to deal with this? What about the battle? How am I supposed to live with this? How long has it been since I've eaten cause I'm starving? Sure would like to be able to move. How am I supposed to think like this? With everything going on in your head, I simply can't pull it all apart to figure out what you're trying to get across. It's like you're trying to think with 1,000 minds at once. For now, don't try to move, just try to relax. They're all your thoughts, you can control them, just give it time. He didn't think he could, with a swarm of minds all saying as much. When he was at 32, it had felt like a lot, but what he was currently dealing with was outrageous. Like in the past, it wasn't like he'd suddenly gained alternate personalities. Every mind in his head was still him, connected at the root, but trying to manage them was the same as if he suddenly had hundreds of new limbs, each moving on their own at the slightest hint of stimulus and resulting in raw chaos. All right then, instead try this, Myriad suggested, able to pick up on the disbelief that he'd succeed in managing the change to him that filled Ben's thoughts as the god made a suggestion. Try your best to do as I say, all right. With every mind you have, pick a number between 1 and 100. He tried to do as suggested, wanting to trust the cube but not seeing the point, with that fact being clear as various whys echoed throughout his head as even more shouted numbers, with the answer becoming clear soon enough. If a mind did anything other than pick 22, start meditating immediately. It was a simple order, but one many of his minds responded to, having months of practice doing just that as they essentially shut down while only a few resisted at first, before seeming to understand the point as things grew quieter as they followed that same order, leaving him with only 17 active. It was less than he'd had access to before the change, but each of them felt far different from a typical mind. They felt broader, in a way he didn't know how to properly express. If a normal mind was composed of 3 or 4 individual strands of thought, then what he currently had in each one felt like it was far surpassing that standard, being more like 8 or 10, but impossible to truly judge, given that the nature of each strand seemed to have changed as well, almost as if they'd grown in length, with the end product being that each mind was not a string, but a massive rope. He could no longer claim to think in a way that was remotely human, but at that point, it was at least manageable as he was finally able to get up, the thing trapping him in place before being too many thoughts trying to act in too many different ways. With the hint of control he'd regained, letting him speak with his own voice. What happened? It was a question with a lot of implications behind it. What happened to him as his skills awakened? What happened to cause it? What happened to those he loved, and what happened to the battle as a whole, all of which Myriad swept away. Later. For now, we're focusing on you getting used to your new minds. You just experienced how debilitating the change in you has been. If you want to be able to live them, we're focusing on this first. Which actually seems very, very wrong considering the damage that only 30 minds were doing to my brain and soul, but I'm sure I'll get an answer to that later. Alright, so what do I need to do? What you have to do is bear with me because there isn't even anyone I can ask for advice on this. No other mortal has dealt with this sort of change. Your only benefit is that since this is your skill, and you have the system, you should be able to manage it like any other skill with some practice. The best idea I have is that you should try to mentally assign the ones you're currently using as your main minds for the time being so you can shut down any others if need be. Just take some time and focus on what you have active right now, okay? Alright. He did as he was told, sitting down and focusing entirely on the ones he could feel active, trying to create a divide between them and the ones simmering in the back of his head until he was confident he had them. Alright, now this part is going to be harder for you, but try and stop only a few from meditating. If you stop too many, then slowly try to switch more back to meditating, till you can handle what's going on in your head. Okay. Once again he listened to his God, only to immediately want to retch as 100 voices filled his head. The thoughts he wasn't controlling overtaking the ones he was, as one by one they did what his God said, going back to meditate until he was left with 50 active and under his control. Jesus Christ myriad, how many minds do I actually have now? He asked as he rubbed his temples, trying to keep his control over the ones he was currently using. I know there's a lot more going on in there than the ones that just went active. I honestly don't know, Ben. If you want to, I think your best bet is numbering them as you go, but for now, just get used to what you're using. Alright, I guess I'll give that a try. It can't be too many, right? Fucking 998. He was pretty sure it had taken him almost 24 straight hours of practicing and adapting with his God, growing more and more accustomed to the new state of his mind in that time and counting as he went. But by the time he had a final number, he had to go back and check again, just to be sure he hadn't somehow added a few hundred by mistake. It's admittedly a lot, understatement. How am I even functioning? How am I alive? There's no way my brain can handle all of this. Am I just some dead soul up here and you don't have the heart to tell me? He still didn't have perfect control of his thoughts and the sentiment was echoing around his head, but he could at least shut it down now as his God answered. You're alive, don't you worry about that. When I realized what was happening, I discussed it with a few others, and the best explanation we can come up with is that you're thinking like a god, which means that you're thinking with your soul. Which means at that the cube side coming forward now that the fear of Ben accidentally connecting with him was gone. It means exactly what it sounds like. You're aware that among other things, the soul is a record of the life you've lived. You're simply now engaging with that record in a far more active way. It's not exactly natural, Ben, but it won't harm you either. Hell, this was probably the only way it wouldn't harm you. It's genuinely impossible to properly express how shocking this change is. If I didn't know all of the skills you had that went into it, I'd honestly think you were someone with a third-tier mind skill. Has my mind really become that powerful? He asked in shock as Myriad went to knock him down a peg. More like it's become that freakish. Rude. Wow, rude. Very rude. Talking like that to your suffering apostle. Rude. It was a topic Myriad had been avoiding up until then, but one he couldn't put off forever, so instead he ripped the band-aid off with Ben's minds mostly under control as the apostle pushed them just a bit, trying to think on what happened. What do I remember? I was going through the wreckage of the weapon, hoping to find anything I could use to create something that might be able to help, and I found its power source, he said, grabbing his head in concentration. From there I tried to understand what I could do with it and ended up connecting with it, and then his minds had been ripped to shreds, broken down in a way they never had been before, until everything he was disappeared. Vaguely he thought he could remember hearing some notifications going off, but he'd need to look at his card to be sure of what changes he'd actually gone through, and that should have been in. He had to assume that the only reason he was even thinking as himself was because he was thinking with his soul at that point, but in those moments after his mind had essentially been gone, there shouldn't have been anything for him to remember after. Yet as he pushed further, he found there was information that wasn't lost for the simple fact that it had to do with his knowledge skills, binding the memory to him in ways that regular thought couldn't be. Information that he couldn't believe could be any more than the mad dream of a broken mind. What the fuck? Am I insane? I can't be that insane. Is this what I do without my inhibitions? What if something went wrong? Of course, I'd do something as nuts as this without my self-control. I can't believe I'd do something like this without my self-control. Quillith's lessons. How could I even do that? Right, the dead god's trial. I know too much. Jesus, what could I destroy? There's no way I actually did that, right? That has to be impossible. If it's not, then what the hell did I just destroy? How much did I destroy? How could I have the confidence to even try that? I must have dreamed it. I must have. But. It feels too real. It feels too clear. I've got to know. I've got to ask. Myriad, he asked hesitantly. Did I make something? To put it mildly, the cube confirmed. We actually didn't even know what happened at first. All we saw was you firing things through the gate, and it's not like that's never been attempted before, but shortly after you did, not only did the gate to Craftsman's tower disappear completely, every other gate on the planet returned to its closed state. It wasn't until some extremely horrified Greys, who'd been observing a few of the invader worlds that hadn't shown any evidence of housing a god, appeared to us in a panic that we were able to understand what you'd done. And even then they had to explain plenty, since what you made hasn't existed since the dawn of the universe, long before any of us came to be. Antimatter, he said breathlessly. It wasn't a dream, and he knew exactly what he'd done. He didn't know how he'd got to that point. All of the rational thought that made up his conscious mind had ceased to exist in that time, but he'd created a safe metal shell and expanded it to ensure there'd be no air within, materializing the outrageous material from raw mana, and sent it all through the gate to sow its destructive properties against the regular matter of the universe. It was the culmination of so much he had known in theory, yet would never have tried to put into practice in a sane state. He'd known since the early floors of Galwax's trial that it was possible to materialize matter with non-affinitied magic, and Quillith had been slipping in lessons on more hypothetical materials among his more common ones for ages, to the point that he couldn't help but wonder if the alien had been hoping for this sort of outcome. With those two facts combining in his head, they'd led to an altogether horrifying test that he couldn't imagine actually taking for the risks involved if anything went wrong. Unless I'm mistaken, I made a lot. Like a lot. You said the Greys actually saw it hit some places, right? Is there? Technically, there are still worlds there, though largely uninhabitable now. You didn't create enough to annihilate all of the standard matter after all, but the explosions kicked up from the sheer scale of the energy released has left the surfaces of the worlds covered in a level of dust and debris that it would be shocking if the planets don't freeze for centuries to come with any life that survived the strike already in the process of being choked out. And how many planets are we talking about? At least 2, though, judging from what the Watching Grey told us about how many explosions they saw coming through against how many we saw sent. It's pretty safe to say that at least one more world was hit that they weren't observing. That does let us know that multiple worlds are connecting to a single invasion point, which makes sense given the volumes we're dealing with, but is still nice to confirm. While he had to keep his jaw from hanging down, he had no effort keeping his mind's blank. In that one instance, it was just too much to take in. The scale being spoken about was simply outrageous enough that it took time to process it, and not having the slightest idea of what one was even supposed to say to that, all he could do was crack a weak joke. Well, looks like the apostle has overtaken the god. If I've got 3 worlds under my belt, then you need 2 more to catch up. No, even if you left them uninhabitable, those worlds are still technically there. Mine is gone, so I've still got you beat in that regard. Cool. No, wait, this is actually really cool, he said, breaking out into a manic grin as he processed all of the implications of everything. There was no way to say if what he'd done would affect any future invasion plans, but it had tremendous implications for him. So does this mean Connect has grown in a way that would let me use mana from different objects? Oh freaking man, I'm going to be honest. A small, secret part of me had hoped it might let me borrow other people's mana a bit, like I tried and failed when I first got the skill, but objects. Do you think I could hold a piece of mithril, or one of the mana crystals to use what's in them, or is it going to need to just be whatever the power source is? God, if it's just that, then I don't care what it takes. I'm beating the information out of Ibaru if I have to. Ben Myriad spoke gently, cutting him off with a more somber tone. It's more complicated than that. I need you to calm down and listen to me. Oh boy, that doesn't sound good. It's not. It's honestly a disaster, but I want you to know you aren't being held responsible for anything. Neither is your teacher. All parties involved in this act have already been gathered and punished if they knew what Ibaru was doing, but you are going to find out eventually, so I'm telling you now. The way his god said act, the lower tone in his voice changing to pure disgust, left Ben on edge. It was a way he'd never heard Myriad speak before, and he stayed silent, understanding that whatever it was, whatever Ibaru had done, it was bad. You were half right about how your skill awakened. We won't know about all of the changes until you actually test it, but at the very least I'm sure you haven't gained the ability to use the mana stored in objects. What you have developed is the ability to use the mana of others. He felt all of his nearly 1,000 minds spinning with the implications. He wasn't touching a person, he'd been holding a metal ball. What did Myriad mean he had gained the ability to use other people's mana? Calling that thing a power source was only correct in the most depraved of ways. Trap would be the more accurate word, one that was meant to hold some of the most mana-dense beings on the planet. Spirits. He felt his gut twist like he'd been stabbed as he experienced a curse that came with his mind awakening that was just as bad as having to deal with the number of them that existed in his head. The ability to understand in an instant the implications of what his god had just said. A spirit's body was made of mana, and it was that same mana they burned in any act. The moment they used it up was the moment they died, and he had used it liberally. The only bit he truly remembered was making the antimatter bombs and some of the materialization leading up to it, but there was no way he hadn't done more than that, which simply hadn't registered, as the lower levels of his mind were acting on their own accord. How many? He asked quietly. Ben, you didn't know. This isn't your fault. No one is placing any blame on you, and your teacher was just as unaware of what he'd been working on. Myriad, I'm asking you how many spirits I killed. His god was silent for a moment, experiencing the raw feeling coming from his apostle, and knowing he couldn't hide an answer that Ben would find out soon enough after waking. 300 survived, 700 died. He wanted to be sick, He wanted to get his hands on Ibaru and tear the man apart. He wanted to talk to Thera and figure out how the fuck he was ever going to try and make up for that, as all the while different minds did their bit of math. A regular spirit has 10,000 mana, meaning I might have spent 7 fucking million, maybe more from the ones that survived. Jesus Christ, how much did I fucking waste? My magics are non-affinitied, they aren't fucking cheap. For the bombs alone, I must have had to make sure the antimatter and the shells containing it didn't come in contact with each other, and that's not mentioning moving all of that mass. Did I actually try and reduce the cost, or did I just let the mana flood both parts since I had so much rushing through me and wasted it like that? He couldn't find the answer in himself as he dealt with the emotions of hearing that flowing through him, eventually settling on rage. He wanted to murder Ibaru, and would if he got the chance. You won't, Myriad told him, picking up on the feeling. The great spirits have already gotten their hands on all involved parties and are, well, let's just leave it at their being punished. The bigger issue is what else we've learned. God, do I even want to know? No, scratch that, I have to know, tell me. It looks like he and others had been working in secret on a collection of distasteful experiments and projects, all goals for saving the world and all things we'd stand firmly against. Just another thing we hadn't noticed that's rearing its ugly head. We've already captured most of them, but there's a couple who we haven't yet, and I assume one of them is that mage that Ibaru asked me to talk with, Ben asked, seeing exactly where the conversation was going as his god confirmed it. He was. So what the hell was the information I gave him about ritual magic going to be used for then? Unfortunately, that we can't say, his god sighed. While identities weren't kept as secret as they could have been, projects largely were to keep word from getting out, with Naloth being the only one who seemed to know everything to keep track of it all. Of course, since we do know what the two of you talked about, we have our theories, but that's it. I'm all about theories, try me. The one we think has the most potential is the idea that they're going to try and capture a god. I'm sorry. It's been done before, Myriad explained, sounding as rough as Ben felt. On a couple worlds, actually, mortals reaching across the boundary of space to bind one of their gods to their will and use their power for themselves. It's what we imagine would be the most useful application of what you've discussed for the coming battles, but honestly, we can't be certain. Cool, so I killed 700 innocent people and actively worked to help someone do who knows what. He laughed at it all. He couldn't help it. What else could he do with the information he'd just been given? When there wasn't even anyone he could seek revenge on, as far more justified parties were already taking it. The god didn't know what to say to his apostle's empty smile, nor what could be said to the feelings simmering just beneath the surface. You have been out for a couple days now. Maybe it will help if you wake up and talk to the people you care about a bit. They're all waiting for you. If it's all the same to you, I think I'll stay up here for another hour or two, just to give myself some time to work things out. Of course, take all of the time you need. As Ben cracked open his eyes, he was forced to confront another change to himself, beyond the massive one in his head. Any time he'd leveled his complex mind in the past, there had always been a small change to his perspective that had come with it as the divide between seeing the big picture versus the smaller details shrunk. But as things were, the gap had now vanished altogether. It now felt like he saw the world with perfect clarity as he took everything in, putting together just where he was. He could tell he wasn't lying on the battlefield, nor was he in any of the nearby forts that each nation had built. Instead, it looked like he was in the field hospital set up in the city, with healers of all sorts running around, treating a shockingly small number of people given the chaos he'd seen before the world went dark, with the reason for that being apparent as he heard Thera's voice. Give those two to me and go focus on someone else. I'll be quicker and you need something easier to regain a bit of mana, she ordered as Ben turned his head to the side to watch as she worked. Have more patients been brought in yet? We're just getting them now, another healer called out as she nodded. Well, get them to my area so we can get them out of here. I don't know if you're going to have me after tomorrow, so take advantage while you can. He felt himself smile seeing her throw out orders as other healers rushed to do what she said while he laid there quietly, not wanting to draw attention to himself, nor wanting to have to talk to her, at least not yet. He knew he wasn't at fault for what had happened, and Myriad had made sure to assure him no others did either, but that didn't stop the feeling of guilt from gnawing at him. He was in no rush to see her thoughts on the matter, so instead he stayed quiet as hours passed, watching as people came in and were sent out as an untold number of light and life spells were cast around him. During that time, he barely moved and did his best not to think. His body wasn't sore from the strain it had been put under, likely being healed early on, but he wanted to relax in that bit of time he had until eventually, Thera, seeming free from the constant flow of work, walked over to him with a level of exhaustion that vanished the second she saw he was awake as she rushed over, throwing herself at him and wrapping him in her arms. Neither of them said anything in that moment, both just feeling relief. Thera for the fact that Ben had finally woken up, and Ben for her not directing any anger over what happened to him. It was only as those quiet seconds passed that she pulled back just enough to look into his eyes, giving him a very tired smile. Hey, sleepyhead, you were out for a while. Only 2 days, right? I've been out for longer. I don't think I've ever met anyone who's passed out as much as you have. Well, it's a big world out there. There's gotta be 1 or 2 guys who are worse for it than me. Her smile became just a little less tired as they spoke and fell back to silence, it only slipping away as she thought about all she had to catch him up on. Ben, how much do you remember about everything that happened? Not much, but Myriad caught me up. I'm sorry. Ben, whatever you did brought a month-long battle down to less than a day. You don't have anything to be sorry for. I killed 700 people, of course I do. Guilt and rage were thick in his voice as he averted his eyes, not able to look at her. It was only when she gently took his face in his hands, pulling it back to her, that he had no choice, not fighting off her touch and not seeing a hint of judgment in her gaze. Ben, I'm going to be clear with you. That was not your fault. I don't think so. None of the spirits I've seen think so. My father and the other great spirits don't think so, and not even Vividus thinks so. You weren't able to do anything like that before your skill awakened, and you didn't know what was in there. How can you possibly be blamed? It was that fucking bastard Ibaru. She trailed off, feeling her own rage flood her as she thought about it. The weapon had felt off to her the moment she'd laid eyes on it, but that was it. Otherwise, the head of the Craftsman's Guild had seemed nothing but reasonable, so she had pushed the feeling away. Never in her wildest dreams would she have imagined how many of her people were being sacrificed in the name of trying to save the world. How many more would have been if things hadn't been discovered with the weapon's destruction was a question that hung heavily on her mind. Sure, none of you can blame me, and none of you can speak for the dead, he sighed. I'm glad you don't hate me for this, but I'm not going to be so quick to forgive myself. It's fine, it's just one more thing to haunt me. I'm getting pretty used to having a bunch of those. He watched her chew on her lip, not knowing anything she could do that could help as he moved to put her at ease, not wanting to worry her with whatever was going through his many minds. So hey, are you almost done here? I could use some real food and some rest in a nicer bed. When do you think you'll be able to head out? Now, I came to check on you because I needed to leave anyway, so if you're feeling up to it, then let's go. It was a desirable prospect, and he moved to make it happen, sitting up for the first time in days as blood flowed to his stiff muscles while he moved his body, bringing everything back to life as he got back to his feet. Thera clung to his arm as he did, as if to push away any thoughts that she might feel some misplaced blame towards him as they walked out. The other patients and healers they passed seeing her leave with many bowing, while others respectfully giving their goodbyes, one word on all of their lips. Goodbye, Saintess. Don't say a word, Thera muttered, golden blush spread across her cheeks as they were leaving. I literally cannot not comment on this, Saintess, he told her with a grin, some of his worries forgotten as she groaned and rested her head against his arm. Someone started calling me that yesterday, and then more people started no matter what I said, and I got it as a stupid title, okay. Gods above, I don't care about how helpful it is, I think I hate titles. I don't even know how I met the qualifications for this one. You know the qualifications. MMH, there's usually a couple people with it at any time, she told him, wanting to move past it but seeing the topic was acting to distract him from all that had happened. And yeah, I have powerful healing magic, but that's only one bit. I also need to be loved not only by the people I'm healing, but by a god too, there's no way. I mean, Analia does love you though, Ben pointed out, not sure where the confusion was coming from, and that's not to mention how much Myriad talks about how much he likes you. Besides, with how many people you were healing leading up to this, do you really think you aren't loved by them? I think you plenty meet the qualifications with all you do. Besides, this is definitely one that is going to give good bonuses to life magic, right? And how many people have you even healed since I've been out? I don't know. Couple thousand, maybe more. They just kept bringing more in through different gates, and I just kept treating them. Plus, I kept up an earth healing spell to help things along for others. Wait, why does your god love me? He likes that you try to keep me from doing anything crazy. He laughed as he opened the door, only for shock to bring him back to silence. If he hadn't been able to see Craftsman's tower still standing in the distance, he would have thought he'd been taken somewhere else entirely. Save for a few buildings that seemed unusually untouched here and there, everything was destroyed, reduced to rubble and dust, leaving everything that made the city what it was simply gone. It was too much to properly react to when he saw it. All Ben could do was let out a low whistle. Damn, so this is what happens after demons break through, huh? Not exactly. Huh, it was the spirits, Thera told him as she surveyed the carnage. When word got out about what happened, there were only so many responsible parties they could take their anger out on, so instead, well this. It seemed that no people were hurt in the act, with all of the untouched buildings being the few that were holding the adventurers who'd been guarding the town, but everything else had been destroyed, broken down to a level where it wouldn't be worth the effort to rebuild, though some people probably will since the tower's here. He didn't notice he was standing in place, planted to the ground as he surveyed the carnage, until he felt Thera tug on his arm, pulling him along. Come on, the embassy is still standing since I'm the one staying there, let's go. They walked through the desolate streets, no markers to help show their way but not needing any. With no buildings obstructing their views, they could see their destination with ease, and Thera cleared a path, using her magic to push any rubble to the side as they went in, climbing the stairs to their rooms. So what are you thinking? I'll cook some food and then we can pass out and pretend the last few days never happened. No. She pushed him against a wall and kissed him, slipping a ring into his hand, and spoke up at the same time he was figuring out just what the enchantments on it were for. Ben, it has been a very long couple of days, and the next few might end up even worse, so right now, all I want to do is focus on you, and have you focus on me without worrying about whatever else is going on in the world, okay? Her face was twinkling in the light, the two of them both knowing what she was thinking, and without another word, he pulled her to her room, the prospect far more desirable than going over the past few days ever could be, as they spent the night enjoying the company the other provided. I really don't want to go deal with this, Thera thought with a sigh as the sun rose. Even if she hadn't got any sleep that night, she was just so comfortable compared to the last few days. Her head resting on Ben's chest, drawing circles with her fingers, was so much more pleasant compared to dealing with the state of the world. She would have been happy to just lounge around like that for days. Unfortunately, that day was too important, so with one final look at his sleeping face, she got up and dressed, scribbling a quick note for him when he woke up before quietly leaving their room to make her way through the ruined city. The spirits had been thorough in their rage, with everything that they could destroy being left as nothing more than piles of rubble at her feet, with only a few other buildings still standing. Given the condition of the place, it was surprising that there was still anyone other than them there to see it, but plenty of patients had been moved there since it was a relatively safe area, all things considered, and there were still some members of each army, along with various adventurers, going out to hunt the many demons that had come through the now-vanished gate that survived. As she went, she pushed rubble out of the way, clearing the road to the planet's own gate network, before stepping through to see just how crowded it was. While nobody was rushing to get through the one she'd just come from, bearing the occasional group of patients, for all of the others it was like the entire world was trying to move at once, everyone having somewhere to go, as the dense crowd of people were still moving even 3 days after all of the invasion points closed. She couldn't exactly blame anyone for it either. Everyone on the planet was dealing with the emotional fallout. There were plenty of people who were elated, celebrating the fact that the gates had been forced shut early without word of the cause spreading to them yet, while for others their fears were only made worse. With the exception of the mana-based life of the world, nobody living had seen with their own eyes what the battle would entail. Being told about it simply hadn't done any justice to the experience, and as lucky as they felt that the first wave had ended early, it made them all the more aware of how much worse the next ones would get. And that's not even thinking about the fallout of what Ibaru pulled. She could feel her jaw clench as she carefully made her way through the crowd. She didn't know which watching god had been the first to figure out what had happened, that the head of the Craftsman's Guild as a whole had not only managed to trap so many spirits, but forcefully extract their power to run his weapon. But she knew it was Analia who'd let it slip to her father, as he and 6 of the other great spirits arrived almost instantly, smashing the trap to save those it contained before hunting those who were involved. Her Aunt Funa forcing them to spill who among them had been aware of what they were doing, and who had been clueless before dragging off the guilty parties for tortures she couldn't imagine. And they deserve whatever they're getting. The trap had contained 1,000 spirits, and they had intended to make one for every gate after proving the viability of the weapon, treating her people like a disposable resource to be sacrificed for the world as a whole. The thought left her sick, and the consequences were going to be far-reaching if nothing was done. It was with that sense of purpose that she made her way to All Faith, where a meeting about just what had happened was to be held as she got to their crowded streets, ignoring the signs of damage and walking to where she knew it was going to take place, only coming to a stop as she passed a certain building on the way. It was a temporary hospital, like so many others that had been set up to take care of the wounded, and from where she was she could see it was overflowing, the city's main hospital, likely regulated to looking after less severe cases since it was farther from the gate. Even in just one day, so many people had been hurt, enough that healers were going to be busy for potentially weeks trying to treat everyone they could, having to keep everyone in a poor state longer to split their mana between patients rather than focus on getting one done quickly, but leaving the potential for others to die in the time it took any healer to get to them. I have some time, she muttered to herself. I'm here, an hour early, maybe closer to 2. I have time. She couldn't just walk by, but that meant she needed to be quick, so without wasting a moment she rushed to the door and pushed in, pulling out her card to prove her skill as she offered just a bit of help. As the notification went off in her head, Thera rushed off, her detour taking longer than she'd planned by sheer virtue of how many people that were hurt, with plenty still to go even after she'd left. She had wanted to stay longer, but she needed to know what the spirits would do as they aired their grievances, so she let her feet carry her, touching her necklace as she did to let the jobs fill her mind. Available JOBS. Queen of Mana. Musician. Professional dancer. Bard. Darkness Mage Charm Specialized. Healer. Dark Mage. Staff User. Master Adventurer. Homunculus Creator. Chimera Maker. War Mage. Saintess. I'll take Saintess. It didn't need any thought to know what to go for. She'd known she'd be getting the job ever since she gained the title, and with how many people there were to treat in the world as things stood, she couldn't justify any other choice when she fully expected to be busy acting as a healer for a while, so she listened as the notifications filled her mind. She didn't let herself stop to appreciate the notifications going off in her head. There'd be time for that later. Instead, she rushed to a government building on the edge of town, not the one Ben had forced his way into after being free of the trial, but instead another, more seldomly used but also more important for one key reason. It had been built in the coast, with the central hub of it creating a private meeting ground for both land and water-based races to talk. She made her way to the front door of it, feeling her stomach in knots. She hadn't actually been invited, but she filled an unusual role as one of the two people to fall between the categories of spirit and more typical mortal, and since she understood what was going to happen, she just needed to do her best to try and leave the outcome as good as it could be for everyone as she moved to go past the guards stationed at the front. Hold up there, miss. I'll need to see some identification if you're heading in. Okay, so confidently walking in didn't work. I guess that leaves me with trying to talk my way in. Gods above, I wish I had Ben here. He seems a lot better at this sort of thing. She tried not to let the thoughts touch her face as she pulled out her card, hiding all the information on it but her name and race before showing it as the second spoke up. Miss, if you don't have any identification from any government you're affiliated with, then you're in the wrong place. If you take the time to look at my race on my card, then you know I'm not, she told them sternly, holding it in front of their eyes. I believe you should know what this meeting is about, and I'm also fairly sure you should know that the great spirits aren't happy. It's in everyone's best interest that there be a mortal in the room they might actually want to listen to compared to whatever heads of state they're just going to ignore out of hand. The two looked at each other, not sure what to do. It was clear that she wasn't an uninvolved party, but they also had their orders, and there were enough people of note behind those doors to enforce the simple rules they were given. Thera could see all of that, so she decided to make it easy for them. Okay, you both have a job, I get it, but I'm sure we all collectively don't want the spirits doing anything crazy, so don't hold this against me, and if you haven't gotten yourselves free in a bit, I'll let you out when I'm done. Wah. Before either could get out a complete thought, the ground beneath them rose up, wrapping around them to hold them in place but not tight enough to cause any harm either. Even if she hadn't been able to talk her way in, she wasn't going to hold it against anyone who was just doing their job, and if either of them had any earth magic, they'd be able to get themselves out of it in a bit. All she had to do was use whatever minutes she had. With a quick apology, she walked past them, pushing through the doors to a large lounge area with another door on the other side of it, the sounds of the proceedings making it through, though not in any way she could understand as she pushed through to find the crowd beyond. Of the mortals there had to be 1,000 spread between land and sea, with a few semi-aquatics as well to help ensure that everything that was said on either side made it to all parties, but beyond that were the spirits floating around. Of them there were thousands, more than she'd ever seen at once, all filling the air, while at the center of it all stood the Great Ones, 7 of the 8 present for the proceedings, with only the Great Fire Spirit, her uncle Insetti's, missing. It was obvious enough who in the crowd possessed awakened magics, those few staring at the sky nervously with the strength of their mana sense letting them see just what was above them as someone in the crowd spoke. Bruce and Lux, both of you of all people shouldn't be humoring this idea, a man in the crowd said, trying to sound reasonable. You have families on this world, mortal families that can't just fly off to wherever you think you might escape to. Are you really just going to abandon them like this? I've already made my stance clear, her father told them firmly, holding her mother's hand. I will stay, but you won't see me acting to get a single other spirit to do the same if they don't wish it. If this is how the world will treat them, then they're better off somewhere else. I stand the same, her aunt agreed. What happened wasn't just one person acting alone, but a group of people in high positions who'd viewed us as nothing more than a resource. I'll stay for my child, but it's clear from the weak reaction among you all that since you can't see them, you can't properly view them as people. If that's the case, why should they risk themselves to fight for you? So there you have it, Vividus spoke. Unless any of you can even begin to provide proper compensation for the lives of the spirits that were lost, why should we not simply leave? Have you not already taken your revenge? One spat. You went so far as to murder our king. Will you not be? His words were cut off with a scream as his arm exploded in a fountain of blood Vividus in front of him with her hand around his throat before anyone in there could perceive what had happened. Your king provided funding and resources to that madman knowing full well what he was doing, she said coldly. Consider yourself lucky that Lux and Funa kept me from eradicating your kind as a whole. Hell, half of your nation is still standing, isn't it? Besides, do you really think that ending a mortal lifespan is comparable to ending an eternal one? She looked around as she asked it, giving anyone the chance to speak up, as none of the other great spirits stopped her from acting in her rage. You all get at most a few centuries on this world, but this act has wiped away millennia lived and the rest of time to go along with it. Do any of you fools grasp how long eternity is? If we were to combine the lifespans of every living being on the planet, it still wouldn't add up to the life of a single spirit. That is how insignificant you all are. There was a clear divide in the crowd between those who understood what it would mean to lose the spirits and those who didn't. All of them were scared of the 7 before them, but it was harder to appreciate what the ones that remained unseen actually did in the battles, unless their mana sense was good enough for the affinities they possessed. Too many of them weren't properly appreciating the sort of fighting force the spirits could be with their outrageous mana pools and high levels of control for their affinity. Vividus, I don't think they'll understand our worth like this, spoke her uncle Salenoth, the great water spirit, who was using the form of a large, floating eel made of ice, kicking the more typical trend of following in her father's footsteps for picking his appearance. Because they're blind fools, it's important to make them know it in their soul, so all of you, if you will. He wasn't speaking to the crowd, nor to the other great spirits with him. Instead, he looked up, speaking to the various spirits around as they each expended just a little bit of mana to do something they almost never would. They made themselves visible to mortal eyes. Light, fire, and dark spirits all simply cast their mana, while earth, water, and air all manipulated the substances they'd interact with, pulling them from the world around them to create false bodies for themselves the same way the great spirits would, as those who weren't able to see them were forced to confront how outnumbered they were should discussions break down further. Vividus had already maimed one, and the rage of them all didn't want to be contained. Salenoth ignored the growing unease, though, instead speaking out to just 2 of the earth spirits above, going on to make his point. Yes, both of you, if you would, I believe a proper demonstration is in order. It must have been something they'd planned earlier before the meeting had begun, with both spirits moving up, rising to the roof before they demonstrated their power, as the 2 alone separated it from the rest of the building, as each person looked up in horror at the display of strength, before it was crushed down to a block and placed among the crowd. So that, Vividus stated, is the strength you're losing. You really should consider yourselves lucky, you know. We're only talking about leaving, not waging our own war first, but for all we feel about what happened, we still hate the demons more, which is the only reason why you're getting this meeting. So convince us if you can, why should we not abandon you all to your fate? A murmur went up as they spoke amongst themselves, all of them finally completely on the same page. Before they'd understood the value of the great spirits, each of them able to hold a gate by themselves, but too many had failed to grasp the strength of the regular ones without seeing it with their own eyes. Now that they did, they understood why it couldn't be lost and cursed out Ibaru and his co-conspirators for creating the situation to begin with as a single problem emerged the more they spoke. What could they possibly offer? As far as any of them could tell, the spirits simply didn't need things. Even the fact that they were on the world at all had more to do with preference based on the environment they'd come into being in. They didn't breathe and lived entirely off mana, a force that could be found anywhere in reality. Really, they stayed on the world for the simple reason that a feeling of gravity was more comfortable than not having it, and that a living planet was more interesting than the largely empty void of space. But if they had to leave, they would. It was the choice that would be safest for them in the long run in the end. It was then that Thera finally spoke up, forcing her way through the crowd to stand before her aunt and the other great spirits, with all of the standard ones buzzing with excitement when they noticed she was there, rushing to fly around her with each spell they were dressed in still active, making her look like the heart of a strange storm as they called out to her. Princess, you're here. It's good to see you, Princess. Princess, have you gotten stronger? She felt a few of the great spirits giving both her and all of the ones around her funny looks, not having been aware of her growing popularity among their kind, as she tried to keep any discomfort about the incredibly enthusiastic greeting from her face. Hello, hello, it's good to see all of you too, she told them gently, as many in the crowd of mortals were quick to draw the connection between her and her father from looks alone, while she faced her Aunt Vividus, who was staring at her at a loss for what might have been the first time. I'm not quite sure about where to begin with all I'm hearing, but I take it you have something you want to say. Your connection to us isn't going to change things, Thera. You've always thought of yourself as a succubus before a spirit. I have, and I think I'm right too, but that's not what I'm doing. You said you wanted to be convinced, so I'm here to make the spirits an offer, she told them, before going to look over her shoulder to all of the groups behind her. Of course, so long as you can talk all of them into going along with it. While many of the mortals looked unsure, even more were looking at her with hope, wanting a solution to smoothing things over that they just couldn't see as she gestured to the two spirits that had just displayed their strength, and before the eyes of all of her aunts and uncles transferred her mana to them, bringing them back to full strength. Some looked surprised, but Vividus just regarded her with curiosity. Interesting, I'd heard rumors among them of something like this, but to see it's accurate is certainly unique. But so what? What value is there in a skill that you alone use? The value is that there's no reason I should be the only one who can use it, she said confidently. I know you pay at least a little attention to the world Aunt Vive, so here's what I want to propose. All of you stay until the third wave. If things get too bad at that point, then leave. And in exchange, we'll get the skill master and his apprentices to learn this skill from me and spend the next few years of their lives passing it on to the powerful mages of every nation. If they all learn it and devote an hour or two to passing on their mana a day, then it will be the best chance since you all came to this world to grow your numbers. Even if you have to escape in the end, then you'll be escaping with far more spirits than you'd be leaving with now. It would work out for you all in the long run whether we win or lose. She'd been thinking about just what she could do ever since she'd heard this meeting was going to take place, and this was her solution, one she felt confident in that would work out heavily in the spirit's favor. Her mother was smiling at her confidently beside her father, as the rest of her extended family looked amongst themselves. It was a good offer. Spirits were always hesitant to bring their numbers up since the time after would leave them at their most vulnerable, but if they were to have a way to regain their strength from taking mana from the mortals, then there'd be a chance for them to grow their numbers in a way they never had before. If things really did get too bad during the third wave, they could simply leave. They had nothing to lose from such a proposal. It was clear they were going to accept. It was just a matter of making sure that the representatives would agree to such a thing. It was only Vividus who looked at her curiously, a question on her lips. I'm not inclined to say no to something so beneficial, but why are you doing this? Why wouldn't I? Things work out very heavily for the spirits from a deal like this. Why didn't you push for more? She knew that Thera didn't think of herself as one of them, which made it harder to understand, but her niece just shook her head. God's above Vive because I'm not you. Besides, they all say I'm their princess. I should at least try to act in their interest. She did want them helping the world she lived on, but she also wanted them getting the most they could from it. It was as simple as that. It was with that last statement that those floating around her went wild, the spirits being clear in their affection. Slowly waking up, later than he normally would from the long night, he half-heartedly fumbled around the bed, finding himself alone as he finally opened his eyes and saw the note on the drawer beside him. She'll be back when she finishes something up. Okay, cool. I guess there's a lot of stuff for me to do in the meantime anyway, the first of which being to look at his card. He knew there were going to be changes and he wanted to know exactly what he was dealing with, so after reaching to the floor to pull it from his pants, he let his eyes run over it, then again, and again after, not quite able to process everything he was seeing. Just what the hell did I do? Jesus, okay, where do I even start looking at this? 2 new titles, basically finished 6 jobs and need to change to a new one. A slightly offensive name for how Focus awakened and not only connect, but my magic's awakened too. I mean, I guess that tracks if I was freaking materializing things, but still. Plus, I think my intelligence rose a bit over 1,000 points more than it should have with each awakening bonus, but I've seen a bump each time my mind split too, so I guess it's just attached to the massive change in my head. There was more too. Aside from the fact that none of his awakened skills were at the 0th level like they should have been, he also leveled up almost all of his defensive skills, along with marksmanship and unending crafting, as well as gained a new one on top of it in the form of rapid thought speed, which also wasn't at the 0th level like it should have been, not to mention that it didn't match either of the 2 thought speed skills he was already aware of, thought speed enhancement and thought speed acceleration. With the latter being locked away from him by virtue of being time affinitied. Okay, Myriad, are you around? I have a lot I want to talk about here. Very astute of you. Really not liking how badly you wanted to see me have sex. I was hoping you'd go over everything I did in the battle after blacking out. There's so many changes to my status, and I want to understand what caused them since a bunch is still just blank for me. Even better, and don't worry. I'm not going to break down, so I'm coming up. With that, he closed his eyes, forcing his mind to his god's realm where Myriad was waiting, and after only a few words were exchanged, his god did as he said, creating a top-down view of the fight that occurred as Ben watched it all, muttering as he did. So I guess firing off stones like that must have counted towards my marksmanship skill, explaining why I raised it and took the job, and from the look of it, I must have tried enchanting too. Damn it, my backups of those rings are in Stonewall. Breaking everything down like that, was I trying to forcefully level my destruction before trying to awaken material user? Not to mention that from the look of it, the skill absorbed my material knowledge too. I wonder if that leveled up before I made antimatter. Wait, and was that ice? I guess it is technically a material, so that kind of makes sense, but what's all of that after? Bone, maybe some wood too. Probably not properly either, since I have no clue how this universe's version of DNA works, but I must have tried to mimic it with the information I did know to force the level up farther. He couldn't help but flop back once he'd seen everything, once again seeing the madness of just what he'd done when his conscious mind hadn't been in charge. Myriad, give it to me straight. What are the odds my subconscious takes over again if I ever pass out and accidentally destroy the world? Thankfully slim, since you would have so much less power to you than you did during the battle, and I'd actually be a little surprised if you're even capable of passing out like that again, as your mind currently is. I believe the strain it went through to put you in that sort of state was mostly due to being linked to 1,000 different minds that were so alien compared to standard mortals. He couldn't help but sigh when he heard that. Yeah, it only took hundreds of lives to push my minds and connect to awakening. Super cool. He'd pushed himself so hard in the past year to get connect beyond its limits, only for the experience to be so tainted when it actually happened. Just letting himself think about it made his gut twist and kept him from the sort of joy the experience should have been for him. Just another thing to haunt me, Ben. I'm fine, don't worry, he said, brushing off his god before he could go on. Anyway, I have a few more things to ask about while I'm up here. I got a new skill, rapid thought speed, but it's an active one for some reason. I think you should be happy about that. Things could start to feel pretty strange if the world felt slower with every level of it. The world already feels strange with everything in my head, but the question is more, how am I supposed to use it? Just mentally push yourself. Given how you gain the ability, it might feel a bit weird at first, but once it clicks, you'll have it before you know it. MMH, if you say so. In that case, give me a minute. As he laid there, he tried to feel all of his thoughts and pushed with the singular goal of trying to make them move faster, feeling it come far easier than he'd expected as he did. He still lacked the perfect control he needed for everything going on in his head, but as long as he focused, he could keep his minds in line enough to examine the effects of the skill. Huh, that's interesting, he muttered. All of the minds I apply it to are working about 30% faster. 40% meaning I'm gaining 10% per level, compared to thought speed enhancement, which should only have been giving me 5%. So I guess this skill is twice as good then. Considering it's a rare variant, it makes sense for it to be a bit better. And given the change to your mind, you were never getting a normal skill as your bonus skill. Was that the only one you got? Unfortunately. A shame. It would have been interesting to see what Connect would have given. Would have been cool to get something for awakening material manipulation too, but oh well. There were two other things I got though, titles, Destined Holder of Connect and God of Destruction. Despite the lack of lips to do it, his god let out a low whistle, a title with the word God in it, huh? And since it's for destruction in particular, I'd say you'll be getting some pretty good bonuses to that magic in particular, or should I say your material manipulation now since it merged into it. Okay, and that's cool and all, but am I blaming the gods or the system itself for giving me another title that might get me attacked in the streets? Probably a third group, Myriad said lightly before explaining in the face of Ben's confusion. Ben, as unfortunate as it is, if every demon-occupied world is linked through their own gate network, then every demon in the galaxy is a part of the system. You are responsible for destroying 3 of their worlds. It wouldn't be shocking if they were assuming that there was some powerful god of destruction on this planet. Hell, that's likely why they closed the gates so much earlier than usual. This might be the hardest they've ever been hit. So do you think they might just call the whole thing off? He asked, feeling positive despite everything that had led to him having the power to do such a thing, only for his god to dash his small hopes. No, the Grey are already seeing them prepare for the next one. It seems that after cooler heads prevailed, the sapient ones are operating on the assumption that whatever caused it must have expended most, if not all of their power doing it, which honestly isn't a bad assumption. Even in any of our heydays, creating damage on that scale would be beyond us if we used everything we had, at least without the same sort of knowledge you currently possess. Okay, so not quite the answer I was looking for, but whatever. And what about the other one? Not going to lie, the name has me curious. Destined Holder of Connect. Ben knew that there was nothing like destiny or fate in the reality he now called his home, but hearing it in a title did give him a certain level of curiosity about just what it implied before his god gave him an answer. Ah, I actually only learned you'd be getting it in passing from another god after it became clear you awakened the skill. Another very rare one. Destined Holder titles go to people who are not only the first to get a skill, but also the first to awaken it. It provides good bonuses to the skill it's named for too, so it works out well for you. I wouldn't be shocked if it means you're going to be getting at least another level or 2 of it before you hit your wall. Now that you've overcome the awakening barrier, I doubt you'll be as stuck as you were before. Interesting, interesting. So since I'm the first person to hold cycling and integrated demonic body, I'd get the title for both of those if I awaken them. Maybe marksmanship, too, since I doubt anyone before me made a gun. I don't think you really need me to tell you not to awaken your demon body skill. I know, don't worry. Since it only levels after I'm beaten into the ground, I don't particularly want to either. Anyway, I need to actually get up to test the rest of my new skills and pick a job, but stick around so I can bother you with more questions if I have them. PFFF, just ask like you always do. I'll be working as you're doing your thing, so don't be surprised if you don't get an immediate answer. Lame, but fine. With that, he opened his eyes, reaching out to grab his necklace to pick a new job, only stopping for the notification that rang out in his head. Wait, I'm sorry again. He didn't know how to react to the notification that just went off in his minds. He'd leveled that skill just minutes earlier, and in that time all he'd done was experiment with it a bit as he spoke to Myriad, raising and lowering the speed his many minds thought at. Does this mean I might be able to work my way through this skill in a week? Hell, that's thinking too small. As long as I get a mind skill that can be done purely in my head, I should be able to power level them like crazy. Isn't this actually insane? Except there really aren't many other mind skills I want. Well, if I get one or two more as life goes on, it won't do me any harm to rush through them like this, and I still have this one to blast through too. He felt himself smile a bit just thinking about it as he let his horde of thoughts experiment with moving at different speeds before going back to his original task, picking up his job crystal to see all of the changes to how he could grow. Available JOBS. Trap user. Craftsman alchemy path. Craftsman artistic path. Craftsman blacksmith path. Craftsman cooking path. Craftsman stonecrafts path. Craftsman sewing path. Holy craftsman. Mathematician. Cursed item maker. High tank. Otherworldly craftsman. Destructive craftsman. Master adventurer. Soul defiling gardener. Summoned enchanter. Ritual enchanter. Divine enchanter. Mind master. High marksman. High destruction mage. Master material mage. World killer. Okay, fairly sure I'm not going to be killing any more worlds, so other than that one I have 4 new options. Mind master, high marksman, high destruction mage, and master material mage, all of them being advanced variants based both on the jobs he'd taken in his robotic slaughter, as well as the skills he'd leveled up. High marksman is just out, plain and simple. I get the logic behind why I took the first one, but I don't need the next. The question is if I even want to take any of the new ones or not. He frankly had no clue what to aim for. He hadn't given it any thought considering that he expected both Infernal Craftsman and Profane Enchanter to take longer than they had, but that meant he wasn't sure where to go from there. Do I want something with a crafting focus, more specifically an enchanting focus, a magic focus, or a mind focus? He muttered as he thought it over, having no idea how he wanted to grow. At the very least, he decided that Mind Master was out. He was pretty sure his promise not to take mind jobs anymore didn't matter since the roughly 1,000 he had in his head wasn't causing him pain or strain, but he didn't see any need to take it, at least at the moment. But from there, he didn't actually know where to go or what he wanted to do. At a loss, he looked back at his card, hoping something on it would stand out and help, but came up blank. Okay, let's think about this reasonably, he told himself. I already know that enchanting counts as a crafting skill, and since material manipulation is a combination of material user, destruction, and material knowledge, then every part of it should be getting bonuses from my crafting jobs too, so I'd technically be training all of them by taking a crafting job. But at the same time, crafting jobs don't give bonuses to my mana and mana regen, both of which I want more of, so an enchanter job or master material mage would be better. But then what would I even do with either of them? The moment he asked that question, though, he felt it snap into place, as he had to stop himself from taking the job he wanted then and there before he tested anything. If I can still do it, then it will absolutely be worth it to take Master Material Mage. I just need to know if I'm capable of it on my own without stealing mana from others. With that thought clear in his head, he put the crystal down and let himself focus, every mind he had thinking about one thing: iron. The weight, the density, the feel in his hands, and the sensation of striking it while it was hot with his hammer. He thought about information on it that was less commonly known, only available to him so easily because of his lessons from Quillith. Its melting point and boiling points, its atomic structure, and how that reality's version of atoms would join together to make a greater whole. He thought about the shine and weight, even the taste from getting any slivers in his mouth. With everything he had, he thought about what iron was before grabbing hold of the mana within him and forcing it out, creating a ball of the substance in his hand as it materialized before his eyes. All at once he felt woozy, his mana dipping shockingly low from creating a sphere of the stuff no bigger than a baseball, but despite that he couldn't keep the grin from his lips as he held it, lifting it to his eyes and looking it over. He'd really done it. He'd taken intangible mana and changed it into the physical matter of the universe with his knowledge and skill. He didn't care how much it had cost him to make such a small amount. With his regeneration, it would only be 14 minutes till he could make more and see just what else he could create. I'm taking Master Material Mage. Without Thera there to help him, there wasn't much way for him to explore how Connect had grown, meaning that he'd be using the time to focus on the potential his magic now held. And after only a few minutes of waiting, he immediately put it to the test, imbuing the iron sphere he'd just made with his power and watching as the shape of it changed in a second, going from a ball to a perfect replica of his head. Even the hair, which in the past had to be done by digging lines in the metal to just replicate the look, was now real strands of iron, so light and thin that if his mana wasn't holding it all together they'd break. So my speed and skill at manipulating the stuff I work with has shot right up then, huh? That's excellent, but not exactly unpredicted. Let's see how else it's grown. As he said it, he raised his bust in the air through mana alone, not using the cost-saving measure he discovered in the past of keeping it to a small section, but letting it flood the whole thing before flying it around as fast as he could, watching it move in a blur. He could feel his mana dropping as he did it, but slowly, at a workable pace. And if I can do this then, I might be able to do even more. With the thought so clear in his mind, he needed to test it out, and without another second, he got out of bed to move to the window, seeing the devastation beyond. He felt his gut tighten as he looked at it, but suppressed the feeling with all he had. He could feel bad again later. Right now he was working, so he opened it up before pulling a marble's worth of metal from his statue, loading it with as much force as he could, and shot it off. It was another drain to him, but it gave the exact result he'd been hoping for. The small bullet was gone in a flash, and he knew he could do a few more, meaning that he finally had a magic attack in his arsenal. Not the best one, but in a pinch it could save his life, and in a lot of ways too. It's not like I need to materialize that much every time. I could absolutely make a bullet and fire it off immediately. Oh man, this has potential that needed to be refined. As exciting as it wasn't the combat aspect that hung in his mind, but the act of materialization he wanted to dive into more to see all he could do, and with his mana returning to him, he was going to focus on exactly that. So my knowledge on the material affects the mana cost, but I already knew that. What matters more is that it seems like with only a couple annoying exceptions, everything else is basically the same to materialize. Those annoying exceptions were the magic materials, with the volume he could make of each one minor in comparison to the other elements of the world. While he could make an amount of mithril about the size of a large grape, the amount of morabisial and orichalcum was half of that, along with white mana crystal ending up the size of a pea in rainbow was no more than a grain of sand. It made sense, unfortunately. His lessons from Quillith on those materials were lighter, so he had less chemical properties to use while doing the spell, and the mana crystals seemed to need not just the mana to create them, but the amount they'd store as well. Hell, the only reason I can make so much mithril is because Myriad's people knew plenty about it, and my generous god shared the knowledge. Still, all of that's at least better than Deathstone. I can't cheese it by using Connect, so looks like I'm only making non-affinitied magic materials from now on. At least it will be good practice. Depending on how his later tests to borrow mana went, there was a chance he'd be able to stop having to buy from a Bruise and Pelenia, instead using Thera's mana to make what he needed. It was an appealing prospect, and seemed like it would give excellent experience for both his job and skill, so it was something to experiment with later. Other than that, it looked like there was a small boost in the cost if he was making compounds composed of different elements, but it was nowhere near what he'd expected it to be. It seemed as long as he knew what he was going for and could properly visualize it then, that was enough to keep him from spending all of his mana. That did, however, lead to a different test, extraction. Unlike before, he was now able to thoroughly combine two or more different substances and separate them again with his magic alone, his level of control overwhelming compared to where it was in the past. And I'm going to make sure I keep getting better too. At a lot of stuff, it seems. It was as that notification rang out in his head that he heard the door open, Thera returning, looking exhausted from whatever she'd been off to, only for it to change to a deep blush as she saw him. "Did you really not bother putting on pants all day?" Got a little distracted, sorry," he said with a laugh, rushing to get dressed before going to hug her. "So where were you off to? It's gotten pretty late." It's been such a long day," she complained, resting her head against his chest. "I had to go and basically talk the Great Spirits into not abandoning the world, and from there, I saw a hospital that was stuffed with patients, so I went in to help. But then they asked if I'd be willing to go to a different one after, and I couldn't say no, and I'm really hoping you'll cook dinner." She asked with an upturned glance, getting a laugh from him as he went to begin exactly that as he started pulling out ingredients stored in the room, with her moving beside him to help only a moment later. You can relax, he told her. I've had a very chill day. Go take a load off. This counts as relaxing. So what did you do today? 'Cause there's a lot of stuff in the room that wasn't here before. Just a bit of this, he said, wanting to show off as he held his hand in front of her eyes, materializing a lump of silver in the shape of a small flower before handing it over. I cannot begin to express how insanely jealous I am, she told him as she took it, her eyes wide from surprise. There aren't many mages living at any time who can materialize their mana Ben, and I'm pretty sure you're the only living one who can do it with non-affinitied magic. Ah shucks, you're going to make me blush. Anyway, I needed to experiment with that a bunch today, so that was most of my time, but I'm hoping you'll let me test how Connect changed with you after we eat. Sure, I still can't believe you got 2 new awakened skills. 3 actually. They hadn't talked about the changes to his status the night before, wanting to ignore the world and focus on each other for a bit, but it wasn't something he could keep from her forever, so he took out his card as he cooked and handed it over, watching her face react to each change she was seeing. Okay, are you sure connecting with me isn't going to kill me? Was the first thing she asked. Like, all of your missing mind skills went into focus, right? Connecting with you would already give people headaches, and unnatural mind sounds ominous. Do I even want to know how many minds are in your head right now? A very normal, very reasonable 998, he told her awkwardly as she stared back, waiting for him to say that was a joke but getting nothing. You can't be serious. I unfortunately am. I've seen what happened the last time your mind split Ben. How did that not kill you? It would be shocking if you were only in crippling pain. According to Myriad and whatever gods he spoke with about it, they seem to think that I'm now thinking with my soul. My brain is now a nice little decoration that governs my bodily processes, but that's about it. Okay, is connecting with you going to kill me then? 'Cause I'm pretty sure feeling that would blow up my brain. Hey now, my 9th level hidden mind also merged into it. It will be fine. I wouldn't ask you if I thought I'd hurt you, True, she relented, though still seemed concerned. In that case, I guess I have till we're done eating to prepare myself. It will be great. Maybe better than great, don't you worry. I'm absolutely worried. After their simple meal, they began, with Ben having 2 main things to test: how he could take mana from someone and the distance he could now use his skill from. He took Thera's hand and carefully connected to her, making sure that almost all of his minds were split between either meditating or hiding everything, just to be sure that not a hint would slip through to her in a way that would be uncomfortable, as he was faced with something he'd never expected to deal with. He was seeing through her eyes. He'd gone through the same thing when he'd connected with his copy in Analia's trial, as well as when he'd connected to a homunculus, but never with a regular person. In fact, he was experiencing all of her senses, seeing himself as she looked at him, feeling her heart beating and her face warm. He couldn't affect any of it himself, but it was already so much more than he'd expected, so it looks like deep connection is a pretty apt name. It was both interesting and unexpected, but not what he was specifically looking for, so he moved on to feeling her skills, making sure he could take from them like he thought he'd be able to as he replaced 2 of his 4 destroyed rings right off the bat, getting the first level of both her spiritual earth and life magic. He had no clue what he'd been attempting when they'd been destroyed, but that just left him needing to replace his space and barrier rings to be back to the normal set he made sure to keep with him. Though I actually need to replace everything, don't I? Gotta get all of the awakened skills I can, with magics being the priority. Maybe a visit to Jake and his teachers is in order. It was something to decide on later. With that working out exactly as he'd so desperately hoped in all of his months trying to awaken Connect, he moved on to trying to feel her mana, the same way he did any time he would make her a new brace. Only this time he felt himself latch onto it instead of it slipping through his grasp like when he'd first tried so long ago, and he needed to work to keep his pure elation from slipping through as he took out his card. Quickly materialized a grain of rainbow mana crystal to wipe out his internal supply and tried to bring some of hers over, with it going different from how he'd expected. He had thought that he'd be measuring how fast he could pull it to him, but the experience had been different than that. What he got was not a constant flow, but a lump sum of 169, a total of 20% of his mana. He could keep drawing more from her to replace that, but he couldn't help but think there was something else going on. Even if he could just keep taking more, the volumes he'd been able to materialize at once during the battle didn't feel like they made sense if that was what was happening, so he spoke up, wanting to try something else. Thera, can you do me a favor and try and run your mana through me like you would a staff? Ordinarily, that would do nothing if it wasn't something like a healing spell acting on his body, but he was trying to discover the limits of his skill, so she did as he asked, pushing through what felt like a small amount to her, as he dealt with an experience he couldn't put into words but knew was terrible. Mana was stored in the soul. How did one describe the feeling of having it so overstuffed? It was nothing he'd gone through before, at least nothing he could remember, but he wanted it out of him as fast as possible, so he once again created some rainbow mana crystal from it, this time ending with a quantity comparable to a fingernail as he pulled away. Okay, so that's not super fun, he muttered. But on the other hand, if having 7 million mana pass through me didn't tear my soul apart, then I have to assume it's mostly harmless, and the savings might make it worth it. If it hurts, then don't worry about saving money, Thera told him firmly. You're literally rich. Ah, but if I don't need to pay any material costs, then I'll be even richer, he told her with a laugh. But it looks like I can take from you without having your mana running through me, so I might do that instead, even if it will take a bit longer to get that sort of volume. Okay, and if I'm out here seeing if I can take anything new, it would be really, really cool if nope, that failed. Darn. He still couldn't enchant with the affinities of others, which he couldn't help but see as a shame. If he could do such a thing, then all of his mana costs would be able to drop considerably whenever he enchanted anything, but considering all of the other ways the skill had grown, it was a minor disappointment. Oh well, can't win them all, he muttered to himself before focusing back on Thera. Let's see, I suppose before I try the new distance bits of my skill, I should also see if there's any change to the mind aspects, if you don't mind. Alright, since it looks like your skill isn't killing me, then go for it. With the first tests done, she was a lot less hesitant, so he took her hand again, connecting to her but paying attention to her thoughts, not her mana or skills. He did feel like he was picking up a bit more subtlety than usual, but that was about it. Just seeing a little beneath the surface, but not in a meaningful way, at least not till he tried to press farther, and felt himself going through to the deeper layers of her mind, as her recent memories flashed before her eyes, and he pulled away. Okay, yeah, I can see that being pretty freaking useful depending on the circumstances. Oh gods, what did you just do? Nothing bad, I swear, it just looks like I can read memories on top of minds now. It was something that had the potential to have a lot of uses, but none he really cared too much about. The aspects he'd already seen had applications far more relevant to his work, so he moved on to the final test as he let go of her hand but kept the connection up and walked away until it broke. About 2 meters. Presumably, that means 1 meter per level unless the distance grows more with each one instead of being fixed, but either case is excellent. Plus, combined with my other skills, this could be really, really useful. Just gotta see how it works with the other aspects. He brought up the connection again, trying to test the 2 other things he'd done and finding them both work. He could take her mana from a distance, even if she couldn't move her mana through him like that, as well as enchant with her skills, leaving him hard-pressed to restrain the joy that seeing how his skill had grown was bringing him. While his crafting, enchanting, and magic had grown in depth, Connect seemed more comparable to the way sacrilege awakened, growing to have significantly more breadth. And then there's the nightmare that his unnatural mind that feels like it grew in both. He now had 6 awakened skills, all of them powerful, and all of them he was happy to put to full use. He could already envision ways of combining them together, but most of them were nothing against his most important pair. Enchanting and Connect, as soon as he gathered more awakened skills to make rings with, he'd be well on his way to making legendary items, maybe even pushing beyond that. There had never been an enchanter in the world who'd been able to access as many Tier 2 skills as he now could, and he couldn't wait to test the potential that came with such a thing. It was early the next morning that they both headed out, the air thick with spirits around them as they went. Thera had taken the time to fill him in on just what had happened with her, and the spirits in greater detail the night before as they made their way through the gate to meet someone for the first time in years. The Apostle of Uro, the skill master Zandil. Ben had been looking forward to it from the moment that Thera told him. He'd liked his fellow apostle well enough when they'd first met, so it would be nice to catch up, but just as important was the chance for him to make even more skill rings, with Ben materializing as many as he could through the night to make up for the fact that he didn't have too many blank ones on him, left after all of the enchanting he'd done at the tower. That wasn't enough for him either, though. As they made their way through all faith, he kept deep connection up all around him, leaving him at the center of a 4-meter circle as his powerful new mental structure quickly examined everyone who went within his range, letting him see if there were any worthwhile skills to grab, or even better, any awakened skills. It might be a bit much to hope for, but so long as I keep this up, I'm sure I'll find someone eventually. Plus, I have that old deal with Quillith, so I should be getting skills from every gray on the planet too. Just gotta arrange a time to meet. He'd only gained 2 new first-tier ones during their walk through the city, but that was fine. He already knew this was going to be a habit for him, and his library would slowly grow, getting a bit of immediate growth to go with it as the 2 of them reached their meeting point and went in, finding Zandil and 4 others, presumably his apprentices. Ben let his mind scroll through the sheer volume of skills they all possessed, the 4 strangers having lower levels of the same teacher, borrower, learner, and lender skills that made Zandil so sought after, but many different ones from each other too. They clearly had different affinities, and if he had to guess from the look of things, he would have assumed that they must have all gone off on their own ways to gather and learn skills, only occasionally meeting up to share the ones they could if they couldn't find any strangers to practice with. But that was even better news for him, as he discreetly began copying them onto skill rings, materializing even more into his pocket at the same time as the tentacled apostle greeted them. "Thera, isn't it lovely to see you again?" he began politely before turning to Ben. "And well, if it isn't the mad apostle himself." How many people are calling me that?" "Probably everyone who saw what you did," he said with a laugh. "But don't worry, Uro explained the conflict between the two of you, and I don't intend to hold it against you. It truly is nice to see you both again. So every apostle, oracle, and head priest probably knows what happened, huh? That does feel like it might get complicated in the future." He ignored his god, letting Thera talk as she gave the other apostle a deep bow. "Zandil, I'm sorry I dragged you into this. It was the only thing I could think of to keep the spirits from abandoning the world." There's nothing to apologize for. My plans may have had to change because of this, but I'd rather we not lose that sort of fighting force, and it's not like this is going to keep me from training my skills, so shall we begin?" They only had one dark resistance amulet with them, so they handed it to each of the 5 there before one by one they touched Thera's hand, all of them copying her skill. None of Zandal's apprentices were of the same species, but each of them reacted the same way after getting the skill, looking into the air around them. "So those are spirits," one muttered, surprising Thera as they did. "Wait, you can see them now. Of course, should we not be able to?" another asked. I don't actually know. I always could, so I didn't realize it was a part of the skill. I guess this works out easier for everyone though." "Wait, but spirits don't have gods, so why would I be seeing them giving off faith? Maybe I'm wrong and that's not what I'm seeing. Or maybe I'm seeing faith in general and it doesn't need to be going to anything divine. They have faith in Thera, right? And presumably the great spirits too." Still, it made him curious and he wanted another look, so he tried something, letting himself experience the senses of all of the typical mortals in the room, as well as a spirit of each affinity as he felt his mind's reel despite the power behind it. When he looked through Thera's eyes the night before, he'd learned she hadn't experienced the world in the exact way he had, but the difference was subtle. That wasn't true of everyone else, especially Zandil and the spirits. His fellow apostle lacked eyes, but his tentacles seemed to have a level of photosensitivity, and combined with what seemed like echolocation, it let the man perceive the world around him in a way totally foreign to Ben's brain. Beyond that, though, was how the spirits viewed the world, all of them lacking any normal sensory organ as they each instead perceived mana at a level of detail he didn't think a mortal could replicate, as well as a natural perception of their particular affinity as he felt water vapor through the air from one, the ground beneath them from another, where light was striking, and so much more. It was as interesting as it was overwhelming, so for the time being he broke off the various connections and stuck to looking through Thera's eyes, seeing the spirits around as she did as thousands of small points of mana. Beautiful. It gave the world a feeling of magic that he thought he'd long gotten used to, even if seeing them like that did leave him stabbed with guilt. They were alive, they were innocent people, and no matter if he didn't know what he was doing, he'd killed so many of them. This wasn't just an animal to be hunted or an asshole he didn't like. Despite wanting to, he couldn't just brush away his wrongdoing, no matter what anyone said. Don't think about it. What was done. Racking himself with guilt wouldn't help anyone. He just needed to distract himself from his thoughts. Lucky for him, there were 5 people there who could help with just that. After all, as nice as it was to get more skill rings, it would be a waste to not try and use those around him for all they were worth. "So Zandil," he began casually, "I can't help but notice how you're here and I'm here and you have a bunch of skills that can be taught, and I have between 3 and 5 skills that none of you have, depending on if you can learn the base skills that went into an awakened one." "You've awakened a skill?" he asked in surprise. "Then it seems congratulations are in order, but I wouldn't be so sure that you have that many. While we can learn skills that have merged into others, I haven't been sitting idly by these last couple years, and my students have largely different skill pools from myself." Yeah, I'm kind of aware. Hope you don't mind, but I already know what you all have. I awakened Connect so I can use it from a bit of a distance now, and with my enchanting it lets me see your skills." The impression Zandil and his apprentices gave was one of surprise, as well as deep thought before he spoke up. "In principle, I don't mind, however. We don't have the time to be learning any skills from you. In whatever number of days it takes us to master Thera's, we need to be off to start teaching the skill. So how about a delay on payment then?" Ben asked. "You'll be busy till the end of the war. Why not bet on our survival? Let us learn the skills we can while you're here, and assuming we all live, then we'll meet you to pay after. And if we die, it doesn't really matter, does it?" The Apostle of Uro thought about the prospect quietly. He actually had intended to offer Thera the chance to learn a skill since he was learning one from her, and the time would pass anyway. Why not get the extra practice and teach while he was at it? "Very well, let's hear the skills you have first, and from there we'll decide." Got him. He could tell Zandel was convinced, so he listed the 5 skills he had that the other apostle and his students lacked, namely material user, destruction, rapid thought speed, absorption resistance, and finally trap knowledge, explaining what he needed to for each in detail. He technically had a couple more too, but like last time, he didn't think any of them would want his sacrilege nor demon's skill, and given the lack of guns in the world, there wasn't much point in teaching them marksmanship. And then there's all affinity resistance enhancement. It was a strange feeling to have a skill others couldn't learn because of the difference in their souls. I was always him on the receiving end of that in the past, with everything affinity blocked off from him. The fact that there was basically no chance any of them had the sort of resistances necessary to get that skill in particular left him feeling surprisingly smug, even if that meant he had one less to trade for. "Ha, you really do keep busy, don't you?" Zandel said, breaking him from his thoughts. It had been a long time since I'd had anyone with so many different skills than me when we'd first met, but now, I think it's been quite a few years. All right, we have a deal. Should I take it you already have something in mind to learn? And Thera, would you like to give my book another look over? Since you're giving us this skill, then it's only fair you get the chance to learn as well, though you'll both have to work hard at it to make sure you get the skills you want before we need to leave. We can't be waiting for either of you, unfortunately. I actually wanted to talk to you about that too, Ben said, turning to her and trying to look serious. Thera, I'm giving you a couple of mine, so how do you want your magic to grow? What? She had no clue what he meant, so he tried to make things clear. We both know you're going to live for a very long time, assuming we all don't die. And with your mana pool, I'd say your potential to make it to the 3rd tier of any magic skill you get is pretty damn high. It's just a matter of how long it takes. I suppose what I'm saying is, do you want to try and learn each non-affinity magic one by one, using the time you have to try and get them all to the 3rd tier, or do you want to break through and get the non-affinity magic skill like Vasta? She felt her mind go blank at the question. She'd never even considered it, why would she? The path to getting the skill wasn't just hard, it was outrageous, at least for a normal person. For a person to get the magic, all they had to do was have 4 different options, with all of them at a minimum of the 5th level before awakening one for them to combine together into the new skill. Even in theory it sounded hard, but in practice it was outrageous. Getting that many non-affinity branches wasn't some simple task, and they were difficult to level specifically because of what they were. Without an affinity to lower the mana costs, training those magics was a strain, at least for other people. For her, it wasn't noticeably different from anything else she'd spend. Maybe her telekinesis was harder to level than her other magics, but at least the cost of the spells wasn't a factor to make it worse. With all of that, she understood where he was coming from. If she was going to live for so long, it could be nice to have so many branches of magic to work on, training them one by one to pass the time, slowly getting them each to the pinnacle of their potential if she could. If she actively tried to combine them into non-affinity magic at the 2nd tier, then she wouldn't be able to learn more after that. Admittedly, the skill would basically be just as good given the sheer flexibility of it, but it would be cutting her off from that potential bit of growth forever. The longer she thought about it, though, the more she was sure it didn't matter. We hopefully just have 2 waves left, right? I'll be a lot more useful for them if I have something like non-affinity magic when they start. I'm not going to worry about some hypothetical future when I need to be focusing on living here and now. She wasn't even going to push back against the prospect of taking his chance to learn some of the skills he was being offered. They both knew that with the power at her fingertips, she'd be able to do a lot in the future battles. It made the most sense to worry about that first. So long as they survived, Ben could always use his fortune to book time with Zandel to learn anything else he wanted to after that. Cool. In that case, it looks like you have a lot of options to choose between. Zandel had the same ones he had in the past, namely Enchanting, Strengthening, Empathy, and Corpse Song, but between his apprentices there were 4 new ones. Clairvoyance and Mana Crystallization, 2 magics that Ben had experienced firsthand in the Dead God's Trial, with the first letting one cast their awareness into the surroundings, while the latter would let the user temporarily solidify their mana to use for attacks. In addition to that, one also had the barrier magic Ben favored so heavily in his Enchanting, as well as Scrying, a magic similar to clairvoyance that let the user lock on to a specific target to find it rather than just being able to look around. So you need 3 of them, and that will leave me 3 skills to learn myself. If I can, she muttered. I don't know if you remember, but it took me a while to learn telekinesis. Even if I've gotten better, learning 3 might be a tough order. Ah, well, we'll let me worry about that. You'll only hate how we make it happen a little. And to do that, I'll need to learn my first one, and hope the synergy I'm going to get from this doesn't end up quite as unpleasant as what happened between my old mind skills. He'd spotted the skill he wanted right away. It was one he was sure he'd be able to get in minutes, maybe even seconds, and it was certain to pair very well with a similar skill he found himself getting acquainted with as he walked up to one of the apprentices, a person who he might have mistaken for an emperor penguin if it wasn't for their vibrant green coloring as he reached out his hand. I'll learn thought speed enhancement. Okay, less than a second. He put it to the test and immediately felt the change. With how quickly rapid thought speed was leveling, he could already push his mind faster than he'd ever expected to, but that one level added an additional 5% boost to what he already had, getting him just that much faster. 10% boost. Yeah, this is going to work well. I don't suppose you have the circlet I made you, do you? Left it at home, she told him awkwardly, having no intention of using it if she could help it with how disorienting it had felt the last time she tried one on. No worries, I'll make another now. Fair warning though, it's probably going to be a bit more uncomfortable than the last one, since the goal is getting you your skills before they have to leave. He didn't notice the look of horror on her face as he focused on his arm, slipping off one of the 3 mithril bands he kept on it for training his enchanting before using his magic to reshape both it and the mana battery it contained, so that it would fit comfortably on her head before working on the enchantments for it. Since the goal was to get her to learn 3 new branches of magic as fast as possible, it meant the experience wasn't going to be the most pleasant, but he decided to make it up to her later in favor of practicality, as he designed it to cause her mind to split into 3, greatly increasing her awareness as a whole before adding the 2 newest skills to his name, both of his thought speed skills. It was quick and easy work, and with it done, all that was left was whatever magic Thera wanted to start with as he handed the tool over, seeing the defeated look in her eye. You okay? Just mentally preparing myself to try not to vomit. It's not that bad. I literally live like this. MMH. She was far from convinced but focused on the people with them, already knowing what magics she would be attempting to learn. With the goal being to level them up so she could awaken them all together, that meant she needed to go for ones that would be easy for her, which slimmed down the list considerably. Enchanting required too much technical skill and corpse song required a supply of bodies to practice with, knocking them both off as options, and she had trouble wrapping her head around both clairvoyance and scrying, meaning she'd be going for mana crystallization, empathy, and barrier magic, preferably in that order as she stated her choices, with the centaur who possessed mana crystallization coming forward first to teach it to her. As she put on the circlet he'd thrown together so quickly and fought off the intense feeling of nausea, the room they were in quickly filled with mana constructs as she rushed to learn it as fast as she could, if only to be able to get out of using the tool Ben had given her slightly faster, while he for his part focused on just how he wanted to grow from all of the skills before him. He had 2 left based on the deal they'd made, so he wanted to use them wisely. The only question was how. He could scratch off all of their affinityed skills, but that still left plenty between them all for him to take advantage of. Let's see, I honestly really want another magic too, and I'm pretty certain I could make it happen. My minds could all practice the skills at once, and I could just keep refilling my mana from Thera till I get them, but that would only be for my own desires. I'm a craftsman, I need to play to the strengths I have. If we live then I'll treat myself by paying for their services in the future, and waste a fortune getting every skill they have that looks fun. But for now, I should aim for whatever would get me closer to making legendary items. He had the same issue as Thera in that sense. He could worry about whatever would come next if he lived to see it, but for the time being, it was more important for him to get the skills that would give him the most use in arming the world. He didn't know how many people on the planet had awakened crafting type skills, but he knew the number wasn't high, and with Ibaru either dead or being punished for his crimes, the world had just lost one at a pretty pivotal time. He couldn't just indulge himself when he needed to work. Okay, I know what I need to do, this makes things easier. In that case, what would be best for my core skills? He felt his eyes running over all of their skills again before he finally came to his answer. Alright, looks like I'll go for fine motor control and lesser inspiration. Are you sure about those? Zandil asked hesitantly. Fine motor control doesn't do too much for hominid types. It's far more handy for those with body structures like my own, since it makes it easier to use all of my limbs at once, and lesser inspiration is a skill that's hard to level since it mostly acts on the subconscious. I am. Using my hands is literally my job, so any little boost I can get with it is going to be useful, and I have enough projects that could use a bit of inspiration to bring together. Neither of them were flashy skills, but anything that could let him add a bit of quality to whatever he made was valuable, and lesser inspiration had a lot of potential, especially when combined with the mind skills he already had. From all of the study on skills he'd already done, he understood that it was a rare one that wasn't the most clear in its use, compared to any knowledge skill, which made it significantly easier for the holder to remember and bring forth information on its related topic. Lesser inspiration was for applying that knowledge, making it easier to connect separate ideas into something new, or at least that was the belief. Unlike other skills, it was hard to test and confirm its effects to know if it really did make a person better at using what was in their heads. But I have a summoning spell to work on, a robot's body to build, and some languages to try and decipher, so I'll take all of the help I can get, no matter how vague the skill effect is. I'm just going to think of it as another mind skill that will make the way I think more powerful. I wouldn't worry since this isn't one it seems like I'll be able to consciously use. I probably won't be able to speed level it like the other two. Okay, well, first of all, rude. Second though, I still think it's worth it. It shouldn't have the sort of painful interaction I was dealing with in the past, so if its effect is more powerful for the way I think I'm going to take it as a happy bonus. With the decision made, he had the effects of both skills placed on him before trying to put them into practice, materializing lead to draw on the floor in an attempt to work on his motor skills, as the rest of his minds played with the various ideas in his head, doing whatever he could to refine what he already had. Holy shit, I'm a god. He ignored Myriad. He was simply feeling too incredible to be brought down. No matter how disorienting the change to his mind had been, its effect on his ability to learn mind skills had been beyond massive. It had been a week since he'd first gotten thought speed enhancement, only a little longer for rapid thought speed, and both of them had made it to the 9th level, bringing the speed he could make himself think at all the way up to 150% faster. When he used it on all of his minds, the world around him felt like it slowed down, moving in slow motion. It was an incredible feeling, and one he was looking to push even farther as soon as he could. So how do you think I'll need to awaken the skill? If I put all of my mind into practicing with it at once, then I should be able to get an insane amount of experience for it. It can't be too hard, right? What I'm hearing is that I'm absolutely taking Mind Master next. I may not know how long any advanced variants of it will take, but I'd be shocked if that one takes me more than a day or two to finish with my thoughts like this. Well, sucks to be everyone who doesn't have 1,000 powerful minds in their head, but I'm different. Who knows, maybe I'll just take a month to do it, and whatever advanced mind variants pop up after. They continued to chat back and forth as Ben made his way through all faith. Thera still needed to stay as she finished up helping the last two of Xandel's apprentices get her skill, but the others had finished and left just the day before, and he had his own things to do as he went off get more skills for himself in the one place in that city he knew would be agreeable, the home of Amy, Jake, and Yuzu. By going there, Ben would be able to get both archmagic and non-affintied magic on rings, greatly reducing the amount he'd need to carry, at least until he got each individual one on a ring. There were always going to be slight differences in awakened skills, but in general, it was safe to assume that something specialized would be more powerful, even if it lacked the flexibility of a less specialized skill. But that doesn't matter in the slightest because I'm going to have every awakened magic to play with after this. At least, that was what he'd thought. It was only as he arrived at the gate of the mansion the three of them lived in that his hopes were dashed. Sorry, none of them are here at the moment. Guard told him when he tried to get in. Won't be back for a couple weeks either. I can take a message if you'd like. That just means I need an alternative. He knew there were solutions available to him, plenty of them in fact. Quillith had visited him just a few days before to talk as they'd agreed, and he knew he'd be meeting up with the various Grey in a month to copy their skills onto rings, but he didn't want to have to wait that long. He did have a different benefit, though, that could cut down on the time and get him a few different skills rings too if he played his cards right. He just needs some help, so he found a place to sit in the time he had before speaking in his head, grabbing his god's attention again. Okay, so that was a bust, but I've got another option. I'm just going to need you to talk to some of the other gods about it to make it work. It's nothing bad. In fact, it's the opposite of bad. I shouldn't even be the one making this offer. You all should be begging me to do this for you. I'll finish making gate enchantments for the ones that are waiting for them. In exchange, I'll need to meet people with at least the first level of each awakened magic, and what I want for my work is the standard pay for it, as well as to meet a different awakened skill holder at each location. He already knew that there were many unfinished gates set up in the world, just waiting for the day that someone who could complete the enchantments on them would be born. The issue was how rare that was. A gate enchantment could only be made if the enchanter had an awakened enchanting, space magic, and time magic. Considering how uncommon it was for a person to have a single awakened skill, it was no surprise that centuries had passed since the last time, but now he was there to fill that niche. Okay, well, ignoring that last bit, I have a few things that can make everything I'm asking for more than worth it. I have a theory on how to lower the mana cost of the gates by a significant margin if I use every branch of magic in making the enchantment, so if it works then you'll all be able to have even more gates set up without needing to go quite so hard with all of the magic materials they take. But just as importantly, I'll be able to do it faster than whatever enchanters made them in the past. It usually takes, what, a week to complete one. If you give me an awakened space mage to get me around as well, I'll be able to finish multiple a day. He had three main benefits that would let him work through it all incredibly fast compared to others. He had his unnatural mind, which would let him work on multiple parts of the enchantment at once. He had Thera and his awakened connect, which together would let him access boundless mana so he wouldn't need to worry about regenerating it as he went. And the final benefit in his arsenal was his thought speed skills. He could enchant as fast as he could think as long as he had the mana for it, meaning that the speed of his work had just gotten quicker by an outrageous margin. Looking at all of that together, he thought the chances of being turned down were exceptionally slim. There were a few cities in the world that were close to invasion points, yet didn't have a functioning gate to make things easier on them. The fact that he was around to help could be considered a blessing, and the more gates he made, the better off people as a whole would be. It was entirely possible that some of them might not want to go along with him because of personal reasons, but if the gods as a whole really did try to do what was best for their people, then they wouldn't refuse when the little extra he was asking for wouldn't actually cost anything. And if they do refuse, I'll just have to make it publicly known that they've put their personal feelings above helping the world as a whole. Excellent. In that case, just gotta make sure Thera is free for it. When he got back, he found Xandil's 2 remaining apprentices still hard at work with their practice, while Thera was laying on the ground, staff stretched into the air as a myriad of spells flew around her, aided by the circlet she was still wearing despite her intense desire to throw it away and never look back. She'd acquired the 3 magic she wanted. All that was left was training them to raise her levels enough that she could reach her goal, and from there never look back. How's it all going? He asked as she saw him, putting her practice on pause as she got up. MMH, it looks like I'm pretty compatible with empathy, at least cause I've already gotten a level to it. Also, I never want to experience a mind skill again. Maybe they're just easier to deal with when they're actually yours instead of being forced on you. I kind of doubt that. So how were they? Are we meeting for dinner later? Sadly no, they weren't there, and I guess they won't be back for a while, so I'm trying to swing an alternative. Don't suppose you're interested in helping with it, cause it will probably only be a week or 2 of work, and we should be getting paid well on top of whatever skills I can grab. As long as we aren't doing it till these 2 are done, then sure, what's the plan? He ran her through the proposal he'd given his god and watched her eyes light up as he did. Sounds pretty fun. Guess we probably won't have time for any exploring doing that though, will we? Probably not, sorry. Don't worry about it. Any city that joins the network will be easy to travel to later on, so we'll just need to see if anything catches our eyes for the future. The future, that sounds nice. He didn't want to fall into defeatism, so he took the statement for what it was and tried to keep himself from thinking too deeply on whatever the future was going to hold, even if he had to fight against the tide of his minds to keep them under control. So how's it look, Doc? Well, it looks like we were right, Hillary told him as she pulled her arms out of his chest. You're definitely thinking with your soul. There's a few other differences that are pretty pronounced too, but nothing you wouldn't expect an awakened skill holder to have to one extent or another, so it's nothing worrying. All in all, I'd say you're fine, there's no strain. Love to hear that. He was getting checked just to be on the safe side, but he hadn't been worried. He really did feel fine compared to previous months of agony, so even if there had been an issue, he probably wouldn't have cared if it wasn't causing any obvious suffering to himself. Just try not to discover any more disruptive skill combinations, she sighed. Now that we're aware it's even possible, we actually need to keep an eye out for these sorts of things. You went thousands of years without it being a problem until this point. I'd say it's not a major concern, though I would be curious about what else could cause it. Maybe if a person got too many skills that buff themselves, or the right combination of enhancement skills. Maybe if I have some spare time, I'll go through my books and see if anything seems like it would do it. Please don't, Myriad begged. I can already tell that you want to test to see if you're right. I mean, not on myself at least, but don't worry. With all I have to do, I don't think I'll ever actually have spare time again. Are we all set for the gate construction? We'll have everyone there tomorrow for you, and an awakened skill holder will either meet you in the cities you're building gates if there's one there, or else some more will be sent to meet you after you're done. Sweet. He'd been a little surprised that things had gone so smoothly. Even if he'd expected to get his way in the end, he'd been prepared for far more pushback that never came. If his god was to be believed, it seemed that none of them up there had even argued his request. Lucky you now have an ability far too useful for any god to want to fight you in a case like this, especially since you really weren't asking for much, Hillary said as she walked away from him before jumping up to perch herself atop of Myriad. Of course, as a trade-off, if word gets out among the mortals, then even more are going to try and recruit you. The gods won't spill the beans about your skill, but they'll be readying their pitches for it if it comes out naturally. MMH, I've already had a couple ask me about recruiting you to their nations, Myriad sighed. Ignoring the sacrilege, your build is becoming pretty incredible, all things considered. Just the fact that you can materialize a huge range of matter is enough to pile on your value. Shucks guys, you're going to make me blush. And while we're on the topic, Miss Goddess of Magic and Knowledge, any advice to give on materializing in general? The more I can cut down on the mana cost, the better off I am, so I'll take anything you can give. There's not much to advise you on, she shrugged. You've already got the hang of it as far as I can tell. the only way you're lowering the cost more is by learning more about the materials you want to create or by raising your skill level. Of course, being able to materialize it all is basically cheating when it comes to leveling your skills. I'm not sure how it will apply to a non-affinitied one, but it's excellent experience considering how challenging it is, and the more you can make, the better. Interesting, so my path for leveling it is going to involve increasing my total knowledge on materials as a whole and putting it into practice. That's doable then. I'm already solid for making pretty much any raw element, which means from here I need to focus on making compounds and the structural aspects of how a material is set up. This is easy. I'll have another level out of this before you know it. Neither of them were doubting that. Even ignoring all he'd done in the battle, what he'd shown in the last few days as he experimented with his limits made it obvious enough he was going to put his all into the skill, and it was already reflected in his job experience. And then other than that, I just need to focus on every other thing that's taking up my spare time. I need a skill that would let me move as if there were more hours in the day instead of just thinking like there is. With the growth of Connect, he was going to be significantly farther when it came to rebuilding Enux's body than he had been in the past. That just left him with his ever mind-numbing summoning spell to work through. And if I combine my mind skills with Thera pouring her mana into me, I should be able to at least do the enchanting part of testing each section faster. It's just examining every spell effect from there. Which means it will still take me thousands of hours, not even counting when I'll need to start combining blocks, which will only add more thousands of hours of work to it. Jesus, okay, I definitely need to think of a better option, and I need to start trying to solve easier problems in life. When they woke up in the morning, Ben made a quick breakfast before he and Thera headed to the gate to go back to All Faith, finding the crowd they were waiting for off to the side as Steph ran over, hugging them both. Will didn't want to come for the adventure, he asked after greeting his friend, getting a shake of her head as he did. He's stuck training today. He's really trying to get a level to his combat skills before the next wave. As he should be, her teacher, Wedrow, said. Both of you growing is important. I believe you've both seen that firsthand now. Steph fell silent, remembering what had ended as only one day of combat, and ultimately how powerless she'd felt as Ben cleared his throat. And it's nice to see you again too, Wedrow. Now, I'm all good if you want to get started. He nearly reached out to touch the giant worm but stopped himself, trying to break the force of habit as he instead stretched out his connect to take everything he needed from both him and the 6 others around who had the other magics he lacked, placing each one on one of the many rings that covered his fingers as he held out his hand to admire them all, smiling brightly as he did. Oh yeah, check me out with a new, overwhelming level of power. I'm definitely going to let this go to my head. He ignored his god's comment as he imagined all he might be able to do with what he now had, only keeping all of his minds from wandering enough that he stepped through the portal Wedrow opened as the 4 of them got on their way to their first destination. After only a few quick jumps, they managed to get to their first destination, a city named Castletoe. It was another mixed city, bustling like any other he'd been to as his eyes darted around to the many sights, trying to take everything in for their brief time there as he considered if it would be worth a second visit in the future. Not that I need to decide that now, of course. After this, I can pop by any time I'm near a gate. Which was exactly where they were going as they walked to the city's center, seeing the very structure that was their reason for being there. Like any other gate, it was a huge metal arch, just waiting to be stepped through, but unlike the ones he'd seen in the past, it lacked the enchantment that made it work. The archway just leading to the other half of the city instead of the network, it was all but begging to be a part of, something he was eager to correct. He had his deep connection set up and spread out, letting him know that the awakened skill holder he was waiting for was already there and leaning against the arch, looking around in wonder about just why he'd been asked to be there as Ben discreetly took a copy of his skill advanced calculation. Hey there, you're all good to go, he yelled out to him, getting a confused look in return. Sorry. Someone asked you to wait here to meet a guy named Ben, right? That's me, got what I needed so you're all set. Okay, still clearly confused by how the interaction he'd been asked to take part in by his god had gone down, the man left, leaving Ben to focus on the structure as he ran his hands over it. Oh, you're beautiful, he muttered. Whoever was in charge of putting you together did such a good job. I wonder how many decades or centuries ago they did it. Either way, today you finally get to fulfill your purpose. Ben, this is getting weird, Thera chimed in as the 3 of them watched him talk to the arch. Let me get a little emotional. Not only is making a gate a huge deal, it's my first time getting to properly use my connect since it awakened. This is a special moment, and it will be a special moment for the city as a whole once you begin, so if you would, Wedrow asked, clearly wanting to get it over with as Ben gave in. Fine, you bunch of killjoys. In that case, Thera, would you mind starting to pour your mana into me and then carry us across to all of the parts I can't reach, can do. With that, she got behind him and placed a hand on his back, before creating a barrier beneath their feet with her new magic as practice, before letting loose her power, leaving Ben struggling against the feeling of having his soul stretched out by the force of it all. Every part of it was unpleasant, but as long as he focused it was nothing he couldn't handle compared to so much he'd experienced in the past, so he did exactly that, pushing everything away but the rings on his fingers and the metal under his touch as he opened a connection to the enchantments, letting himself grab onto what he had as he began placing them down. Since it was his first time doing it, he wanted to start with the traditional method, using only space and time magic to build it up as he faithfully recreated everything he'd read, selecting the aspects of each mana he needed before weaving them all together into a thick tapestry while Thera moved them along. "You can move us a fair bit faster if you're able," he told her, knowing that as long as her mana was pouring into him, that he was unrestrained by his standard limit of how fast he could enchant. At the speed they were taking to travel along the arch, he thought they'd be done in 15 minutes, but using the standard method of gate construction, he was sure he could be done in 5, and was able to prove as much when she moved all of the faster until they reached the other end of the arch, the view through it changing from the city to the entrance of the network as soon as he did. All around him, people who'd been walking by stopped to stare at it, shocked expressions on their faces. It had finished so quickly that word hadn't even had the chance to spread that the gate would be finished after all of its years of waiting, let alone at a speed that stunned all who had watched in wonder at what he was doing, including 2 of the people he'd come with. Both Wedra and Steph had known what he'd be doing, and they'd known he'd be fast, but they'd been expecting a matter of hours, not the minutes they'd just witnessed. It was an outrageous feat that could only be accomplished when his minds and skills were combined with Thera's mana to go beyond the standard limits of what was possible, and it looks like I have one more benefit with how my skills have grown too. I was able to place the current level of the skill I have down instead of being stuck doing one level below. Oh man, this is going to be fun. Well then, he began with a smug grin plastered on his face, feeling the success of what he'd just created. Shall we move on to the next one? The route they were taking was all planned out, and they reached the next gate not long after, the 2 space mages pushing themselves to make sure the journey was quick as they arrived at the next arch, another person waiting to meet Ben at their god's request, only to be sent away the second after he showed up as he took their skill without so much as a greeting. For the second one, he attempted to change things. If it didn't work, he'd destroy the enchantment and replace it with the typical one, but he'd had the idea of how to alter it kicking around his head for ages now, and he wasn't going to pass up the opportunity to put it into action as Thera once again raised him into the air, letting his hands run along the arch as he connected to all of his rings, using his own system of enchanting instead of the more standard weave one as he put it all together into a greater whole. It ended up taking the same amount of time as the last due to the greater complexity of what he'd just done, but the enchantment itself was shockingly smaller, and his minds were already looking at how to simplify it further, wanting to cut off any useless parts of the spell as the gate opened up, garnering the same responses as before from the city's onlookers. There really is a world of difference between just planning something and properly testing it out. Now that I'm looking at it, I think I might actually be able to get the mana cost down by another quarter if I'm lucky. It will take a bit of refining, but hey, I've got over 100 more I can do to practice bringing it down, and from there, a whole other dream might just be possible. Ben, Steph spoke up, pulling him from his thoughts. I know we're both here to help you get to each gate faster, but if you're going to be finishing them at this speed the entire time, I think we'll need an actual break after another 5. We'd been expecting to let our mana recover in the downtime, but that really doesn't look like it's going to happen. That is a bit of an issue, isn't it? His mana regen was one of the properly good attributes he'd come to the world with, and had only gotten better with all of his practice and the skills he'd awakened, but most mages might need an hour or 2 to get back to their top if they let themselves get too close to empty, and given that long-distance space magic could be intense, that meant that both Wedro and Steph had been burning a lot for him. But then, I already have a bit of a potential solution to that, don't I? Boy oh boy, looks like I've got another thing to test. Well first then, let's see if I'm able to help at all with that, he told her happily before moving to do 2 things. Taking her hand, he opened a connection with her, and from there poured his mana through it. And that works. Excellent. Connect had always been a very two-way skill, letting the recipient of it see into the mind of the user in the same way their mind would be watched, at least until he got his hidden mind skill, and it kept up that property as Steph squirmed, not feeling the sort of pain he dealt with under Thera's massive strength, but a smaller bit of discomfort that came from her soul not absorbing mana at its own pace, but having it forced within her. All right, not a crazy fan of that experience, she muttered as he laughed. Sorry, but you might have to put up with it. If I keep topping you both up, then combined with how fast I'm able to do this, you can forget a week. I could get us done this in less than 2 days if you all don't mind giving up your sleep. We are not giving up sleeping just to have this done a few days early, Thera told him firmly, knowing that Ben was dead serious about it, and seeing that the other two wouldn't argue no matter how much they wanted to give in the importance of what they were doing. Fine then, 4 days. Still not bad. I'll be done plenty earlier than expected, so all that matters is that the higher-ups keep up their end of the deal. In that case, hope Pellini is feeling appreciative, as my continued actions make her richer and richer. Maybe. I'm getting to the point where I don't know if I could actually spend all of this in a lifetime, but I'm not going to start working for free. Irrelevant. Doing free work to help out common people is different from doing free work for nations, and I'm sure I'll be able to find a use for all of that somewhere. Who knows, maybe I could go and get myself a full staff to help take some of the load off of me. He gave the thought with a small chuckle, only for it to fade as he felt his eyes widen. He had so many projects, but there really wasn't a need for him to test everything alone, and the money that was rolling in from his god potions each day was already more than enough for him to be able to hire dozens of people and pay them well for their work. It was just a matter of knowing what he could delegate and finding individuals he could trust to do the projects he needed. Okay, there's an actual idea, he muttered under his breath as the others looked at him, but one for later. I'm getting this done and then I'll figure out that whole ridiculous logistics thing. He still had days of work after all and wanted to get it done as fast as possible, so he kept the idea in the back of his head as they went off to their next destination. In the days that followed, word spread fast as the gate network drastically expanded with each hour as he added more, with common people from other gate cities understanding what was happening through their own mix-ups. When a new gate was added to the network, the ones already within it would shift, making room for the new one as many of them had a change in neighbors depending on where they ended up, creating plenty of room for misunderstandings. There were many people in the world who might live in one city and go to work in another depending on what they do, or employees of one government rushing through multiple to contact others around the world, and if any of them went to the spot they typically would, they'd find themselves in the wrong one due to the shift. Some would think it was just a simple mistake on their part, but more than a few were able to see the truth of it and feel the joy that accompanied such a fact. The gate network was expanding, meaning a person with the necessary skills to do all that needed to be done to make such a thing possible had been born. It was a thing to be celebrated, and any that understood that would make a mental note to try and be more aware of how it would change in the coming months, only to be faced with the sheer rapidness it was growing at immediately. Either after coming back from whatever business they'd have, be it hours or days later, many found that their gates hadn't been moved 1 or 2 spots, but dozens, all in a span that felt impossible against just how complex a gate was. If they could be created so quickly and easily, then there wouldn't be centuries between their construction, nor would there be cities across the globe with unenchanted gates, waiting for their chance to grow and join the world like that, all of which pointed to one thing as far as many were concerned: the birth of a monster, who after a few short days of work had permanently altered the shape of the world. Ben, for his part, not knowing or caring how his work was being perceived, had more important things to focus on as he sat up in Myriad's realm with the gods he was acquainted with, wanting to get a different idea explored rather than waste time on something he'd already finished with. So here's what I'm thinking, he began. With the destruction of Craftsman's tower, there's plenty of enchanters that are out of work. Nair, how many competent ones are you aware of, and of them, how many would be willing to move for a job? Also, since I'm not exactly the administrative type, I'd need someone who could be in charge of everything. Oh, and I'm going to need there to be ones for every affinity of magic, plus a couple with non-affinity options. Right, and I think we should be aiming for people that are 6th level in both skills, but I'd go down to 5 if you think it would work. Well, I can think of a couple who would fit the bill, and I can ask a few other crafting gods if they have anyone who could use the work, but first, why? Unlike Myriad and Helori, Nair still didn't have much practice dealing with the complexity of Ben's mind, and given the change to it, it had become essentially unreadable to him, even without the effects of King of Sacrilege taking place. While the 2 other gods had an additional benefit in that they could have Ben think in some of the languages of their homeworlds to make it easier to find what they wanted to hear, he lacked that benefit as well, meaning he had no clue what the apostle was going for with the request, the summoning spell. You know, I'm trying to brute force it, but I don't have thousands of hours to spend on learning the subtleties of it, so I want to break down and use my greatest power of all: money. If I can get others to handle the testing and record the results, I can just go over them later, plus I'll have a team to bounce ideas off of. Except you aren't going to find anyone who can place their mana down as well as you can for it, Helori pointed out. You're matching the size of the spell with your enchantments, but if someone else was to try, they'd need what? Sheets 10 times the size, maybe more. It's too much to expect from anyone. I'll still be handling that bit, I just need the rest of them to do the testing for the output. Of course, that means I'm going to need to build a pretty ridiculous facility in Stonewall to both house everything I'm building, as well as give them all a place to work, but that should be fine. Though given how much a cubic meter of diamond will weigh, I guess that also means I'll need more earth mages to help move everything around while they work. It was going to be a lot, an outrageous amount really, but it would help him fly through testing each section of the summoning spell in a way he simply couldn't by himself. If he was exceptionally lucky, he might even be able to get what would have been years of constant work down below a year, though he didn't really expect things to go quite that well. The only drawback is that there's a very real chance that all of this will be for nothing, but this is the best idea I have so far, and there's always a chance I could use them for other work after. As disappointing as it was, he couldn't just hire people to help with his goals of building Enux's new body or learning the language hidden within the archive. The first required a level of technical skill that he didn't think an unawakened craftsman could help with, and as for the second, he wasn't going to leave a mythic item laying around like that. But not having to worry quite as much about this is already a load off my mind, so I'll take it. Nair was quiet as Ben thought, the god only speaking up after giving it some proper consideration. It's doable at least, but many I can think of would want to move their whole families. Nobody wants to be away from their loved ones in a time like this, but if we get you 24 people working for you, then that might be as many as 60 people moving to your town in total, and they'd all need to be housed. That's doable. There's a few empty ones in Stonewall, but depending on where I build the research center, I guess, I might have to have other houses built closer to it too. Providing free rooms would probably help as a draw, right? Likely. If you're already paying well and they don't need to worry about either buying or renting a place, that's just more money for them, and greed is always a handy motivator. Cool, in that case, I'll trust your opinion on anyone you can find me. All that leaves is sorting out the setup. I want it done fast so I know who I'm asking, but I really don't think I'm ready to face him. It will be fine, Ben, Myriad told him. You're going to have to see him eventually, and we've already spoken about this. There's nothing to worry about. MMH, if you say so. Either way, Nair, if you could send anyone who seems interested to Stonewall, I'll be back in a day and I'll make sure to be all set up by the time anyone would arrive. All right, I'll get on it. With that, the god disappeared, leaving Ben with the remaining two as he let himself focus on all there was for him to plan. After waking up, he and Thera ate quickly before leaving the ruins of Craftsman's tower for the last time. It had been a convenient place to stay as they each finished up all they had to do, with both of them already being comfortable there without needing to find new accommodations, along with a gate so close by, but neither would miss it as they left and headed to Analia. The city itself felt just a little calmer as they went through the streets, each one far quieter than the days leading up to the invasion or all that immediately followed, even if it might have been too much so, a reaction to all that happened as the people shut themselves away for what measure of peace they could get before it all happened again. For Ben, he couldn't help but long for a bit more hustle and bustle around, anything to distract him from his thoughts as they slowly made their way to Thera's family home. It's going to be fine, she told him, taking his hand as she drove. I know you're worried, but I've already told you that nobody blames you, Ben. Yeah, I've heard that a lot, but hearing it is very different from actually seeing someone with any reason to feel justifiably angry. He didn't know how a bruise was going to react when they saw each other, but if Ben wanted to have any construction done and fast, then he'd need to ask the Great Spirit's help. And it's not like I can avoid him forever when I'm dating his daughter. It will be fine, just relax. He just kept telling himself that as they finally reached their destination, letting themselves in and wandering around the large building until they came across anyone. A part of him couldn't help but wish that he'd be out, that he could keep avoiding needing to actually meet a bruise, but he wasn't given that bit of peace as he and Pelinia were the first people they found, with the latter almost tackling him in a hug. Mom, seriously, what the hell? How can I help it? He just keeps making us richer and richer, the Queen laughed. You have no idea how many places are trying to buy from your father to set up gates. So long as the world doesn't go and end, then in the next few years, we'll be in a very good spot on the international stage. Thera rolled her eyes as her mother moved to hug her as well, leaving him to be focused on by a bruise as the Great Spirit walked up to him, giving a friendly hug and acting no different than he ever had. It's good seeing you well, Ben, he said positively. You weren't conscious when I found you last, but you looked rough. Ah, well, you know how it is, who doesn't have their mind and body destroyed every now and then on this world? The majority of people, Thera chimed in. You just attract a certain level of suffering. Anyway, our auntie and uncle's still here. They left for Stonewall a few days ago, Pelinia said in disappointment. It wouldn't hurt them to stay longer, you know, but both of them only ever talk about work and everything they need to do, and I really don't know when they became so boring. This is exactly why nothing interesting has happened yet. As they spoke, Ben felt something within him relax just a little. Everything was so normal, nothing felt exceptionally off, nor was he picking up anything akin to blame or judgment going his way, letting a bit of tension leave him. So anyway, Pelinia went on, since neither of you ever come to visit without a reason either, can I take it you're here to buy something? Ah, more like I'm interested in hiring a bruise for a bit, he explained. I need to have more than a few builds set up in Stonewall, and I was hoping to do it as quickly as I could, so I wanted to see if he'd come down in a couple days after I buy all of the property I'm going to need for it. That's doable, he agreed. How much do you need built? A house, maybe a church. I'm looking at maybe a couple dozen houses, an area that can be used for some large-scale storage, and also what's basically going to be a research center. The explanation got him shocked looks, neither of Thera's parents expecting he'd be looking for anything near that scale as he went on. Oh, and I'm going to need as many of those diamond sheets I got you to set up before as possible, like multiple tens of thousands of them. All right, but I need to ask, what could all of this possibly be for? If things go well, getting a few new neighbors on world and growing the planet's collective knowledge beyond anything the gods could dream of. If they don't, then it's for burning more money than I'd ever expected to have in the first place all at once. It's going to be great. And if this fails, then I just need to figure out another idea I can use. This will be fine. At least that was what he told himself, but despite that, he couldn't help but hope that things would just work out. After their talk and a quick meal together, they went flying back home, as Ben found himself getting uncomfortably used to the experience of hurtling through the air at breakneck speeds before they got back to Stonewall and took the cart through town. The mood of the place seemed to be the same mix of tense and elated that so many other lands were going through. The knowledge that the first wave ended early, along with knowing that even the one day they'd experienced had been terrible, was present in everyone's minds, leaving each person to focus on what side they wanted to lose themselves to. And I don't know which is worse. On the one hand, falling into despair wouldn't help anyone. Even if things were bad, each person still had to live in the time they had. But on the other, false optimism could lead to many lowering their guard at such an important time. The same thing wouldn't be happening again. It couldn't. Even ignoring the loss of life that made it possible, if Thera and a couple of the great spirits decided to pour their mana into him to attempt the same thing, he didn't think he could comfortably let himself create antimatter again. The knowledge of just how wrong that could go was still heavy in his mind. One slip-up on his part would leave him and everyone on his side of the gate dead. If I was comfortably in the void of space, that would be one thing, since there's a few ideas I wouldn't mind testing on it, but that comes with its own host of problems. Too bad, too. I really would like to learn if something like earth magic could work on it, or if there really are anti-affinities of magic like Quillith proposed before. Let's put that as a bottom of the list thing to test one day, like all the way out when I've done everything else I could conceivably do and don't feel attached to living anymore. He let the thought slip from his mind as they passed their first destination, the shop, only to find it closed. So I guess he's not working today then. Oh well, home to Sonya it is. But alas, there too was empty, an inconvenient fact given that he planned on asking either of them for some help. While he'd bought property in town before, both for the church and his house, those two things were on such a smaller scale compared to what he was thinking of doing now that he wanted to get some advice on the topic for exactly how to get it done. I wouldn't be surprised if Auntie's back at the clinic already, Thera chimed in. Since it's not that late yet, why don't we go check there next? Sure, works for me. With that, they went to stroll through the town as they went on their way, passing many as they went. There were many people out and about just living their lives despite anything, and with customers and patients they recognized, every now and then they needed to stop to exchange a few words, simple hellos and small talk about what they'd missed since they'd left, with almost nothing having changed in the end of it all. Again, they could see hints of positivity or negativity shining through in the faces of everyone, but he was sure that was going to be there for weeks to come. It was only when they got to the clinic that they got to see true despair as the various staff ran around, dealing with the consequences of the absence of their two most powerful healers for the past month, as one saw them and yelled out, "Thera's back." In a flash, Drari was before them, the clinic head looking at her as a long missing hope returned to his eyes. "Thera, so nice to see you well. Hope everything went okay while you were gone. Do you think you'd be able to spare an hour right now?" The man wasted no time asking for help to relieve some of the strain they were all under, and she wasn't going to turn him down. "I can, but is Auntie not here?" "No, wouldn't she have come with you?" "Ah, we came back separately, so I was actually trying to find her. I wonder if we maybe passed them," Ben muttered. The journey from the gate was one that took days usually, even if one paid extra for a faster journey. Considering that the two of them could bypass all of that by flying through the sky, the chances of them being ahead by a day or two was very possible, which means I need to figure out someone else to ask for advice on this. Who else in town do I know that might be able to help? It was a short list, and he firmly landed on the guild master Cecily. Since Thera had already agreed to spare an hour or two, they parted there, agreeing to meet back up at home later as he made his way to the guild and let himself inside, seeing his favorite employee there at work. "Ankh, are things going well?" he asked, giving them a smile and getting nothing in return except a friendly tone of voice. "All things considered, I'd say so. Glad to see you're okay. Hope the point you were at wasn't too dangerous." Word hadn't spread about his involvement in the different points closing, which as far as he was concerned was nothing but a positive, even if it made talking with others about it feel just a little weird. I guess I'd say it went about as well as it could have, but anyway, is Cecily in? I needed to talk to her. Of course, she's just in her office, so go on ahead. It was only as he was leaving that a small question came to his mind, one he'd wondered on more than one occasion. Unk's defining trait was their lack of a face, and he couldn't help but wonder how they experienced the world, so ever so quickly he opened his connection with them, just to see what it was like without looking at their thoughts, and closing it immediately after he did. Touch. All around them, Ankh was experiencing a sense of touch the same way that he might see, or some races might echolocate, as he became intimately aware of the feelings of the bodies of the adventurers around them through the strange trait. And that's one question I really wish I never got answered. Okay, we're going to pretend I didn't just find that out and move on with my day. He did his best to let the discovery fade from his minds, despite a few of them going over it again and again against his wishes, as he made his way to a room he'd been plenty of times before, giving a knock before letting himself in. "Oh Ben, welcome back," Cecily told him, giving a small smile at a sign she could ignore the paperwork in front of her. "Is everyone else with you? Me and Thera traveled separately from Sonia and Falk, so we think we made it back first. But you're all alive then, good. So what happened?" What? Don't play dumb. I know you were all at Craftsman's tower, and there's plenty of rumors about what happened there. You must have seen some of it, so what happened?" It seemed she wasn't asking about his own involvement in things, so he gave her the simple version, leaving out the part he played while she looked like she was getting a migraine the more he explained. "So the reason things went so well was because of a psychopath? Great," she muttered. "Got any better news?" "Nope, but I do have a question I was hoping you'd help me with. If I wanted to buy an ungodly amount of land just outside of town, how would I do it? I'd also be looking to expand the town's wall to cover it too. Why? 'Cause I'm disgustingly rich and want to put some of that money to use. Also, I've begun to realize that there's some problems that I want to solve that could be done quicker with the help of a group compared to the one of me that exists, so I'm trying to make that happen. It's just going to take up a lot of space." He went on to explain how many houses he was looking to build, along with both the research institute and storage area he'd need to create, all to make what he wanted a reality, as she listened on in disbelief. "All right, well either way I'll arrange things for you, so how soon till you need the land?" "Ideally tomorrow, but you don't need to go out of your way for me. If you could just point me in the right direction, I'll get it sorted." Her eyes widened briefly when he said tomorrow, but shook her head at the rest of it. "Since I'm already acquainted with you, the mayor asked me to be a go-between if anything along these lines ever came up, so sadly this is actually my job." "Wait, what? We have a mayor? And they don't want to meet me? Lame. Of course we have a mayor. Who do you think handles the day-to-day logistics of the town? And they don't want to risk getting on the bad side of someone who's both an apostle and awakened skill holder. It's easier this way. You can thank me by not coming in every week with a new patent to send off. We'll see how busy I am this year then, I guess." At that he went off, having gotten all he'd needed to done for the day. With nothing else, he made his way to some shops before heading back, knowing there was little to eat at home, with all of them having done their best to finish off the food they had since they'd expected to be gone for a month. So he went to resupply while Thera was working so he could have a nice meal ready by the time she was done. "Delicious as always," she told him after they ate, leaning against him as they both cleaned up. "Maybe you should open a restaurant one day if you ever retire from smithing. Or maybe not, since you put too many other people out of business." I don't think I'd enjoy serving people all day. I wouldn't have the patience for it. I'd much rather just keep cooking for you like I do now. And you really do know how to say some good things." She smiled before leaning up to kiss him. So Ben, I notice we're alone." "We are, and that isn't likely to happen too often now that we're back." "Probably not," he agreed, seeing where this was going as he wrapped his hands around her waist. "So you should stay in my room tonight while we have some privacy. Or I could stay every night," he countered. "It's not like Sonia hasn't suggested as much herself." I'll think about broaching the topic with her, no matter how weird it's going to be," she said, wanting to give in but only being held back by how awkward she knew the talk would end up. "But instead of worrying about that, let's—" "I'm back," Sonia called out in a sing-song voice as the door opened, instantly killing the mood that was going on as Thera took a small step back from him so as to not be caught. "And it looks like I'm sleeping alone tonight then." "Welcome back, Auntie," Thera yelled back as the two went out to greet her, finding someone else there with her. "And Guildmaster Cecily, what brings you here so late?" "Oh, just wanted to make sure she got back all right," she said with a laugh as Sonia leaned against her. "We may have gone a little too hard after I found her." Neither looked steady on their feet, so it wasn't difficult to imagine what the two had been up to. Ben knew Sonia would go drink with her and Falk from time to time, but he didn't think that he'd ever actually seen her drunk before. Sonia, for her part, stumbled over to Thera, who wasn't used to seeing her aunt like that either, as the woman giggled before hugging her tight. "Oh, Thera, you really are so cute, you know," she said, caressing her niece's cheeks. "You always were, of course, but you've got even more since you've fallen in love." Auntie, I wonder if I look as cute as you do when I'm with your stupid uncle," she asked as she changed to a pout. "Your stupid, dumb idiot, dumb, stupid uncle." Did something happen, Sonia?" Ben asked, seeing that something was obviously on her mind as she answered in a huff. "No, nothing, 'cause nothing ever happens. I can't say how I feel after all of these years because I'm a coward, and since he's an idiot he never notices, even after spending days alone together." He cast a questioning eye to Cecily, who only shook her head. "Well, since you're back, all right, I'm going to head home. Ben, make sure you stop by the guild early tomorrow and I'll show you your property lines." "Sure, will do." At that, she slipped away, though Sonia wasn't done. "I really am too old for this," she complained before focusing on Ben, even with Thera still trapped in her grasp. "I just want him to open up a little, he's way too closed off. Do you even know his status yet, Ben?" "I don't actually." "Well, I do," she told him, switching to a happy grin before going back to pouting. "So in that case, why won't he just open up in other ways to me?" "It's okay, Auntie," Thera tried to console her. "You know what uncle's like, and you have us." "True," she agreed, still looking disappointed and holding Thera all the tighter. "So neither of you can ever leave. Why do I feel the chances of Thera talking to her about the prospect of us sharing a room becoming slimmer and slimmer? Okay, not if I can help it. The fact that Sonia hasn't had any progress with Falk is the sort of thing that's probably super solvable, right? I help sort that out and then I'll be able to enjoy my own bit of domestic bliss. Yeah, well, I have something that they don't. A heartfelt desire to make sure I get all of the enjoyment I can from life and a willingness to ignore certain boundaries. I am absolutely making this happen." While Thera spent the next while trying to help raise her aunt's spirits, Ben, for his part, focused on trying to figure out just how to change things between them to help create his ideal future. "My head feels like it's going to explode," Sonia muttered over breakfast as Ben poured her more water. "I'm never letting Cecily talk me into having that much again. Everything hurts." Thera placed a hand on her aunt, using her life magic to help get rid of the hangover, and sped up her body, taking in the water she drank as she came back to life. "Much better," she sighed before leaning into her niece. "Sorry about that. I didn't do anything too embarrassing, did I?" "Nope. No, Auntie, you were fine." If she didn't remember what happened, then neither of them was going to remind her, even if the night still hung in both of their thoughts. "By the way, guys, I'll probably be home late tonight, so I won't be able to cook dinner," Ben told them. "Got a bit of extra work to do." "That's fine. It will let me get some practice," Thera said, giving him a smile before they all split up for the day. Ben's first stop being the guild, with Cecily waiting near the front entrance for him instead of her office, looking as bad as Sonia had right up until she'd gotten healed. "All right, let's get this over with," the guild master grumbled. "All of your land is at the west gate, so I'll point it out, and then no more outrageous purchases like this. Do you have any idea the reaction I got when I told them you wanted the land today?" "You're the best, Cecily. I appreciate your work," he told her happily, tapping his card against her own to transfer over the outrageous sum he'd just spent. "But before that, let's just swing by the shop. I gotta see if the contractor I hired is out there waiting for me." Fine, fine. Let's just get this over with." He briefly wondered about whether they should stop at the clinic first, but brushed it off. Cecily was an adult. If she wanted to then, she didn't need him suggesting it, so instead they made their way to Falk's store, finding it open with two large people already inside. The first was his teacher, the Yeti looking tired as he spoke with the hooded man before him, his form hidden away except for the large white hand placed comfortingly on Falk's shoulder. He wondered for a second if he should give them a bit of time alone, but both noticed his entry and they dropped the serious mood they'd been carrying. "Boy, I hear you're already planning something outrageous," his teacher told him with a hearty laugh at the other man. A bruise joined while Cecily winced at all of the noise. "Could the two of you have some consideration for the suffering of others?" she grumbled, making Falk laugh all the harder. "If you didn't go so overboard all of the time, then you wouldn't have to deal with it. Just go to the clinic already." "Never. If I can get hangover resistance, then it will be worth it." "How many years have you been aiming for that now?" "We aren't going to think about that. It will just make me sad." "Okay, ignoring the fact that the guild master is a victim of sunk cost fallacy, shall we go get this done?" Ben asked. "And want to come along, Falk, see firsthand just how outrageous I'm getting?" "Ah, sure, boy, why not? Spending a bit of time out won't kill me." Once all of them were ready, Cecily was quick to rush them along, eager to finish up so she could enjoy the quiet of her office as soon as they were all done. The lot of them walked through town, drawing a few eyes before they got out the western gate where Cecily pointed out some marked boundaries, giving him nearly half a kilometer of space to work with. "There, that's all of the area you bought, so just give me a heads up when you're going to actually start construction, and I'll let the town know." "Huh, Cecily, I wanted it today because I'm obviously starting today. Speaking of, here you go, a bruise. Think you could make this happen?" He pulled out some basic floor plans from his pocket for how he wanted the new section of town to be arranged, as the great earth spirit glanced it all over and nodded. "It looks simple enough, just give me a few minutes to get it done." "What? Cecily didn't get an answer, though. Before she could, a bruise began, flattening and compressing each section where new roads would be before identifying the areas where houses would stand, digging out basements, and separating the dirt into raw materials before recombing them as need be, building up walls and roofs for houses before working on the two biggest parts, his research center and storage room. He noticed Cecily looking shocked by it all, which he hadn't expected either. Since she was friends with both Falk and Sonia, he just assumed she'd known their connection to the Queen of Analia, but if that was the case, then she should have understood just who was doing all of the work before her. Oh well, word was always going to spread fast about this, so what's one more surprised person? As a bruise was working, he was keeping one particular base element from all of the ground he was extracting. Carbon, specifically to save him the trouble of having to materialize it himself for the next part of Ben's request, the thousands and thousands of diamond sheets he would need. Of course, I'm going to materialize some of them, he said offhandedly. If I pull too much from the earth itself, then I'd be killing the ecosystem around here as well, so this is still going to be pretty costly. I always knew it would be, you know I'm good for it. True enough, you're already throwing around a fortune at this point, so this much really is nothing. The town kept going up around their eyes until eventually it was complete, done faster than any construction team he could have hoped to hire and ready for any new occupant Nair had managed to find him. All right, I'll just need to finish adding all of your sheets to the storage area, and then I'll head off unless there's anything else you need me to do. But you sure you shouldn't see your daughter while you're here? Falk asked. This is your first time in town after all. I saw her only a day ago and I know she likes her space. Of course, that doesn't mean either of you should be a stranger. Swing by Analia a bit more, both of you. My wife always loves the visits, you know. Will, Ben agreed while his teacher nodded. I'll try to make a bit more time for it. It was good seeing you, friend. Final words spoken, they parted, with Cecily looking significantly more sober as she switched between looking at both him and Falk. So I take it that was Thera's father, unless there's someone else in the world who can wield that level of mana. It was, Falk said simply. Who, you know, I'd never bothered to think too much on her heritage. Every now and then there's people who are just born with a bit too much power, but since Sonia's a succubus, that means she's half, so should I take that to mean? What my niece is her own business, the Yeti told her sternly. Don't go spreading any rumors just because you're feeling clever. Who do you take me for? Of course I know it's her business, it just wasn't the hardest thing to put together. Of course, Sonia will be getting a much bigger earful the next time we spar. Honestly, how many years have I known her for her to not tell me who her sister is? With that bit of extra grumbling, she walked off, leaving teacher and student to go back to the shop, ready to indulge in a day of work. Okay, talking to Falk can come later. For now, it's time to see what my new skills can do. He now had over 100 new rings enchanted with awakened skills, and he wanted to put them to use. Making so many gates had been fun, but it hadn't let him flex his creativity, and that wasn't even mentioning his goal. He was going to make a legendary item. His teacher, for his part, seemed content to let Ben do what he wanted as he focused on his own tasks. So instead, Ben got started on the first thing that came to mind as he heated up the forge, creating a long hollow tube to be filled with the most complex enchantments he could put together. The item itself was simple, suitable for a bit of practice before he let himself truly fall into his goal, but enchanting it would be an act of pushing himself as he put together one, making use of each magic ring in his possession, weaving, blending, and intertwining each strand of mana until the tool was dense with magic and it was complete in his hands. Not sure I'd say this is particularly inspired, but I'll take it. Still, high ultra rare, huh? A first for me, but lower than I should be able to do. It felt weird to think like that, but it was the truth. His crafting skills were powerful, and there was nobody else in the world who could enchant like him, but it was still a good start on his way to breaking down that boundary and raising his skill levels all the faster. After all, legendary items were rare for a reason. If he could make them consistently, though, he'd be in a place to change the world. Hey Falk, come watch me test the first high ultra rare item I've ever made, he called out, pulling his teacher from his own work as the Yeti walked over. So you really did it then, boy. Congrats. Still, he wanted to see just how much power he'd gotten out of the tool he'd made compared to the mana it would cost. So standing as to not aim at anything else in the shop, he held it out and ran his power through it, watching as 8 feet of a powerful blue flame shot forward, creating exactly what he'd wanted. A flamethrower. There was more to it than that, of course. The fact that the small tool it was enchanted on didn't destroy itself or his hand under its heat was due to all sorts of other enchantments as well, including the high barrier magic that he'd made sure to take from Fiorella back in Analia, and the flame itself was filled with other complementary effects that would speed up the rate of death for anyone who was caught in it, as well as mind effects that would make it so the target wouldn't want to leave the moment they were hit. It was violent and beautiful and some of his best work, and he knew that he could push so much farther. His teacher let out a low whistle, clearly impressed with what he was seeing. I've got nothing to add, boy. At this point, you're about as good an enchanter as me. The quality is excellent, he He couldn't deny what his teacher said, it was a fact. Back when he was at his first level of divine enchanting, he hadn't believed that he'd have reached Falk's skill with only 2 more, but now here they were, all of his work paying off. It felt a little emotional, but he didn't want to show it, so instead he put the tool down in favor of getting started on his next task. Just you watch, Falk. The day's still young and there's plenty more to come. At the day's end, Ben found himself slumped over a desk, feeling every bit of his defeat. I can't believe I couldn't make a legendary item. Why couldn't I make a legendary item? I have the skill, I have the technique, and I have so many freaking skill rings to try and make it possible. How freaking big is that gap? His god meant it too. He didn't have a doubt in his mind that Ben would one day break the boundary to create a new legendary item, and from there, he was bound to flood the world with them in his ongoing quest to create all he could. He and every other god Ben knew had grown aware of this fact, and he knew that there were many other crafting gods keeping an eye on his apostle for that exact same reason. Everyone wanted to see it happen. Ben, for his part, was unaware of the level of confidence that others had in the inevitability of the act, so he took his god's words for exactly what they seemed to be: motivation. Feeling in a better frame of mind, Ben sat up, catching his teacher as he was packing up and preparing to head out for the night. Hey Falk, if you don't have plans then let's grab a bite on me. There's something I want to talk to you about. Boy, if there's something on your mind then we had all day. Yeah, but I needed to see what I was capable of today. Now that that's done I have time for other things. I suppose I understand. Fine, some food would do me good, and I wouldn't mind seeing the niece a bit after everything that's happened. It's a bit of a private talk I'm aiming for, Falk. Let's go to a restaurant instead, come on. Before the Yeti could ask more, Ben was already dragging him out, forcing them through the streets, until they made it to what was a reasonably empty place given the time and took their seats as they waited to order. It was only as they were left waiting for their food that Falk focused in on him again, wanting to know just what that was all leading up to. He hadn't known what he'd been expecting, but it wasn't that. As Ben finished saying his piece, the Yeti could only scratch his head, not knowing how to respond, only for Ben to speak up again before he got the chance. What? Of course I do, boy. She's one of my oldest friends, why wouldn't I want her to be happy? Then why have you been completely ignoring her feelings? His teacher just gave him a confused look, leaving Ben to mutter to himself, I know you're not that dumb. Hey, watch it, boy. Are you really going to tell me you don't know that Sonia is in love with you? As the words left his mouth, Falk completely froze, not sure how he was supposed to react to what Ben just said. Wait, no, you can't be serious, Ben complained. Did you really not know? How could you not know? Hold up a minute, it isn't like that, Falk said, grasping his head as he did. I'll admit, I've found myself suspecting as much every now and then, but boy, I've known her for years, decades at this point. Sure, I've occasionally thought that maybe she felt something a bit more than platonic, but she's never brought it up. I've just been assuming that I wasn't reading her well. Hell, what makes you think you're right about this? It's not thinking I am right, 100% positive. This is an open secret that literally everyone else is aware of, and honestly the fact that you really didn't know has thrown me off a bit, Ben complained as he reevaluated how he was trying to direct the conversation. So now that you know, how do you feel about her? Should I assume that since nothing's happened after all of these years she doesn't have a chance? Is it just a matter of you two being too physically different? Because if that's the case it's fine, but you really do need to actually talk with her. Ben was sure there were better ways to do this, but he wanted to be blunt about it. This was a one-sided affection that had gone on for years at this point. It was Falk's choice if he wasn't interested, that was fine, but Ben genuinely believed that Sonia deserved to hear it for a chance to move on with her life. She's too great to be stuck waiting on something if it's never going to happen. It was honestly the answer he'd been expecting, but surprisingly, Falk held up his hand to silence him. My kind are particularly fussed about appearance, so that has nothing to do with it, and it's not that I'd be against Sonia properly pursuing me. She's been an excellent friend over the years. I have no complaints about her, it's just what, Falk, if you would actually be willing to get involved with Sonia, then screw this dinner, go tell her. I have a goal, boy. A goal I'm not willing to compromise on for something like romance, even if it's for someone I care about. All right then, what goal? I don't care if it's already taken you years, we'll make it happen. He'd thought this talk would be about getting Falk to properly face Sonia about her feelings for him to help them be put to rest, but if there was a way that he could get them paid off instead, then he didn't care how hard it would be, he would do all he could for it. Ben had meant what he said, he cared about the two of them. If he could work to make them happy together, then he'd do it. His teacher looked unsure at first, debating with himself long enough for their food to arrive, but eventually settled on his choice. And for the first time, Falk took out his card and handed it over to Ben, all options on it displayed for his student's eyes. Holy crap. He tried to keep the excitement from touching his face, even if it was just bubbling beneath the surface. Falk had always been so resistant to letting him know the skills he had. Now that he was bearing all, Ben didn't want him regretting that choice as he let his eyes scan over everything. There was a lot to take in too. While his teacher lacked in titles, he had as many jobs as Ben currently did, which shouldn't have been as much of a surprise as it was. He knew that the average person with a human's lifespan might expect around 5 to 8 jobs, but anyone who could cross the boundary to gain an awakened skill was always bound to have more, and Ben was under the impression that his teacher's lifespan was longer than a base human's anyway. More important than that were the skills. As the lifeblood of an enchanter, it made sense he had a lot, with many of them being fairly high in level, and complementing the ones Ben was sure he thought of as his core skills, namely his smithing and magics, but there was still room to be surprised there as well. That was namely the 2 awakened skills he held. Ben knew for sure he had one, with his earthen smithing being what made him a contender, but the Yeti also had an advanced version of death magic, high death magic, and at the 7th level of that to boot. He made sure to memorize everything he was seeing, while making a note to get Falk to make him rings for each of his skills for him, before handing it back over. Alright, so what does this have to do with your goal then? I'm aiming to become a soul smith. It was a name he hadn't heard before, but he could get at least a bit of it through context. So should I assume that's what it's called if you awaken your smithing to the 3rd tier with death magic? Or would that be holding both a 3rd tier smithing along with becoming a soul mage? You got it right the first time, his teacher told him with a nod. In the history of this world, there's only been one, which isn't surprising since the soul mages have typically been trying to raise people up to create a number of different tier 3 skill holders to see what would work best. Of course, that didn't exactly go to plan since there was so much less notice for the invasion than anyone hoped, but the one we had changed the world. They're the reason we have our cards. Wait, really? It was something Ben had never stopped to question, but his teacher just nodded. Drop some blood and it links to your soul. More important though is the fact that when you reach the 3rd tier and enchanting has blended into the skill at some point or another, you're able to use a very particular, very useful enchanting spell. One that, once powered, lets the user build an enchantment that can keep creating a new enchantment to create a magic factory of sorts, hence how the world keeps a steady supply of cards around. Ben took his own card out to look at it after he heard that. It was something he looked at all of the time, and he'd never given much thought to how it worked, but after being told that he couldn't help but wonder at the simple fact that as far as his eyes could see, there was no enchantment on it at all. It was something his teacher picked up on and gave a small chuckle as he did. The enchantment is a pretty delicate thing, and it's stuck in the middle of 2 plates that are sealed together. It would potentially be pretty hard to read if you had to see the text through the enchantments depending on the power of your mana sense after all. Interesting, Ben muttered, thinking about if it would be worth it to crack his open to see what was going on beneath the surface. It wouldn't, Falk told him, practically reading his mind. You've got plenty of connections, boy. Don't destroy your card, and just ask Pelinia to get you an example of one before it's sealed next time you see her. Fine, so this is your goal then. It's big, and I'm sure it's ridiculously hard, so I get why you aren't making romance a priority. How long's it been since your last level? 6 years. It's no easy task, boy, but I'm doing my best to chip away at it. Still, it might never happen, so I'll talk with Sonya. She shouldn't be wasting her life waiting for someone like me. Not so fast, Ben told him, feeling his eyes gleam. I've seen you work, Falk, you're no slouch. 6 years is plenty of time to be on the edge of getting your level, which means all that's left is tipping you over the edge. What's the best you can make? I suppose since I've already told you this much, it doesn't matter. I can make a legendary item about 2 and 3 times if I'm lucky, and maybe even the middle grade one in 50. Never high though. Well then, that makes this easy. Hope you're ready for the next few days, Falk, because we aren't sleeping. As soon as we're done here, we're going to work on designing something past what's possible for you. We're making a super weapon. Walking to the clinic, Thera watched her aunt, not seeing anything amiss. Despite how she'd acted while drunk, she seemed like her usual self, chatting with familiar faces on her way to work and exuding an overall positive atmosphere. So maybe I'm just overthinking it then. I'm sure Auntie's fine. At least that was what she told herself, but she was having trouble really believing it. For as long as she could remember, her aunt had clearly held interest in her uncle, to the point that as a child she'd even once asked if they were ever going to have kids when she was longing for a friend, getting what in hindsight seemed like a thoroughly uncomfortable explanation from her that they weren't like that, along with a separate talk from her mother giving a few more details. Could ignoring your feelings for decades really be considered fine? She loved Sonya and she wanted her aunt to be happy, and she certainly put on a happy face enough that Thera never really considered otherwise, but if all she was really doing was suppressing her feelings. I should probably talk to her, right? But how am I even supposed to talk about this? She wasn't well practiced with anything like that, but then she did have all day to try and figure it out. With Ben planning on being out late, they'd even have the perfect time for a bit of privacy in the evening, just the 2 of them. Deep in the woods, Thera practiced her new magics with a sow after leaving the clinic for the day. Since her goal was raising her non-affinitied ones she couldn't put off practicing, even with everything else she had to be working on, so she busied herself with it, expanding her senses out with her newfound empathy to take in the emotions of the creatures around her until she could sense anything large enough to be a challenge, crystallizing her mana to probe at them, not treating it like an attack, but instead an annoyance, and once it got their attention, luring them back and holding them off with her barrier while Aso went for the kills, letting the other girl get just a bit of practice with her own skills as the hours passed. I still can't believe you came back with 3 new magics, Aso sighed as she tapped at a floating spear of mana that Thera was keeping up. Genuinely, how? I just got kind of lucky, she told her weakly, knowing it wasn't much of an explanation considering the rarity of any non-affinity branch. It's not really like I'm lying. It was lucky for me that Ben thought I could use them, so since he got me the opportunity, I need to make sure I put my all into it. She understood what he'd said at the time, as well as his reason for wanting her to get the skills, but since doing so had lost him the chance to learn plenty of new skills of his own, she needed to put her all into training it to meet his expectations, namely awakening the skills. She knew she was powerful, so she understood how useful it would be for her to get something like that, but she wanted her results fast enough to prove it was worth it, even if it means using something like this. On her head was the circlet Ben had made her before, helping her train her skills all at once despite the general discomfort it caused to her mind. Since they were all lower level, she probably wouldn't have too much trouble raising them for the first bit at least, but she couldn't help but look forward to getting them all to the 5th level, so she could just focus on her telekinesis from there. And I need to work on my life magic to finish this job, and now that I'm 1 level away from being free from it, I need to work on my charm and dark magic, and I absolutely want to be working on my earth magic too. There was so much to do and so little time to do it all before the next wave, but she wanted to try to manage it all somehow, on top of every other thing there was to do in life. She wanted to make sure she was visiting other towns to practice her life magic, and she still needed to figure out what she'd be saying to her aunt in a bit, and besides that, she pursed her lips as she activated her earth magic, trying to put a spell together and feeling it completely fail as thousands of points of mana left her without achieving anything, thick enough in the air that Aso sensed it and looked at her curiously. Yep, I still can't materialize my mana. She didn't want to admit it to herself, but the fact that she couldn't but Ben could left her feeling jealous. Magic was her thing, seeing him reach the pinnacle of it before she did filled her with complicated emotions that she didn't particularly like that she was feeling. I'm being dumb, I just need to ask him for some advice on it. That's another thing for the list. She knew that he'd be happy to help if she just asked, so it was just something for when she saw him next. For the time being, all she could do was focus on other things, so with that goal plain in mind, she stretched out her empathy again, looking for her next target as she came head first against the bloodlust of a monster, freezing her in her tracks. Empathy was a magic that let one feel the emotions of others or allowed the holder to force their own feelings on targets, and usually that was nothing. It was surprising to realize, but unless there was a certain stimulus to promote it, most living things felt very little at a given time, but not so for whatever she'd just brushed up against. I feel like I might regret this, but... She crystallized her mana and shot it off in the direction she sensed, hitting the beast that was flying above her before she could see it and luring it back, directing Aso to get ready to attack above as they saw just what was coming down on scarlet wings. A demon, its eyes full of bloodlust and madness as it locked onto them to attack. Bigger than either of them, the edge of each wing was clawed, looking ready to tear into what it could, but unfortunately for it, there was only one, letting Thera easily act as she ripped stone from the ground and entombed all but its head, trapping it. Aso, take the kill, it will be good for you. Since Thera was on a job beyond the master path, the experience she would gain would be negligible, but that wasn't true for her friend. Every bit of experience Aso could gain would be valuable to her, so she wanted her to get it. She watched patiently as the other girl held up her own staff, prepared to use the fire magic she had to finish it, only to feel herself hesitate, unable to fire her spell. So Thera told her calmly, "You're just feeling the sorrow, you need to be able to push past it. Try not to think, just fire the shot." Word hadn't spread about demons being part of the system beyond a mere rumor, so she advised the girl in the simplest of terms, trying to motivate her. Even if it was going to be hard, this was an important thing to be able to overcome in order to keep herself safe if there was ever an emergency. She didn't want her friend to ever be unprepared if she wasn't around. Still, the girl didn't shoot as a second ticked by, and then another, until it looked like she'd resolved herself. Eyes tight shut, she fired off her spell, the effect making the beast before them scream as its face was cooked and it slowly died. Aso collapsed to her knees, hyperventilating while Thera rushed to her side, wanting to comfort her but not being able to touch her friend. Aso, look at me, you're okay, you did great. This is just a mind effect, remember that's all it is, okay? Just take a moment and breathe. Slowly she called down, able to spit out a couple words. That really sucked. It definitely does the first few times, but it gets easier, Thera agreed, even as a tinge of worry nagged at her. The invasion points had only been open for a day, but still one had made it out near Stonewall. It was a testament to how many could get through in that time, as well as to what adventurers might have to deal with if they ran into one unprepared. Come on, that's probably enough for today, so let's head back. We should probably tell the guild about this anyway. She got home later than she'd planned, talking with the guild taking a bit longer than expected since it had been thought they might have a bit more time before there was a chance of any demons being seen, but eventually she was able to get back, finding dinner almost ready as her aunt cooked. Did your hunt go well? Sonia asked cheerfully, expecting that her niece had simply lost track of time. Kind of. I got a couple levels, but we also encountered a flying demon, and so struggled a bit after we killed it, so it was kind of a mixed bag. The cheerful look on her aunt's face quickly turned to concern with the news as she let out a sigh. There's going to be a lot more of that for a while too. I'm just glad you're all right. I can handle it, don't worry. She still felt a slight effect when killing one, a wrongness to the act that nagged at her mind, but it was ignorable. Any demons seemed to feel nothing from the system effect, despite the fact that they should be under it as much as anyone else. And if they were willing to kill so easily despite it, then she would do the same. I know you can, I just want you to be okay, Sonia told her as she served dinner. Still, Aso usually does gather quests alone if you aren't with her, right? You should probably have a talk with her about either finding another party to work with or not going out if you aren't around. Yeah, I guess I'll. Another thing to do, but at least I'll be able to knock off one right now. Auntie, can we talk about something a little personal if you don't mind? Of course, Thera, what's on your mind? I know this is a bit personal, but can I ask, what's keeping you from talking to Uncle about your feelings? What do you mean? Sonia asked, playing dumb as Thera just stared her down. Auntie, you made it pretty obvious you aren't happy with how things are between the two of you yesterday, so why aren't you telling him? You're beautiful and a hard worker and you always treat people well, plus you've known him for how many decades. There has to be a reason it hasn't come up. I'm never letting Cecily make me drink so much again, she muttered before focusing on her niece. Thera, you really don't need to worry about me, love, I'm fine. Obviously nothing's going to happen, so if I said something about it last night, well, that's just the drink talking. Except it's obviously not. Every time I see Mom, she won't stop asking if anything's happened yet. That reminds me, I definitely treated Pell far too lightly when I saw her, Sonia grumbled before sighing. Look, Thera, I don't think I need to tell you that your uncle is skilled, and I'm, well, not. He has his goals and ambitions, and all I do telling him is just make things different between us. If I can't stand beside him as an equal, then nothing's ever going to happen. That's really all there is to it, even if I want to. Is that it? Insecurity. She knew her uncle was powerful, with at least one awakened skill to his name, and her aunt had none. Was that really what was holding her back? A feeling of not being able to measure up. She wanted to ask more and to reassure her aunt, but it was obvious that Sonia was done with the talk as she rushed to change the topic, trying to forget what was said and enjoy their little night together, even if it kept rattling around in Thera's mind. She loved her aunt, she didn't want her feeling like that, but she had no clue what she could do. Something else I'm going to need to get some advice on then. Falk turned with the sound of the shop door opening, seeing his niece walk in with the early rays of the sun behind her. Thera, perfect timing. Your boyfriend is pulling some weird crap, so you need to handle him. Sorry, uncle, but when he's in your shop, he's your apprentice before he's my boyfriend. Whatever this is your problem. You're both actually going to make me cry, Ben grumbled with the sounds of rapidly flipping pages. He was laying on a table, taking advantage of the vantage point to look at the 25 books open beneath him, each page rapidly flipping under the effects of his magic, as one by one they were moved away, either piled up in a corner, or else floated to Falk for his teacher to look at any marked passages, as more books were pulled from a crate to do the same. The shop was looking more like a bookstore, with just how many there were, with boxes and boxes of books having been pulled from Ben's church to let the two of them read throughout the night, as they worked to create the singular idea that could potentially push his teacher over the edge. It was an application of his magic and mind skills that he hadn't considered until late into the night as they'd read, as he realized with every book that he wasn't hitting his full reading potential. Going through one at a time was fast, but the way he could both think and see the world had grown so much that he could do so much more. Hell, even with all of that, he still wasn't hitting the full potential of his minds, to the point that he couldn't help but feel just a little regret with the choices he'd made with Xandil. If he'd taken clairvoyance then, he could have potentially expanded his awareness even further, letting him read all of the more, maybe even hundreds of books at a time. But no use regretting what's already done. I didn't even consider that I might be doing something like this, so there's no point when I hadn't grasped my skill's potential. Anyway, what's up, Thera? He asked as he read. Not going to any clinics today, maybe later. I actually was hoping to talk to you for a bit if you don't mind. Think you can take a break from whatever this is to go out with me for a bit? Sure. Falk, you mind? Just bring me back something to eat when you do. Will do. With his teacher's agreement, the two of them left, walking down the streets in the early morning and finding a food cart not too busy, placing their orders before finding a bench to sit. "So what exactly were you two doing for you to not come home last night?" Thera asked, her curiosity getting to her before she hit on the topic she really wanted to, only to learn how her and Ben's thoughts had aligned. "Ah, okay, so don't be mad." Hearing that is absolutely priming me to be mad, but I decided to confront Falk about why he's been ignoring Sonya's feelings. As soon as he said it, her face leaned into him, her eyes gleaming with curiosity and anticipation in the hopes that she might get some sort of answer that could help from her aunt's perspective. And it's because he has a goal he wants to put before romance. What you walked into was me trying to help him complete it. He didn't want to go into too much detail. Falk liked his privacy, so even if it was for his teacher's niece, he wasn't going to ignore it. Still, it seemed like enough for Thera. Wait, so is this something he's wanted to do for decades then? If he hasn't managed it yet, do you think this is something he'll be able to pull off just because you're helping? It will be hard, he admitted. Maybe impossible. We're just doing some research now and still need to work out a plan, but I don't really know what other choice we have. Well, maybe that will still be easier than on my end, Thera told him as she deflated. Your end. I spoke with Auntie about why she hadn't talked to him about her feelings, she sighed. I don't think she feels good enough for him. We both know my uncle is skilled, and since she hasn't awakened anything. I see, I guess any feelings of inferiority could make it all the harder. So does that mean that if Falk can't get to the third tier or Sonya doesn't awaken a skill, then neither of them will make a move? Both are hard and Falk said what he said, but if Sonya works up the courage and puts herself forward, he might not turn her down. On the other hand, if he gets to the third tier and talks to her when she hasn't managed to awaken a skill, then that just might make her feelings even worse. Why do interpersonal relationships need to be so complicated? He groaned. Okay, I'm probably going to be pretty busy for the next week with Falk trying to help him as much as I can, but from there I'll try and think about how I might be able to help Sonya with her confidence a bit. Of course, I love them too, so I've got to do what I can, no matter how hard it's going to be in both cases. She smiled and leaned against his as they ate, both thinking on just what they might be able to do as they let themselves talk about other things before they needed to part. And did anything fun happen yesterday? He asked, wanting to catch up since he'd kept himself so busy. Not sure I'd call it fun, but I worked on my new magics and had a lovely little run-in with a demon, she told him. A flying one, so I guess it was able to get out here quicker than others. Make sure you keep an eye out when you're out, okay? I feel like you're the most likely to get randomly attacked from the skies. Will do. Absolutely don't want to end up being carried off and eaten. It was just another worry for his collection. After only a single day of the gates being open, the world still managed to be so much more dangerous, and all I can do to help is make more weapons. Well, if I help Falk design something powerful enough, then maybe that will do for playing my part. The other humans can be heroes. I'm more suited to be the helpful arms dealer in the background. Ben, Thera began, pulling him from his thoughts. There's one more thing I was hoping to talk to you about too, if you don't mind. It's just a little embarrassing. Sure, what's up? He watched her fiddle around, looking shy and uncomfortable with whatever she wanted, and seared the image into his mind as he waited for her to speak up on her thoughts. It seemed like it was a struggle for her to do it too, but she forced herself to blurt it out. I want your help with learning to materialize when you have the time. That's all. Absolutely. Why was that so hard to ask? Because getting my very talented boyfriend to give me advice on something that should be my thing feels weird, she said with a pout. Hey now, I wouldn't worry about it. I'm pretty sure materialization is actually more my thing in this case. Part of my job and core skill set means I need to have a deep understanding of materials in general. It's not something you need for typical spells. It just happens to really come in handy for that particular one. I know, but I'm jealous and I don't like it, so the sooner I manage this, the sooner I won't be anymore. She felt embarrassed to even be admitting the fact that there was any jealousy, but she didn't want it to smoldering in her and she didn't want it to be a problem, so the easiest way of managing it was just to be open. All right, you got it. Let's head back to the shop then. It will take a couple minutes, but I'll make you a few notes and we can talk about it later if you want. I should be home tonight after all, of course. When they returned, he handed his teacher the food he'd brought back, before grabbing a stack of loose paper and ink, as he thought about everything one needed to make the spell work. When he would do it, he'd think about everything the material was at the same time to bring it into existence, but given that a normal person wouldn't be able to manage, that he assumed that simply having and understanding the knowledge in one's head would be enough. Which means what's left is deciding what material to focus on for it. As much as I'd love to get you making a magic material right off the bat, since I know less about them, trying to teach you that first would lower your chances of success, so instead we're going with something more common, iron. With that decision firmly made, he pulled out some ink, and rather than writing normally, manipulated it with his magic, using the full power of his mind and skills to shape it into perfect letters and diagrams before placing it all on the page at once. repeating the process again and again as the stack of papers grew, with everything he knew along with the information that would give the needed context for certain things going down while she watched from the side. You know, I think this display of control is what I should really be being jealous of, she sighed. Ha, and I'm jealous of your raw power. The grass is always greener, right? Though I guess compared to an average mage, I'm actually pretty damn powerful right now, aren't I? He had 10 times the mana he'd come to the planet with, and he couldn't deny it felt good to use. Even if the majority of his classmates had still come with more, he liked the feeling of putting his power into practice where he could, not to mention the fact that doing something like that was more experience for both his skill and job. Maybe, but I'm pretty sure I'll be leveling that in my day-to-day life enough, and I'd rather get this done quickly so I can focus on helping Falk. As he finished an intimidating 100 sheets of dense text created, he ran to the storage room, grabbing some leather, string, and wood before cutting everything to the sizes he'd need and binding the pages within to create a book, handing it over to Thera with a smile. Here we are, everything I know about iron. If you give this a read over a couple times, then I'm sure you'll know enough to be able to materialize it before you know it. At some point, the look in her eyes had changed to pure intimidation as she flipped through the dense text, already knowing that she'd be stuck using her circlet as she read it if she wanted a chance of learning and understanding everything as she tried not to sigh. She'd asked for this and Ben had just put his all into helping her. No matter how boring it might have looked, she was going to do everything she could to make sure she could put it to use. And I'll absolutely help with them, so look forward to the full teacher course. She lightly chuckled as she kissed his cheek and left both him and Falk to focus on their own work, already flipping through the text as she left for the day. You sure do keep a lot on your plate, you know that, boy. Yeah, but what can I say? Life's precious. Gotta use every moment I have to the fullest. It was with that frame of mind that he opened more books as he went to read through more spells and ideas, all in an effort to get a hint of inspiration for how to help his teacher transcend the limits of his soul and awaken his skill. As nice as it is to see, I'm still having an easier time leveling up my mind skills, and it looks like plenty of jobs are giving bonuses to fine motor control. I'm not exactly sure this is the sort of inspiration I want. Falk, I have an idea, Ben sighed. In the week since they'd first started, they'd gone through so many books on so many topics, discussed potential options, and tossed aside everything as either non-viable or not good enough. But he finally thought he had something that might be worth pursuing, even if he couldn't help but find it distasteful considering their history with it. I'm all ears, boy. Anything to get me out of this stack of papers and onto something a bit more exciting. They had notes and books everywhere, with the fact that the shop was a forge lost amongst them. They only made enough to replace what they were losing from the few who came in to buy something, and both made sure to work fast enough that they could go back to focusing on their main goal each time. Creating something that would push an artisanal skill to the third tier was never going to be easy, but just trying to figure out something that would let his teacher go so far beyond his limits was already pushing their mental ones. Well, the problem is that it's already pretty lightly based on someone else's work. Ibaru's super weapon. A lot of the enchantments that gave it its final effect and severity came from you, right? Design anything to do something along those lines without being so absolutely evil to pull off, and it might be enough. We'd need to solve the problem of power conversion, but I think if you push your skills enough and get enough resources, we might be able to make something happen. He watched his teacher grimace, thinking over what he'd said. He'd been as much in the dark about what Ibaru had been doing as Ben had, and left just as filled with rage to learn what his work had gone towards, but he couldn't deny that it was a line of thought worth pursuing. What are you thinking, boy? There were a load of ways that what he'd built could have been improved, all the more if he'd put my personal enchanting system into practice, and trying to do so would be perfect for you. You have enough skills that if you push yourself to use the blending aspects of my system, despite your mind being, well, normal. I was actually trying to find a nice way of saying weaker, but now I'm not going to. Anyway, you should be able to blend up to 4 things at once by yourself, even if that's going to be really pushing you for all you have, and then it's a matter of both personally creating the tool they'll be on and laying everything down. Your earth magic merged with your smithing and enchanting when they awakened, right? That might make it easier for you to build everything on site, considering that no matter what you do, the weapon is going to have to be huge. Too huge, his teacher countered. Where do you think I'll be getting all of the materials for whatever we design? That might actually be the easiest part. Give me just a minute and I'm 90% sure I can sort you out for that. His teacher looked at him curiously as Ben ran to grab a piece of paper, quickly writing down a note. Dear Pelinia, if you and Abu supply Falk with all of the materials he needs and help him find an invasion point that would finance his work, he'll finally talk to your sister about her feelings. Yours truly, Ben. He quickly sealed the letter shut and handed it over to his teacher. If you give this to Pelenia, she's going to be practically compelled to help you. I would be shocked if she doesn't put her all into making sure that you're well supplied. What could you possibly have over her to get her to do that much? Falk asked, looking at the letter with eyes filled with suspicion. Secret. Just hand it to her and I'm pretty sure she'll do the rest. And then she might mercilessly poke at you about what's written, but that's a you problem. All right, fine, then all that's left is the designs. They both knew that whatever his teacher made would have to be big, outrageously so even, but that was fine. They might not be able to design something that would fire at the gate from a distance, but if they made something that would wrap around the whole of the invasion point, that was a different matter. And with the invasion point being around 200 meters across, that means about a 600-meter circumference. It's going to be outrageously huge. If Falk's really going to try and build this by himself, then it will at best take months. But if this doesn't push him past the limits of his skill, then at the very least it should pile on a mountain of experience for whatever ends up being the next attempt. As they discussed the idea, getting more and more into it, their notes turned into designs and blueprints that held the potential to give the world another third-tier skill holder. "Ah boy, I'm not sure about this," his teacher grumbled, looking uncomfortable as Ben gave him a blank one in return. "You can't seriously be feeling weird about this. I'm just bringing you back for dinner. It's not like you've never been over before. I know, it's just." The Yeti trailed off as Ben could only shake his head. Falk hadn't seen Sonya since Ben had confronted him about the state of their relationship, and it was clear he was worried about how to handle it. This entire time, anytime Sonya had shown any signs of interest beyond the purely platonic, he just brushed them off. But with Ben having made things so clear now, he didn't know how to approach it. "Falk, if you're leaving in the morning, you sure as hell aren't going without saying goodbye to your very good friend and niece. Who knows how long it will be until you see either of them again, huh? I'm just dragging you here for dinner, that's all. Fine, lead the way already." Satisfied his teacher wasn't going to run off at the last minute, Ben let them in, calling out as he did, "I'm home, and I brought a guest." "Who?" Sonya called back before walking out to see. "Oh, Falk, I wish I'd known you were coming earlier." "Ah, yeah, I got a bit of a last-minute project, so I'll be having to leave town for a couple of months. Wanted to stop by before I go." Both of them could see Sonya's face briefly fall with the news before picking back up, Falk now carrying the knowledge of what it meant. She was sad to see him go beyond the scope of their friendship. "Well, I'm glad you stopped by. Do you need to leave now, or will you maybe be joining us for dinner first?" "I'll stay if it's no trouble. Your food's always a treat, Sonya." His words earned him a bright smile as Sonya waved him to the kitchen, wanting to chat as she cooked as Ben made his way to the couch and let himself flop onto it, resting his eyes as he did. "This has been such an exhausting week. Hey, it's for people I care about, along with myself. If things go well for them, then Thera might be a little less embarrassed about how we spend our own time together. I just want a nice, easy life." "Is that so wrong?" "Yeah, but what can I do about Sonya? I know she's a good life mage, but pushing someone to awaken a skill is a whole other issue. And the worst part is that I think that would be the easiest option. If she's been stewing on this bit of insecurity for decades, then a few good words aren't going to fix anything. Genuinely, why is it that the prospect of trying to help Falk awaken his skills feels like the more realistic one?" Even if their first attempt failed, Ben at least would be spending a lot of the time that his teacher was gone thinking about other options that might do the job. Even if he personally lacked the technical skill needed to get it done, as long as he could theorycraft for something Falk might be at the edge of pulling off, it would be worth it. "And then I still need to work on my own skills, help Thera with her materialization practice, focus on all of my other big stupid projects and whatever else I need to do. Hell, why don't I just add figuring out my own world-saving weapon to the list? Might as well given the scale of so much else I'm working on. God, I would love a vacation. Maybe I'll take one if I ever have less to do." A man's allowed hope myriad. His thoughts with his God were broken by the feeling of someone sitting on the edge of the coach and leaning against him, with Thera there, looking as exhausted as he felt. "I take it that studying isn't going exceedingly well. You know, I didn't take it too seriously when Jake said it before, but you really are a smartapants, you know that. How is it you're not only aware of so freaking much about a single metal, to the point you could put together an entire book on the topic in just a couple minutes, but also fill it with some concepts and background knowledge I didn't even know existed? The knowledge skills help, plus the need to keep my mind busy. It also helps when you've been tutored by some extra-dimensional aliens on the material properties of the universe. You should be happy you're getting some cutting-edge bits of info that I'm pretty sure nobody knew about till recently and still hasn't really spread beyond whatever think groups and organizations the Grey are talking with. But should I take it there's no luck yet?" No. I just can't seem to get the knack of it," she admitted, holding out her hand to try again but accomplishing nothing but wasting mana. "I really wish I could think with your brain." It would be nice if things were that easy," he said, trailing off as he did. Could she? There were so many skills in the world that's effects could be experienced by others. Magics were the obvious ones, but he'd tried to drag her into the effects of stealth when they'd first met, and his connect had always been a two-way skill, letting the target of it see into his mind, as well with that effect only being suppressed when he'd gained hidden mind. And normally you wouldn't be able to transfer mind skills to somebody, but I literally have a skill that lets me link minds with people. Who's to say that I couldn't use it to let someone else access my mind skills and knowledge? He didn't know if there was any hope of such a thing being possible, but it was more than worth the attempt. All that mattered was just how he'd go about it. Myriad told him, not trying to stop him, but wanting him to be careful. Don't try it on someone I love, gotcha. I think there's one or two people in town I might be able to practice on guilt-free if I can talk them into helping. Don't worry, I have all of dinner to think on how I want to approach this. It's too late, Myriad, my curiosity is piqued. And he already knew how he'd test to see if such a thing was even possible, even if it would need to wait. As Sonya called for them, they went to enjoy the last meal they'd be having with Falk for a long while to come. After a meal of Ben enjoying as his teacher did his best to hide his newfound awkwardness and largely failing, he and Thera said their goodbyes to Falk before running off, letting him and Sonya have a moment of privacy as they instead made their way to the Adventurers Guild, trying to find someone they knew would be there as Ben immediately locked eyes on his target. Ben, Thera, hi, Sashel yelled as she saw them, waving them down to her sitting party. The two with her, Raelia gave a friendly nod as Sko did his best to keep from looking uncomfortable, the four-armed man's history with Thera clear in his mind, and all the more troubling for how powerful she'd become. For her part, Thera was content to ignore him, sharing a greeting with the other two as Ben looked at them all, putting on his most winning smile as he did. Nice seeing all of you, he told them, trying to seem open and kind and not at all nefarious. That hurts so much to hear. I'm such a sweet and guiltless little guy. Semantics. So what brings you guys here? Raelia asked. It's a bit late to be taking a quest, isn't it? Unlike others, neither he nor Thera would just hang out at the guild to socialize. Ben preferred to focus on his work, and Thera's personal history with many of the adventurers kept that sort of thing from being a fun prospect for her. We actually came to find you, he told them. I have something I need a bit of help with, and I'm willing to pay well for just a bit of time. Man, they are straight up breaking my heart. He didn't need his god to say it. He could see it easily enough in their faces. It was only Sashel who looked at him with curiosity alone, none of the open fear the other two displayed. This is why she's my favorite. Gonna have to do something nice for her. The other two are looking at me like I'm a monster ready to strike. What can we do for you? Sashel asked, already happy to help. Ben had done plenty for her and helped her party in general by giving them some of his strengthening potions. Even if he sometimes seemed to have an agenda, she at least had no qualms about doing what she could for him. I want to test the potential of one of my skills, and I was hoping to borrow Sko's brain to do it. Why me? Because I like you least. Because it admittedly might hurt a bit, but since you're a warrior, I trust you to be able to handle it, he told him. I need someone tough, just in case something goes wrong. I guarantee both of them are plenty tough, he argued, looking to his companions in the hopes that one of them might volunteer instead. I mean, as a mage, I'm a pretty backline fighter, Sashel told him. You guys take great care of me, so I'm basically never hurt. And you're definitely better at handling pain than I am, Sko, Raelia told him, not actually believing it but not wanting to get dragged into whatever Ben had in mind. I think you're perfect to help. He could still see an intense desire to not do it in the man's eyes, but Ben spoke calmly, trying to reassure him. Listen, it's not like I'm going to force you into this if you don't want to. You help me and I'll pay you more than you'd make in a month for a couple hours of your time, so it will be worth your while. But if not, then that's that. What is it I'd be doing? Got him. I just need to practice linking up to your mind. I basically want to attempt to try and loan you some of my knowledge and thinking power by forcing some of my mind skills on you. And are you sure that's, safe? Sko, regardless of however I feel about you, I wouldn't ask if I really thought there'd be any danger, Ben told him. Like any time in life when you're trying something new, then sure, there's a bit of risk from the unknown, but I wouldn't do this if I thought it would hurt you. Ben held out his hand as the other looked at it, thinking it over. Even if Ben had been an absolute slave driver during their time together, he'd never asked anything he wouldn't do himself, and even if he could seem almost mad in the pursuit of his goals, it wasn't like he was a bad guy. Plus, it was a chance to make a lot of money all at once. What was there to lose? All right, fine, he said, taking the outstretched hand. I'll do it. Great, and I just want you to know that if by some chance things do go wrong and I destroy your brain by mistake, I'll put my fortune towards finding someone who can put it back together, or else make sure your next of kin never have to work again if things go really bad. Wait, what? That was all he was able to get out in his panic before Ben opened up a connection with him, exposing the other to just a bit of his mind. A bit was actually putting it mildly. He kept all but 5 hidden away, safe from causing any unwanted damage or strain, even if Sko was still left squirming as he felt them touch his own. Okay, this didn't kill me, but I don't think it's working. That's because I basically haven't started yet. This is just me using Connect. Give me a few and we'll see if this gets good. Not wanting to waste time listening to his complaints, Ben put his thought speed skills to work, pushing his minds to think about what he needed to do as he probed and experimented with the ones he wasn't keeping hidden, trying to mash them against Sko's in an attempt to make something stick, which does not seem to really be working. Of course, chances of getting it right away were always going to be slim if this is even possible to begin with. Just gotta keep trying. He tried to make himself feel his mind skills, wanting to experience them in a realer way than he would by just letting their effects shape how he thought, only to keep running into failure as the minutes rolled by. Now that I think about it, every skill effect I know that can be shared with someone like I want to is an active skill. Maybe it can't be done with passive skills, or maybe I'm just trying a bit too hard. My mind is too big, I need to aim smaller. Even a single one of his minds had grown to be more powerful than an average person's by a pretty significant extent. Trying to merge the entire thing into another person's was just begging for trouble. But if there was one thing he knew from the way all of his mind skills had grown in the past, it was that a single mind was not just one thing. It was composed of different parts, small strands of consciousness, and with that knowledge he worked to pull one of his minds apart. It felt strange to attempt, but the worst part of it was just how easy it was to achieve, something he doubted he could have possibly managed before he'd awakened so many different mind skills into a monstrous new whole. It was only after a few seconds of work that he felt a single strand that made up who he was come away, still as much a part of him as any other, but now slightly less bound, and he mentally reached out, wrapping it with the entirety of Sko's thoughts and feeling something click. Well, that was an unexpected side effect. He didn't need to check if it worked. He could tell it had by reading Sko's mind. It had instantly gotten a small boost of power, and the knowledge Ben wanted it to contain was slowly making its way through. The more important thing was how it was affecting his test subject, though, with Sko seeming mostly fine. There was a slight bit of disorientation from the change in his mind, but it was nothing compared to what Ben would constantly go through, which meant as far as he was concerned it was ignorable, which means all that's left is to push it a bit farther. Wait, maybe we. Before he could get out another word in protest, though, Ben continued on, wrapping more and more of his thoughts into Sko's, building up the man's mental power, even if he looked queasier and queasier with each little change. This is getting interesting. Hey Sko, I can't help but notice you don't have the calculate skill, but I assume you can at least do basic math, right? Like you know how to multiply. I'm not fast, but yeah, I can do it. Cool, what's 21 times 18? 378, correct. For 15 by 86, 35,690. He looked confused as he answered it, surprised by the feeling of the numbers coming together so easily in his head as Ben asked a few more times before nodding. Excellent, sit tight because I'm still looking to get a couple hours out of you. I just need to do something quick. Sure. He unraveled his mind from Sko's as the others looked on with mild concern about what had just happened, not that Ben cared. Getting a skill that helped him with the very thing he'd set out to accomplish was already more than he'd ever hoped to achieve, but now he wanted to push farther, he wanted to level it, and to do that he'd need practice. So with that goal in place, he went up to Ankh as they worked to see if he could make it happen. Ankh, I have a very important question for you. Would it be cool if I just grab everyone's attention to try and hire them for some help for an hour or two, or would that be against some guild policy? There's no specific rules about that sort of thing, so it should be fine. With agreement given, he jumped up onto the counter, shocking Ankh, and instantly getting the attention of the people around him like he'd hoped as he surveyed the guild. There were about a little over a dozen people in it mingling, more if he could drag any of the staff into helping him too, and he couldn't suppress a grin. With the current state of his mind, the ability to speed up his thoughts and his past mind jobs to help, he'd be getting at least one more level that night as he opened his mouth. Guild staff and adventurers of Stonewall, how would you all like to make some money? In the guild, Thera alone was looking good as the only person who hadn't taken Ben's offer. Everyone else couldn't hide their mildly nauseous looks as he built up their minds with his own, while he had sweat dripping down his brow from trying to maintain it. Taking apart a single one of his minds was one thing. With all of the ones in his head, it was barely even noticeable, but doing one for each person was something different, and then moving on to 2, and then 3 after where he reached his limits. As everyone else was experiencing a boost to their thinking power incomparable to anything they'd had in the past, while he was doing it, he was losing a not insignificant amount of what he had. Of course, not insignificant for me and not insignificant for anyone else are two very different things. One of the many hundreds of spare minds he still couldn't help but think, even if it still does feel a little weird. Still, he pushed himself, wanting every level he could get in the short amount of time he had as he pushed himself to break down another mind, weaving it into the growing thoughts of others until a notification went off in his head, and I'm all the way up to level 2 already. Life is good. Expecting that would be as high as he'd be able to get without far too many more hours of practice, he slowly removed the strands of his mind from the people standing around him, each one putting on a look of relief despite the loss in thinking power. The average person just didn't seem to enjoy changes to the fundamental ways they would experience the world. But that's their loss. Something about that feels like an insult, but I'm not quite sure what. With his levels gained and attempt done though, he spent the next few minutes going around and tapping cards, transferring the funds he promised to all of those who helped him practice as everyone looked just a little relieved it was done, even if the money made it plenty worth it. Ending with transferring funds to Sko, Sashel, and Raelia, the last two giving in to help after seeing that their teammate was basically fine. Ben then focused on Thera, holding out his hand. Well, ready to give it a try. MMH, just not in here. I don't want to draw any attention to this. She seemed like she still needed to psych herself up for letting Ben use his new skill on her too, so he gave her a moment as he felt curious eyes on him from the other party. So just what was the point of all of this? Raelia asked him, wanting to know where such a strange skill could possibly be leading. Just a little experiment to see if I can help Thera with a spell by doing this. Getting a skill out of it was just a bonus for me. Sashel's eyes lit up hearing that. Can we watch to see if it works? He personally didn't care, but it was Thera's choice as all eyes fell on her while she sighed. If it works, just don't go talking about it, okay? They got a round of nods before they all eventually went out, finding themselves in far darker streets than when they'd gone in as Ben took her hand, not needing to, but still being used to the feeling of it as he connected to her and put his new skill to use. He tried to force 3 of his minds to contain the harder things to understand about iron as he took them apart, wrapping each bit through Thera's to increase the power of her thoughts as she dealt with it better than most, having had the benefit of all of her practice with the circlets Ben had made in the past few weeks while her mind was being filled with knowledge on the metal, both what she personally had, along with what she was getting from Ben. It wasn't exactly a good feeling, but it was a useful one as information clicked in a way it never had before, everything falling into place as she let her mana flow through her, letting it take shape as in a snap it changed from raw power to solid matter, a boulder of it appearing on the ground before them. Without her having to say it, Ben could hear the notification going off in Thera's mind, a new level of her spiritual earth magic to her name as the 3 with him watched in shock. So that's the power of an awakened skill holder, huh? Raelia muttered while Sashel had her own thoughts. I'm so jealous. It was an understandable feeling that was a level of power normal people just couldn't achieve. It needed the ultimate combination of strength, power, and knowledge, all put together to force mana to match one's will. It's hard enough that even with me giving a bit of brain power, it got Thera a level 2. Sorry, Sashel, but wait. With the way ideas were exploding across his mind, trying to connect with each other and expand based on information he had, it wasn't surprising he just got a level to his new skill, but he didn't care. He needed to get home and talk to his god. Myriad, whatever you're doing, stop and oh, hey, Helori. Glad you're here too, actually. I have an idea, a crazy idea, one I need you both to tell me if it would even be possible. Neither god could figure out what it was from his thoughts, every mind in his head seeming to want to move in a million different directions at once with the feeling that they might even tear themselves apart if he didn't get them under control, but Ben didn't care. As far as he was concerned, this wasn't an idea that deserved only a single level of lesser inspiration. This was something that should have catapulted him to the far end of awakening it. If I can make this work, then I can solve a bunch of problems at once. I can help with Sonya's insecurities. I can get Sashel so thoroughly in my debt, I could probably talk her into killing for me if I wanted to, and I could improve the chances of keeping the world I'm on from ending in a big way. And all it will take is the medium-ish risk of me dying. I feel like I just heard something about getting Sashel to kill for you somewhere in there, Myriad muttered, doing his best to parse out his apostle's thoughts. You were probably just hearing things. Anyway, guys, I have a few questions for you. First and most importantly, what's the lowest level a person can materialize at? Usually you'd need to be well into the middle region of your awakened skill, Ben. You're just an outlier, his god told him. Okay, and that's nice and all, but that wasn't what I was asking. What is the lowest anyone has ever gone with it? To my knowledge, there's been one case of an 8th level Earth mage managing to do it. Helori spoke, curious about where this was going. He chose iron like you did for Thera, but he had to spend years of his life studying it to make sure he knew enough, along with practicing constantly to raise his mana before he could succeed. It really was an impressive level of single-minded dedication to a goal. It was a higher level than Ben had hoped to hear, but he was still willing to take it. And how did that pay off for him? He asked, even if he was sure he could guess from all he knew about magic and skills. He awakened it. Of course he did, she told him. Materializing isn't something so easy, you know. There's a reason that most people can't, and that the majority who can are midway through an awakened skill. Honestly, it's impressive enough that you were able to do it to awaken your own magic at the 9th level. That isn't some simple task. Yeah, that's about what I expected. It was a goal hard enough that it even let the person who did it bypass the 9th level, a truly shocking achievement that was worth all of the effort that must have gone into it. It was the sort of thing that deserved to force a skill to awaken, and he was already thinking of how to exploit that. Alright, next question, this one for Myriad. What levels are Sashel's magics? Ben, I know you know that most people consider that private information. Myriad, tell me, and if I can do what I'm thinking, then Sashel will love you forever, and if I'm wrong, I won't tell anyone. Or I'll ask her myself later and pretend that it's my first time hearing it. Do you really think she wouldn't tell me if I asked? Fine, you're right, she'd probably let you know anyway. It's sixes all around. Wait, that's it. Most people aren't you, you absolute monster. Leveling skills is hard, and being at the 6th level in 3 magics at such a young age is honestly exceptionally commendable. Okay, you're right, I was just hoping she'd be at the 7th or 8th. In that case, if we were to try and push her magics to awakening, what's the lowest level any of them could be so she would still end up with plant magic? 5, same as getting non-affinitied magic, Hellori told him, thinking she could see where this was going. But that's not going to work, Ben. Even if you get her earth magic to the 8th level and try to use your mind to help her materialize something, she'll likely just end up with an awakened earth magic instead. If you want her to awaken to plant magic, you need to be using powerful plant spells. Hellori, you're talking to your brilliant, incredible, genius student over here. You think I don't know that? I have a slightly different idea I'm going to be putting into practice. It's just going to take a ridiculous level of study on my part and some serious help from you guys. If she needs to use all of her magics in tandem to make it possible, then I'm going to force her to materialize something that would use her earth, water, and life together. I'm going to force her to materialize a plant. Both gods looked at him blankly, thinking they'd misheard his assertion at first, but knowing he was sure of himself from the look on his face. Both wanted to tell him that it was obviously impossible, but the words got caught in their throats. They were talking to a mortal who had materialized antimatter with non-affinitied mana, something most gods didn't even know could be used for such a spell. Ben had become someone that the word impossible couldn't be said to so lightly, so instead they focused on the practical aspect of it. Trying to create an entire plant from raw mana is going to be an insanely expensive mana cost, Hellori told him. Ignoring how absolutely insane the idea is, there isn't going to be many mortals who could handle it, especially not Myriad's oracle. Oh darn, you're right, he said sarcastically. If only there was someone who could share mana between people. Wouldn't that be great? So you plan on taking advantage of Thera for the mana cost and yourself for the knowledge, meaning the burden would only be for her skills, Myriad said in understanding as he thought over the prospect. I can't say how it would turn out since nobody's ever tried it before, but... God trailed off, thinking about the implications of if it worked. If his apostle could pull such a thing off, what it could mean would go far beyond that of Sashel alone. Anyway, I have a few ideas that would make it easier too, Ben told them. I say plant, but really what I'm thinking of having her try and materialize is a seed. Hellori, I know you came from a pretty normal world. How deeply do you understand the structure of any of the ones from your planet? Or from this one for that matter? Why do I feel like that was a poke at my world? Myriad grumbled as both of them ignored him. Not to the level you'd need, she explained. While uplifting one species to make into believers is one thing, not many gods would memorize the structure of any random plant in the world. This is something you'll need to ask a nature god for help with. Okay, not great, but it just so happens I've met one of those before. Any chance I could get one of you to ask Jaggle if she'd know and would be willing to help? Assuming she didn't form any bad opinions about me. I don't think she has. Hellori, sorry, but could I trouble you two? Sure, give me a minute. The goddess vanished with the request, leaving the two of them alone as Myriad looked into Ben. So do you really think this will work? I mean, it's a gamble, but there's other ways to raise the odds. The soul mages can supposedly help with raising skills, right? I'm sure we could get them around for the attempt too. True, and there'd be other benefits to having them around while you try. He could feel Ben looking at him, so he went on, sating his apostle's curiosity. There's a spell that soul mages are able to use, one that doesn't see much practice because of how hard it is to successfully plan on when a skill will awaken, but a soul mage can raise the amount attributes grow with awakening. Wait, are you serious? It's only by an additional 10% of what the normal bonus would be, but since we have 2 soul mages on world, we could potentially get that higher. It would be worth the attempt. His mind couldn't help but flash to the fact that Yuzu had been right there when he'd first awakened his crafting, but shook the thought from his head. He hadn't known his skill would awaken at the time. There was no chance he could have gotten whatever spell that was placed on him. And now my awakening bonuses are so low there's not much point in trying to get them again. Oh well. As he tried to push away his regret over what could have been, Hellori returned with Jaggle by her side, the nature goddess looking mildly amused by whatever explanation she'd been given. Well, Myriad, I hear your mad apostle has quite the proposal. Definitely never going to get used to hearing that, Ben grumbled before focusing on her. But yes, I do. Jaggle, is there any chance you could help me study the structure of whatever the simplest seed you're aware of is? Doesn't matter if it's from this world or your last. I just need it to be as easy as possible to memorize its makeup. He knew that this was still going to be on the edge of what was possible for him. What he was thinking of trying to have Sashel create wasn't some uniform group of atoms or a compound of them, but a complex structure that would have to be able to grow into something even greater, something truly alive. He wanted it to be small to limit the amount of individual cells that could be in it, but that still meant he'd need to memorize its genetic code, a task that would be maddening if not for the fact that he had his unnatural mind to aid him, along with both his plant and biology knowledge. Jaggle, for her part, seemed to think on it, still looking amused as she did. Well, while I don't particularly mind helping, this does seem like the sort of thing that's going to be wasting a lot of my time when the chances of a payoff seem so slim, she told him. So what exactly makes it worth my while? Okay, that's fair. If this works, then I'll help any of your 8th level low plant mages awaken the same way. Even if it's not guaranteed to work, if it does, then we're talking about you getting a bunch of awakened believers with a skill that would help ensure the continuation of their species. Wouldn't that be worth it? She seemed to think on it for only a moment before nodding and giving in. I suppose that's a worthy trade that would make it worth any lost time. In that case, let's begin now. She held out her hand as a small dot above it appeared, slowly growing in scale until it was bigger than him as she began to speak. The seed of a 10th bush from my home world, a 20th of a millimeter in size with only 98 true cells within it before it starts to grow, each one with their own mechanisms as complex as what you'd expect from any plant. I might be able to alter its nature to make it slightly simpler while still being viable, but this is about as easy as it's going to get, and I still think it's going to be outrageous for a typical mortal to try and memorize in a way that would let it be materialized. Are you sure you want to keep going? I won't shame you if you choose to quit now. It was a tempting option. It already felt like it was going to be an overwhelming level of work, but Ben wasn't going to give in. This felt like something that had potential. Even if it was hard, he wanted to see it through to the end. I'm not your typical mortal, so teach away. I'm going to make this happen. He couldn't see the look of anticipation on the goddess's face. Anything irrelevant was quickly ignored as everything that he had was focused on the structure before him as his minds pushed themselves, and his thought speed skills went to their limits, wanting to take in everything they could with the time they had so he could get to the more exciting part of trying to make that impossible goal a reality. His head was pounding as he got up, the feeling of his minds being pushed to their limits sticking with him despite how powerful they now were as he took a moment to try and let the feeling pass. Even if that intense bit of study had been good for his knowledge skills, it still felt like too much, and only weeks more to go. He tried to shake that depressing thought from his head as he went to make breakfast, his God whispering in his ear the entire time. As sad as it is, this is already the most viable project I've got going. Making a Nuxa body is going to be hard enough when I still can't make legendary items. The summoning spell is just waiting for my new employees to be, and as much as I want to plunge the secrets of the archive, that one is so low on the list I basically don't care about it right now. Sounds good. Things will probably be fine. Morning. Thera yawned out as she came up behind him, resting a head on his shoulder as he finished cooking. How'd your talk with your god go? Good, I'll tell you and Sonya about it tonight if that sounds good. MMH, you know I don't like waiting. It's for my own safety. I still need to work out how I'm going to tell you both about the finer details of what I'm thinking. I just need to work a bit more out is all. Are you going to the clinic today or flying around? Flying. Auntie should have things well enough in hand here with the other staff to help. If I just do everything, then the others won't get their practice, so it's better for me to check out the surrounding towns. Okay, cool. There's actually something related to that I want your help with if you don't mind. Sure, what's up? I kind of have this new thing I want to try, but first I need to raise someone's level. After giving Thera a small bit of an explanation and eating, the two of them left, driving through town under Myriad's directions to get to the home of his fellow believer and banging on the door until a very tired Sashel answered. Morning. What are you two doing here? She asked, clearly only up because of Ben's persistent knocking and rubbing the sleep from her eyes. Rise and shine. What level is your life magic right now? 6. Why? And how long has it been at 6? He asked, ignoring her question. I don't know, a couple years at this point. Cool, you're coming with us today, and tomorrow, and every day till you raise it. Wait, what are you talking about? Why? To make a long story short, because I'm a wonderful apostle who's going to do his absolute best to help you achieve your dream of awakening to plant magic, but to do what I'm thinking I need you to get to level 7 from practicing, hence this. That was enough to make every trace of sleepiness vanish from her eyes, only to be replaced with sheer excitement. You have an idea to help me awaken my skills. I do, and no, I'm not telling you anymore until you've shown that you have the drive to get to the 7th level of your life magic. Mostly because I'm hoping by then you'll be too invested to say no to the admittedly insane thing we're going to need to do to get you to the 8th level. He didn't need to say anything else. In a flash, she was saying goodbye to Raylia, giving a quick explanation to her that she might not be able to hunt for a while, and to pass that along to Sko before running out to face whatever the day was going to hold. Okay, that was not great, Sashel groaned as Thera brought the cart to the ground. How can you handle it? I don't, Ben muttered back as Thera shook her head. You're both being silly. It's exhilarating once you get used to it. Now come on. Their first stop was to Stonewall's neighboring town, a smaller place than their own, but still in need of healers like so many others. It seemed they were a welcome sight, too, getting plenty of positive looks as they made their way through the streets before arriving at the local clinic, where Thera made her presence known. Hello, I'm back again if you all need any assistance, she called out as the healers around locked eyes on her. Thera, so wonderful to have you as always. We could absolutely use the help, one said before looking at Ben and Sashel. And you brought guests. One of them also needs to work on their life magic. I hope you don't mind. More hands are always a blessing. I'm sure you know your way around now, so we'll take whatever you can give. She gave the healer a bright smile and went in, the two of them following her as she looked to the various patients waiting for any healer to have the time and mana to either treat them or finish up treatment depending on what needed to be done. From the way more eyes locked onto her, it was obvious that many knew who she was and she had their trust, getting more hopeful looks than she ever would in Stonewall as she tried to return each one with one of confidence before focusing in on Sashel. All right, I think it would be best if you focus on injuries, since anything else is going to take a bit more time, but depending on how things go, I might grab you if I see any sort of illness I think you can work on. For now, I'm going to start, but let me know if you have any questions. With that, she left them to go to her first patient, Sashel looking surprised by the entire exchange since they'd gotten in there. Thera seems a lot more open here than usual. She doesn't have any baggage in this place. It's probably easier to get her brighter side. You'll have plenty of time to see it till we get you your level 2. For now, though, let's get you started. He pulled Sashel to the closest patient, someone with a gash in their arm just waiting to have it closed as they gave a friendly greeting and got started, with the Oracle managing to treat it fast enough before they moved on to the next one, getting most of a broken arm repaired before she needed to take a break for her mana, or at least that was the intent. When she told him as much, he placed a hand on her arm, flooding her with his own reserves and telling her to get back to work, repeating the process again and again as need be as she dealt with both the surprise he could do such a thing, as well as the physical discomfort of having her soul filled faster than it wanted to be. Nonetheless, she worked fast and tried to be attentive, making sure everyone was feeling their best by the time she was done and putting all of her focus into the act. But it would still be better if you were faster, Ben muttered, removing and reshaping one of the mithril bands he kept on his arm and applying his thought speed skills to it to create a circlet to aid her. Use this, otherwise Thera is going to take all of the patience. A person could cast as fast as they could think after all, so long as she dealt with the bit of disorientation that the tool brought, then combined with how her mana could keep being topped up. She'd get even faster, letting her squeeze in more experience each day till she got it. It does have the mild side effect of making her talk and move faster since it alters her perception of time, but that's probably fine. It's not like she's going to exhaust herself. She kept it up well too, slaving away at her work, only stopping when Thera grabbed her to try and advise her on how to help treat different illnesses, until finally they were done, the clinic being left empty of patients. Ben, no offense, but I hate your circlets, she complained as Thera looked at her with pity, knowing just how bad they could be. I'm so glad we're done. We're not though, Thera told her. That was just the first stop. I usually try and hit 5 a day when I go out, but since you're here making things a bit quicker, I was planning on going to 7 instead. So do you not get home until midnight usually? Sashel, we weren't even there for an entire hour, Ben told her. Your sense of time is just off because of the circlet. We'll be back before dinner. She looked at the item in her hands, understanding but not thrilled with what it implied about how she'd be handling the rest of the day. I'm not sure I have the mental stamina for this. Well, hope you get used to it, Ben laughed. You're stuck with it till you level up your life magic again. Just do your best. The faster you succeed, the faster we move on to part 2. Which is, I'll tell you then, so you're too far in to say no. That fact that he wasn't being forthcoming with whatever it was he was planning filled her with suspicion, but she tried to keep the thought away. If her apostle was doing all of this to get her a bit closer to achieving her dreams of awakening to plant magic, she wasn't going to turn him down. After a long day of working Sashel to the bone, they finally returned to Stonewall, dropping off the oracle of his faith before he split from Thera to do his next major task, going to speak to the would-be manager of the facility he had set up. The man was waiting outside of the building, in the new, empty area of town as Ben ran over, inspecting his skills as he got close enough. Oh cool, 8th level enchanting and fire magic, along with a 6th level for water. He couldn't immediately place his race, assuming he was a hybrid of some sort, having both 4 arms and eyes, along with green scales across what was an otherwise human-looking face. "Hello there," he said, putting on his best smile. "I'm Ben, I believe Nair sent you." He did, the man nodded. "I'm Kufno, I look forward to working for you." "I'm glad to hear it, so how much did your god tell you about what you'd be doing here?" "Less than I'd like," he admitted. "It was mentioned you wanted someone for a largely managerial role, but I was told to ask you for the finer details." "All right, that works. For now, why don't you come on in? I'll explain a bit about the specifics of what you'll be doing and get you acquainted with the area." With introductions done, he opened the building's doors, showing the vast area within as he led him through. "So obviously there's a lot of space," Ben went on. "I'm expecting about 24 people to be working under you as they start arriving in the next few weeks, so for the start you'll be here to greet them and explain the finer details of what I expect done. To make things simple, you're basically going to be testing spells to the greatest extent you can. Come on and I'll give you a bit more detail from here." He led Kufno over to the storage area, where 100 crystal cubes were already set up after nights of enchanting them. "And I still have so many freaking more to do too, but that was a later problem." He went over to the first, showing it off. "So as you can see, I've marked the areas where different spells need to be connected, as well as the others where mana needs to be run through. I've got a variety of rainbow mana crystals already set up to do just that, so you'll all just need to attach them after setup each time, and remember to remove them between tests too. The main thing to remember when you're working is for you to record everything to the greatest detail you can. What spell is being attached and its affinity, the level it's being attached at, the effect of the spell on it relative to the expected effect of such an enchantment. There's literally no such thing as too much detail, because the changes you can get are pretty extreme. For example, he attached rainbow mana crystals to where he needed to for his already set up cube, showing the effects as it lit up with the simple light spell applied to it. In most cases, there were only glowing spots in each marked location, with a few that didn't seem to activate at all, but in others there were different effects. Light being absorbed instead of released, colors of it other than the plain white it should have been, and one where it was letting off some level of heat too. All of these different effects are coming from the same spell, he explained. It's all just being changed by what the mana goes through first, which is exactly what we're trying to understand here. I have a booklet of my notes I've taken on this single spell on this one cube alone, and that's the standard I'm looking for. He handed it over, letting Kufno flip through it, seeing diagrams and measurements, along with any less certain observations, all of the work Ben had done for such a tiny part in his effort to learn what he could. Once he got to the end, Kufno looked around, seeing so many more giant crystals already set up for testing. "It's certainly a lot, and there's going to be more," Ben told him with a nod. "Once the rest of the enchanters come in, my hope would be to get multiple crystals completely tested each day. Don't let how many are currently around fool you. By the time the rest are set up, there's going to be thousands to test, with even more to run after this first round is over with." "Well then, it sounds like I'll be employed for a while, so I have no complaints, but if I could ask, what's all this for? So much work, what's the point of it? What Nair didn't tell you? Would you question a god?" "Of course I would," he told the man with a grin. "But alright, the point of this is simple really. The gods have a spell they've been using without properly understanding. I want to figure out what makes it tick, and the sooner the better. Ideally, we'll have this first part done in less than a year, but from there, who knows how long it will take. Since we have a bit of time, I'll give you some hands-on practice before showing you to your home. You have fire and water magic, right? Let's see what you can do with it." That went super well. Tell Nair he made a good choice. Ben had zero complaints about the man the god had selected to manage his facility. Kufno seemed serious yet friendly, and appeared to be both detail-oriented and a hard worker, exactly what Ben wanted from someone he was putting in charge of his project. And given that in a week or two the entire team will be here, I should be getting results before I know it. Which also means I'm going to need to finish up more crystals, so there's no chance of them having nothing to do. I guess that means a few more sleepless nights ahead. Let's see, as long as I have someone to run their mana through me, I should be able to get them done at breakneck speeds at least. Of all of the abilities he'd gained with Awakening, that was the one he loved the most, even if it was one he was already seeing he needed to be careful with. It was obviously killing his mana and regen growth rates when overused, something he didn't want to lose out on. Taking mana from others was only handy when there was someone to do it with. Anytime he was alone, he needed to depend on his own reserves, so he needed them to keep growing too. But even if I'm only doing this when I absolutely have to, it's already great. I guess my growth rates are going to be a little screwed until Sashel gets her level, since I need to keep taking from Thera, but hopefully that's not too much longer, so it should be worth it. She's a trooper, she'll be fine. I'm more worried about how long this will take. If it's been a few years, then assuming she's been training regularly, we might get her the level in a couple days of constant work, but I don't want to find out that this is going to be a multi-month long task. I really have other things to do. Listen, I don't like it either. In fact, I really freaking don't like it, but this would solve a bunch of different problems all at once. Just gotta deal with one incredibly awkward convo with Thera and Sonya first. His god fell silent as he got back home, enjoying the smell of whatever was cooking as he went into the kitchen, finding the two of them already there. Perfect timing, Ben, dinner's ready, Sonya told him as she laid out plates, making small talk about how the day had gone first as she spoke about the clinic before moving on to asking about their own. We spent the day helping Sashel train her life magic, Thera explained, and I sure would be interested in finally knowing why since you're telling her it's to help her awaken her skills. Sonya looked surprised, and suddenly all eyes were on him as he felt his mind's push to think of a way to explain what he wanted to do that wouldn't be immediately objected to, only to fall flat as he beat around the bush. Well, it's a little complicated, but the next step after getting her to the 7th level would be getting her to the 8th. Yeah, that's how that usually works, Thera told him dryly. But I somehow doubt you're planning on going around with me and her for years just so she can level 1 magic slightly faster. That's because I want to take a shortcut. I want to take her to challenge the Life Tower, and I'm hoping you two will join me. The table fell silent, the expected reaction really, but as much as he didn't want to suggest it himself, he really couldn't think of anything better for solving so many problems. Completing the tower would let her get 2 extra skill levels to her unawakened skills. If she put them towards her life magic, then he was sure he'd be able to help her awaken her magic with what he intended, and there was more beyond that too. Sonya had an 8th level life magic, exceptionally good at her job by all accounts, at least as far as a typical life mage would go, and Nair had told him in the past when he'd first learned about the tower trials that they'd be able to tip someone like that over to awakening. It was the fastest way of dealing with her insecurities about not being good enough for Falk that he could think of. And then beyond that, if I really do succeed in awakening Sashel, that has plenty of other excellent implications for how I might be able to personally do my little part for the world, as well as all I might just get out of it. Ah, but I have ambitions beyond money for this. I'll tell you about them later. Thera felt her jaw clench as she processed what he'd just suggested. She joked about the prospect of taking on that tower after they'd finished the Earth one, but she hadn't actually had any intention of going through with it. Doing any tower trial was taking one's life into their own hands, and she still remembered seeing some of what Ben had gone through. Him laying on the ground, bleeding and broken, along with the scene of him slowly turning to stone, only surviving the ordeal because she had her experience with petrification. Beyond that, she still wasn't clear on how doing it was supposed to help Sashel awaken her skills, given that getting to the top would only get her to the 9th level of life magic, but she was able to pick up on the other reason he had suggested it as well. Her aunt beside her, still looking shocked by the suggestion, would get the best potential payoff if they succeeded in such a thing. She would be able to be pushed to the awakened form of her magic, and hopefully with it, give her the confidence boost she needed once Falk returned to town. All that mattered was if they'd actually be able to succeed. When she gave it some thought, she couldn't deny it felt possible. She herself was incredibly powerful, and while her aunt's magic may not have been awakened, her attributes were excellent because of the potions Ben had forced on her, leaving her already comparable to many awakened skill holders. Sashel wasn't bad herself, and as for Ben, she knew he was resourceful and didn't doubt he was already planning on how to make it even easier given what they already knew from their experience in the Earth Tower. That did of course leave who would be their 5th, if they were even going to take one, but that was less important than the question of the toll it might take. Do you think you'll be okay if we do this? She asked him, not referring to any injuries he might incur, but instead looking at the mental toll it could take. He understood what she was asking, and if he was being honest with himself, he had to admit he hated even making the suggestion. While overcoming the Earth Tower had helped a bit with some of the lingering trauma of being trapped in Galwax's trial, walking into another one still seemed mad. He didn't care how often he found himself in dangerous situations, he was never going to like them. But everything that could come from this makes it worth it. Who do you think I am? He told her confidently, putting on his biggest grin. I already have a few ideas that will make things easier on us. I'm not going to say there's no risk, but there's plenty of benefits too, one of which is that you're talking with the king of sacrilege himself. Watch this. Hey Sonya, the front door of the tower is a hint to whatever the first floor is going to be, and on the 4th and 5th floors magics other than the one that fits the trial's theme can't be used. Also, you probably shouldn't spread that around cause it's supposed to be kept under wraps by a covenant. Is it okay for you to tell me that then? She asked hesitantly, already seeing a future where Ben would be punished for sharing that. Well, the gods should have been able to figure out that I might not be bound by it given my skill, and nobody told me not to spread it, he told her with a shrug before looking to the sky. Of course, if that was just an oversight and anyone is going to try and keep me from mentioning it now too late and tough luck cause there's no way I'm not bringing it up with the other two we're going with. I have a couple other tricks too, so what do you both say? The end of the world is still on the horizon. It doesn't hurt to have a little more power, does it? Bringing that up was cheap but effective. Both of them had seen the first wave firsthand. Neither of them could deny the desire for any extra strength. All right, Thera told him, wanting whatever bit of extra power she could gain along with the good it would do for Sonya. Auntie, I think you should agree to this too. I really doubt I'd be of much help, Thera. But I don't, Ben spoke firmly. Sonya, when you're doing something as crazy as putting your life on the line, one of the most important things you can have is trust. I'd take you over any random awakened life mage any day of the week. Come with us. He spoke with earnestness and sincerity, trying to forcefully get his feelings across and doing his best to keep his face from changing as he saw himself succeed. All right, I'll go. It was clear in her eyes that she had her own complicated thoughts on the matter, but Ben didn't care. With lives on the line as soon as they entered the tower, his only concern now was making sure they'd all make it out again, lest the death of anyone he loved forever weigh on him. Which means on top of doing some late-night crystal enchanting, I also need to work on tool design. This is fine. I'm a lame, mean enchanting machine. What's a few more days of working myself to dust? He already had plenty of ideas. All there was really to do was refine them before putting them into action. And I'll absolutely take that. In the days since he'd first gained the skill, he hadn't found himself with nearly as much potential to train it as he had on that first day. As easy as it was for him to go and throw his money around to practice, his time was filled with trying to help Sashel awaken her skill, working on tools for the coming tower, and completing more crystals to hold the structure of the summoning spell. That left comparatively few times to work on it. At least not in a completely ethical way. His solution had been to train at the clinics where Sashel was practicing her magic, subtly linking his minds with the healers and patients around, not building theirs up to the level he knew he could, but instead only adding a strand or two on, giving them a boost to their thinking power that was handy without being disorienting like it would be if he just kept piling things on. As it stood, nobody even realized he'd done it, with the few who were conscious of the change at all attributing it to a sudden bit of clarity. But I still hate this. This is definitely not the peak way of using my time. Sure, he was practicing both mental symbiosis and deep connection, and he was making sure to materialize grains of all sorts of materials in his pocket as well for the job experience. But he wanted to be at his forge or working on the summoning spell, not out treating himself as a battery when that was all he could do. There's no reward without risk. Besides, maybe that will be just the kick you need for talking that succubus into being your head priestess. What was her name again? Valeria. Myriad said evasively. What did she convert away from you already? Then is she not good with your other believers? Then is she bad at connect or something? Then literally what is the holdup? Ben closed his eyes and let out a deep sigh, pinching the bridge of his nose as a few of the patients in the clinic looked at him. Okay, I'll freaking work on this too then. I'm 90% sure that as long as I really can force Sashel over the edge, I can swing things so that she'll accept if you ask. Just gotta modify the plans a little. Anything if it means having one more person to keep me from having to be a responsible apostle. I did it. Sashel yelled out, breaking through the conversation as she jumped up, radiant in her joy. I leveled up my life magic. Only took a week, huh? Thank God. Congrats, he told her as Thera conveyed her own before going back to healing those around her. Looks like we've finished the easy part. So what comes next? She didn't like thinking of that as if it had been easy. Between the constant work, the circlet that made that 1 week feel like 2.5, and the constant, strange sensation of having her soul overfilled with mana, it had all around been pretty terrible. But she knew that her dream would never be simple to fulfill. The entire time she'd worked, she hadn't been told what would come after, and her mind could only fill with the thoughts of whatever training would be forced on her for both her earth and water magics, as well as what else might come next for life. From the bit she'd seen of Ben's life, along with her talks with Myriad, she knew he was a hard worker, maybe too much so, and a part of her thought he was planning on working her to the point that she might awaken the skill by the time the next wave rolled around, leaving her completely unprepared for his actual thoughts. Well, since you're done, this will be challenging the Life Tower in a couple days, just long enough for you, Thera, and Sonya to get all of your stuff in order. We'll really only be gone for at most a week, so look forward to it. You aren't being serious right now, are you? Of course I am, I'm always serious. Ben, this is why Myriad says you're insane. I'm a level 7 life mage as of today. Do you even have life magic? No, but that's really just a minor detail. This feels like a pretty major detail, actually. Sashel, I'm not going to lie to you and say this is going to be safe, and admittedly I have a couple reasons to think this is worthwhile beyond just helping you, but I want to give you the chance to come because I believe this is an excellent opportunity to achieve your dream. Not to put too fine of a point on it, but we could all be dead in a couple years. I don't know the timescale you think you might be able to awaken your magics on, but I feel like you weren't acting in a way that would get you to your goal in that time. She chewed on what he said, still hesitating but thinking it all over nonetheless. She knew that there was a very clear time limit they were on. Should she risk her life for the chance of achieving her dream, or just be happy with the time she had, even if it meant never getting there? I mean, even if we get to the top and I get my 9th level of life magic, there's no guarantee I'll be able to awaken it from there. If we get to the top, then I have a way I think could awaken your skill. I put it at 50-50 odds. Myriad told him privately. Sure, I can. Either it works or it doesn't. Sounds pretty 50-50 to me. Besides, I put way too much work into memorizing the biological structure of a freaking seed to let this fail. Sashel heard none of that exchange, being too enraptured by what he said. She trusted her apostle. If he thought the odds were that good, then she believed he had a reason to, and that did help tip the scales for her. Risking her life when she wouldn't get the payoff she wanted was one thing, but risking it for a coin flip. It felt insane, but she'd already felt she'd invested too much to back out, just like Ben had hoped. Okay, you say we have a couple days. Absolutely, he grinned. Don't worry, this is absolutely going to be terrible, but there's a chance it won't be too terrible. I have no clue how I'm going to explain this to Raelia, was the last thing she muttered before Thera forced her back to work. Even if she got her level, she was still in the clinic, so there were still people to help for whatever bit of practice she could get before she would really need to test the bit of skill she had. I've done it myriad. I've opened my third eye and can see the truth. Biology is chemistry, chemistry is physics, and physics is fucking awful. I hate this. Whose terrible idea was this to begin with? Then I'm a fool. The worst part of trying to memorize the structure of a seed was the sheer level of detail it needed for a chance to be viable. A lump of iron was just one type of atom again and again and again. Anyone who was materializing it didn't need to worry about its precise structure. It ultimately didn't matter. Even for normal materials someone wanted to materialize, this was infinitely worse. If a water mage wanted to create water or ice, they'd only need to know a ridiculously simpler structure, and it would even be possible for them to achieve it without knowing that, though much harder. For him, he couldn't have an atom out of place. Which means I really do need to know if this is even possible before I try to help Sashel, don't I? He, Thera, and Sonya were all waiting by the cart for her to arrive, but given the stakes, he needed to have some sort of assurance that he wasn't insane for thinking such a thing. Regardless of how possible it would be for someone else to do it with his help, if he couldn't personally manage, then he'd drastically knock down the odds of success in his head. Of course, the fact that I don't have life magic might hold me back a bit, but this is just an arrangement of atoms. I can create atoms, therefore. As Sonya and Thera chatted, he instead looked at his hand, concentrating with all he had as he did. It was Thera who noticed he was doing something first, the air thickening with a bit of mana under his intense focus, but she didn't speak up. She might not have known what he decided to do on such a whim, but she could see he was invested in it. Instead, she pointed her aunt to him as well, assuming that whatever happened, it might at least be interesting. He took no notice of it. Almost 1,000 minds were all intensely devoted to his singular goal as mana flowed out of him, bending to his will. At first, he felt himself fail. Stray atoms were created but didn't link to a greater whole. Being so insignificant it was more like he'd done nothing at all. But from there he kept pushing, letting mana seep out of him as it changed from elements to compounds, compounds to genes, genes to cells, and final showed its end goal, becoming a proper seed, and proving that even if he might not have been able to help someone else manage the same thing, it was possible. With the success came the feeling of his mind reeling, as it underwent another extreme change in such a short time as everything in his head suddenly became more clear. Topics he'd read in the past standing out in his minds, unfaded by time as books he pored over were recalled perfectly, word for word in his head as he quickly put together what happened. Knowledge skills do the same sort of thing for specific types of knowledge, but given how it awakened, does it mean I can do the same thing with all knowledge? That would explain why I immediately got another level of it too, but why the hell did I even awaken it to begin with? He had no clue how the two events were connected. He understood it was plant knowledge specifically that had awakened, but he hadn't just learned anything as far as he was concerned, at least nothing that should have been enough to push the skill over the edge like that. His god said, almost sounding in awe. As his god left his head, Ben couldn't help but give a parting grumble. If I'd known this was possible, I would have tried to get Yuzu and her teacher to cast that soul spell on me. It wasn't like it would have made a huge difference for his attributes considering all of the skills he'd already awakened, along with his resistance, but it was still annoying that he'd just missed out on a few points of easy growth in what had been nothing more than a simple experiment to see if there really was a point in them risking their lives. As he was mentally dealing with that though, Sonya and Thera were staring at him, not sure if they'd just seen correctly. When a person awakened a skill, their body would light up from mana pouring into them, but it would weaken each time. The last time it had been incredibly faint, but now the bonus to his attributes was less than a 1% increase overall. Neither of them could be sure they'd seen correctly. It was Thera who asked, shaking off the feeling of how unlikely it was with the knowledge of all of the insanity her boyfriend normally pulled. Ben, did you really just awaken another skill? Accidentally, yeah. How do you accidentally awaken something? Sonya asked, feeling blown away by having seen such a thing again after having just seen it on the battlefield. I was just seeing if the way I'm planning on awakening Sashel even has a chance since we're about to head out, and I guess it pushed my knowledge skills over the edge, he told them with an awkward laugh, the fact that part of facing the trial was to help Sonya with her own insecurities on such things clear in his mind. Feeling the weight of their shocked gazes, he instead pulled out his card, looking it over briefly to see how it had worked out for him. Damn, I'm not sure if it was awakening the skill, leveling material knowledge, or successfully materializing a seed, but I just got an insanely huge boost to my job level too. Probably not going to bring that up though. He was already raising that job shockingly fast given that he was able to materialize his mana for practice, and it seemed he'd just gained a new way to go about it. They had hours until they'd get to the life tower after all, and now that he'd gotten the feel for materializing something like that, it would only be easier to do again. And the more practice I have at it, the better the odds are that I'll be able to help Sashel. Plus, I can already feel this new skill making all of my thinking and memory significantly better. Oh man, this really is all coming together, isn't it? Every new success was a step closer to him achieving his goals. He would happily take all the growth he could get. So doesn't that make this his seventh? Sonya asked quietly, as Thera rubbed her head. Yes, because he's absolutely ridiculous. But when you compare that to how he was when he arrived, wouldn't that mean? She never got to complete the thought. Whatever she was going to say was lost as Sashel finally appeared, running up to the lot of them and deeply out of breath. Sorry I'm late, she panted. Raelia was having trouble saying goodbye, so I got held up a bit. And is something wrong? She was able to pick up on the atmosphere that came from him awakening yet another skill, the feeling of shock, happiness, exasperation, and disbelief all rolled together as Ben just shook his head. Don't worry about it, it's nothing important, so let's get going already. The sooner they were done, the sooner that Sonya would for sure have an awakened skill, Sashel would potentially have one, and Ben would find himself busy again with the implications that helping her awaken would carry. But before any of that, he needed to deal with the trial. After a nauseating trip of rushing through the skies to get to the gate, they finally landed, rolling through the streets on solid ground, letting both Ben and Sashel recover, while Sonya, for her part, managed to enjoy traveling like that as much as Thera always did, wearing a bright grin as the experience only lightened her mood. Like Nice, like Anne, I guess. At least it seemed to help take their minds off things for the time being. While he'd been materializing seed after seed on the way there to pass the time and get experience for both his skill and job, the rest of them had been carrying the weight of what they'd be walking into. While Thera hadn't experienced any major hardship in the Earth Tower beyond the strain of overwork, she'd watched Ben suffer through it and couldn't help but worry there'd be a repeat of the experience, while Sonya and Sashel both couldn't keep away the concern about whatever they'd be walking into. Both of them knew as well as any other resident of the world that trials were tests from the gods for mortals to prove themselves, with great rewards coming at the cost of great dangers. Neither really believed they were prepared. Both of them could only put their faith that Ben was judging things accurately without putting too much faith in any of them. They were all obviously trying to mentally prepare by the time they got to the gate when Ben got off, handing Thera his card as he did. Here, if you guys want to get lunch, it's on me. I'll be there in an hour or 3. Okay, where are you off to? Thera asked, eyeing him curiously. Couple final things to finish and gotta grab our last party member since I don't even know if she got the letter with the invite. I shouldn't be long. All right, in that case, we'll meet you at the tower. They parted on those words, Thera taking the other two through with her to the magic towers, as Ben instead went off to first find a prospective future coworker, taking the gate to Analia. He walked the now familiar streets, his many visits there giving him a good idea of much of the area, while his god helped guide him the rest of the way to a rather unassuming building as he let himself inside, walking confidently and with purpose like he belonged there past the secretaries taking appointments until he found a succubus hard at work with another, her hands on both the woman with her and the brace on her arm as a few minutes ticked by. The client walked out the door, giving Ben a smile as Valeria finally noticed him, almost freezing as she did from trying to process the fact that her apostle was so unexpectedly before her and trying to figure out what to do, ultimately falling to a stiff bow. Honored apostle, it's lovely to see you again. Good to see you too, and seriously, there's no need for formality. Just call me Ben. Of course, Ben, I wasn't expecting you. Is there anything I might help you with? Become the high priestess of my faith so I can do even less. I have some business in the area, so I wanted to stop in to chat, he told her, putting on his best salesman face. I remembered the last time I saw you. You felt like you were struggling with the reason you converted a bit. I wanted to see if you were doing better. She visibly relaxed when he said that, the look in her eyes quickly changing to gratitude. Ah, I didn't do anything. You would have been fine on your own eventually, but I'm still glad to hear it. Actually, Myriad has told me plenty of excellent things about you. I hear that you've not only been acting as someone for the other believers to talk to, but also managed to get a church built in Analia. It's very impressive. It's the least I could do, she said, looking away as she got the praise. And I was well compensated for it since I managed to complete my quest as a result. It's a well-earned reward, he smiled, and on a similar note, I might have a chance to grant you further rewards. I couldn't possibly. Valeria, I insist. You would make me look like an ungrateful apostle if you decline, he laughed. Besides, it's not a guaranteed thing. In the next couple days, Myriad will ask you to go through the gate to the magic towers. There's something small you might be able to help with, and hopefully you'll be paid off accordingly. Well, if you're sure. I am, he spoke firmly. And as a final thing, as shameful as it is to say, I believe that you're more acquainted with many of the other believers than I am. If you would select 2 more who you think have been doing enough to deserve a reward and discuss it with Myriad, bring them along too when the time comes. As he finished his bit, he noticed an incubus waiting behind him to get in, so he spoke again before she could respond. Anyway, I'll let you get back to your work. It shouldn't be long, so give it your best shot. I have confidence in you. He walked away with that, his God whispering in his mind as he did. It was not. From everything you said, I think she deserves to be rewarded. The fact that I'm going to completely corner her into taking the role after is irrelevant. Look, do you want a high priestess or not? Myriad, I'm such a sweet guy who would possibly be scared of me. He took his God's silence as agreement as he walked through the gate to his next destination, making his way to All Faith. Ben, I heard you stopped by before. Sorry we missed you, Jake told him cheerfully outside of his home. Is Thera not with you? Yuzu and Amy are a bit busy right now, but if you guys want to meet up later, we could do dinner. This is just a quick pop-in, Ben told him as he began his real reason for the meeting. But we'll be back in a couple days if you want to then. I just wanted to make sure you guys were all right. They carried on the small talk for a bit, the cover for Ben's real goal of meeting his friend, the secrets hidden in his mind. Jake had completed the life tower, along with almost half of the others too by that point, and Ben wanted information on just what he was walking into. The issue was that if he brought it up, he knew that the Covenant would block it from Jake's mind. There was always the chance he could push past it with his sacrilege, but since he'd never tried, he didn't want to risk it when instead he could try to exploit one of the new aspects of deep connection, the fact that he could read memories along with minds. He was theorizing that the Covenant acted to keep the person it was on from knowingly revealing anything, otherwise it would simply be impossibly broad, and since Jake didn't know about the new aspect of his skill, that meant there was a weakness that could be exploited as he connected to the man and dived in, pushing through the surface layer of who he was to begin reading the experiences that made him up, being hit by the most recent ones in the face. Oh man, and I should not have seen that, and the fact that it was from his POV is so much worse. Sorry Jake, Amy, and Yuzu, my mind is too good to actually forget much of anything at this point, but at the very least I'll try to not actively think about it. He tried to ignore everything in the man's head if it didn't seem relevant as he pushed on deeper, looking at the trials they'd gone through, and filing all he saw away as he watched his friend's life in reverse order, seeing them conquer space, dark, fire, air, water, earth, and finally making it to life as the experiences of each floor flashed past his mind's eye, the secrets of them revealed and the Covenant rendered useless. With the information he needed acquired with Jake none the wiser, they said their goodbyes, promising to meet again in a couple of days as Ben left for his final task, getting the last member of their party. So what do you say, Steph, you in? Ben asked her the moment it was clear she'd received his letter that very day, with Will beside her looking none too happy about what he was even suggesting. I can't believe you're asking my girlfriend to walk into a death trap, he grumbled. I get it, but also this entire planet is a death trap, he shot back. Steph, you don't need to be compelled to do this. I'm asking you because it's a chance to grow more, and having another awakened life mage would boost our odds of success by a lot. Besides, you have some experience with tower trials already, right? Didn't you do the space tower with Jake and Amy? It was a fact he only knew from plundering Jake's mind just a little earlier, but it was all the better. It meant she already had some experience with tower trials and wouldn't be walking in blind. Of course, I'm still going to give everyone the rundown of what we can expect from this one. God, I freaking love it when things actually just work. It would obviously still be a challenge, but knowing what they'd be walking into could make all of the difference in the world. I'll go, Steph told him confidently, pulling him from his thoughts as she turned to focus on Will. After everything I've had to deal with in the last couple weeks, I want to be a better healer. This is a great opportunity for that. He looked like he wanted to argue at first, but in the end just deflated. Just be safe, all right. If you die, I'm going to beat the crap out of Ben. If she dies, then there's a good chance I'll be dead too, he added helpfully, seeing his friend shake his head at his words. You're too much like a cockroach at this point. Just remember that if she doesn't make it out, then I'm gonna squash you. Loud and clear, man, don't worry. If things get too rough, then we'll leave. Easy as that. He nodded, still not happy, but Steph went to reassure him as Ben stepped away, giving them just a little bit of privacy before the two of them would leave to face the coming tower.